Welcome to Latin America International Championships. This is the first 2024 season international event, bringing together trainers from around the globe. Trainers are showing up to see friends, trade cards, train Pokémon, and play side events, while others are here to make history as a top Pokémon competitor. The International Championship started in 2017, bringing together global competitors and showcasing top-tier matches. Last year, JW Naldo became a hometown hero from Brazil, taking home the Pokémon GO LAIC 2023 Championship.
Como falei, consegui atingir objetivo que eu queria. Mostrar primeiramente para o mundo que o Brasil é uma região muito forte, para dar mais oportunidade a nossos jogadores.
JW Naldo trying to become a champion here in Sao Paulo. He's 2 wing attacks away, and that is it!
Tort Recleb added LAIC to his championship belt, completing his collection of international titles with the LAIC 2023 Pokemon TCG Championship.
It means a lot to finally be back on top. The LAIC was the missing piece.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe.
But we haven't had a VG LAIC champion since playing on the Nintendo DS back in the 2020 season with James Beck.
Last year, you came here and took the runner-up title, and this year you leave as the champion.
It feels amazing. This was a great tournament to end off, especially since it's the last big major for the Nintendo 3DS.
He will be forever known as the last international champion in the DS era.
Who will come out on top at this event is anyone's guess, as our trainers all compete to rise and become an international champion.
Here comes the Shadow Ball!
Down
What
goes
a game
Valkyrie. Can he get one more counter? And he
Oh!
does!
He's just retreating into Oricorio and passing
Wow.
again. Ryan draws for turn and draws the boss's orders in order to bring up the Mew.
If this can get it up, except the Hydro Pump to follow it up. He's gonna get the knockout.
Ice Spinner into the Dragonite, 4 times super effective.
Bom dia, buenos dias, and good morning trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans from around the globe. Welcome to Day 2 of the 2024 Pokemon Latin America International Championships.
We are in for another fantastic day of Pokemon competition, and we are just as excited as you are to get things started today. I'm Blue Actress Chromie.
And I am Pablo Mesa. We're part of the caster team to guide you through the tournament and all the top competitors playing today.
Yesterday was filled with many victories and many upsets, and today is tracking to show more amazing Pokemon action from the Pokemon video game, Pokemon trading card game, and Pokemon Go.
Trainers Gustavo Wada, Natalie Miller, and Ian Robin Pokemon TCG are looking to make their mark and into top cuts.
And in the Pokemon video game, James Beck, Paul Ruiz, and Hugo Nascimento are all looking likely to advance into the top 8 later this evening, and they will be trying their best to get into Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Whilst in Pokemon Go, Nighttime Clasher, Argent, and Sardiar are our top players expected to make it all the way, but they will have to be on top of their game to fight off the rest of their competitive trainers.
Will any of these trainers survive the day and make it into Championship Sunday tomorrow? Or will a new face carve out their mark here in Sao Paulo?
It's still anyone's tournament, and championship points will be on everyone's mind as they try to make it as far as they can to be in the running for Worlds taking place in Honolulu, Hawaii next year.
Now, a big thank you to all of the staff, judges, production crew, and unsung heroes who are behind the scenes and are crucial to making this event a roaring success.
Now, let's find out who will be crowned the LAIC 2024 champions by the end of this weekend. Trainers, are you ready? Casters, over to you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Latin American International Championships, where we're just getting away with Day 2 of our competition. I'm Sarah Dawn, joined here by Joe Brown. Already Day 1 was a cooker, and we have the best of the best competing here in Day 2 to try and make it to top 8 and get that championship title.
Yeah, we have 35 trainers remaining in the in the Masters division, I should say. for LAIC. So this is going to be really steep. Only one undefeated player so far. We'll get through all of that, as we get set up for our action here. But just know you are in store for quite the day of VGC.
And of course, this is only our first international event of the 2024 season. There's still going to be a lot more, 2 more coming up for players to try and be getting championship points to be qualifying for that World Championships.
Hey, it's all about perspective. Maybe 2 is a lot, depending. Attended Sao Paulo, maybe they perform better than expected and pique their interest to head over to Europe this April for EUIC. That can be pretty exciting, but of course, when we have New Orleans in North America early June of next year, it's going to be so exciting.
And of course, making your way out to one of these international events, it is worth your while. There is so much on the line. You can get the trophy, you can get a piece of the $500,000 in prize money, and of course, the championship points for that opportunity to be playing at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And of course, getting a first place spot. You're gonna get a lot, but most importantly, that's gonna be an auto invite. There is so much championship points on the line here. Even just making it into day 2, probably landing around that 32nd spot. So there's about 35 people, so 3 people miss out. 160 points is nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah, and I'm so excited at the end of this weekend how it shapes up, because right now, maybe we have a dozen or so players in the Masters division across the globe that are qualified for the World Championships right now. By the end of this weekend, we're going to have so many more players that are qualified by hitting how many championship points they got here in LAIC. So I love it to see with that number ever expanding throughout the season.
And of course, if this is your first time joining us for one of the broadcasts, a couple things that you should know ahead of the event. So check this out.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss rounds and Top Cup matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Day 2. Day 2, Swiss rounds will continue to determine the top 8 trainers in the tournament. The competition then shifts to a single elimination Top Cup bracket, where those remaining trainers battle until we only have our 2 finalists remaining, where they will compete on Championship Sunday for the title of Latin America International Champion. Who is taking home the title of Latin America International Champion? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
You were here for day 1 of the coverage here of LAIC, but if you weren't, what a day. Definitely make sure to go back and watch, but we got a couple of the key moments to know headed into today, because these matches were on fire, and with a couple of Pokemon you wouldn't really expect. Regieleki, anyone?
Yeah, transporting us back to the Sword and Shield era of VGC. I think it's probably the first time we've seen a Regieleki on the official stream in Scarlet and Violet, right? Because it was very hyped up. Everyone thought it was going to be, oh, it's so fast, but kind of frail. But in this moment, Tiago showing that, hey, you might not want to sleep on the big electric guy there.
Is it really an electric guy after that Terra Ice coming out? Because that was also the pivotal part of this set too. You have this way to be hitting into a Landorus that would normally be immune to your electric type moves, and having that Ice Terra Blast and KOing that Landorus in one shot set the momentum for the match going on forward. I'll go to furthermore his chances onto making it to day 2, which he did with an 8-1 record.
And we spent a lot of time talking about the Regieleki, but really this was a battle of the Ogerpons, as Juan Pablo's Ogerpon Heartflame mask actually was popping off for the majority of this set. However, Tiago having Rain Dance on his Tornadus was able to mitigate a lot of that damage early on in that first game, which helped him win. And that was the play of the set to me, calling the Landorus switch out into Rillaboom for the one-hit KO with GU.
It's absolutely fantastic. And I'm excited to see this team as well, because Chi-Yu was very dominant early on, but has kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit, despite the fact that he really punched, just because of the fact that it's this typing, it can definitely get taken care of, and it can be outsped by some of the biggest threats out there. So it was really, really fun to see it. Definitely showing that if you don't quite have the answer, or if there's just that swap in like that Rillaboom, that all of a sudden it can be taking big KOs really, really fast. We didn't just get to see the Regieleki though. We got to see the Regidrago coming out, a Pokemon that players have been playing on their team in the ultimate LAIC showdown in our round 9 and pivotal win-it-in, piloted by Carson Confer. But it was a little unfortunate situation for the Regidrago in a fantastic 3-game set by these two players.
Yeah, we'll get to the unfortunate scenario in a bit here, but it's time to just appreciate what happened yesterday. We had 2 Latin American international champions facing off in round 9 in a winning-in scenario, knocking out another international champion. Like, you can't even script that any better if you tried.
And it's so tragic too, because of course both of these trainers are looking to defend their title. Of course, James Beck, the most recent winner with that 2020 LAIC championship title. And in this game, bringing something like this Bramble Gas, a throwback to a team that he's piloted before and originally made by Amelia Forbes back at the World Championships, showing that this Pokemon that maybe thought could be a one-trick wonder is definitely not something to be disregarded of so far.
Yeah, it's definitely, James is kind of addicted to clicking Power Whip on his grass types as he won a regional with Ogerpon doing that. But here is the cursed moment. There Regidrago is, and there Regidrago goes, thanks to the critical hit.
Yeah, and on this turn too, James Beck did say that, hey, on the turn, he felt like he had gotten it right and felt that maybe this was a winnable match for him. But of course, when there is that critical hit, that starts to determine things a lot faster than maybe players, or at least one on the other side of the table, would like to see. So, hey, sometimes the Pokemon come through. That's all you can say. Yeah,
but it doesn't make it any less disheartening for Carson's end. It's like, okay, sure, maybe James feels like he made the right play, so it wouldn't have mattered. But from Carson's perspective, it's still, the critical hit is still such an absolute bummer. But that's the game. That's the game we play, and one critical hit in James's favor is what helped him, and who knows, it could propel him into his 2nd international championship here in LAIC.
And it's not just international champions that are here making their way through the event. Looking back at the 2022 World Championships, Eduardo Cunha competing here and on a hooker. Honestly, just seeing these matches, you know that he's looking to grab this international title.
Oh yeah, this was a masterclass in VGC here. We have this, and we were talking about Edu in this specific scenario. We actually have Victor and Marco, the 2020 Oceania International champion, facing off against Victor, who was a big high riser, quick riser, I should say, out of EU last season from the getting multiple top cuts at 2 different ICs. But Marco proving why he's an international champion, staying calm in this matchup and just having the advantage, punishing Victor's Arcanine. Either you stay with that typing and Urshifu is going to mess you up with the water attacks, or you turn to a normal type and you get hit with close combat. So Marco really just never felt pressured in any sense in this set. It felt like he was in the front, or on the front foot the entire time.
100%, which when you're looking at a 9-0, of course, it looks like probably that might have been the theme for the entire competition, kind of just being that one step ahead. But being able to have that 9-0 record, of course, you still have to do a little bit of winning today, but so much better posed than a couple of the other competitors out there to make that run to try and make it to top 8.
And this is multiple times in this highlight package that we've seen different trainers opting for Terra, Steel, Tornadus, and the thing, kind of universally, Terra Ghost was accepted as Tornadus' Terra typing if you're not holding the Covert Cloak. If you are, maybe it's Terra Flying to get stronger Bleakling Storms. But this Terra Steel adaptation that we've seen this weekend in LAIC is really interesting.
100%. And we got to backtrack a little bit because we do have a couple of more
clips.
He
is the world champion.
Yeah,
We can show some respect here, and this is quintessential VGC, Sierra. What we witnessed yesterday was Edu and Javier, a bunch of switching, a bunch of fake outs, Landorus intimidates, Tailwind, everything like that. We had everything in this set.
Oh, 100%. And these are the matches that you really want to be seeing once you get to this stage, once you get to this tier of competition. Individuals coming from around the world to really showcase the best of the best that we have here for VGC. So this was so much fun. This just makes me excited to get into today's action.
Yeah, and it was just so crucial in that set. And you see on the standings right now, there's only one player that has not lost, and that is Marco Silva. So he is definitely the player to be focusing on. If you are in the field, somebody has to take him down. A lot of other players that are sitting at 8-1 as well, so they're feeling confident going into today.
100% Chupacross, recent regional winner at the 8-1 as well. Have to watch out for him. There's quite a few people to be keeping your eye on. Of course, Marco, have to mention him, but James Beck, we've already mentioned being that reigning champion. And of course, Hugo, we have to be keeping an eye on him and see if he can make it into that top 8.
Yeah, Hugo at 8-1 right now, really strong, looking really confident and looking like a potential top cut player. But here are all of the other players, so the math works out beautifully. We love to see that when there are 3 players on the players to watch and then 32 other players, so we have 35 in total here today.
And these are the best of the best. It'll be so exciting to be getting into. And of course, it's not just the players that we're keeping an eye on. It's certain Pokemon picks as well out there. Though the Dragapult, I don't think we can necessarily see this one out there. This is something that you can be picking up to try and get for your own event going on forward, even if we're not seeing it today. This was actually Alex Gomez's from NAIC, where he took that down. Fantastic Pokemon, a little niche, but still strong.
Yeah, it looks like the Dragapult actually is probably not going to come away with the title this weekend. You know, I know a lot of people were hoping that Dragapult would just sweep every international championship and do nothing at the regional level, but it looks like finally the trainers have caught on and moved on to greener pastures. So if you want to have the celebration of this Terra Ghost Dragapult that Alex Gomez used to win NAIC, make sure you lock in that code.
And of course, not the only giveaway that's happening. If you're interested in the Pokemon TCG or you want to get involved in Pokemon TCG, make sure to be picking up your Iron Valiant EX while you can. This card art is absolutely amazing. You want to make sure that you pick it up now because, of course, this is limited time stuff.
When I specifically asked some of my trading card game friends, I was like, oh, we have the Iron Valiant giveaway. Is that a good card? And the direct quote I got was, it's incredible. So if you're starting out, if you're a VGC player that wants to get into TCG Live and playing online, might as well start it with a beautifully drawn card here in this version of Iron Valiant, but also a very effective one as well.
And that's not it. There's still a little bit more giveaways. You can have Twitch drops watching and earning Pokemon TCG, get a variety of fun things, and our friends over on Pokemon Go. Of course, you have to be watching and earning these, but pick them up while you can.
I definitely might have Pokemon Go open on my phone as we're sitting here to get those drops because boy, do I need some more rare candies.
100%. But of course, we want to know how you're feeling about the event. Make sure to use that hashtag Pokemon LAIC over on X. Show your O's. Might be able to feature them through the day. And of course, if you're on YouTube, make sure to be watching back on day 1 coverage. And regardless of where you are, I heard about 99% of people aren't subscribed to the channel. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel wherever you're watching. That way as well, you can make sure that any event you are tuned in and make sure you don't miss any of the action live. And I think that we have a match almost ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a really exciting way to kick our day off. It's here round 10, the first one of day 2 at LAIC. That's very specific NAIC champion, Alex Gomez-Berna, versus the most recent regional champion in North America, Chupacross in Florida.
And no Dragapult here, but instead a really fun, different dragon type in that Salamence. So I'm really excited to get into that. But we have to, of course, talk about the player and give them both the respect they deserve. Alex Gomez, of course, coming off of that NAIC championship. Chupacross very recently breaking that barrier of that first place title for regional championships in Toronto. It has been going on a tear ever since. I think it was a PC and MSS and another PC that was won all back-to-back. He is feeling confident. We're running back the same team, almost identical, just a couple of changes coming into this one.
Yeah, the big difference here is his Chien Pao on the other side in Toronto was Focus Sash with Terra Ghost, but Chien Pao and Chuppa decided let's switch it up a little bit here in Brazil. Going for Life Orb, so Life Orb and Icicle Crash is actually a significant amount of damage, significantly more than, say, Focus Sash Ice Spinner would be, so it's going to be important for Alex to watch out for that.
And that's definitely such a comfortable team for Chuppa, something that he really prioritizes. So this is something that he knows. Alex Alex, we're seeing a couple of things that he definitely knows well, though, because we've talked so much about that Dragapult that we saw at NAIC. But that was paired up with the Dondozo. It wasn't the Dondozo Tatsugiri that you would expect to see. It was Dondozo and Dragapult. Now we have that Dondozo and Salamence. And Salamence is a really cool pick as well. Not necessarily the most used, but we've seen it on teams like to the likes of Justin Tang, paired up with Rain Mode, and it definitely has a lot to offer.
Yeah, I was going to say that Alex's Salamence is definitely not following the Tang game version of Salamence with the Rain and Choice Scarf, and it's Choice Specs instead, but still has access to Tailwind in a pinch. You can help your teammates move faster.
Well, it's time to start getting underway with our first round of Swiss here in Day 2 at the Latin American International Championships. And right away, that Dondozo and Dragon-type combination, the Salamence, then the lead for Alex. Over on the other end, Fluttermane and Rillaboom. Of course, Booster Energy, that is going to be getting the Photosynthesis boost, and that'll be the special attack.
And one of the simplest ways to try to deal with Dondozo traditionally was a Fluttermane with Terra Fairy boosted Moonblast, trying to just hit it super hard. And this adjustment Alex has made on his Dondozo is by having Terra Poison as his Terra choice here. You would then resist those Moonblasts. So definitely changes the matchup chart a little bit, because I think a lot of trainers will try to just do raw damage into the Dondozo, and it's not like it's going to have any commander boost anyway, so Alex definitely providing a different strategy with this Dondozo than you traditionally see.
Yeah, that's definitely something to be wary of. You want to make sure that you're trying to resist any super effective hit that's going to be going your way, because of the fact that you're not going to have that +2 to your defense, +2 to that special defense. Salamence is just getting out, though. It was just going to be that one round of Intimidate onto the Rillaboom, and it's going to be taking these hits quite better than anything else. That'll be the U-turn from the Rillaboom as well, so a chance for Chopper to respawn. And
it looks like since that U-turn did such minimal damage that unless it's a potential damage roll scenario with the Fluttermane, Shadow Ball would likely not be enough onto Heatran on the next turn, and that's because of just how strong defensively Heatran can be. He can take 2 Shadow Balls. Not many Pokemon can do that.
Fluttermane taking the Heavy Slam more effectively than I thought it would, all things considered. That's a super effective hit, but Fluttermane being able to hold on quite handily will have another opportunity to respond on this next turn.
Yeah, I guess Dondozo might be on a low-carb diet, apparently, because I thought the weight difference between Dondozo and Fluttermane would be drastic enough for maybe Heavy Slam knocking it out, but it could also be Chuppa opting to invest more into his defensive and into his bulk on the Fluttermane as well, which many trainers will do, so they don't get hit by a one-hit KO. But we see that the Tornadus is in the back, so we have that benefit of seeing Chuppa's team. Fluttermane might want to be preserved later on, because since Salamence is not Choice Scarfed, it's Choice Specs, you can ensure that Fluttermane would be able to outspeed it and go for a super effective fairy attack into Salamence later on in the match.
The Fluttermane swapping out. The Tornado is going to be joining the field instead. So this will be another way to try and maybe get Tailwind on the inside. But now we're going to see the first terrestrialization of the battle. That'll be the grass type onto the Heatran.
So, and I do apologize. The Salamence is actually Rocky Helmet. I was reading the screen wrong there. So that does change it. Regardless, it doesn't change the speed tiers that Salamence has, because he still is slower than the Fluttermane. But I do love seeing this Terra Grass Heatran. It's like we're back in August, Sierra. Everyone else has moved on to Fairy, but Alex said, no, Terra Grass is really helpful against Urshifu specifically.
You want to make sure that you're going to be taking those Surging Strikes so much better, which we got to see. Magma Storm, not necessarily the most accurate of moves, not going to be dealing the most damage, but Urshifu now going to be trapped on the field for as long as this Heatran's around, and I love this combination. Yawn into that as well. Normally the way around that would be the swap out, as you will be going to sleep on the next turn, but now there's no opportunity to switch it, so Urshifu, just one opportunity to get another attack before it has to take a nap.
So that is Alex's adjustment from NAIC to LAIC. Before he had Ting Lu with being able to lock people in, and now it's adjusted. Obviously, Heatran wasn't legal back at NAIC, right? So Heatran's significantly stronger Pokemon than Ting Lu might be in this metagame. So you have the Magma Storm to lock people in. Dondozo yawning as well, meaning that if they go for an attack on this turn, they'll be put to sleep at the end of it. And Salamence, an Intimidate might be nice into the Urshifu as long as he doesn't click Surging Strikes.
Yeah, Surging Strikes, that would won't help, but hey, as long as you can take the Surging Strikes, if it is that this turnaround would be so nice. But instead, the close combat still not very effective. Still the critical hit, though. but now it is just going to be damage. The Salamence is going to be holding on despite the double up, and the Urshifu is going to be sleeping this turn. And now it's time to just yawn into the other slot. That's the one thing that's really annoying about this Dondozo. Sure, you're not having the boost, but the utility of yawn and having to completely pressure things is incredible.
And you can't taunt the Oblivious Dondozo either, so this Tornadus is in a really precarious position. Its teammate Urshifu is asleep. It's guaranteed to have that first turn of sleep next turn, so the only damage output potentially on Chuppa's end on this turn could be from a Bleakwind Storm. You see Alex's Salamence is very low on health, but you are risking a chance at Bleakwind Storm missing, and that would really hurt it, because if you miss and then you're put to sleep again, that would be disastrous.
It's going to be the Tornado swapping out, no pressure from the Salamence into the freshly swapped in Rillaboom though. Instead, we're just going to be swapping everything up as Fluttermane is going to be joining the battle. That'll be the first turn of sleep here on the Urshifu, already down to half health, but that's the thing. The yawn into this Rillaboom, you can really easily just keep pinning that slot, and the Fluttermane on the field can now take care of the Urshifu, so Chuppa has a really difficult decision to make.
And that's a perfect play from Alex. You can understand he won an international championship recently with this exact strategy, and it's like, even if Tornadus stays on the field and I yawn, I don't lose any pressure because Tornadus is still going to be asleep at the end of the turn. But the benefit is Tornadus, if it switches out, you still keep the yawn lock into that slot. So if Rillaboom wants to click Fake Out or wants to go for a Grassy Glide on this turn, it's still going to be asleep the next turn.
Dondozo swapping out Salamence back in, so Rillaboom staying on will be intimidated, making sure that if it does go for an attack into the Fluttermane, that damage is going to be mitigated. The Urshifu, that is not going to be the wake up. The attempt at the Aqua Jet to try and get a little bit more damage down, and now Dazzling Gleam. Urshifu has been dealt with. Now it's going to see if this Rillaboom past the Intimidate can be doing enough, but no, the U-turn instead. It's going to do absolutely nothing into the Fluttermane, but notably that will be a swap to make sure it can't fall asleep.
Yeah, that's really the best case scenario for Chuppa, is having access to U-turn, being able to switch out. Sure, it doesn't do a lot of damage, especially after the Intimidate and resisting into the Fluttermane slot, but you do keep your Pokemon, you keep them healthy, and you keep them awake. And now you can see you can bring Rillaboom actually back into this slot now, so you can have Fake Out potential into the opposing Salamence, who does have Tailwind. That would be, remember, one of the ways they'd be able to outspeed Chuppa's Fluttermane is if you could set up Tailwind, but on this turn, there is no yawn threat either.
That's really, really nice. So sure, the Urshifu going down, you're losing a really powerful Pokemon, but that is going to be a free swap. And of course, having that U-turn, you can swap both things out. So even if the Dondozo was around, only would be able to lock one thing down. But having it swap out, the Intimidator has already been out. So on Alex's end, you'd have to swap out and back in again before you have access to try and intimidate these Pokemon again. So definitely really smart positioning here from Chuppa. This is the time to start putting some offensive pressure in the battle.
Yeah, Chuppa is very comfortable with this team, but it's definitely he's definitely on the back foot against Alex, because usually Chuppa is the one that likes to control the pace of a battle. But when you have Dondozo and Yawn strategies like this, Alex is the one that can control the pace.
And now Heatran back into the battle. There'll be the double swap coming out from Alex's end. A chance to really reposition into the board state that Chuppa has, especially too considering Alex still has all 4 of his Pokemon, something he can definitely get away with at this point. Tailwind from Chuppa. Now he's going to be having the speed on his side this turn, but Woodhammer, that is going to be into the Heatran. And of course, Resisted Hit is going to be taking that hit so well.
Yeah, it takes that, and that's the difference. If that's Terra Fairy like everybody else, Heatran gets knocked out in that spot. So by proxy, or by virtue of being a grass type, I should say, it's going to stick around for one more turn. However, either a U-turn or Bleakwind Storm into that slot should be enough. So Alex has to be very careful into which target he would like to yawn. If you yawn the Rillaboom and it just U-turn switches out and KOs Heatran on this turn, then that's not an effective use of it. However, if you yawn the Tornadus and it wants to stay in going for Bleakwind Storm, it's more likely to stay asleep. So it's going to be important which target Alex goes for.
100%, and if we see any more switching out at this point, considering Chuppa does have the speed, and the Bleak Wind Storms, as long as they connect, can do so much. It won't be into the Heat Strand though, it's going to be staying safe. So it's going to be the Dondozo. No, not going to be taking any chance. So a chance to scope out what Chuppa is going for on this turn as well. That'll be a turn of Tailwind wasted.
Right, so that is the second turn, meaning there's only 2 more turns of Tailwind remaining, I think. And what Alex might be trying to posture for here is to get through the Tailwind and get to a spot where his own Salamence can set up Tailwind so it outspeeds the opposing Fluttermane and Tornadus, everything on the other side. So you can't protect forever, right? Only a 30% chance at a double protect. So this Heat Strand could be in trouble if he leaves it vulnerable to an attack.
100%, and now Alex has that information that Chuppa was targeting down with a powerful Wood Hammer into that Dondozo, and Chuppa opting to go for it again. Now from Alex, gonna be swapping out things around. Dondozo staying in for the moment. Salamence coming back in though. It's so low health, but the Intimidate down, that is going to be an attack drop onto the Rillaboom that could be significant later on. Bleak Wind Storm, that is a miss. The Salamence is not gonna be affected at all. That could have been a KO picked up on this turn, but no. Salamence is going to be sticking around. Woodhammer, though, into the Dondozo. Not quite enough to be picking it up after that Intimidate. That was huge.
Yeah, that Intimidate crucial to keep Dondozo around for one more turn to click this Yawn. So now Tornadus has been pinched by Alex. What do you do in this slot? Do you click Bleak Wind Storm to try to knock out my Pokemon? Hey, you might miss again, just like you missed the Salamence on this turn, and then you're put to sleep. Or do you taunt the Salamence to stop a potential Tailwind, meaning that your last turn of Tailwind will expire on this turn, and you'll be put to sleep afterwards, so you cannot respond, or at least on that first turn, you would not be able to respond by matching the speed tier. So Chuppa is in a really tough spot because Tornadus is fully healthy, but it's kind of the one Pokemon that you wouldn't mind taking some damage because of its Prankster ability. At the end of this turn, if he stays in, it will be put to sleep, and it'll be way less useful than his already low health Pokemon in Rillaboom and Fluttermane.
And the Tornadus just going to be swapping out, making sure that it won't be falling asleep as Fluttermane hops back in. And of course, with Owen expiring soon, be huge. Dondozo on the Protect. So the Rillaboom, if targeting into that, be doing nothing, and the Grassy Glide will be null and void. Now the Salamence free to act. It can go for an attack, or it can just be setting up, but Roost is going to be getting back half of its health at this point, and that is going to be significant going on forward in the match.
Yeah, that is a lot of HP recovery for the Salamence that was almost knocked out, and crucially, since it is quote-unquote grounded after using Roost, it does get the benefit of the grassy terrain to help it out even more there. So you have to wonder, how many Intimidates can this Rillaboom take before it is rendered irrelevant in this match? Even once Grassy Glide expires, you're not going to have the boost to your damage on that into this Dondozo. Every turn it's recovering up more and more with leftovers, but I feel like this could be a crucial terrestrialization turn for Chuppa in this spot if he wants to preserve it for later, like with the full health Tornadus to keep it bulky, or do you just try to get damage on the field right now?
What I'm worried about over on Alex's end is when we're looking at this Fluttermane, especially with that Terra Fairy that was locked in over on Chuppa's end, this is something that can deal damage and something that is also so naturally speedy. So sure, the Tailwind has expired, but being able to put on that pressure, very smart for the Salamence to be swapping out into the position as Heatran comes back out.
Yeah, Heatran is gonna be totally okay taking a grass attack, and if it is a Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam into that slot, you understand Heatran has long out survived its it's welcome in this game. So there's the Terra Fairy from Fluttermane, wants to just do as much damage as he can. Will it be enough?
Dondozo going for the double protect, but the 1 and 3, it's not for thee this time around. And now the Dazzling Gleam firing off into the Pokemon. The Dondozo's still going to be holding on thanks to all that recovery it got from the leftovers and the grassy terrain, though.
Did he go for the U-turn on Rillaboom or with a more strong Woodhammer? So it's a U-turn into Dondozo, bringing it just low enough so that it takes it out. And Chuppa gets the pivot into Tornadus as the rest of Alex's Pokemon will come out the next turn. So a perfect turn from Chuppa, saving his terrestrialization till late in the game. And you didn't need your booster energy anymore to try to win this game.
the Dondozo holding on through that Dazzling Gleam so nice, because had it gotten that double KO, we wouldn't have gotten to see that U-turn and the Tornadoes now coming out onto the field. So this is an opportunity. You can just set up that tailwind again. You're already so speedy, but making sure that regardless of how these Fluttermanes are trained, that you're always going to be outspeeding in this case. And the Intimidate from the Salamence, forced to come back out onto the field, not going to do much. And sure, the Salamence has more health than it previously did thanks to that ruse, but with going for that as opposed to something like a Tailwind that could have been helping your Fluttermane out here, it's still something that could get picked off by the Fluttermane over on Chuppa's end.
And the Tailwind is crucial here because Chuppa has Shadow Ball. He's not choice locked into a move. If he wanted to go for it, he could hit the Fluttermane super effectively, but he said, hey, might as well take Salamence out first.
Yeah, Salamence is gone, and now it's only Fluttermane that remains for Alex. Moonblast targeted into the Fluttermane, already down to less than half of its health. Not going to have to lock into anything else other than that. You want to make sure that you're locking into your most powerful move for the rest of the match, since it is that choice specs. But at this point in the match, you're facing down a Rillaboom that could be hitting these massive hits into you. You're on the wrong end of the win here. Looks like we're going to a game 2.
Yeah, that was really smart of Chuppa on that turn, understanding the Pokemon advantage he had, 3-2. You don't need to hit Shadow Ball on that turn into Fluttermane because you know eventually with Tailwind up your Rillaboom, resetting Grassy Terrain, remember it U-turned on the final turn of Grassy Terrain, so that means that Chuppa was able to reset this up to increase the base power of his grass attacks even more. You'll be moving faster on both of your Pokemon. Even if Bleakwind Storm doesn't do too much damage, a potential Wood Hammer should be enough to wrap it up against this Fluttermane.
100%. And I'm very curious with this match on that turn with the Roost where you got all of your health back. It seemed like it could have been such a significant amount of health to be getting back if you weren't staring down a Fluttermane on the other end that's going to just Dazzling Gleam you away like it's absolutely nothing. So I'm curious, had that been a Tailwind, had there been that opportunity then, if this could have been a little bit of a different outcome. But now moves firing off into the Fluttermane just for a little insult to injury. The speed drop with that Bleakwind Storm connect, and so low. Woodhammer's more than enough to get it done.
Alex was in the driver's seat for most of that game, but credit to Chuppa for, you know, persevering through all of those yawns. I think Alex might have clicked yawn like 4 or 5 separate times throughout the entirety of that game, if I'm remembering correctly. And he had only had one Pokemon fall asleep, which was the Urshifu. So it felt like, oh, Urshifu's down, it's asleep, it gets knocked out before it even gets a chance to wake up. How can Chuppa win this match? And it was through this Fluttermane that didn't even have access to its booster energy anymore. Just saving it for the late game so a Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam would be able to clean up the rest.
I think, too, looking at the beginning of the match, the fact that the Dondozo was taking hits quite well and being able to pin things up, it was only when that Dondozo finally swapped off the field and Salamence being brought in, allowing Chuppa free reign to finally start setting things up with his own team, being able to freely click a Tailwind, being able to freely start going for attacks, that things started to get really, really sticky for Alex. So being able to allow Chuppa to reposition to where he wanted, get out of that position, especially that pivotal turn where the Urshifu, sure, it was dealt with, it was gone, but it was KO'd, we had a swap, and Dondozo left. You lost all of that pressure with the yawns, and that's also where seeing any yawn Pokemon can be tough, because you need to be so spot on with everything, and if you allow your opponent that free swap, things get tough. But also, at some point, you have to be dealing damage.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sierra. I think it's a good point because for most of that match, it felt like it wasn't necessarily Alex was winning the game. He was just trying to not let Chuppa win, right? He was like, no, I'm going to put you to sleep. I'm going to try to deter your win conditions without establishing my own. And I think a lot of that was the lack of damage. Say the Magma Storm not doing as much as Alex would like, or even Dondozo hardly ever getting any attacks off besides the one heavy slam. So he does have other powerful Pokemon on his squad for Alex. There is the Urshifu Single Strike, one of the strongest Pokemon from a pure damage output in the metagame right now, and he does have a Focus Sash there. So it's not like you have to get worried about Fluttermane outspeeding and one-hit KOing it with a Dazzling Gleam, because the Focus Sash will at least give you the chance at potential 2 Sucker Punches into that slot, since you can't be knocked out from full HP.
Where it gets tricky with that, though, when you're relying on the 1 HP and seeing the amount of priority options over on Chuppa's end, considering that we did get to see two of them in that last match where things can get sticky. But I'm definitely curious with Alex going into this, where adjustments are going to be made. Starting things off, it'll still be that Dondozo to be putting on some pressure with those yawns. Swap up though, it'll be Tornadus and the Urshifu right away for Chuppa.
The lead still makes sense for Alex, as you can understand that this team is essentially built around Dondozo and Heatran, using the same strategy that he used to win NAIC. Click Magma Storm, fingers crossed it lands onto either of these Pokemon. You force them to stay on the field, and then you click Yawn to put them to sleep and just let the Magma Storm tick away there. But obviously, if that didn't work out in Game 1, I would anticipate that there might be an adjustment in the back from Alex in this Game 2. And if you're Chuppa, Tornadus or Shifu, kind of all you need at this point, this great core together, whichever target you want to go into with your Shifu should do some solid damage.
Yeah, the Heatran, sure, it can Terrasilize, but that is Terrasilization spent. And Dondozo, even when it does have the Commander boost when it's paired with the Tatsugiri, it doesn't necessarily take the hit the best. No Tailwind to start things off, Bleak Windstorm, we're going for damage, but instead close combat into the Salamence. That will be a resisted hit. And now a defense drop and a special defense drop over onto the Urshifu on Chuppa's end, and just a little bit of damage with that Rocky Helmet. Dondozo not on the offensive though, it is the Yawn set for a reason, and into the Tornadus, and having no Tailwind clicked on that last turn. Now Chuppa has to make that decision because the Salamence on the other side has that option of going for it.
Salamence's Rocky Helmet might have done as much damage as the close combat did from Urshifu, so that was after the Intimidate, obviously, and it's a resisted attack. But your Tornadus is in a really tough spot because if you try to stay in this turn, you'll be put to sleep. And Alex has access to Protect on his Dondozo, so you can try just Protect away from Bleak Windstorm or anything else Tornadus wants to go for, which would then lock it into being asleep next turn. So I think Chuppa understanding, crucially, it's so important to not risk the sleep turns every time, and you might want to just switch something else into that slot. Now you have two options for Alex to Yawn.
And as the Rillaboom hits the field, now we'll get that grassy terrain coming out, and the Rillaboom, a way to be pressuring the Dondozo over onto Alex's end of the field here. The double swap, the Urshifu not going to be sticking around either though. Instead, we're going to be seeing the fourth and final Pokemon coming out from Chuppa. It'll be that Fluttermane, the Pokemon in that first match could do so much.
But that turn is pretty passive from Chuppa, right? A double switch that allows Alex the free reign to go for whatever he wants without being punished.
And a more passive turn, a perfect opportunity for the Tailwind and Heavy Slam into the Fluttermane. We got to see it survive the KO the first time around. Of course, it's trained for that. It'll take it that time too. But that is a lot of damage, at least with the Tailwind. The Rillaboom coming out is a way to maybe pressure Grassy Glide, the priority moves into the Dondozo. But the Salamence now can output a lot of pressure onto that Rillaboom.
Alex Gomez taking advantage of his opponent's passive tendencies. He was anticipating a switch and maybe a Yawn into either slot, so you go for the Heavy Slam on the Fluttermane switch. An excellent call from Alex, because now Fluttermane is so low that at a point that Rillaboom can only fake out one of these two slots, and you'd either the Heavy Slam, or if the Salamence stayed in, he could have went for an Air Slash into Fluttermane, would be threatening it. But Alex deciding that he wants to preserve that Intimidate for later.
And Heatran coming out, this is so nice, especially to, yes, you have the option of a defensive Terra, but why not use that for the Dondozo instead? It can be pressured by this Rillaboom, and going into that Poison-type Terastallization can make sure that it's not going to be taking that hit off. Instead, it'll be the Fake Out though, but now Chuppa knows on the next turn that the Dondozo won't be taken care of easily, but no Moonblast, Shadow Ball instead into the Heatran. Of course, it'll take that hit so much better, but the Heatran still, it isn't the Assault Vest. We got the Citrus Berry here.
That's a risky play by Chuppa. He was willing to let his Fluttermane go down in this match if Alex played that turn differently and, you know, went for a potential Air Slash, like didn't switch out on that turn, because he set up the Tailwind the turn prior. You know Salamence would have outsped. So credit to Chuppa for taking a risk and calling his opponent's switch. Now you have Heatran on the field, and as we saw, the Shadow Ball is not enough to two-hit KO Heatran here. So now both of these two Pokemon on Alex's end, the Heatran and the Terra Poison Dondozo, are not necessarily as threatened by the Fluttermane's damage output.
100%. And at this point, too, you can start to play things a little bit more passively on Choppa's end to try and be waiting out the tailwind that Alex has, especially, too, since it's a manual set of the tailwind. It's not going to be that Frankster priority, so you would have that advantage later on in the match. Heatran, that'll be the flash cannon into Flutter Mane, but the protect so wisely this time around is not going to be a Flutter Mane KO this time. And now U-turn into that Dondozo. Since you can't threaten big damage with something like a Wood Hammer or Grassy Glide thanks to the Terastallization, you might as well start swapping it as something that can be pressuring.
And it's a tough call for Choppa because you can try to go into Urshifu since Heatran can no longer Terastallize out of that fire or out of that water weakness. However, you know there's a Salamence sitting in the back that's willing to intimidate you, and there are still turns of Tailwind left on Alex's side of the field. So if you want to go for an Aqua Jet to make sure you outspeed, there is the chance that since you're intimidated, you're not going to be doing enough damage if Salamence switches in. So Choppa understanding that the best play is Urshifu, but hey, Alex saying you'll only get one chance before you go to sleep.
That Urshifu, it's a sleepy one out there. It slept during the first game until its demise, and now in the second. That swap that could have been putting that pressure on at this point in the match, now that's going to be a huge decision. And especially, too, since there is the potential outspeed, you don't want to be maybe missing this KO. That could be huge, and all of a sudden your Urshifu sleeping, because I would assume at this point in the match, that Urshifu is going to be KO'd before it ever gets to wake up.
And both of Alex's Pokemon have access to Protect on this turn. So if Choppa goes all in and say, oh, I totally forgot it's Urshifu, you can't Protect in front of it. You can Protect the Flutter Mane Moonblast. So you have at least that going for you. If you're Heatran, that the double target is not going to work if you Protect. But obviously the Surging Strikes does not care about a Salamence switch in because the Intimidate would be negated by a critical hit. Dondozo now no longer being a water type definitely warps how this matchup would work because it's not going to resist Surging Strikes.
And that's the thing in this Urshifu, especially too, since it has the Mystic Water. It is this water terastallization. This is an Urshifu that is built for damage, and you're going to make sure you can get as much damage output as you can if you're going to be going distance next turn. You need to make sure this terastallization and keeping this Urshifu in is worth it.
Alex with the head nod as the terastallization animation came up saying, this is the big turn.
Magma Storm, though, into that Rillaboom. That is super effective. This is so much damage, and Rillaboom now up into play. Though maybe that's where it wants to be this time around, but now we get to see that Surging Strikes. This Dondozo, though, is built like a truck. These are critical hits coming through, and that is just bringing it down to about a third of its health. It can be pressured in by the next turn, but that Rillaboom, it's not going to be doing much, and now it's also drowsy.
Choppa goes for broke on the Urshifu, terastallizing as well, trying to do as much damage as he can, but it's just not enough. Nowhere near enough. No commander boost necessary to tank that Surging Strikes, and Choppa's really going to feel the negative effects of being so aggressive on that turn, as both his Rillaboom is going to be in a tough spot and his Urshifu's been put to sleep. So I respect him going for the play there. However, now what do you do with your Urshifu?
Nothing. Let it sit and sleep. That's basically about it. And of course, looking over on Choppa's end, there is the U-turn to try and get out of this, but both of the Pokemon at Alex's end do have Protect. So there is just the double Protect to lock it into play, put it to sleep. It does mean that the Urshifu will be taking a turn of sleep at that point, which does then get you into rough waters if it does start to wake up a little bit early after maybe that one mandatory turn of sleep. So even if you want to pressure it to take it out now, it then means you could be susceptible to that Rillaboom being able to hit that U-turn and swap out.
That's a good point, because by securing that Rillaboom gets put to sleep this turn, if you double Protect, you are then enabling the chance that Urshifu can wake up on the following turn. So let's see what Alex's plan is here.
No Protect. It will be Salamence coming out instead. Of course, if the Rillaboom does get a successful swap out, that Intimidate drop is not going to matter, as Urshifu, that is the first turn of sleep, so it can wake up from any point here on out. Magma Storm is just going to start dealing that damage and trap it into play. So even when it wakes up, or even if you wanted to get that swap sooner rather than later, it'll do nothing. But no Protects means a U-turn can hit into the Salamence, and the Rocky Helmet recoil not enough for the self-KO.
but it does give Chuppa a switch into Fluttermane. There is no Tailwind on Alex's end, so now both the Urshifu and Fluttermane will be faster than Alex's Pokemon. Has taken that first mandatory turn of sleep, so now if you can keep your fingers crossed for Chuppa, he can wake out and go for a Surging Strikes into the Heatran, who can no longer Terastallize out of that typing. The Magma Storm is really tough though, because even though he is a water type, excuse me, it's resisted, but all of that helps out to the point that if you bring it down to say under half HP, an Air Slash would be able to clean it up.
If the Urshifu can wake up on this turn, it'd be absolutely massive, as the Fluttermane can target into the Salamence and the Urshifu can take care of the Heatran. But if it stays asleep, this Fluttermane is at risk at attacking. Maybe you can get rid of something like the Salamence, but that Heatran then can fire off a Flash Cannon and make sure that Fluttermane is dealt with. So it's definitely tricky. And over on Alex's end, I mean, you have that free potential hit into the Fluttermane. The Salamence, I'm curious what he's going to do with that slot, because you don't want that to go down for free, and the Terastallization's already been spent on the Dondozo.
And remember, Dondozo's already at roughly half HP, so it's not like it's that healthy that it can come switch in and take a couple Surging Strikes or a Moonblast or anything. Like, yes, it is a Terra Poison type, but it's already very, very in a precarious position.
Well, Moonblast into that, definitely less of a precarious situation than that Salamence would have been. And Urshifu, that is the wake up. Surging Strikes now into that Heatran. These are the super effective hits that you want to see. Heatran is going to go down regardless of any Citrus Berry recovery. That would have to be the tastiest berry of your life. Surging Strikes is done, and that means the Fluttermane will stay safe during this turn.
Yeah, one berry for the road on my way out. Citrus Berry.
The final snack.
Yeah, it does not help whatsoever. And this is Sierra, what we've been talking about through these two games. There's stopping your opponent from winning and actually winning the game. And Alex has been trying to stop his opponent with Yawns and on Magma Storms and all these different strategies, where Chuppa banking on the chance of waking up, knocking it out there. And this Dondozo is in such a low hit point total that you can either opt for a Shadow Ball into that slot or a Surging Strikes towards that direction would be enough to knock it out.
At this point now, looking at the fact that this Heatran that could have been dealing with things well is taken out, the Dondozo, the one that's supposed to disrupt, is looking frailer and frailer by the moment. Chuppa is slowly but surely whittling away at the resources that Alex has in this match. And the fact that Chuppa won the first one for Alex, he needs to find a way to bring this back.
So it's the Rillaboom here, giving Fluttermane in the back, getting to a point that if you sacrifice Rillaboom, you can try to get Tornadus on the field to set up Trailwind to ensure that your Pokemon will be faster than the opposing Fluttermane.
And Urshifu staying safe during that Moonblast, targeting into that Rillaboom, and the Rillaboom also already so low. Now you have this opportunity to bring something in. The Yawn, of course, nothing happening this time around.
And it's always a tough scene when Urshifu clicks Detect or Protect. He's just like, oh, that would be nice if I was also allowed to do that against you. But of course, with Unseen Fists, you're not able to. So Chuppa keeping himself safe from that Yawn, not afflicted by it. There is the Tornadus that you can bring into Tailwind. Having a Tailwind boost to give Urshifu, making it the fastest Pokemon, going for an Surging Strike, into this full health Fluttermane would do a lot of damage.
And such great positioning. Not every Pokemon has to be around to be providing valuable insight into that battle. So that Rillaboom just being that sacrifice to now be putting on pressure and being able to set up that tail when you don't have to be seeing how the Fluttermanes are trained later on, especially since the Fluttermane over on Alex's end is at full health at this point. You do want to make sure, though, there is these 3 Pokemon. You want to make sure you're targeting smart.
Yeah, and it is a choice specs, right, on Alex's end, so you know you don't have to worry about Protect or anything from your Fluttermane when you switch in later from Chuppa's perspective. So Alex deciding I need to preserve this Dondozo as much as I can, and Salamence might get in trouble for it.
And of course, the Intimidate won't matter for the Surging Strikes that are coming out with the help of the speed of the Tailwind that Tornadus is setting, making sure that the Surging Strikes can be acting before the Fluttermane over on Alex's end. Not targeted into the Rocky Helmet, though. That'll be the Fluttermane, and that should be the match as the players is bumped. Chuppa should be taking this into 2-0.
Doesn't even need the third hit of Surging Strikes to get that. So that's like a 2-hit, 1-hit KO. Doesn't even get to the third spot where we love when Urshifu goes from 100 to 0 on Surging Strikes. But with just the Salamence and Dondozo left, Alex just does not have the damage output. You saw him do the fist bump over to Chuppa. Tailwind up as well. You know a Surging Strikes will be enough to take down Dondozo.
And of course, with the battle, Ian Cancel blocking it in. Chuppa Cross to win our 10th round of Swiss here at the Latin American International Championships. Just coming off of a recent regional win. He's got the PC win. He's got the MSS win. Why not keep going on this streak to just try and add international win to that list? This seems nice.
Yeah, I like Chuppa's progress throughout the last couple of weeks. He's like, okay, let me win in Toronto, and then New Jersey, then New York, then Connecticut, and then Sao Paulo. Might as well pick up a couple victories in Latin America.
100%, and what a great match as well. I love Alex's team, and it can definitely be so disruptive to the opponent sitting across from him. We got to see that over and over with the yawns coming out and that trapping with that Magma Storm. Make sure that Pokemon, once they were inflicted with yawn, would be falling asleep. But Chuppa, great way to be playing around that. Different tools like U-turn to get out of sticky situation and willingly sacrificing some Pokemon to make sure that he could always have the board state that would be advantageous to his own end.
And Chuppa willing to, now he did have the benefit of winning game 1, so he can take the risk, but going for broke. Going for his Urshifu, waking up the first turn that it was able to is what won him this game. If you don't wake up from sleep on that turn, could be a different world.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, too, you just have to go for the odds. Maybe it's not the greatest on that first turn, but you can't let that Fluttermane go down for free. The fact that the Urshifu woke up, fantastic. I'd like to still imagine a world that Fluttermane goes down there. You just play that same game again as you set up Tailwind. Hey, if it wakes up now, we should be okay. But having the first turn wake up is always nice. That just the little bow on top of that victory.
Absolutely. Definitely feels good. And of course, Chuppa is feeling great right now, taking down an international champion. Just the tear he's been on over the last few weeks. He's very confident with this Hirofumi core, or whatever you want to call it, this group of 6 that him and both Simone winning a regional with. They've used this team of 6 to great success recently.
And Chuppa, coming into this, said that comfort was something that he was going to be looking towards. And of course, when you know a team inside and out, a team that has barely changed, it is one Pokemon on the team with a couple of little tweaks. Of course, you have to be feeling so comfortable with this team. I feel like the results have been speaking for themselves. I'll have to see if comfort can be taking it all the way to the finals.
And we actually didn't even see the one change, which was the Tianpao, right? It wasn't even brought in that match. So yeah, fingers crossed if we can get, hopefully we can get Chuppa on stream later on today. Maybe see what that Life Orb is up to.
Of course, the Tianpao will put that aside and said, we want to be heading over to the main stage for a chance to talk to Chuppa himself.
Thank you so much, Sierra and Joe. I'm here with Chuppa, your winner of round number 10 of Swiss. First of all, congratulations. That was a 2-0 that looked very commanding from your position. Did you feel confident going into this matchup?
I wasn't sure. It was, in a lot of ways, very similar to the match I lost to Alex in top 8 of the North American International Championships. Very similar, me trying to smash this Tailwind, offensive stuff into his Yawn, trapping move combo, and I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do it, but I guess my Pokemon were able to pull through.
Which is impressive because this is a team that not only won 2 regional championships, one which you were a part of, but it has had a huge target on its back since then. So did you feel like Alex came prepared with a game plan, and have you been worried about people finding a counter for your team?
A little bit. When I saw that particular Dondozo set with Oblivious to block stuff like Taunt, I was definitely kind of concerned about it, but then I realized, strong grass-type attackers like Rillaboom, I could try and... Alex had a lot of Pokemon that won to Terra at the same time, and that was something I was able to take advantage of.
I think we saw that especially in game number 2, where you had the Dondozo kind of pinned in a position where you would have liked when it went for the Poison Terra, and you were able to take great advantage of that. But your Urshifu went to sleep. Were you worried about it getting knocked out? You ended up committing the Terra 2 right before it went to sleep.
Yeah, when I was going for that Terra and I realized that his Heatran was attacking that turn instead of switching, I realized, like, oh, I'm really going to need to wake up quickly if I want to deal with this Heatran, because I'm not running, like, high horsepower Rillaboom. The rest of my team is not so great at removing Heatran, but Urshifu pulled through with that turn 1 wake, got rid of Heatran, did the job.
It is kind of nice when that happens, right? Well, looking forward, you're sitting at a record of 9-1 right now, and I know your sights are set on the prize. You have been on such a tear recently with the PC win, the MSS win. Now you got a regional win under your belt too. Can you do it? IC win?
We're going for 5 in a row.
It's going to be amazing to see that happen. One more thing I wanted to ask you about your team is you did make a small adjustment on the team from Toronto to this particular tournament, and that was the item and also the Terra type choice on your Champ Pao. So what was the reasoning behind that for your team?
So I'm a little sad I didn't get to showcase it on stream because I do love this new Life Orb Pao set. I just didn't find Focus Sash activating very much, so I figured why not go for a little bit of extra power. Shen Pao with Life Orb really is one of the strongest attackers in the format. Still has that great synergy with Urshifu. Terra Poison's another great way to make sure that you're not getting knocked out in one hit by strong attackers like Fluttermane. So Shen Pao has been a really great mon to change up a little bit.
It feels like Terra Poison has definitely taken over the meta a little bit, and I'm curious to know your thoughts about a good way that, or kind of where you see that going in terms of defensive Terra type.
Yeah, I mean, I know everybody's in love with Terra Dragon right now, and it's really good, but at the same time, I think people are catching on to Terra Dragon a little bit. The Life Orb Shen Pao is honestly one of my additional ways to punish that Terra Dragon, because I know everybody's using it. I want to hit those Dragon types with a Life Orb Bicycle Crash. Please feed them to me. But yeah, Terra Poison's another really great alternative, still giving you resistances to important stuff like Grass type.
Well, hopefully maybe you do get into some matches that do have those Terra Dragons. And we're looking ahead, we just want to make sure that you are going to get ready for your next match. So I want to give you a final chance to give some shout outs and just people that are supporting you.
Yeah, shout outs mostly to Simone. Sad you couldn't be here, but we're going to do it for the Bleakwind gang.
I love it. Good luck to you and the rest of your matches. Hopefully you're able to get those wins under your belt. And casters, back to you.
What a great way to be starting off our day 2 at LAIC. Getting to see a recent regional champion just take a fantastic game versus a very, very accomplished player, a former international champion. It's been good. It was good.
And you and I specifically got to talk to Chuppa about his team, and it's like, oh, you're using what somebody else just used to win a regional, and then you just won with this regional, with this team of 6, I should say. And he's like, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, why do I have to switch it up? Just because people are prepared for it doesn't mean it's not still a strong archetype.
Started with being Sammy's team, but at this point, I mean, Chuppa's making a case on why maybe it should be a little renamed there, but fantastically played. Definitely one of the teams to be looking out for going on forward into the event. It's just so strong, capable of anything that throws its way. I feel like sometimes Tailwind can be very susceptible to just playing through the Tailwind, but showing that there's a lot more than just these Tailwind modes, and you always have that as a gotcha as soon as the moment arises.
And I'd love to see, best of luck to Alex throughout the rest of his games here throughout the rest of the day, I should say. But I'd love to see how his team interacts against some other strategies, like against maybe some more off-the-wall things like, say, Reggie Drago, or how does it work against a Specs Golden Go team, right? I'd love to see, kind of how Alex has navigated him spots in the stage in day 2.
And of course, while we're waiting for more Swiss happening here on day 2 at LAIC, a couple of things that you can start getting information on going on forward, including an art contest.
Apparently.
Yeah, you drew some wonderful art yesterday.
Yeah, I am not eligible, as we have learned. I'm not eligible for this competition. But you at home very well could be having your illustrations used in this contest. It's a fantastic idea, cementing yourself in the history of Pokemon TCG, one stroke of the paintbrush at a time.
100%. And you are talented anyway, which we got to see in a lot of the tweets sent forward our way. You want to make sure you can get in on this while you can. This, especially as a Pokemon fan, I feel like one of the most crowning accomplishments you can get. Your art on a card.
No, absolutely. That's something you can hold for the rest of your life, that you were able to accomplish that. You can go, all your friends will be so jealous. That's how I think about it.
100%. I'd frame that. I would have 100 copies of the one card and frame it. And of course, maybe if you're talented, but you don't quite have the art on a Pokemon card, maybe quite yet, we would still love to see your art. You can use that hashtag Pokemon LAIC to show us the art that you are making. We got to see quite a few different pieces yesterday. They looked fantastic, so I would like to see more, please.
Oh, definitely. We have so many talented members in this community, and a lot of times for good reason, we focus on the competitive ability of our player base because that's what we're here to showcase, but there's so many other things that the VGC community is great at, and Pokemon at large with art and, you know, creative content in general being one of those leading things that we're great at.
And we got a couple of tweets, so let's see what these are. If these are art or something else, not quite art on this one. Cheering on James Beck, though. So cool to see James W. Beck winning his winning in with the Tumbleweed. I thought Brambleghast was long gone. I thought it was a two-trick wonder because we got to see the run at Worlds, and then we got to see Brambleghast kind of have its regional moment, then disappeared. But hey, it's back, and there's quite a few players that are actually running it, doing quite well. Yeah, you thought Brambleghast would be a relic of the past, but instead it was still very meta viable because when Brambleghast usage went down, that was because Tornadus or Shifu usage was down. Remember, there was a couple of tournaments that was at the Torn or Shifu core was only at like 30% usage. Now when it spikes up even higher again, it's like Brambleghast saying, yes, I am perfectly fit for this meta. That's how it is with some of those Pokemon sometimes. Right when you think they disappear, bam! Kind of like Amoonguss, but I'm still waiting for that bam part, honestly, because I keep seeing it, but it's never actually been like, wait a second. But no, we have a couple of more tweets as well. This one, the Penny, oh my goodness. This Penny cosplay is absolutely amazing. I saw her walking around the venue yesterday. So well done. And if anybody has seen that super cute Penny Eevee backpack that they have for sale, she had that as well. So committed to the entire thing. This is an awesome cosplay, Sierra. I know you were an absolutely massive fan of Penny, so it must have been a dream come true when you saw this in the menu yesterday. 100%. Such a well-written character, only the greatest of lines. So fantastic. But no, this cosplay is definitely top tier. There's a couple of cosplayers walking around. There were, yeah. Yeah, Misty as well. So nice. So I got the opportunity to talk to her. So really, really amazing. So if you're cosplaying, we'd love to be able to see that as well. And we got a Marty cosplay. Fantastic. We even got the Mimikyu in there just for that extra flair. That is a huge Mimikyu plushie. There you go, Kat, getting the cosplay, celebrating your Marty cosplay as we're all celebrating our love of Pokemon in various ways here at LAIC, whether it be VGC, the trading card game, or Pokemon Go. So thank you for your support at home. That is quite the large Mimikyu. I would actually, just go down to the ground, see what's there. But we all know the rumors about if you look under the Mimikyu's disguise, what happens to you? You die. So don't do that. Spoilers. Don't do that. Don't do that. Leave Mimikyu alone in the wild as it is. We don't. The Pokemon world's scary, okay? we don't go for that. But no, thank you so much for those tweets. Those cosplays are amazing, and of course, Pokemon LAIC, using that hashtag, we might be able to feature your tweet some point during the broadcast. Yeah, or you can get your art showcased against your will also. That's also a possibility. Yeah, or if you're just tuning in from around the world, this is an international competition. We want to know who you're cheering for. We want to see the pictures of the pets that are watching the broadcast with you. Yes, as many pets as possible. All of them. We want to know their names. We want to know their likes. We want to know their dislikes. Like, we want to know everything about your pets, all right? Have you ever seen, like, if you have a dog and then there's a dog on TV and they're just like they just instinctively know that? Have you? Do they do that with Arcanine? That's a good question. Do you have cats? Do your cats freak out when Incineroar's on stream? Not Incineroar, but that's because they watch Wolf Blick videos, and we know how Incineroar is for that. No, they do love watching Pokemon videos, though, just because there's the Pokemon. Yeah, they don't know what's happening. Maybe they do, but they're just having a good time, you know? Well, yeah, it's like those fish that like invest in the stock market by depending on what part of the bowl they're in. Your cats, who knows, they could become pretty good VGC trainers. Yeah, the one is named after a VGC, well, not VGC, but a Pokemon champion as well, Leon. So I'm just saying, was born for it. Born for this role, born for greatness. Does your cat, Leon, have as bad of a sense of direction as the champion, Leon? Oh, he dumb. Yes. I love him, though. He's very, very cute. But no, back to the reaction that we got. I'm so excited at this point because realistically, every match today counts for so much. Yes, we're so early on with our Swiss rounds of day 2, but this is the race to make it into that top 8 bracket.
Poor Leon catching strays. I'm sorry. I'm still just not, I'm not over that. But yes, for sure. We are in round 11. So technically, even if Marco won his last round, he still would not be inherently qualified for the day 2 coverage. You have to get, or excuse me, the top 8 of day 2. You have to get that 12th victory. So nobody is feeling secure as of yet.
And that's the thing. You can never feel too secure. Even if you were that 9-0 on that day 1 of Swiss, Ambulous day 2 can actually really send you down as everybody is working their way up, because you want to make sure that you not only have that amount of rounds, but sometimes it does come down to that resistance. You want to put yourself in the best position possible. The international championships, that's not a top 8 you want to miss out on.
And day 2 is one of those, it's one of those interesting scenarios because day 2 at an event, your resistance doesn't carry over, so your record from day 1 carries over, but it's not like whoever you played in round 2 is going to affect if you make it to round 15, which would be the top 8 spot there. It's only the people you play today, which you know, these are the 35 best trainers in the Masters Division right now, currently with how this weekend has shaped up. So you know that you're going to be facing, you know, even if you go 5-0 or if you go 1-4 today, you're going to be facing top caliber opponents.
It never gets easy. There is no free ride on day 2 competition. Sometimes you hear players talk about a fraudulent schedule on day 1. They get some really easy matchups. They feel they're going up against individuals with teams that their team can stomp through. But once you get into day 2, maybe yes, you can get those more favorable matchups going to your way sometimes, but people have answers. People prep overnight. All of a sudden, if you're prepping for, hey, there's only a field of 34 other competitors in day 2. If there's anything you're not feeling great about, you do have moments to kind of sit and prep and try and have a game plan. And that is something to be really watching out for.
Yeah, even just to regain your composure, right? After a long, grueling 9 rounds of Swiss, getting to be able to go out to dinner with friends and just get your mind off of Pokemon can help really, you know, reset your drive and like get you ready in the morning. Of course, there's some wonderful coffee that you can also have here in Brazil, as we have learned. Fun fact that Brazil produces 1/3 of all of the coffee on the planet. So if you're tired, just drink some coffee.
There you go, but I cannot wait to get into this next match, especially too, we have had trainers that have traveled far to be getting here, but also some great local talent to be showcasing, really making a rise through their competition. So it'll be a great one.
Yeah, definitely. I think we talked about at the beginning of the day there were 9 North American trainers, and there are obviously a lot of Europeans as well, but that means that there's quite a mix of Latin American talent that is still here and, you know, eligible and vying for that title of LAIC champion, trying to be the first Latin American player to win an IC, and it looks like their odds are pretty solid right now.
A couple of notable pairings heading into our next round of Swiss. We are going to be streaming Dylan Salvanera up against Hugo Nascimento. So this should be really, really fun. And of course now at that 9-1, Chupa is going to be facing off against Thiago Latanzi, who we got to see yesterday with that Terra Ice Reggie Alecki. Of course, Riley Fakshira, our first NA regional champion over in NA to start the season off right in Pittsburgh, going up against Daniel Hazara in this next round.
And that should be a really fun challenge for Riley, as Daniel has a Armor Rouge Ursaluna team that he has to try to deal with.
Yeah, there's always one of them that makes their way through, that is for sure. But that is going to be for a different match, a different timeline. It's time to start focusing on these 2 trainers we have ahead of us.
Yeah, so Dylan Salvanera is the North American trainer trying to invade here at LAIC and taking a victory away from the Brazilian in Hugo. We think Hugo was one of our players, our showcase players at the beginning of the day, has a lot of talent, a huge, let's say, you know, prospect in the VGC world that this could be his breakout weekend where he becomes the mainstay name in the scene, just like Marco and Edu and a lot of the other great talented VGC players.
Of course, we touched on the fact that at these international championships, there is so many championship points, and Hugo is the first Brazilian to qualify for Worlds, well, actually just even in general, just to qualify for Worlds Day 2 from Day 1 Swiss. So this is super exciting. And of course, on the other end, Dylan Salvanera looking at NA. Sure, no Worlds invite yet, but there is a huge race over there, and he is a significant chunk of the way there, 300 championship points, and has been grinding through these events, especially too with this team that has remained largely untouched. It has been something that he has been improving on, getting more comfortable with, and we already got to see how comfort works and how insanely incredible that could be with Chuppa's round last time.
Yeah, I always like to call that group like Fire, Water, Grass, Torn, good stuff, because it's just kind of how it operates. You have a great Fire, Water, Grass core, and then let's just throw a Landers and Golden Go on the squad, because why not? Where you see on Hugo's end, there is the Iron Bundle. I don't think we've actually seen too much Iron Bundle this weekend, so check that off of Lou's list on the caster predictions. One of the fastest Pokemon in the format because of the booster energy, boosting its speed, and you have really fast Icy Winds. As long as its inaccurate moves connect, Iron Bundle can be a menace.
And with the water type going over to that Iron Bundle, the Urshifu that we see over on Hugo's team will be that single strike variant. So it can deal some massive dark type attacks with that Wicked Blow. But now time to be getting in the first game of this match. Right away, a way to be putting on some pressure with some speed and some offense. That's Tornadus and Ogerpon Hearthflame on the field. And on the other end, a classic, I feel, a staple, the Rillaboom and Urshifu.
And Hugo's Rillaboom actually kind of helping out Dylan's Ogerpon, as he has set up the grassy terrain that would potentially give Dylan's Ogerpon more damage and priority from the grassy glide. So something he's going to have to worry about. Fortunately, Urshifu's single strike is not weak to the Ogerpon, so it wouldn't probably be enough for a one-hit KO. But since Ogerpon is typically faster than the Urshifus are, and since this Urshifu is not a Choice Scarf, it's Focus Sash, Hugo has to be very careful with how he plays his Urshifu in this matchup.
100%. It could be absolutely massive. And the Urshifu, that is going to be Terrestrialization to kick things off here into that Terra Dark. This isn't defensive as much as it is pure offense coming out, though you do get rid of the fighting or anything else. Fake out into the one spot. That is so much damage coming out from the Bleak Wind Storm, but the Terrestrialization from the Urshifu, it'll take it better. Wicked Blow, though, that will be into the Ogerpon that was flinched. That is enough for the KO.
Ogerpon's down. Dylan does not have one of his strongest attackers for the rest of this game one. So kind of not giving enough credence to the fake out potential double target onto that side for Ogerpon. And the Terra Dark, yes, it's not Black Glasses or Dread Plate as some people like to use. There's no Swords Dance to boost it even more, but Terra Dark Wicked Blows are so strong in this meta because there's not a lot of dark resist. And now with a Landers on the other end that has a, sure it has the Intimidate, you at least have access to Sucker Punches that will move faster than a Choice Scarf or a Tailwind boosted Pokemon can.
Sure, this might not be the more popular Urshifu out of the two, but there is definitely utility for it, and staring down a powerful Sucker Punch with that Terrestrialization boost is nothing that you want to be staring down, especially too since there is the potential of the double priority. Not this time around though. Swapping out the Rillaboom, Iron Hand's going to be hitting the field. You have the fake out pressure for the next turn as well, not going to be targeted down into the slot. Detect from the Urshifu though, not looking or wanting to take any damage here.
Oh, and that's going to keep the Landers on the field. It's also locked in to the U-turn now thanks to its Choice Scarf item, so that does help Hugo understand that next turn Landers has to select U-turn. Oh, that kind of hurts the Bleak Wind Storm missing on Iron Hands. It wouldn't have done a lot since it's a neutral hit, and Iron Hands is really bulky, but every little bit helps here. And now that Iron Hands is on the field, it's going to do the same job that Rillaboom did. I can fake out Wicked Blow into whichever slot I want and try to get a lot of damage. It looks like Bleak Wind Storm that first time around did just under 50% to Urshifu, so since it's not a fighting type anymore, can it endure another Bleak Wind Storm and just knock something out with fake out Wicked Blow?
It did deal a significant amount of damage. It has been recovery from the grassy terrain that's helped buff it up. So I'd be really intrigued to see just about how much it does, or if it's just going to be a missed KO thanks to that recovery that it's been gaining over terms. It's not going to be something we find out this time around, though. It is going to be swapping out an Iron Bundle, will be making its way to the match.
That is a Pokemon that, as an Ice type, is definitely feeling solid into both of Dylan's genies on the field right now.
And that'll be the Quark Drive into the speed, of course. We get to see so many Iron Bundles in that form, and U-turned into it. Now a chance for a pivot from Dylan's end.
And now that Iron Bundle is on the field, you can see that the only option left for Dylan is his Rillaboom. Hugo, with this Iron Bundle, has access to Icy Wind and Freeze Dry. You can try to do the Icy Wind if you want to hit both ends. Oh, never mind. It's going to get fully knocked out. That took that way less than I thought it would.
These Bleak Wind Storms have been hitting, and this storm has been hitting hard. Iron Bundle swapping in just to get KO'd, and Wild Charge into the Tornado. So much damage, but Focus Sash, that is going to be so much recoil dealt back to the Iron Hands, though, slowly chirping away.
We've seen so much Rocky Helmet Tornadus this weekend that we kind of forgot about the base set of Focus Sash, and now it makes sense why Bleak Wind Storm did so much damage, because if you have Focus Sash Tornadus, you have the security to invest fully into your speed and your special attack. So this is different than those bulky Rocky Helmet sets that hardly have any special attack investment. Now Rillaboom is really low HP. You can have your fake out into the 1 HP Tornadus, but what's important is that whenever, or if Urshifu can come back on the field with a knocked out Tornadus, so it cannot click Tailwind, it could potentially be able to help this Urshifu try to sweep the rest of this game.
On the 1 HP, getting hit by the fake out, that's not something you want to be doing. So very wise protect coming out there. And Rillaboom is going to be swapping out into the Landorus, and a chance to intimidate both of the Pokemon over onto the opposing end. So if the Rillaboom did decide to forego a fake out and decide to start going on the offensive, well, then it could be getting things done that way. Iron Hands, that is also going to be pivoting though.
Now, crucially, though, Urshifu did not get intimidated since Landorus swapped in first. That Intimidate was wasted on the Iron Hands, and there's no Bleak Wind Storm on this turn. So Urshifu gets on the field for free, as his fake out doesn't really do anything.
Though the Protect, that is going to be called, so instead just a little bit of chip damage on to the Landorus. Could have been an opportunity to be setting up. It's something you still have to be worried about, is there is still this chance of priority coming out from the Rillaboom from a Grassy Glide to try and shut it down.
So Urshifu is not intimidated. Landorus is Choice Scarfed as well. You have grassy terrain on the field right now, meaning Rillaboom has access to a priority Grassy Glide. You see Dylan hovering his Terra flying there to change its typing, making it into a mono flying type. Does a double Sucker Punch Grassy Glide knock out Landorus from this high of an HP? Because you know Tornadus is forced to click Tailwind this turn. There's only one potential attacker on Dylan's end, which is the Landorus.
At this point, it will be the Sucker Punch, Terra Dark, to go into the Landorus. The priority attack, since Landorus was readying up an attack, and now to see the Grassy Glide, it will be picking up the KO.
That's huge for Hugo, because Landorus goes down. One of the best threats left on that side. Of course, if you Terrasilize into a flying type, you then could have went for maybe Terra Blast or something, or even just locked into the U-turn to switch out to have an Intimidate for later. But the double target from Sucker Punch Grassy Glide in a turn that you knew Tornadus had no offensive value could prove critical for Hugo.
At this point now, we have the speed over on Dylan's end. We'll have to see if these last two Pokemon are enough to try and make their way through the remainder of Hugo's team. Notably, if you can try and get the Tornadus past this Grassy Glide, this grassy terrain.
It is a full health Rillaboom on Dylan's end, so there is definitely some benefit there. And you look at its you know, it does have access to the fake out on this turn since it did just switch. So Tornadus is actually the one on the back foot trying to protect itself.
Yeah, and that'll be a detect over on the Urshifu on the other end as well, as readying up and attack the Grassy Glide, of course, hitting that slot. You're down on 1 HP. If you can get that dealt with, you can be so good. And Woodhammer, that was the attempt to try and deal with one of the threats over on Hugo's end. and it won't be able to do anything this time around. Now the Protect has been spent. You can go for the double, but that's a 1 in 3rd, and it kind of looks like with this grassy terrain feels like it's gonna be around forever.
Right, so as long as grassy terrain is on the field, Hugo has the access to a priority grassy glide. Urshifu single strike is still naturally faster than both of the Rillaboom, so if they all go for priority moves, they essentially play in the same speed tier, and the Sucker Punch would move before those grassy glides. So Dylan's Tornadus is in a really tough spot where it might not ever get any attack off with the grassy terrain up because Rillaboom can just go for a grassy glide.
Urshifu swapping out though into the Iron Hands, so that will be no Sucker Punch coming out, but we will get that double protect. The 1 in 3, an attempt at prolonging the Tornadus and any out into the field. So grassy glide yet again, nothing done. Now we'll get to see the Rillaboom over on Dylan's end yet again. A Wood Hammer into the Iron Hands though, not enough to be picking up the KO.
And every little bit that the Wood Hammer is chipping away is going to do more, recoil damage as well, getting Rillaboom lower and lower to maybe a not full health Rillaboom. Can't take a Terra Dark Sucker Punch compared to if it was at full HP. So it's definitely really tough. Every hit point is crucial for this Rillaboom because it is essentially Dylan's only remaining attacker because Grassy Glide is always threatening Tornadus right now.
And there's the fake out that could be threatening it. There is everything that is being thrown at this Tornadus. And the attempt at the triple, respect it. It's not going to happen this time. Fake out, that'll be into the Rillaboom, as of course the Rillaboom over on Hugo's end can finally deal with the Tornadus. It's now just left to one Pokemon on Dylan's end in this game 1.
It's 3-1, and even if Dylan's Rillaboom can deal with these two Pokemon that are on the field, no matter what, you have a Terra Dark or Urshifu single strike in the back that will be able to Wicked Blow you as perfectly timed the Tailwind runs out. So now Hugo's Pokemon are going to be faster. Eventually, when that Urshifu comes back in, doesn't need to worry about clicking Sucker Punch. You can just go straight up for the Wicked Blow once the grassy terrain expires.
Such a great match coming out, and I'm curious where we're going to see then in the game 2 adjustments, because a couple of key things. We're seeing the Heartflame Ogerpon over on the side of Dylan, and it has been KO'd since the first turn of the match. So I'd like to see maybe a couple of changes coming out, because I feel like there is still things that were pretty close, but unfortunately if you're getting a KO taken against you that early and you're going up against someone like Hugo, who's obviously very skilled, this has been very, very well played. It's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, and you can see Dylan kind of just taking his time here, understanding the writing on the wall. Might as well take Iron Hands out with you, but all this time, this is additional prep time that you can have in a set that you would not have eligible if you just forfeited, right? So we have a couple, maybe another minute or two longer than you would have had without it. So just think about what these adjustments are, and we can start talking about those adjustments, Sierra, because the one thing is you have to be able to protect your Ogerpon Heartflame much better. That double target into that slot just really, really threatened it. This Terra Dark Urshifu might be something that teams aren't as prepared for since they're so worried about the rapid strike. You forget about the single strike.
And the thing is too, you would think, oh, well, there's the option of fake out on the first turn. Well, the solution is to go for a spiky shield, but that's the thing with the Unseen Fist, is all of a sudden, if you're trying to protect to get past the fake out, well, you're still not moving at the end of the day, and you're going to be hit regardless. So finally, thought about the game plan for game 2. That is going to be Hugo to take game 1 in this series.
Yeah, congratulations to Hugo, playing that really well. Made it through what was a risky 4-turn segment where Tornadus set up Tailwind initially, but because Dylan was pinned by Hugo's Rillaboom at 1 HP with his Tornadus, he was never able to take advantage of the Tailwind, and once it ran out, Hugo obviously had the game locked up. But from the jump, that turn 1 double target put him in such a commanding position.
100%. So it'd be really curious to see where things can change, especially too when we're looking at the match, because you called out that focus sash, kind of a little blast of the past, but obviously with the amount of priority we have going on in the format, that can be such a dangerous move to have. It feels like everybody has 2-3 different ways of having a priority attack on their team, and those are on Pokemon that are coming to basically every match. So once you're stuck in that position, it's a little bit difficult. So I don't necessarily hate the Tailwind but it's the fact that the Tornadoes had taken the damage to where you were just put in that pin position from quite a few matches until the end.
And if you look at Dylan's team, this is a very aggressive team. Like Tornadoes just wants to click Tailwind and boost up the rest of its teammates. You look, what is the Urshifu single strike counter? He does not have a single dark resist Pokemon on his side that even you could terrestrialize into, say, a Terra Fairy or something like that. There's no option to defensively deal with this Urshifu, so you're going to have to just break through it. You can't try to withstand its damage. You need to just deal so much to it from the beginning, maybe clicking the, maybe having the Golden Go next to Tornadoes in the beginning, since Golden Go can't get hit by Fake Out. Like, yes, you're worried about Sucker Punch, but at least you're putting Hugo in the position that he needs to make a read. Does he click Sucker Punch? Does he click Fake Out? Do I switch out my Golden Go? I think that's an adjustment that Dylan might be able to use to his advantage.
I just have to say, I love the energy from the people cheering Hugo on here. Of course, we are in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We're looking to see if someone here can try and defend this title. And Hugo, he's definitely putting in his all. Love to hear the chants during the match as well. And of course, one game away from taking this set. Heading into the match, Rillaboom, Urshifu. Such a strong pairing going up against the Tornadoes and the Rillaboom over on Dylan's end.
Well, Dylan's saying, I'll match your Fake Out with my Fake Out. And they both have Rillabooms. We don't know how these two are trained at this point. However, the Focus Sash on Urshifu is just as crucial as the Focus Sash on Tornadoes, right? Either of them lose any hit points, and that is broken. You can try to break through Urshifu that way. If you get it down to its Sash, then you have some priority moves or something else. Any type of chip damage at that point, since Urshifu is actually really not trained to be too defensive. So I like the adjustment from Dylan, kind of just baiting out. We might be trading Focus Sashes here, or with our Fake Outs, excuse me. We could be breaking each other's Focus Sash.
That's the thing, though, and we've seen a couple Tornadoes go into the Covert Cloak or that Ghost Terrestrialization, so you can't get faked out on that first turn. You can have some sort of utility, and Hugo decided to forego any sort of Fake Out pressure to bring it in on that next turn, maybe scouting out to protect this first time around, as Urshifu will be the one detecting to make sure it's not going to get hit by a Fake Out from the opposing Rillaboom. But instead, we went onto the offensive. The Urshifu will stay safe from that Bleak Wind Storm, but it will connect onto the Iron Hand, just start dealing a little bit of damage slowly but surely as Rillaboom U-turning into that slot. Had it been targeted otherwise, that Rillaboom would be stuck, but now a chance for Dylan to bring something in like this Landorus.
And Landorus is going to be important because it will intimidate both of Hugo's physical attackers there. And crucially for Urshifu Single Strike, since Landorus has Choice Scarf and of course the Tornadoes has access to Tailwind, the only way that Urshifu can move first is with a Sucker Punch, which does feel the effects of an Intimidate. Like we usually see with Rapid Strike, Surging Strike doesn't care about Intimidate, or Wicked Blow doesn't care about it, but Sucker Punch definitely does in this spot. Can the Landorus at -1 attack from Urshifu, depending on how it's trained, be able to take this Fake Out Sucker Punch combination?
It looks like dangerous on this turn. Of course, it goes to that classic. If you protect this Tornadoes, you can still get hit by the Urshifu, and that's not going to be great for you whatsoever, as we're going to find ourselves into that first mind game that we had in that game one. Not even a mind game. That pin of, well, the Grassy Glide can hit me. All of these things can hit me. So, of course, just having the offensive, something might get faked out this time around, but you just have to be going for it. And now, well, Hugo's gonna go for it. Dark-type Terrestrialization. This is gonna be boosting those Dark-type attacks as well. Take away the flying weakness.
No switching, no running away. Staying here, facing your fears, and going for the win.
Stomping Tantrum into the Urshifu, though. Oh, little damage to the Tornadoes. None able to act this time around. Now, here comes the Wicked Blow. Targeting into it. Focus Sash has been broken, and Tornadoes is down.
If Tornadoes did change around there or go for something else, it really might have helped Dylan. However, Hugo making the call that Tornadoes was the bigger threat on this turn. Since Landorus has to lock into something anyway, you're not as worried. Now you can try to go for a Wicked Blow into the Landorus slot, since you know that Stomping Tantrum is not going to be enough to knock out your Urshifu. So Hugo just playing that turn very well with the combination of Iron Hands and Urshifu.
Ogerpon, though, finally can join the field without the fear of fake out over onto the opposing end. And Ogerpon, we see just how much this thing can be dealing. It has to be doing so much in this battle, and especially too, we don't have Tailwind for the rest of it. It can have access to priority Grassy Glides though, thanks to that Grassy Terrain that has been set up by the Rillaboom. So you do have a way to be hitting hard, and of course, those Ivy Cudgels, they can do the most.
And that's why you don't Terrasilize Tornadus or the Landorus at this point, because you want to keep your options open if you're Dylan. You want to have the opportunity to Terrasilize Ogerpon, Hearthflame, getting that additional attack boost. And you see Grassy Glide, he has priority. It is typically a faster Pokemon anyway, right, than Urshifu, but depending on how they're trained, and since Urshifu has access to Sucker Punch, you might want to match that with Grassy Glide.
Of course, Sucker Punch, it goes priority if the opposing Pokemon is readying up an attack, but if Dylan gets to go for that faster priority, the Urshifu, even if it survives through the hit, won't be able to do anything. Iron Hand's leaving though, Rillaboom on the next turn can be putting its own pressure out, and of course offer that fake out that we've seen so crucial next to that Rillaboom. But here it is, that is going to be the Hearthflame Mass Terrasalization, one of the angriest masks in the game. So fitting that this Embody aspect will give the attack boost to try and make sure that this Grassy Glide can hit so much. But no, the Detect. Now there's Fake Out on Hugo's end, and so this Ogerpon can fall for that same fate it had in that first game.
Yeah, you saw the look on Dylan's face right there of shock from Detect. He really thought Urshifu might have went for a Wicked Blow or a Sucker Punch on that turn.
Here it is. This is going to be crucial with how these Rillabooms are trained, because sure, there's fake out pressure on the other end, but you have your own as well. And if your Rillaboom can be moving first, you can shut down the opposing fake out, but it's going to be coming down to that. There's no help of Tailwind over on Dylan's end. So if he has the slower fake out, this Ogerpon is toast.
Unless Dylan literally thinks that the Wicked Blow difference was just like the 5 HP that Fake Out takes away. Like, you could try to protect just to not take the Fake Out damage, and you would still take the Wicked Blow, but obviously it's just a really tough spot.
No fake out though, the swamp coming around, but it will be the Sucker Punch. It wasn't readying up a priority on the other end, but this is not going to be nearly the same impact as the Wicked Blow. And the Ivy Cudgel, this is the one that needs to be making that difference. And of course, that Embody aspect, that attack boost, the sheer power this Ogerpon has is finally going to deal with the problematic Urshifu.
That's got to feel great for Dylan, that Urshifu has been so difficult for you in this entire set, and you've set your win condition up with Ogerpon on the field, getting rid of Hugo's Terrasilize Pokemon as well. Unfortunately for this fire type, Iron Bundle is super fast and is able to hit it with a Hydro Pump, but that's if Hydro Pump connects. So Iron Bundle is typically bulky enough defensively that a Grassy Glide probably is not enough for a one-hit KO into this Iron Bundle slot, and he can try to punish it with a Hydro Pump.
Of course, Hydro Pump can miss, but going on to this turn, this is the final turn of Grassy Terrain, because something that would really threaten, regardless how fast this Iron Bundle is something like the Grassy Glide. But if you lose your Rillaboom, all of a sudden you won't be able to do anything, or just keeping it around and letting it get picked off. So wisely going for the swap, and of course Intimidate over onto the Landorus. If this is right into and it's a strong hit into the Landorus though, it could be terrible, as it is the Spike Shield over onto the other end.
Well, both Pokemon, either the Rillaboom or this Landorus that switched in, would be weak to ice, right? Yeah. So if Iron Hands decides I can tank a Grassy Glide and I go for an ice attack into that other slot, that would be really tough for Dylan to deal with. But now, at least since we see Iron Bundle doesn't attack, Dylan can switch his Rillaboom in on the next turn to reset up the Grassy Terrain.
And that is going to be a failed Spiky Shield coming out from the Ogerpon, as we just had the swaps and the protect onto the Iron Bundle over onto the other end. And of course, Rillaboom offers some pressure, but a fail does mean the Spiky Shield can go again. So had this Iron Bundle had gone for an attack, this could have been a Spiky Shield that was wasted the last turn around, forced Dylan into that 1 in 3 chance, but now can go for it freely to get by this fake out.
Right, because even if, yes, this is 30% chance to get a double Spiky Shield or double protect, as we like to call it there, most of the time that's not going to work, and your fake fake out Hydro Pump can work just as effectively as the fake out Wicked Blow did in game 1. But since you don't have access to that, this Ogerpon is very safe this turn to click Spiky Shield, and maybe Hugo has to turn his target towards this Lander slot that has access to U-turn, or just straight up raw switching to reset up the grassy terrain.
Now you get a way to pressure right into this Iron Bundle when you need it, because you want to make sure that this Iron Bundle has no opportunity to fire off a Hydro Pump, no matter how inaccurate, into that Ogerpon. You want the surefire way of taking it down. Now Spiky Shield, making sure that nothing will happen into it this turn around, as Fake Out will just be a little bit of chip into the Rillaboom. Hydro Pump, of course, got to go for it, but it was into the Protect. Now this Iron Bundle is going to be so threatened.
Hugo played it safe, half and half play there, fake out what was the Lander slot, Hydro Pump the Ogerpon just in case it doesn't Terrace slots. If a Freeze Dry went into the Rillaboom, that could have been massive. We're doing a lot of damage. You have the chance at freezing as well, which would stop a fake out. So right now, Dylan has options to both fake out and grassy glide for the next 4 turns, having a priority on his Ogerpon. So Iron Bundle is forced to protect.
It is going to be protecting, but no swap out into the Iron Hands to try and have it unprotected by the time that the Iron Bundle needs to be going onto the offensive. And instead, that'll be a wasted turn from the Grassy Glide into there. But U-turn into the Rillaboom. Super effective hit, so not targeting into that Iron Bundle at all. Now we're just going for this cycling. And if this is a double up into the Rillaboom, it can be gone.
Yeah, because Dylan's saying Iron Bundle is too scared to leave itself open to an attack this turn. So a double target into the Rillaboom would give Dylan the Pokemon advantage.
High horsepower though, that'll be a super effective hit, but the Intimidate coming through the Rillaboom not going to be at the full attack power that it has.
Yeah, and the health recovery there at this point shows that Ogerpon is still in a spot that it looks like probably doesn't live another Stomping Tantrum just based off of how much damage Rillaboom went for. It might have to Spiky Shield and then it'd be able to endure another one. However, the more you Spiky Shield, the more you delay this grassy terrain, the less turns of priority you have to try to hit the Iron Bundle that just protected.
The Iron Bundle, though, has to be making the decision because, sure, you can be firing off a super effective Hydro Pump into that Ogerpon, try and deal the damage that way, or the Freeze Dry. We're going to go for option number C, though, which is bringing the Iron Hands back into play, keeping that Iron Bundle into the back for maybe once the Grassy Glide expires. That is still a significant chunk of damage into that Iron Hands, and splitting it. Rillaboom going to survive on this turn.
Hugo really does not want to miss Hydro Pump or potentially any other move on there, because that could have been a turn that you risk the play into Ogerpon Hearthflame, and you know maybe he was worried about potential Rock Slide lock-in, because then Rock Slide he would not be able to take Rock Slide Grassy Glide, but Ogerpon's down.
Ogerpon is down thanks to the second high horsepower targeted into that slot. Just another step forward into claiming this match too.
That crucial survive by Rillaboom on Hugo's end left it around to click Stomping Tantrum. And remember, right before that turn, we said Ogerpon probably needs to Spiky Shield one more turn to get grassy terrain health recovery to take another Stomping Tantrum. Since it did not, he left himself vulnerable for the Stomping Tantrum KO.
Of course, though, on this turn, the Landorus with the Choice Scarf, no option to protect past a fake out coming out from the Iron Hands. And now we'll have to see where things are going to be targeted into. Of course, this Landorus, it does not fare well against this Iron Bundle that is going to be swapping in with the rest of the Pokemon it can try and target into.
And he just wants to keep the Rillaboom is just a fake out bot at this point with that low of HP.
But of course, the fake out into the Iron Hands on the opposing end means no fake out into the Landers and the Rock Slide. That'll be doing so much into this Iron Bundle that had just swapped in.
And what Hugo was trying to avoid, which was Iron Bundle in front of a choice-locked Rock Slide Landorus, is what he just switched himself into, where the other turn, if he stayed in and went for Hydro Pump, the Landorus happened to switch out. So now he's in a tough spot since Iron Bundle does not have a booster energy anymore to boost its speed. Landorus has Choice Scarf Rock Slide, which it can miss, but if it hits, that is super effective, and we see Iron Bundle is at 50% of its HP.
Iron Bundle might do a lot of damage, but it doesn't take damage too well. Iron Hands swapping out. Rillaboom going to be joining back into the battle on just that sliver of health, but Iron Bundle staying safe this turn. You do not want to take those rock slides. You want to make sure that when this Landorus is there, that you can take it out cleanly with the fake out pressure coming from the Rillaboom.
He really wants his Rillaboom to get knocked out, but it avoids. So fortunately for him, Rillaboom still goes down. Iron Hands can come back in and fake out Landorus to stop the rock slide.
You still have the option of the fake out. You got multiple fake out options here, ladies and gentlemen. We are okay, and this Iron Bundle took so much health, but it's been recovering slowly and slowly from this grassy terrain, which is now gone from the battle.
That is down. Both players are down to the last 2 Pokemon, meaning there is no more grassy terrain, no more health recovery, no more priority grassy glides. Iron Hand switching in for Hugo means that this Choice Lock Landorus cannot protect. You can go for a fake out and an ice attack into either of these Pokemon that are weak to the ice hits.
Here it is, though. This is 2v2. And the Iron Hands, if it is fake outing into the Landorus this turn, it's not going to start dealing with this Rillaboom. And this Rillaboom is at full health. So sure, you can KO the Landorus on this turn. You need to KO the Landorus on this turn. But at the same time, this Rillaboom can now target into the Iron Bundle on the other end. And of course, the Iron has taken damage. The fake out, though, that will be into the Landorus slot. So Rock Slide, did Iron Bundle recover enough? It did. It is going to be holding on.
Is there a flinch? That's all that matters.
No flinch. Freeze Dry coming out 4 times super effective. Landorus, no chance. It is now just this Rillaboom. And without that capability of trying to take care of that Iron Bundle last time around, has the 2v1. These Pokemon are so low, but this Iron Bundle will be able to act first since there's no more priority on this Rillaboom.
Rillaboom does have Assault Vest though, which does help its special defense stat very crucially here against Iron Bundle. It is high enough HP that with an Assault Vest you would not anticipate Rillaboom getting knocked out by this at this healthy point from a Freeze Dry, but can the combination Freeze Dry Drain Punch be enough to take it out?
Freeze Dry firing off first, so much damage into the Rillaboom. The U-turn finally gonna be picking off that pesky Paradox Pokemon. Now we have the 1v1, but that damage, that is paving the way. The Drain Punch, enough for Hugo to take this match in 2 games.
And it all came down to those 2 hits. If the next turn came around, Rillaboom would have had a really strong Wood Hammer and we might have had a game 3, but instead we'll have Hugo celebrating.
What it came down to was that Iron Bundle, the preservation, that recovery that it got turn after turn with the grassy terrain and making sure it was protected at all costs. For when the Rock Slide came on through, you had to take care of the Landorus, but you felt confident going for the fake out onto the Rillaboom that actually could have been in a position to take care of the Iron Bundle and maybe be seeing us to a game 3 right now. So really smartly played from Hugo. We saw more swaps in that set coming out from Hugo than any other set to always make sure those fake outs, this Pokemon were perfectly poised.
Remember when Hugo's Urshifu was the star of the team for most of the set, and then it comes down to Iron Bundle and Iron Hands in the end to finish it off, and there's just so much switching, U-turns and fake outs and everything like that. The Ogerpon, even when it's grass slides, not really able to do enough in this match, and when it came down to not just the rock slides and the health recovery for Iron Bundle, it was not getting flinched by that rock slide right here.
There's a couple of different ways this could have gone horrifyingly wrong for this Iron Bundle. But hey, it can be the most finicky Pokemon out there, but when it works, it works. And that is going to be another victory under Hugo's belt to try and get 1 step closer to that top 8.
Yeah, congratulations to Hugo. One of the different favorite players in Latin America, as you can see from the crowd watching him out there in his match. And a crowd was amassing anyway. As the round starts to finish up, you'll have more players finishing their matches and seeing what's going on the main stage. But obviously, there were people that were already there at the start of that set rooting Hugo on.
Yeah, it is great to see, as of course, at this point, if you could keep that championship title here in Brazil, be fantastic. And obviously with play like that, we've got some really skilled Brazilian players out there, and I cannot wait to see how many manage to make it to that top 8 and try and defend that title.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be really exciting if Brazil can hold serve this weekend and, you know, make their region proud, getting their first IC championship in the Masters division. But you got to give so much credit to Hugo for how he played that set. Usually, when you've seen Ogerpon Hearthflame on the other side, you're just so worried. You're like, oh, how am I going to deal with this? That attack boost when it terrestrializes is so overbearing sometimes to deal with. But Hugo, with his different strategy of the single strike Urshifu compared to rapid strike, those wicked blows, they technically are the same because surging strikes is 325 base power hits and wicked blow is 175 base power. The math, I understand, is the same, but it just feels different. It hits different when you get hit by a Terra Dark wicked blow.
I'm just thinking back to how well that Hearthflame Ogerpon was dealt with over on Dylan's end, because in game 1 we got to see that fake out in the wicked blow obliterate it right from the get-go. And in game 2, really well positioning around it to make sure that he had a way to be dealing with it, because the first answer you kind of had it pinned with that Iron Bundle, but then Iron Bundle, of course, was scared of a couple of different things over on the opposing end, specifically looking at the Rillaboom or even just falling victim to a Grassy Glide. But being able to deal the damage with the Stomping Tantrums, maybe it's taking 2 hits, but thanks to being super effective with the Terastallization over onto the Ogerpon, as long as you get the job done and get rid of it, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job by Hugo, and I can't wait to hear what he has to say about this match. So we're going to head over to the stage with Lou to talk to our winner interview with Hugo. So Lou, take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. I am joined by the winner of that amazing match we were able to show on the broadcast. Hugo, how are you feeling right now after that victory?
Como você está se sentindo depois dessa vitória?
Olha, eu estou muito nervoso. É muito legal poder representar o Brasil no IC. Eu não comecei muito bem hoje, mas depois dessa partida eu fiquei muito confidente no time. E eu estou muito, muito feliz. Muito obrigado.
I'm very happy. It's really cool that I can represent Brazil in this international event. And I didn't start very well today, but now I'm really, really, really happy.
Well, things are definitely picking up for you, and I can see the support that you've got in the crowd. Let's dive a little deeper into that game. So in game 1, you really overwhelmed your opponent with priority moves. Was that your strategy in that game 1?
Vamos falar sobre o primeiro game. Então, no primeiro game, você realmente surpreendeu o seu oponente com movimento de prioridade. Essa foi sua estratégia para aquele jogo?
Quando eu planejei o time, essa foi uma das principais estratégias, abusar principalmente do Sucker Punch do Urshifu Terra Dark e do Glass Glide do Rillaboom, além do Fake Out, porque o meu time, o Fake Out é a minha Speed Control. Então eu gosto de abusar bastante disso. O Urshifu, muitos subestimam ele, mas ele dá muito dano no Sucker Punch, junto com o Rillaboom, uma estratégia incrível de prioridade no meu time.
Yes, the whole point of the team was the priority moves. Most of my team have many priority moves. Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Sucker Punch honestly does too much damage.
We saw it do a lot of great stuff in that match, and there was one particular moment where you KO'd the Landorus with Grassy Glide. Were you confident that was going to get the knockout?
No último momento, você deu knockout no Landorus com o ataque de grama.
Ah, sim. Então, eu joguei muito, treinei muito contra Landorus, porque é um Pokémon do meta, e eu sou muito confidente, principalmente por causa do item do Rillaboom, que é o Miracle Seed, então aumenta muito o dano do Rillaboom junto com o terreno, e como eu disse, muita gente não espera o dano que o Sucker Punch do Urshifu mais o Glass Glide do Rillaboom dá, então foi legal surpreender meu oponente com essa jogada.
Yeah, I trained a lot against Landorus. He was really confident because Rillaboom had Miracle Seed, so he was really confident he would KO the Landorus, especially after comboing with Sucker Punch from Urshifu. Yes.
Yeah, you have to have a game plan against Landorus in this metagame at the moment. I'm glad you mentioned Urshifu because you're running the single strike variant of Urshifu, which we have really not seen here on LAIC. Can you talk us through why you put that Pokémon in your team?
Você pode falar um pouco sobre por que você colocou o Urshifu Single Strike no seu time? Porque a gente não vê muito por aqui.
Ah, sim. Então, o Urshifu normalmente é o Rapid Strike, que é o água, Então eu testei bastante ele, junto com Tornados em outros times, mas quando eu vi o dano que o Urshifu Dark tinha, e uma coisa interessante, o meta não tem muitas respostas para Wicked Bow, junto com você ficar reciclando fake out. Então quando eu comecei a treinar com esse time e eu vi o dano que o Urshifu podia dar, principalmente com o Terra Dark, foi a minha escolha principal e eu abandonei o Urshifu de água porque o Urshifu tá me carregando no torneio.
Yeah, he says that the usual that you see is the water Urshifu, but since he trained a lot with it, when he saw that Dark Urshifu can do a whole lot of damage, especially recycling fake outs, that's when he noticed it was the way to go.
It was great to be able to see you pilot that Pokemon and nice to see it here on the stage. I want to just talk very quickly about that game too, because we were talking backstage and the commentators were saying in that endgame situation you could go for fake out into the Landorus very easily, but you went for the Rillaboom. Were you not worried about a Rock Slide flinch on your Iron Bundle?
Na situação do endgame, você foi no fake out você poderia ter ido no Landorus, mas você foi no Rillaboom. Você não estava com medo de alguma potencial coisa acontecer ali?
Ali eu tinha que arriscar. O G2, o meu oponente, jogou muito bem. Eu estava muito na desvantagem, então ali no final eu tinha que arriscar não tomar o Rock Slide, Flint. Era a minha única opção, porque depois ia sobrar um 2v1. E se eu não mato o Landorus, eu provavelmente tomaria a Rock Slide Flint nos próximos turnos, possivelmente. E como ele não deu Flint, acabou ficando uma situação de 2v1 e eu consegui levar o game.
So he said he had to risk it because if he didn't risk it, he might end up in a situation, a 2v1 situation. Even though it did happen, he could make it up, but that was his fun. Yeah.
I mean, high risk, high reward. It certainly gave us an exciting viewing experience. Before you go, there is an amazing crowd out there. Is there any shout outs or anyone you would like to say thank you to while you're here on the stage?
Antes de você ir, você tem pessoal ali muito legal torcendo por você. Você quer dizer alguma coisa para alguém ou para eles?
Sim, eu gostaria de primeiro agradecer aos meus amigos brasileiros de toda a nação. Muito obrigado pelo apoio, tá representando o Brasil, principalmente minha família que está assistindo em casa, mãe, um beijo para a senhora. E ao pessoal do meu time, DNR, e o Shoutouts Boyama também. Tamo junto, galera!
I'm sure they appreciated all of those words. Thank you for giving us an amazing match and best of luck in the rest of the competition. Of course, the Pokemon action isn't going anywhere. We're going to kick it back to the casters to continue on with the show.
What a great match. What a great crowd. What a great player representing Brazil here in Sao Paulo at the International Championships. It's been a great event so far. What has been your favorite moment?
Ooh, of the entire weekend so far, that's tough. I really like that overheat on the Rillaboom switch in. I thought that was a great moment. Maybe there's some other things that I'm just kind of misremembering right now, but then Renzo with the Ogerpon teal mask as well. There's been so much great that happened.
It has been. Mine has been Paulo Ruiz almost brought a really cool Volcarona to the match and then decided the other 4 Pokemon in it was better. So I was almost vindicated in this let's go Moths, but not quite. But hey, there's still plenty of Pokemon. We never know.
Well, now that we know our answers, let us know your favorite moments at home so far using that hashtag Pokemon LAIC, using that on both X and many other platforms we have. But make sure, don't just post us about all your favorite things. Make sure you're actually following the stream and following along, getting those notifications when we go live as we cover a huge competitive circuit throughout the entire year here with Pokemon. Hit that follow button as you can stay notified with our channels. I love getting that little ding about 15 minutes before we go live. It's like, now it's go time.
100%. So you have a little bit of time. Not too much, though, because our next round of Swiss is almost up. It is a matchup you don't want to miss, so follow now. We're taking a short break, but make sure to stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. We're here at Sao Paulo LAIC 2024, and I'm here with competitor
Juan Espinola.
How's your day going, Juan? What's your record so far?
My record was 2-1-0, and I have fun. I play very well and be confident to get to next step.
And what deck are you playing today?
I play Gardevoir. Gardevoir is the best deck for me in this format, and we'll see.
And what have you played against so far?
I play against Robin Moon in round 1, in round 2 versus Lost Box, and in the round 3 against Lost Box Giratina.
And were you expecting these decks? Did you learn anything new from them today?
Yeah, I expect that decks and be prepared for this tournament, and I play very well.
I'm glad you're playing well. Are you having a lot of fun here?
Yeah, I have a lot of fun. I love this game. I love Pokemon. It's the best.
Thank you very much, Juan. And everyone watching, let's get back to more Pokemon.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
All it takes is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables, we can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight, united as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Latin America International Championships on the video game side. This is the 2024 season, and we've been kicking things off in the international circuit very strong here. My name is Rosemary Callion, and I'm joined by Lou, Josh Cromie. I want to make sure I get that right.
Nailed it. 10 out of 10.
It's going to be a great day today, isn't it? It already has been.
That's the thing, the matches have already kicked off at the same high level caliber of play that we ended with yesterday. And because you know you're on the international stage, the action is just going to keep rolling in that same direction. We have whittled it down to the top 35 players here that made it into day 2. That's only about a 10th of the competition we had yesterday. And by the end of this, we will only have 2 remaining players.
And take a look at these insane matchups that we have happening for round 12 of Swiss on day number 2. Oh, we ended up already seeing like Victor Medina and Chuppa Cross, or at least like on the stream. And the fact that they're playing against each other, I think, is so fun in the sense that when we talked to Chuppa, he was saying, yeah, like I'm playing the same team. Victor has experience in it, playing against like Simone Sanvito in the European region.
Exactly, and I'm really glad you mentioned Chuppa here, because we were just talking during his first round that we're saying that he's having the season of a dream right now. You know, finally able to get that regional champion title in Toronto, was it? It was Toronto that he was able to be victorious in? Am I right? Yeah. And I think that just shows that he's already riding that #1 spot and wanting to now take it to the international stage. He's definitely one to watch. But speaking of epic games, it's always a treat when we get to see Eric Rios in action. And now he's going to be up against no less than the 2018 world champion, Paul Ruiz.
This is a matchup that you expect to see at the finals of a World Championships.
For sure.
And the fact that we get a chance to see it here at LAIC and in round 12 of Swiss, this is why we love this new era of VGC, because I feel like every single event that we have, whether it's at the regional level or of course the international level, we get matchups like this.
Exactly, and it's every single round there's going to be something awesome to dive into, and we're definitely spoiled for choice, being able to look at some of these pairings. And you can see Eric on your screen right now, again, a veteran of the competition, a previous international champion winning EUIC a couple of years ago, and again someone who is just so calm, cool and collected when he approaches a match. He knows his team inside and out, always goes for very, strong and steady stuff, but he just has a way of identifying every strength and every flaw of a team and a matchup, and is flexible throughout the whole best of 3 set.
And we've seen both of them on stream already. And day
exactly.
number 1, they are able to take a look at what each other has and maybe also garner some of that strategy and think about it just a little bit more. And we're going to see some really high-level gameplay coming out from both of these players. You talk about how Eric really likes to play like the tried and tested, but Paul going with some comfort in some Pokemon that are maybe considered way less meta. But let's dive in a little bit more into Eric's team if you didn't get a chance to watch the stream yesterday.
Exactly. Again, some key Pokemon that I think no one's surprised to see. Pokemon like the Iron Hands, the Fluttermane, the Landorus Therian form. Very solid components at the moment. And Roaring Moon definitely has been the one that's, I think, risen in popularity here at LAIC. It's kind of been everywhere, and for very good reason. You're able to have that flexibility to go for your terrestrialization and turn into the flying type, apply a lot of pressure with something like the acrobatics to opposing grass types that are running around. So it's been definitely a highlight Pokemon, but this is the team that you were just talking about, Rosemary. Do you want to talk us through it?
Yeah, we've got the Sinistcha, we have the Volcarona. Those are 2 Pokemon that we haven't seen a whole lot of in recent weeks. And even when you look at the King Gambit, it has that different Terra type in the Terra Poison, but alongside that Black Glasses. So what it lacks in terms of its offensive Terra type, we usually see the Black Glasses, it could be Terra Dark to add in even more of that offensive pressure. You have that defensive Terra that really allows this King Gambit to stay alive even longer on the field, so it can continue to go for those sucker punches. That was so big yesterday.
Yes, and the thing I like about this is it's still rocking those Black Glasses, so it still does get the boost to those Dark type moves.
Exactly.
But it isn't necessarily going all in and going for the Dark Terra. It gives it a little bit more flexibility and longevity out there on the field. But let's get hyped for this absolutely amazing showdown clash of titans between Paul Ruiz and Eric Rios. We're going to jump into game 1 and see what these leads are going to be coming out of the blocks. It's definitely going to set the tone for the set. It's Amoonguss and Landorus for Eric Rios, and the Volcarona and the Landorus for Paul Ruiz.
Wow, this lead is so unique in the fact that you have the Intimidate user already out, and it's also pressuring the ability to pivot. So you are giving yourself a lot of flexibility in this way, where you get the Intimidate down, and maybe you end up landing that onto one of the physical attackers, but you can also rearrange your board state to match what's on the other side. This Amoonguss is going to be slowing things down a lot for Eric Rios, but Paul is going to have to find a way to really navigate this with the Volcarona.
Exactly, and that's where you can make those adaptations coming through. And I think one of the nice things that you've got is the Volcarona applying so much pressure to something like that Amoonguss as well. We could possibly see some Terrestrialization come through. The Amoonguss is rocking the Terra Water type, so that could always give it that unique flexibility. A U-turn is not going to worry about too much at all. The Landorus is going to be able to pivot out here on poor Ruiz's side, particularly as it is running that Choice Scarf. And we see this time and time again, Landorus coming in the lead, trying to get a cheeky Intimidate down on something. But if it's not in the optimal position, it can always just switch out and bring in a Pokemon that can benefit from coming in, such as the Iron Hand.
Yeah, you can see that U-turn's just getting traded here. Want to be able to get out of there, pivot around to something else. Paul is actually going to pivot into the Iron Hands, and there's an opportunity to do that here too. But Eric has relied on this trusty Roaring Moon to try to weave in a ton of damage, and you're in a position now where the Intimidate user isn't on the other side. You are free to get this booster energy activated, and it is for the attack. Unlike what we saw yesterday, where it's very possible to lower that stat, and it's going to be a speed boost instead. But take a look at the speediness on the Volcarona too.
Yeah, boosts all around, right? The Volcarona saying I'm going to get 3 of those, but it is going to be hit with the Spore coming through from this Amoonguss. So yes, it gets all of these juicy boosts to its special attack, special defense, and speed, but it's going to have to wait a while to capitalize on them.
And this is such a risky position for it to be in too, because that Roaring Moon that just switched in has the Acrobatics, which gets amplified even more since it's consumed its booster energy. So this Volcarona is in such a bad state. It might have to pivot out even though it's asleep, or you are able to use the Fake Out with the Iron Hands and hope that you get the turn and wake up on the next turn.
The thing is, this Volcarona is also Terra Grass, and if it had gone for the Terrestrialization, then it would be unaffected by something like the Spore. But then, like you've identified, it's still going to be vulnerable to anything that Roaring Moon is going to throw out. So I can completely understand why Paul doesn't want to invest all the Terrestrialization onto it here. Wise to maybe switch it out. You're going to have to still go through those sleep turns, of course, but maybe allow it to be in a position where it has more of an advantage. You now also get the opportunity to bring your Landorus in. It's going to be able to take attacks a little bit better than the Volcarona would in its vulnerable spot, and gets to throw and Intimidate down against that Roaring Moon.
It's going to feel really good too, especially when you can land that Fake Out into the Amoonguss and stop it from being able to put another Pokemon on your side of the field to sleep. But this is such a big opportunity for Eric to go for this Dragon Dance and not only mitigate the Intimidate that just got landed into it, but you're now also boosting your speed, which there isn't really a great way on Paul's side to take away.
Yes, exactly, and as we saw the flinch animation for the Amoonguss come before the Roaring Moon, we can assume that it was going for something like that Rage Powder to go for that redirection to enable the setup on that Roaring Moon. And I think we're seeing this all around the field here. The Volcarona is trying to get set up, the Roaring Moon is trying to get set up, and it's really coming down to where you can apply pressure to force your opponent to make that switch. Paul, for example, has lost all of those boosts that it was able to get from the Quiver Dance, and that's something that maybe he's going to have to look to strategize on a little bit later on. But at the minute, all eyes are on this Roaring Moon. The amount of pressure it's exerting on the field at the moment, with the potential to go for something like the Acrobatics, or even go for a knockoff to try and, you know, remove something like the Assault Vest from the Iron Hands, that could put you in a great endgame state.
It could, and you also have this Landorus. Not only you're getting Regenerator healing from the Amoonguss that did take some chip, so it's going to be full health when it comes back in, but the Landorus is also going to drop the attack stat of this Iron Hands, which is pressuring either a Drain Punch right now, or you could also go for a Wild Charge into that Roaring Moon if you expect something like the Terrestrialization to come out. But Paul's going to invest his own Terra into his own Landorus.
I always love the flexibility you have with Iron Hands, right? It has a very diverse move pool. We are going to just see the Protect come through on that Roaring Moon, but the Terra Blast from the Landorus is going to go down into its counterpart here and do about 1/3 of damage. It's going to have to take another couple of those in order to be able to secure the knockout. The Wild Charge, null and void into that Protect. So a really nice defensive play here by Eric. Great positioning.
Yeah, that Landorus does take a significant amount of damage though, and I think it's really smart from Paul's perspective to go for this Flying Terrestrialization on the Landorus. It does make it a little bit more vulnerable to what we end up seeing in the back here from Eric, but at the same time, one of the things that you're trying to do here if you're Paul is to put enough pressure onto this Roaring Moon to either force it to switch out or just get the knockout before you bring your Volcarona back in and hope that it has enough time to wake back up.
Yes, and I like this adaptation here as well with the switch. It is Choice Scarf, so it's going to be locked into that Terra Blast. You can see it was relatively underwhelming. It's not going to be able to apply pressure to the Roaring Moon either. So bringing the Volcarona back in here to reset the choice item on the Landorus is nice. My unfortunate situation, I think, here for Paul is the fact that the Volcarona really can't do anything. It's going to have to be forced to take those sleep turns, so it might have to kind of trade itself to enable a partner Pokemon to be more advantageous later in. We are going to see another Terrestrialization, though, and no surprise, it is a Flying-type Landorus.
Yeah, and the knockoff here, too, into the Volcarona. Oh my goodness! The Flame Body activating. That was such a great switch here by Paul, recognizing that the Volcarona is just a sitting duck. May as well bring it in, try to get some damage down into that slot, or even just take the knockout, just sacrifice it at this point so that you can pivot something back in, like the Landorus. What a great play here from Paul, and also pays off here with the burn.
Oh my goodness, Volcarona still putting in the work even though it's asleep, and I think that was the ideal play there for Paul, bringing it in, running that chance that you're going to be able to burn your opponent with the Flame Body. Now does just put him in a stronger position to bring something like the Landorus back in and apply some pressure going forward. You do of course have to worry a little bit about your own the Landorus on Eric's side, maybe going for some damage down into the opposing Iron Hands here. Something like Terra Blast Flying type will be able to still hurt that Amoonguss. Not Amoonguss, Iron Hands.
Yes, for sure. But you still get this Intimidate drop down, and so while you were very happy to see the burn on the Roaring Moon, now you get a chance to continue to neuter its damage. So this Roaring Moon is also not going to be doing very much right now. Eric's going to have to consider maybe preserving it as a sacrifice himself in this game, but Paul really just playing that out really nicely. It was too hard for the Volcarona to wake up. It would have been really nice if you might have been able to use it, but you also had invested the Terra in for the Landers too, so...
I mean, even if you did kind of wait those turns to try and get it to wake up, the Quiver Dance boosts have been reset. So even if it was able to wake up, it wasn't going to be able to do the potential that Paul had hoped from it from that turn 1. Now you can start slowing the pace down a little bit. We're going to see some more switches, some more Intimidates maybe needing to be preserved. And Eric once again showcasing his ball position mastery, making these key adjustments. We're going to see the Iron Hands come in to be able to apply fake up pressure on the next turn as the knockoff comes down and takes the Choice Scarf away from the Landorus. This can backfire a little bit. Yes, it's able to get the KO on the Roaring Moon as it comes out, but when it rejoins the field, it will have the flexibility to keep switching between its move pool. And considering that we've seen Landorus often be locked into something and then that be detrimental to it in the end game, this could actually be very advantageous for Paul.
The only problem is that you still have the Landorus available on Eric's side, and that could go for a very super effective rock type attack into Paul's Landorus, which you know now is going to be slower. So you have to consider what Paul has in the back, and this is the perfect Pokemon. You've got this Chien-Pao in now. Now you're dropping the defense here of this Iron Hands. It's still going to help out a little bit to be able to get some more damage down, but more importantly, it makes this Landorus more vulnerable.
It certainly is. The Iron Hands on full side as well, you can see it's doing underwhelming damage anyway, and that could be due to all of these Intimidates that Eric's Landorus is able to throw down against it. If I was Paul, I'd probably want to remove it from the field, because although, yeah, there isn't too much that can be done to it at the moment, Eric's just going to ignore it because he's not threatened by it at all. Whereas speaking of threats, Chien-Pao on the field being able to go for some of those powerful Ice-type moves, something like the Ice Spinner, is going to be able to remove the Landorus from play. The other critical thing is as well, the Sword of Ruin ability is activated on the field. That's going to be able to benefit both the Iron Hands, the Chien-Pao, of course, but then also the Landorus. So Paul's kind of playing a dangerous game here.
Paul is in a very precarious predicament, and he does have to get these next turns very accurately. Otherwise, this could just be the end of game number 1. This Chien-Pao is going for the protect, maybe hoping to bait out some damage, but it's just going to be a double target from Eric into that Iron Hand slot. With the pivot coming through here from the Landorus, you also open up an opportunity to fish out what Eric is trying to go for here if you are Paul with that protect.
I wonder if Paul's going for the Wild Charge into the Landorus with his own Iron Hands here. Yes, that's exactly what we were seeing. Yes, you are taking loads of Intimidates, but thanks to the Sword of Ruin ability and it being super effective into the Flying type Landorus, that might have been able to put you in range of a KO. So fantastic adjustment by Eric, bringing in the Amoonguss that isn't going to mind taking one of those at all. Of course, these Iron Hands just going to be trading blows here and there. They're not going to be doing too much to each other, but when you look at the HP stats, if they do keep going for damage against each other, then eventually Eric's is going to come out on top.
It does have that HP advantage for now, but it could even have an even bigger one. If you see the Amoonguss on Eric's side, go for something like the Pollen Puff. It's one of the reasons why we've seen so much support from Amoonguss in these previous rule sets of Scarlet and Violet, not just because of its ability to put Pokemon to sleep on the other side and Rage Powder things away, but because of the HP recovery.
Exactly, and that's kind of your end game situation you need to start thinking about. It's not only about the KOs that you've got, but how you're going to stop you getting knocked out as well. Amoonguss, like you said, in a prime position to be able to go for these Pollen Puffs, heal up its partner Pokemon, and it can also even go for some Spores, try and put some Pokemon to sleep. The one issue it's got to contend with, though, is that opposing Chien-Pao. Something like the Ice Spinner is going to hit incredibly hard into it, but Eric does have the full HP, a little bit of chip on the Amoonguss, and it is relatively bulky, so it might be able to have that flexibility, but you no longer have the Terrestrialization. Here's the Ice Spinner. It is going to go into that Amoonguss, and it is going to be able to get the KO. I think Eric was really hoping. Oh, it's a crit! Oh! That is nasty. You can see Eric is not happy with that at all.
Oh, that's so rough because you are hoping that maybe it's a minimum roll, maybe you are able to hang on from that ice spinner, but we're not going to be able to know as the wild charge is able to get a KO in response, but the damage has kind of already been done at this point. You're looking at the landers coming back in here to be able to keep these physical attackers in check and hope that this Iron Hands has enough health, but this is a lot to contend with on Paul's side.
Again, I'm not 100% confident on the rolls, but it looked like Eric had reasonable doubt that it would be able to get the KO. You know, he saw that go down, and it was only when it did get the knockout, he was kind of like, oh, okay, I was really hoping that would be able to survive the big damage, but to see the critical hit, that's always insult to injury at that point. But this is only game 1. It is a best of 3 set, and you've still got your Landorus here on the field. You do still have access to your choice scarf, so you know you're going to be nice and speedy. So depending on what you lock into here, the game is definitely not lost for Eric.
No, the one thing that Paul does have at his advantage, though, is going to be the fake out on his own Iron Hands. He could go for some damage here, but it is up to Paul at this point to decide what he wants to do with this Iron Hands on this turn. Knowing that it's switched in, yes, fake out's on the board, but you also could still try to go for that wild charge play if you expect that you're going to be able to survive something. We still have to fully determine the speed interaction of these Iron Hands. And we have seen before that Eric does have that HP advantage, but it's going to be the fake out into the landers, hoping that this Champao is going to be able to do enough damage with this Ice Spinner.
Yep, Paul actually making sure that the Iron Hands join the field at the perfect time there to be able to apply that fake out pressure. Landorus not having the capability to protect is going to be falling a victim to the double up here on Paul's side. And although we were talking about the Iron Hands on Eric's side being able to do some great things, like getting that big KO on Chienpao and regaining a little bit of HP, it looks like we are now seeing an Iron Hands versus Iron Hands endgame.
We are, and this is where things get really tricky because there is way more HP on the side of Eric than there is on Paul's. You've got basically twice the amount, as the Iron Hands on Eric's side is mostly full. So Paul made a very calculated play there, was hoping that it would be able to pay off, but it's up down to these Drain Punches. You're trying to steal as much HP away from your opponent.
Yep, sit tight, trainers. We could be in for a long end game here. Drain Punch into Drain Punch. Maybe if we see some critical hits come through, I mean, they have already been showcased excellently in this game, we might see a little bit more momentum come through. But to be honest, if this is how this end game is going to map out, we can see that Eric will have the advantage just because you have more HP to start with. So as you keep trading blows like this, any advantage you're going to get is so minimal that Paul's Iron Hands will be felled before Eric's.
At this point, too, though, I think you kind of do have to try to play to that end game that Paul is going for. Either you are trying to look for that timer play, or you are just thinking about what's going to happen in this next game. You can identify maybe where things have gone wrong and try to adjust for that game 2 strategy. And it feels like in this very first game, it's coming down to what is your Volcarona doing to find value, and can you do that? Drain Punch, though, into Eric's Iron Hands. You're also kind of hoping for a critical hit.
That's the one thing that could really start changing things up if you get a couple of those. You can see, though, how much damage the Drain Punch is doing. The Iron Hands on Paul's side is just getting closer and closer to that KO range, whereas Eric's definitely has a little bit more breathing room. As this game starts playing out and we start maybe thinking about the game 2, I wouldn't be surprised to see Paul maybe change something up in terms of maybe not necessarily bringing the Volcarona, or you could even go very bold and try and capitalize on the Grass Terror on it, stop it going to sleep early game, so that if you do go for that Quiver Dance, you're still able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that the Volcarona is still in like a really nice spot here to be able to try to bait out some of that physical attack pressure. But I kind of wonder where you do put that support in order to like ensure that you actually do that. And I think that the Grass Terror is a really great call out there just to be able to keep it safe. But I think that also is so risky because you're looking at the terrestrialization, wanting to go through so many different things, and it very much depends on what's on the other side.
Exactly, and although Paul Ruiz's Iron Hands here is the faster, going to be able to go for the Iron Hands first, it's going to be Eric's that's going to be able to retaliate and get the knockout, claiming game 1 for Eric Rios in this best of 3 set. It's Swiss round 12 and things are definitely heating up.
Yeah, it's a great call out there from Eric to go for that Drain Punch into the Chienpao to just be able to secure the knockout. And it's tough in this position because in that final turn where we really saw the momentum swing back into Eric's favor, Paul just had a tough decision to make. You did have that fake out on the board, but what do you actually put that towards to try to get the victory there.
Exactly, and you know, Paul was in that great position towards the end, knowing that you could go for that fake out into the Landorus, it couldn't go for anything, but as the little bit of chip had already been done to the Chi and Pal, it just was going to be falling victim to that Drain Punch. We take a closer look at the replay, we can see the Landorus is here trading blows against each other, both opting actually for this flying Terra type to be able to maybe deal some super effective damage to something like the opposing Volcaronas or the Amoonguses that we're seeing. I have to say that, but so much went against Eric in this game. The Roaring Moon got burned. You got the critical hit down onto the opposing Amoongus. You can see him almost going, this is not my day. Where's the luck going to roll my way? But who needs luck when you are that much of an expert at Pokemon? You're able to still navigate out of a very dangerous position. And here we see the critical Pokemon, this Iron Hands, being able to get the KOs left, right, and center to close out the game.
Yeah, and in this position too, it is so nice that you are the second Iron Hands. Like, if you are slower and you know that you have that HP advantage, you are feeling very comfortable in that spot. But looking forward to this game number 2. I think Eric has figured out that game plan. I think that Roaring Moon put on so much pressure that Paul had to figure out a way to deal with it. But one thing that Eric is not afraid of is also kind of giving up those boosts. Sometimes he knows that maybe you do have to make a few sacrifices on the team in order to reach that end goal. And Roaring Moon doesn't always necessarily have to be the big damage dealer on the team.
I agree, and to be honest, if I was Paul, I might actually bench the Volcarona. Yes, the Quiver Dance boosts are very nice, but Giga Drain isn't going to be doing too much damage to the opposing Pokemon, particularly if Eric's deciding to bring that Amoonguss. It makes such a nice switch in to be able to counter anything like that. Yes, you can worry about him maybe taking a Flamethrower, but the other Pokemon aren't going to worry about that either. And if there's one thing I know about Eric Rios, his adaptability is always top level. I wouldn't be surprised to see him even bring something like the Heatran into this next game just to be able to catch potentially flamethrowers coming in or apply a lot of pressure to the opposing Volcarona, that if it does go for the grass typing, it doesn't want to take anything from the Heatran either, as well as what the Roaring Moon can dish out already.
Yeah, especially like, let's hone in on the knockoff that this Roaring Moon is running, because not only are you dealing big damage, even if you terrastalize because of the same type attack bonus, but you have that secondhand utility of getting rid of the held item of the target that you are attacking into. And there are so many Pokemon on Paul's side that would love to keep that item intact. You're looking at like the King Gambit, you lose a lot of damage output if you get rid of the black glasses. The Iron Hands as well, if you don't have the Assault Vest anymore, then all of a sudden you are way more vulnerable. So it's a smart bring through and through for Eric here, and even if it's the Intimidate drop, booster energy, I don't know if you mind whether it's a speed or an attack boost.
That's true, and we saw that interaction go down yesterday as well. It's always interesting to see how the mechanics can change between game to game. Taking another look at Eric's team, one Pokemon that I'm actually really interested to look at is that Fluttermane. It is rocking the choice specs. It has a nice flexibility in its move pool. Obviously, we've got our Fairy moves and Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, classic Ghost move with the Shadow Ball. But the Thunderbolt's a very interesting one because it can, again, still apply pressure to Pokemon like the Landorus if it does go for that Flying Terror. And that's something that we are seeing our players commit to, particularly if Eric has the threat of Pokemon like Amoonguss.
That's a great shout. I mean, the Thunderbolt too, we've seen so many different move choices in that 4th slot for the choice specs Fluttermanes. But even when we've seen like kind of Paul and Eric's reactions to that Flying Landorus on the other side, it really has been the Iron Hands that has been trying to get the knockout onto that Landorus with the Wild Charge. So I think Fluttermane is kind of really out of left field. It does bring in a different presence, especially when you look at the Chien Pao bring from Paul. It does apply so much pressure with those Dazzling Gleams.
And that's the thing, it's not just that Thunderbolt, which is a nice tech. When you actually just look at Dazzling Gleam and Moonblast, particularly with choice specs and potentially Terra Fairy, who needs the Thunderbolt? You know, it's going to be able to deal so much damage, and these are two Pokemon that don't want to take Fairy type moves. It's going to be the King Gambit and the Iron Hands for Paul Ruiz, whereas Amoonguss and Iron Hands are coming out front and center for Eric.
So a big switch up here for both of our players. The Landoruses are going to be sitting on the bench for now as the King Gambit, a huge pivot here from Paul to be able to take that Volcarona slot at the very beginning. And they've seen what work this King Gambit can really put into these matches, especially when you look at something like the Sword Stance being available. Maybe you aren't as worried about losing the black glasses. You have to invest a little bit more into amping up the attack stat, but you also have Defiant. It's a great check here for something like the Landorus.
Yep, I think the King Gambit was definitely trying to scout out and catch a Intimidate. We're now going to see the safe adaptation bringing in the Landorus from the back, knowing that you can switch it in to intimidate that Iron Hands. The Fake Out has to go into the Amoonguss here in order to stop it putting a potential Pokemon to sleep with Spore. Of course, the Fake Out is going to come down into what was the King Gambit. So just trading a little bit of Fake Outs, but I think it was very important for Paul to go into the Amoonguss here.
It was, and I think that Paul too, you're looking at just being able to keep that switch safe, right? So keep the Amoonguss in check, get your King Gambit out of there, because you sadly didn't hit what you wanted to see on the other side in the Landorus, but a very safe lead and also just a safe option as a plan B.
Exactly, and now Amoonguss in a position where, again, it still threatens to be able to deal some good damage. The Landorus has the potential to go for the Terrestrialization into Terra Flying, and that's where it can then deal some damage with the Terra Blast down into that opposing Amoonguss, because it's a threat and it's something that has to be dealt with. The one issue by doing that, though, is that you're then leaving yourself vulnerable to something like the Wild Charge from the Iron Hands on Eric's side, but it could be worth the potential trade. You need to get rid of that opposing Amoonguss. But Paul actually once again making a switch up here, and King Gambit's going to rejoin the field.
Okay, maybe just feeling like it is going to be a safe time to be able to bring it back in. This Amoonguss is going to protect, maybe expecting a little bit of a fish out here from something like the Landorus, but it's the Heavy Slam into that spot. Wow, okay. We're seeing just a little bit of a difference here.
Yep, the Wild Charge going down into King Gambit. That's actually quite a bold play. That was a Landorus a second ago. So if it hadn't gone for Terrestrialization, that would have done no damage. But I think Eric trying to maybe read if that Terra Flying was coming through. And again, wisely protecting the Amoonguss in case that was coming into fruition. The Iron Hands, I kind of like that Heavy Slam play. We often only really see Heavy Slam on there to counter fairies like the Fluttermane, particularly as they're not defensively bulky. So that could easily have got the KO there if that was indeed a Fluttermane switching in. But we don't know Eric's last 2 Pokemon yet.
Yeah, I think the Heavy Slam is really safe there too, because you guarantee damage onto whatever comes in, or if you're able to get something like the Amoonguss, you are getting chipped down onto such an important Pokemon here for Eric. The Drain Punch into the King Gambit, what a nice bait there to be able to use the Protect. And Amoonguss trying to go for the Sport too, but King Gambit's Protect also coming in clutch once again.
Yep, in this turn it was about Paul Ruiz playing defensively, and a fantastic Protect there on the King Gambit, just making sure it's not going to be taking any unnecessary damage or sleep turns here. I think taking a look again at Amoonguss, it would be, I think, a good opportunity to maybe try and switch it out, use the Regenerator ability to be able to get a little bit of HP remaining, but you definitely don't want to switch in that Landorus we've just seen in the back from Eric when there is that King Gambit on the field. At the same time, Paul's in a position where he can maybe try and go for something like the Sword Stance, just get a little bit of a momentum, but while that Amoonguss is still on the field and you're not confident that it's going to be able to retreat, you still run the risk of being put to sleep.
Yeah, I wonder if Eric would consider, though, the fact that maybe it's not going to be the King Gambit still on the field. As another consideration you just have to keep in mind. So this Amoonguss is going to retreat into its Pokeball, but it is the Roaring Moon that ends up coming out in its place. So we're going to end up seeing the Booster Energy come back through. No Intimidate on the field, so once again, you are getting a very healthy attack boost.
Yep, Roaring Moon's a Pokemon that doesn't fear King Gambit really at all. It's very happy to take all those Dark-type moves, but obviously with the Sword Stance, that is something it still has to put into consideration. This is something we got to see yesterday. I'm glad we get to broadcast it again today. The Poison Terror, the defensive strategy on this opposing King Gambit, meaning these Drain Punches are no longer going to be as threatening. The Heavy Slam comes down onto the Roaring Moon. It's pretty heavy itself. It's not going to take too much damage. And the Wild Charge just putting the King Gambit into the danger zone, over 50% damage dealt to it already. But it is going to go straight for the Calton Cleave here, just trying to deal some damage. But look how well that Roaring Moon is able to take it.
Yeah, Roaring Moon just came in and tanked 2 really big hits here from the King Gambit, and the Iron hits at Amoonguss surely would have been knocked out to both of those attacks. But now look at that, you called it. There's the HP recovery there from the Regenerator ability. It's nice and healthy to be able to come back in as a switch in later, and this gives Eric just so much longevity in this game.
I mean, look, you can see Eric already hovering over, switching it straight back in, you know. It left the field, it's got some HP, it's coming back. And the critical thing as well is if you take a look at the Iron Hands damage that it's taken, that's pretty much all from Rocky Helmet. So even though the Amoonguss hasn't been dealing out damage actively, passively, it is still chipping away at some of Paul's Pokemon. We're going to see the adjustments on Paul's side as well. Now the Landorus is going to be able to join the field, so that's also been a Pokemon that we know has been hiding in the back for Paul, and this is the great time to bring it in. Throwing down the Intimidate against both these physical attackers does mean that they're going to be a little bit underwhelming going forward, so a wise choice by Eric to bring it out and bring that Amoonguss back into play.
Yeah, and then you also preserve that fake out pressure for later, and that might prove to be very pivotal, but it just has to be a safe switch here. You protect the Roaring Moon just in case there is going to be an attack on the other side, but Paul is just going to go for the Sword Stance. What a great time to weave that in too.
Exactly, I mean, the attacks may be incoming now, particularly with something like a Sucker Punch, but that's why Amoonguss coming into the field is so great. It doesn't have to worry about a potential flying Landorus because the Terrestrialization has been used on Paul's side of the field, so you know it's safe from any potential Terra Blast, and now it has the capability to go for some redirection and stop the potential Sucker Punches from coming through.
Yeah, and this has been just such a great terrestrialization of the King Gambit. It completely mitigates the effect of all of those super effective fighting type attacks that are available on Eric's side, and it just is so much pressure exerted in this match right now. You can even see that Eric is going to go for terrestrialization in this game. It is the Roaring Moon, hoping that there's going to be enough time to weave in an attack.
Yeah, this is going to be the flying Terra type, so it is going to be dropping its Dark and Dragon typing, taking to the skies with its beautiful wings, and applying as much pressure as it can with something like an Acrobatics. We are going to be able to see the protect on that opposing King Gambit, and Landorus is saying, I've had enough, I'm out of here, I want to intimidate a little bit later on because there's really nothing I can do to this Amoonguss, and I do not want to be able to be put to sleep.
But he has a lot of information knowing that the Roaring Moon has just terrestrialized, so he can make a very educated decision about what to be able to bring back in, and it is going to be the Iron Hands that he's going to rely upon. The knockoff heading into that King Gambit's direction. Those black glasses are going to keep this King Gambit cool, calm, and collected, as the Spore was also heading that way. So Eric just once again not being able to get through all of these protects that Paul is putting down on the board.
Yep, this is the second time we've seen the King Gambit protect to a double up, and I think it would have been nice for Eric to be able to get that knockoff down onto the opposing Iron Hands, leave it a little bit more vulnerable without its Assault Vest. Amoonguss, I think, again, now has a choice to make. It's in a relatively healthy position, but does it want to try and go for some redirection, maybe allow the Roaring Moon to try and set up with something like a Dragon Dance? It actually says, no, Roaring Moon, you're on your own, I'm going to go for a protect here.
Yeah, the Iron Hands is going to fake out the other slot, though. So a crit on top of it. That Roaring Moon is so close to being knocked out, but the King Gambit is just going to end up going for the Kowtow Cleave into the Amoonguss. But this also leaves the Roaring Moon vulnerable. Do you want to go for something like a Sucker Punch here just to be able to secure the knockout, or is that Amoonguss too big of a threat?
That's the thing, it's good coverage, I think, to just try and go for the Sucker Punch here, maybe get the KO, because at the end of the day, if the Amoonguss wants to try and counter that and go for the redirection, then you know it's not going for Spore. So then possibly something like the Iron Hands is going to be able to counter on that, going into this blind type with something like the Wild Charge. There's not a lot of HP remaining, so that way you'll still be able to get the knockout, even if the Sucker Punch fails.
Yeah, the Sucker Punch is still so risky, right? What if you end up seeing a switcher in that spot? Sadly, Eric would have to give up the booster energy boost on this Roaring Moon. It's on its last legs. It does not have a whole lot left to be able to offer into this game, but Paul doesn't even want to risk it. Is going to keep that Iron Hand safe, brings back out the Lander as if this Roaring Moon hasn't had enough already.
Yeah, just an onslaught of Intimidate against this opposing Roaring Moon, but I like the fact that Paul's keeping that fake out for later on in this set. Amoonguss is actually going to leave Roaring Moon on its own here on the field, just going to regain its health right back up to full as we see the Iron Hands join for Eric. So both the fourth and final Pokemon for our trainers is yet to be revealed. King Gambit easily takes that knockoff. It will lose its black glasses, however, but it's still going to be able to hit hard with the Kowtow Cleave. Does a significant chunk, even though it is resisted to that opposing Iron Hand.
That Source Dance was absolutely big to help be able to chunk down that Iron Hands, and that was really what put Paul into trouble in that very first game. That Iron Hands had too much HP for Paul to be able to work through, and so he's already doing a great job of limiting what could come down to an Iron Hands 1-1 endgame again.
And I think Paul's doing an excellent job with this King Gambit on the field, because although we're privy to it, Paul doesn't know what the fourth Pokemon is on Eric's side, but I'm pretty sure at this point he can infer it is that Landorus, because Eric is not rotating it in while the Defiant King Gambit is on the field. So he wants to keep it on there as long as possible. There's the Sucker Punch. It is actually going to fail here. Landorus on the opposing side flinching, of course, to that fake out, and there is the Dragon Dance. This is a nice way to bypass around that Sucker Punch. Obviously, you can't keep going for these status moves forever. Eventually, you want to be able to capitalize on the boost that you're going to be able to get, but possibly the Iron Hands on Eric's side is going to be able to support with that.
I think what's really rough in that position too is that yes, you do bait out the Sucker Punch and you keep this Roaring Moon up for just one turn more, but this Landorus on the other side for Paul still has that Choice Scarf, it still has the Rock Slide available, and so you know it's going to be ultra speedy coming in here. The Amoonguss is going to switch into this Iron Hands place, does not want to take too much more damage, and you have to go for the protects again, hoping that you're going to be able to get through enough of these turns that you can figure out a way to get this King Gambit down.
I mean, you can see what the King Gambit's going for, right? Sucker Punch, Sucker Punch, Sucker Punch into that opposing Roaring Moon. And sorry, Stomping Tantrum just did a whole host of damage there. Big damage into the Amoonguss that joined the field. But at the end of the day, Eric, yes, you're stalling it out, but you have to be able to get rid of the King Gambit at some point in order to go for these offensive moves. I don't know if Amoonguss has got the oomph to be able to do that, particularly with the amount of damage it just took from that Stomping Tantrum. Another one of those, I think, is going to be able to close it out.
Yeah, you do have the option to go for the Rage Powder, maybe allow this Roaring Moon to get off with just a bit more damage, and you still have the effect on Paul where he's got to think about the score. Maybe you have the ability to go for a Pollen Buff here, but I think at this point you just want this Roaring Moon to try to do as much as it can before it ends up going down.
Exactly. I mean, am I right in thinking that the Landorus got fake outed the previous turn? So the Stomping Tantrum would have done double damage. I was going to say, that was actually way more than I was expecting. So the next turn wouldn't be necessarily as strong, and Landorus getting out of there kind of saying, maybe I need to reset. The Stomping Tantrum isn't going to do it anymore. Let's bring Iron Hands into the fray to be able to maybe throw in a fake out down later on. King Gambit this time going for the protect, maybe just trying to avoid being put to sleep at this point, knowing that Eric is going to play a little bit more defensively with that Roaring Moon to keep it in the game, and that's why we're seeing the Rage Powder come through.
Yeah, and this Acrobatics is going to be able to land its mark there into the Iron Hands, and so it's a nice little bit of damage, but this Roaring Moon had a lot of work to make up for in terms of how many times its attack stat had been dropped, so one Dragon Dance there just isn't going to cut it.
Exactly, you're going to need to get a couple more of those in order to start dealing the big damage that you want to do. That said, the HP is pretty low on the Iron Hands and the King Gambit. At this range, you might be able to do it, but not while there's still that Sucker Punch and King Gambit on the field. Now that you also have the Fake Out on pulled side, you're really in control of the match. You can always go for something like the Fake Out into the Amoonguss and then go for the Sucker Punch onto the opposing Roaring Moon. If you're Eric now, you really have to start making a choice.
This choice is so difficult to make too, because you are just kind of hoping that this King Gambit, it can go down, but it's going to be the Iron Hands that leaves the field, and the Landorus once again making a reappearance. So even if this Roaring Moon is able to hit into the King Gambit, or it's just tough here. Where are you weaving in the damage? And it's even not going to try to attack. It just has to keep going for these protects.
You know, the Roaring Moon and the King Gambit are so steadfast on the field on that left-hand side of the screen, but on their partner Pokemon slot, they're constantly rotating in. It's Iron Hands or Landorus or Iron Hands or the Amoonguss. And we can see how defensively and slow these players are playing at the moment, because they're at that critical point in the game too, where whoever's next able to secure the KO is going to be able to gain that momentum. In the minute, it's pretty level pegging. They're being able to make some good ball position adjustments and identifying the key information, like the fact that the King Gambit is on the field, meaning Landorus cannot safely come in for Eric, although he's thinking about it. Could this be the turn to just do it, get it on the field, and then because it's got the Choice Scarf, maybe reading that Sucker Punch is coming through and it might be able to get the damage, survive a Sucker Punch in the next turn?
I think that's exactly what he's hoping, is that he's going to be able to knock out this King Gambit this turn. The Landorus now going to be hitting the field just to be able to limit the amount of damage that this Landorus can do as well. But it does activate the Defiant boost on this King Gambit, so a huge risky play here coming through from Eric. It does go for the protect, so sadly Eric is not going to be able to land the damage that he wants to in this turn with the Acrobatics. And I wonder if this risk is going to pay off.
It's a really difficult situation here. I think it will be nice if the Roaring Moon goes down, which it does do, just because now you can bring that Amoonguss back in, go for that redirection. You don't have to worry about the Sucker Punch. It's at +3 now, am I right? Because we saw the Swords Dance.
It's a sword stance. You also have the Intimidate drop plus the +2 from the Defiant.
Yeah.
But Paul is going to start to run out of time here. You've got the Iron Hands hitting the field here for Eric, but Paul is going to have to absolutely start to make the most out of these next few turns. Your time is ticking down for both of our players, and this game 2 is certainly going the distance.
Great observations. Sometimes it's not just playing the player or the Pokemon. You got to play the clock as well and make sure that you are getting those KOs within the time limit. I think Eric's now switching it up a gear. You've brought that Landorus in. Yes, you've activated the Defiance, so now you have to make sure that the King Gambit's not going to be able to run away with this match. You have all the utility to be able to deal with it. You have the potential Fake Out coming through from the Iron Hands here. But King Gambit is actually getting off its chair and going to the back into its Pokeball as Paul switches things up here as well. It's that Chi and Pal that we saw be amazing in that game 1, bringing that Sword of Ruin ability onto the field. This could be very risky as the Fake Out goes down, breaks the Focus Sash. It's now very vulnerable to this Landorus.
And that U-turn is going to bring that Chien-Pao so low. It is able to hang on as that Landorus uses this opportunity to pivot back out, and you do have your opportunity to bring in this Amoonguss, but Paul had to make that double switch there. That is not good, and he is starting to continue to run out of time. He's got to lock in these moves so quickly, but do you know how to navigate this endgame when Eric is Amungus just played this beautifully to stall him out.
This is exactly what we were saying. There'll be one moment where the players completely switch it up a gear, and right now Eric is completely in the driving seat, forcing Paul to make these back foot adjustments, switching Pokemon, and then just look at the debilitating HP they've got remaining, whereas the relatively healthy, all in the green of the 3 remaining Pokemon on Eric's side, they have the potential to be able to start sleeping through this match. Eric thinking maybe I could bring the Landorus in, but then this could be a good read from Paul to bring that King Gambit back in, try and get the Defiant boost up. The issue is the control that Eric has with the support of the fake out of the Iron Hands and redirection with the Amoonguss.
Yeah, this Amoonguss is just working overtime at this point. It has been able to stay alive so long with this regenerator healing. Now the Iron Hands is going to leave the field, so hopefully Eric's plan can come to fruition as the Landorus drops the Intimidate down onto the Chien-Pao, and the Iron Hands pays to have a pretty speedy Pokemon on your side to be able to get that switch in first, but no switches on Paul's side. It's just going to be the Protector from the Amoonguss and the fake out into the Landorus, but what can this Chien-Pao do? It's the Ice Spitter hoping to get a knockout onto this Amoonguss, and it's just not going to be able to hit, which means Paul is desperately trying to figure out an answer to this game number 2 so he can take it to this final game, but Eric is so far in the driver's seat.
Landorus breathing a sigh of relief, seeing the Ice Spinner go into the protecting Amoonguss instead of it coming in and being felled for its troubles. We're going to see the Iron Hands retreat now. Of course, we're going to know that I think King Gambit's going to be able to possibly join the field. Oh, Landorus, sorry. Yeah, Landorus coming in to throw that Intimidate down. This is going to be able to help out a little bit later on because Landorus is the only relatively healthy Pokemon remaining. It's going to have to try and keep that in as caveat to be able to apply pressure. Chien-Pao this time going on the defensive. But once again, the Sword of Ruin ability helping out the Landorus on Eric's side. Yes, it's taken an Intimidate, but it can potentially steal some big damage. Not when there's a Protect, though. Chien-Pao's still going to hang around for a little bit.
Yeah, the other thing that we have to consider here too is that the Amoonguss can really start to slow things down. Paul still has 4 Pokemon remaining though, so he has an ability to get a win condition here. If he doesn't run out of your time, he could just play the timer. The 3-minute mark did just go up on the stream.
Exactly, you've got to play to all of your outs here, and we're seeing the adaptations from Paul. But Eric, I think, just has so much momentum that you're going to be able to secure some knockouts here. The Landorus, for example, is Choice Scarf locked into the U-turn. That's something that will be able to get the knockout on the Chien-Pao wisely from Paul being able to make that adjustment. If this is the King Gambit coming in, which we know it has to be, is it going to be enough to get the knockout? I feel like U-turn just isn't going to be enough into the Poison Terror.
It's not even close. That King Gambit takes it like a champ. And this Landorus pivoting out means that this Iron Hands gets to come back in, but it's still so vulnerable. Paul just has a really great read at the moment with just keeping all 4 of these Pokemon alive. And yes, Amoonguss can go for Sport, but where is this damage?
That's a very good question. You can see Eric, going through the motions now, the pressure's on, just trying to lock in the moves as quickly as possible to be able to try and secure some knockouts. You've got King Gambit and you've got the Landorus asleep, but you also have only 2 minutes remaining of this match. Making some adaptations here. I think this is almost like trying to bank on Amoonguss to be able to get the KO, which is not always the most strongest of plays, but then again, I've seen Amoonguss get many KOs in the past. The Intimidate's throwing down onto the opposing Landorus, however, activating the Defiant, but that's okay. It's asleep, and hopefully for Eric's going to be able to try and get the KO against it later on.
And it doesn't even matter because Paul is going to preserve that King Gambit for later as the Landorus is going to come out in its place. But this Amoonguss is trying to put in enough work by putting all of Paul's Pokemon to sleep that he cannot secure another knockout, and Eric might have enough time to be able to get a knockout down and hopefully be able to play to this timer play. This Spore putting Paul's Iron Hands to sleep means that 3 of the Pokemon on Paul's side are now taking a nap here when we are in the crucial moments.
Do you know what? This is fantastic positioning here from Paul. Being able to bring your 2 relatively healthy Pokemon onto the field to be able to take these attacks. Yes, they're sleeping, but that doesn't matter at this point. What is Amoonguss going to be able to do to them? 60 seconds on the clock. King Gambit joins the fray. As Landorus goes for the Stomping Tantrum into the Iron Hands, it is enough to be able to secure the knockout, but there is nothing really Amoonguss is going to be able to do to the King Gambit.
No, not quite. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 here as we see that timer go down. The Polyp up into the King Gambit is going to leave that at the sliver of HP as we see the 40 seconds remaining ticking down. Paul is still starting to run out of your time with only just a couple of seconds left on the clock. The animation of the Sword of Ruin though now, Eric's going to have to lock in these moves but also hope that Paul is going to run out.
Quick, let's lock these moves in. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. Eric going for the Stomping Tantrum, it looks like, down into the opposing Chi and Pao, but just trying to think through what is going to be the optimal play here. How can I try and secure another KO? His Pokemon looking relatively healthy, but then to Chi and Pao that can KO both these Pokemon with something like an Ice Spinner, it can be very detrimental. These seconds are ticking down. Could this be the closing moment that Eric Rios needs?
It is going to be the final turn as that timer hits 0. Eric is going to lock in the move, but the time has run out. The battle is over, and Eric is going to walk away with the victory 2-0 after an impressive endgame play.
You breathe a sigh of relief there, Eric Rios. You deserve it. That was an intense way to finish out the set. What a monumental victory over Paul Ruiz. Wow. So many switches, so many adaptations, and the key thing I take away from both these players is the way that they clearly identified in that game too, the end game path they needed. It just, I think for me, came down to that turn where you switched in the Landorus to the Defiant, forcing Paul to have to start making adjustments.
And Eric played that out so smartly too, where he knew that even though Paul had that 4 Pokemon to his 3, if you whittle them down enough, you might be able to get the knockout, and then you're still able to win that game with that HP differential. He had more HP available on his team, especially after he secured that knockout onto that Pokemon to just tie it up.
Exactly, and you can see again, you know, the Roaring Moon went down at a pretty difficult spot here, forcing Eric to have to keep making these adaptations. And there were so many moves going down, but not getting the KOs like we just saw on that Chi and Pao, for example. And that's where we really saw this slow and steady endgame come through, where every single HP mattered. Whether it was damage from a Rocky Helmet, whether it was a bit of chip from something like the Fake Out, that all came down to the critical endgame, you know, statistics where you do the averaging of the HP remaining.
Yes, exactly. And so there you go, Eric getting a 2-0 victory. 1, just from excellent play in that first game, but then 2, that's an intense mind game to have to play, and it is so much to keep track of, how much time that you have left, and it's just a tough amount of information to have to balance.
Exactly, and I like the adaptation that Paul made as well, dropping the Volcarona for the game 2, because it just didn't get capitalized on at all in game 1, and you just ran the risk that you have to go into your Grass Terror, for example, to be able to protect from that Amoonguss. And Amoonguss on Eric's side definitely put in work towards the end, being able to finally put Pokemon to sleep. At the same time, Paul identifying, hey, it doesn't matter if my Pokemon are asleep, I just need them to hang on until that timer runs out. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be for Paul Ruiz.
No, so unfortunately, Paul is going to fall in this series and end up, I believe, being at X and 4. So it is going to be a little bit tough for him to be able to claw back into things, as we only have a few more rounds of Swiss left for day number 2 here at the LAIC International Championships. But Eric is one step closer to potentially being able to make it into that top 8, but he is also still in a precarious spot.
That's the thing, at this point of the competition, every single match really does matter, because we started today with 35 players, but by the kind of stage 3 of the competition, I like to call it, when we get into the top cut, you're only going to have 8. And you really have to try and get through with your X and 2 records if you can. Some X and 3s might be able to slip in there. All the maths will be calculated for us by someone better than me towards the end. So we'll be able to keep you updated on exactly how top cut starts shaping up once we have that information as well. But there's still a couple of rounds to go.
There are still a couple of rounds to go, and a few words to be spoken as we have our winner from this round on stage. So let's hear from Eric Rios.
Thank you very much, Rosemary and Lou. We are here with Eric Rios, a very tough victory. It was 2-0, but it took a very long time. So you defeated Paul Ruiz, a world champion. That was a world's caliber match. How did you feel? Because we were stressed out just watching. You were playing. How did that matchup feel?
I feel pretty confident and pretty good about the match. It was difficult. It was the first time I faced Paul Ruiz. Yeah, I know him. He's really good. He's world champion. So I knew this was difficult. So I tried my best. I tried to play safe and risky sometimes, because the matchup, it's not easy for me. I think it's not easy for him. So we need to play around that. And yeah, it was difficult, but it was fun. So
I think there's a lot of trainers that never get to those 20-minute matches, and you seem very comfortable, even though you were down 4-3 in the Pokemon count for a lot of that game. But you knew you had the health, and you knew a lot of these Pokemon were very low health. So when you saw the 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left, did you get nervous, or were you still confident that you were going to win that game?
When I saw the timer, I knew, okay, I have to play quickly, because he has like 50 seconds to play, and there's probably going to be like 3 minutes left as soon as possible. So I try to play as quickly as I can. So I knew that all of this Pokemon was cheap damage, like low HP. So I need to spore everything and try to defeat one Pokemon, and then I could win. Because I have Among Us, I have more HP than him, I have Pollen Puff, so I can restore HP from my own mons and probably win. So.
And one Pokemon that was really difficult, it seemed like for most of that game too, was his Terra Poison King Gambit. And you had Landorus in the back that it felt like for most turns you didn't want to switch it in to activate Defiant. So how do you handle situations where you're kind of down a Pokemon in that moment because you don't want to give him an attack boost?
When I lead in game 1 with Landorus Among Us, I didn't expect to face King Gambit because King Gambit is, I think it's not quite good against my team, but if I lead with Landorus and he lead with King Gambit hands, like in game 2, I would probably lose. So when I won the game 1 with Landorus Among Us without facing King Gambit, I knew, okay, he's gonna lead with King Gambit then, and I have to lead with Hands Among Us to beat that. And yeah, it was difficult, but I think it's better to lead with Hands Among Us instead of Landorus, because I can just play a Spore, Fake Out. But King Gambit Terra Poison is raw because it's true that I can do a lot of damage with my own Landorus, but if I put Landorus in front of King Gambit, then he can do a lot of damage with Cotocliff into my hands, Among Us, everything. So it's difficult, but I think that I need to spore King Gambit and then play around.
And then if we go back to your game 1 matchup against Paul, you both terrestrialized Landorus. And I always wonder when you're having a situation where you have the same Pokemon, the same Terra, you don't know how much speed investment his Landorus has compared to yours. How do you handle mirror match situations like that where you don't have all the information?
When I Terra Landorus, my Rowdy Moon was +1 in speed, so I did knockoff and Terra Fly into Landorus. If didn't switch, I can defeat Landorus in that turn. So that's why I did the Terra Fly in that turn, because he doesn't have switching. He has Volcarona, he has maybe Chien-Pao. So yeah, my play with knockoff Terra Blast was pretty safe, and that's why I did that. But yeah, he played well. He switched out Landorus to Intimidate again, and then was pretty raw for me because if he Intimidate twice, I can't do the KO, I think, that I was thinking. So it was a smart play for him. So.
Now, Eric, this is a position that you're very comfortable being in. You've made it to many day 2s of international championships, but a lot of other people, this might be their first time in a day 2, right? So what's some advice that you can give to players who have never played 14 rounds of Pokemon in a weekend? Like, you're comfortable here, but what's some advice for some of the other players in the field?
So my advice for all the new players that play big tournaments like that, just play like you know, don't be nervous, and you have to be confident on your own and play like you know. So, and like results will come. So don't want the results every tournament. Don't just play, and the results will come.
Okay, and then last one for you. Do you have any shout outs for friends or family that are watching along at home?
I want to shout out all my friends, family, Albert, that helping me preparing the tournament 2 days before the tournament. So thanks to them, also to my Twitch community and all the Spanish players that have been supporting me from home.
All right, well, congratulations, Eric. Best of luck with the last couple of rounds of Swiss here today.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break here as we finish up our round 11 coverage of VGC here at the Latin America International Championships. So we'll be right back with more great VGC action.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'ma go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look up a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got to VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people, and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
Welcome back to the Latin American International Championships. Day 2 of Swiss has been going by so well as trainers are looking to try and get those victories necessary to try and make it into that top 8. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined here by Liv. I'm excited to be behind the desk again with you.
I know we get to steal each other for one match a day, which I think is always nice, and particularly I'm looking forward to the next match we've got coming up because it's a little bit different for you guys. The lunch break is going on. Our players have been working hard, battling out to try and get into that top 8, so they deserve a little rest, get some food on board. So I think no rest for the wicked, though, for us commentators.
100%. We want to make sure that we're delivering battles all day long. So we are going to be having a caster battle. This is always fun, an opportunity to see what we are made of, and normally highlight a unique pick or two, since maybe players that, you know, travel around, have money on the line, all of this stuff, are just kind of staying away from for a good reason.
With this one, it's all just status and the bragging rights at the end, right? You want to be able to take your caster battle all the way to victory. I mean, you're no stranger to these caster battles yourself, always bringing something a little bit spicy. The Weeping Bell, I think, has always stuck in my mind a little bit. What are we maybe expecting from Joe and Rosemary?
I don't want to spoil it quite yet for Joe Brown's team, as it's a team that we did work on together with the help of a few friends out there. And it's definitely a team, but it was a collaborative effort, and even if it's not something that's going to win an event, hoping it's good enough to win a caster battle.
I'm sure it'll be entertaining nonetheless. And I think one thing I always look forward to is I wonder whether trainers are going to bring their favorite Pokemon to this one, because, you know, you can still win with your favorites. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rosemary maybe bringing something like a Sylveon, but let's speak about some Pokemon that are definitely the favorites of the competition here at LAIC. In day 2, no surprises, the top usage Pokemon here, we've got Fluttermane, Iron Hands, the Urshifu, and the Landorus getting those top 4 spots.
Fluttermane back on top, though, barely, and I guess kind of tied on top. I feel like just for that meme, we should have put the Iron Hands first. If they're truly tied, just so we can say that Fluttermane's fallen off. But no, looking around at these Pokemon, not necessarily anything that surprises me too much. Just over a third of the field with the Amoonguss, though, considering that from what we've seen, it hasn't necessarily been the mostest. It's still really making an effort out there. So that's kind of intriguing and interesting.
Yeah, the Genie's coming out on top as well with the Tornadus and the Landorus. Of course, we all knew Landorus with the Intimidate ability was going to be so dominant, but Tornadus actually really coming into glory as well. Again, tied here in a position, both at 40% usage. And I think because of the flexibility Tornadus has with its Prankster ability to go for those tailwinds to gain speed momentum, or also change up the weather with Sunny Day or Rain Dance respectively, have given it so much dominance here in the competition.
And Roaring Moon kicking around, of course, it went from that journey to more niche, quirky pick to something that's actually a really strong contender out there, and more trainers have been adopting it into their teams, especially lately. We've seen the supportive set coming out, and it can be such a strong answer into something like those Armorosia DD teams, and probably one of the easier answers to put on your team that's actually going to be providing a lot of utility into every other matchup you have. So it's definitely been sticking around. It's making its way into day 2 as well.
Exactly, and we are seeing Pokemon creep up in the rankings, and that's how you get the girl to give you the side eye in the form of that Fluttermane going, who's coming for my #1 spot now? Is it going to be something like the Iron Hands or the Urshifu really trying to get into the #1 spot? But that Firewater Grass core has been so dominant as well. Rillaboom and Arcanine filling in this day 2 roster of top 12 Pokemon. I am surprised I haven't seen as much Arcanine as I was expecting. It has definitely been in and around, but I honestly thought it would be up there, more like in the top 5 usage.
It is such a strong Pokemon on that right core of 6, but I feel like that's the key word, that right core of 6. The typing leaves so much to be desired. Sure, you're going to be hitting a super effective Flare Blitz into things, and you're going to be having that same type of attack bonus. Those Rock Slides, those can deal so much damage on top of the fact that you might be able to be fishing for those flinches. But having that Rock Water type when something like Urshifu Rapid Strike is basically half of the field is really, really tough, and that's not quite it. When there's the ground types, that is very common coverage. You get to see that on Heatran, so it can attack into other Heatran. It can be really, really tough to justify, as opposed to something like Landorus that still has the Intimidate, still has that Rock Slide. It has a little bit more pivoting options, and as well with the Fall of Iron bundle, there's not quite as much hate for it out there, even though we did see the ultimate hate with the Terra Ice Regieleki. That one caught me off guard.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we saw Hugo play earlier with this Iron Bundle that just had so much dominance on the field. There were plenty of Pokemon that took super effective damage from Ice-type moves. I think there was a Tornadus and a Landorus and a Rillaboom on his opponent's team, as well as then any Fire types would have to fall victim to something like a Hydro Pump. But I'm surprised we haven't seen Iron Bundle as strong. But what truly is scandalous, Sierra, is we're not seeing any Slitherwing or Gastrodon here.
Honestly, but we did see a Volcarona.
We did, and I think in a meta where you have the potential to have the OG Volcarona or go for the Iron Moth or the Slitherwing, maybe people are just sticking with the old favorite.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't blame them. You know, you have to save some space for Worlds. I know it's so far away, but you
True.
can't be revealing it yet. Gastrodon, I feel like it's so hard to justify considering there is this Wellspring Ogerpon out there. It kind of puts it in a really tough spot, especially too, you have a water absorbed Pokemon that, I don't want to say better because I don't want to do your boy Gastrodon like that, but you have a water absorb that is better, that will absolutely KO Gastrodon so fast since it does have grass type moves too.
I mean, it's a little different, I suppose. It's still the best slug out there, but I think I always like the fact with Storm Drain as opposed to Water Absorb that the Storm Drain draws in all the attacks, right? So you don't necessarily have to call the correct slot to switch your Gastrodon into, but as long as it's on the field, if there's, you know, inertia, if you go for the Surging Strikes, then it's just able to kind of soak those all up so beautifully. But maybe there are just other Urshifu counters out there that are more reliable maybe, or more flexible. I always think Gastrodon could just target down that one water type, but hey, who knows what's going to happen. I think it's time to kick it over to the new Romantics on the stage here. It's going to be Joe and Rosemary. I'm so looking forward to this.
When you say never know what's going to happen, I feel like this is the definition. The caster battles, they can be weird. We've gotten to see two that arose in the past. I believe it was OCIC bringing that, basically that one punch team. It was all those, it was just those one priority moves. Didn't even have other moves on her team. Just had that one priority move and that was it. So definitely fun, and I already know that Joe Brown has something fun, so I'm excited.
I mean, priority is a strategy, right? You know, it's very readable in a meta. You know, if you see the team list and kind of go, okay, lots of priority, but if you don't have a way to stop it, then you're going to be able to steamroll with all of those big damage rolling moves. Joe, I'm sure, will have something very, very interesting, and the players have got their headsets on. Sierra, do you want to maybe give us a little bit of insight into some of the stuff that Joe's bringing?
Well, the Loyal 3 don't necessarily get to see too much play. Maybe sometimes with an Ogie Dogie, but hey, if you ever want to see one of the birds around, don't want to say one of the coolest birds around when Talonflame exists, but you want to see one of the cool birds around, well, what about that Pheasantipity? So this is a team built around that and other options to be kind of supporting it. So you get to see maybe a Hex Flutter main to really be capitalizing off of that Toxic Chain ability. I don't know. And Sinisha too, you got the Rage Powder, start directing things away. A couple of different options to try and be dealing with some of the threats that maybe the Pheasantipity would offer.
Are we honestly bringing up the best bird debate once again, and Pheasantipity going into the mix here?
Well, it's not in the mix, so we don't really have to get to the debate.
Okay, because Talonflame's long-standing reigning #1.
We have so many birds. If Joe Brown could take this win, then I feel like maybe we can have a discussion. I don't know if there's too much to debate until we see someone outside of our group bring it, but
let's see how popular it becomes after this match. Who knows? Maybe Joe will be able to showcase Pheasantipity to highest honors. If we take a flip side at Rosemary's team, she's bringing a little bit of ice spice to the field. Going to be having this frosty combination of Iron Bundle and the Alolan Ninetales. So looking forward to seeing the snow settling out on the field, something I think us all in Sao Paulo, Brazil would benefit from right now to bring the temperature down a tad. But I like seeing the synergy that is potentially coming through for them. When the snow is on the field, Blizzard, not the most accurate move, but in the snow it is 100% accurate. That's something that Joe has to watch out for.
100%. So it'll be fun to see how that bears off, because Snow is an archetype that actually is competitively viable to a degree. The degree is pretty low. That's a cold pun. Sorry, that was so bad, but I was so proud of myself.
I'm proud. You go, Sierra, you go.
Thank you. But we don't get to see too much snow around, and for reasons that it is very easy counterable at some points. Of course, when you have that Alolan Ninetales that's setting the snow, there is still other weather around, even if it isn't quite as common nowadays. We still actually do get to see the manual weather setter of something like a Rain Dance on a Tornadus. So being able to have something to override that is a priority. As long as you have it out on the field, you're good. Well, it is what it is, right? So it hasn't been too prevalent in our VGC meta, but when somebody makes it work, it definitely shows that the changes that have happened to Snow in this generation have been worth it.
I mean, you're mentioning the weather matchup here. We know that Joe doesn't have any weather options on his side of the field, so that's something that, you know, Rosemary's going to be able to identify. One thing that I really liked that you called out earlier was the Flutter Mane with Hex, because particularly considering the Pheasantipity is running a Choice Scarf, it's going to be very, very speedy with that Toxic Chain ability. ability, maybe going to be able to throw some poison down on the field, and then a very fast and speedy Fluttermane can follow that up with a Hex, I could see destruction coming through.
The other Joe that I know, the one competing right now, told me and Joe Brown that Choice Scarf is objectively bad.
Okay.
And made a couple edits to the team. And we said no, and we put it back on. So it'll be fun to see if this Choice Scarf Icy win with the Toxic Chain to try and get that speed, get the speed drops, and maybe get that poison can maybe come into effect. Because I think that's the core of the team. That is the essence of the team. You are locked after that. But hey, you got a couple of moves too. If you're swapping out, swapping back in, there's even a way to set Tailwind if you really just want to do the one and done, have something else on the team come in and start sweeping. Because as I said, there is the Fluttermane, there is also things like that Wellspring, Mask, Ogerpon, we got a Heatran, got an Iron Hands. Like, we do have some good picks on here.
Yeah, and it's not the first time we've actually seen a Fezandipity make its way into a caster battle. Back at the Lille Regional Championships earlier this season between David Partington and Ben Kiriakou, David brought a Fezandipity to that match, but it was felled by, as a Piplup fan, you'll be very happy to hear this, the Empoleon on Ben's side of the field was just able to take all the attacks and steamroll through the team. So although it didn't make victory over in Europe, maybe here in South America, we could see a difference.
You said that Rose had the snow. You kind of neglected to mention the Dachshund on her side.
I thought I'd let you do it.
What? All right, well, you're going to have to give me the rundown on the Dachshund, all right, if you want to be the one full of surprises. I haven't seen this in ever.
I mean, it's adorable, and the one thing I like is the fact you've got the Chi-Yu on the field as well, bringing the heat to cook up the dough. So Dachshund is going to be using Snarl, Body Press, Substitute, and Protect, so it has the potential to be a little bit more defensive, trying to lower the special attack on the opposing side, as well as try and get that Substitute set up for the endgame.
Our trainers, well, our casters, well, they're trainers too at this moment, getting set up. So a closer look on the team. Talked about the Fezandipity with that Toxic Chain, and of course the Icy Wind. That's looking for the synergy with the Hex on the Fluttermane. And of course, if you're just setting things up, the whole point is you're just trying to get everything poisoned on the team. But if maybe Fluttermane isn't the bring, then there is also the Magma Storm on the Heatran. If you can get the poison down and Magma Storm lock it into place, it is going to be stuck on the field there. And Magma Storm is also a way to be dealing additional damage over time. So look at this camaraderie. Joe Brown's having issues of some sort, and Rose is over there helping them, or taking a peek at the team.
Who knows? Teamwork makes the dream work is the saying, but possibly as well you can have a little suss out how it's going. I kind of like the idea that they're maybe throwing each other a little bit of shade, getting themselves ready in the competitive mood, but actually you can see the camaraderie, like you said, between these trainers, building the anticipation a little bit more before we dive into our game.
Yeah, make it seem like we aren't about to have a grueling battle in a couple of minutes here that's going to be held over the other person's head for the amount of time. I know still after beating Jake in one of the matches with Weeping Bell, still bring that up. We never did manage to finish that set, so it did end off a tie. But I always tell him, hey, you're lucky, you're fortunate, I spared you, because I would have swept you with Weeping Bell, and you would have to live with that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no bad blood between casters after a caster battle, but between a caster and Weeping Bell, that could be a different level of stress. Hi guys, we can see you here. Nice to see them engaging with the broadcast as well. Hopefully you are all enjoying everything at home. Don't forget that hashtag Pokemon LAIC to get in on the action. Let us know which caster you're rooting for and whether you are a Team Fezandipity or Team Dachshund.
The Dachshund, that'll be a cute one to see, but I can't wait to get into this. And we'll talk a little bit more about that Dachshund. It's funny being able to see the Chi-Yu too, since it is something that kind of has gone down. But the double fire type over on Rosemary Zen.
Exactly, I like that synergy that you've got going on. You've got the potential with the Ogerpon Hearthbrain Master form as well to be able to deal some big damage with something like the Swords Dance. But again, you have the capability to start dealing out some big damage with something like the Ivy Cudgel that we've seen get lots of critical hits throughout the tournament. Rillaboom as well, a very strong contender with those grass type moves. The priority grassy glide in the grassy terrain is something that Joe is going to have to watch out for. We said before that Rosemary is the priority master, and so having this on the field could be something Joe has to watch out for.
I'm just looking at Joe's team, looking at the Heatran, saying watch out for that well-baked body on that Dachshund, because those fire type moves are not going to be doing anything. And considering that he only has the one spread attack to do a bunch of damage. Megastorm, it can. You can definitely be doing that, but it's not the same damage dealer that Heat Wave is going to be. All of a sudden, if you put Dashbun next to something like one of your, I don't know, those snow Pokemons you want to reserve that would have been taking that super effective damage, it's definitely a way to preserve the longevity of something like that, or even just the Rillaboom that's on Rose's end.
Yes, exactly. I think the Ogerpon on Joe's side has to maybe watch out a little bit because there's so much grass pressure that Rose has the potential to exert. So possibly if you're Joe, watching the Terrestrialization on that Ogerpon might just have to be something you have to consider. Of course, depending on the time limit, we never know if this is going to go to a best of 1 or a best of 3, so we'll have to see as the action plays out. One Pokemon we haven't talked about, though, is the Sinistcha with that Rocky helmet.
Hey, you have the Rage Powder, you direct the moves right into it, and you are going to be taking damage as well. Having Strength Sap, you can be lowering the attack of the Pokemon over on the other end. Rosemary, half of the Pokemon just looking on the special attacking end. If they're hitting into it, it's not going to be really doing too much. But the other ones, hey, fair game. As long, though, as the... Wow, I'm blanking. It's been a long day already.
It certainly has.
As long as the Hearth Flame Ogerpon on Rose's end doesn't terrasilize, though, not going to be affected by those Rage Powders.
Exactly. So many moves and counter moves for our trainers to start navigating through. I would personally really love to see Rose, though, bring the weather mode to this match, and we can let you know that they are in team preview. Things are heating up. They're going to have to switch all the conversations that they've had this weekend into focusing on their playing, and now put all of their efforts into trying to take the Ala caster down.
What I stand by for these caster battles, if you have a cute and quirky team, you're required to bring what makes it cute and quirky to the battle. And that's same with the Weepville. It ain't great, but you're required to. So I'm expecting all of those fun little picks that we have talked about will make their way here, as long as, you know, we're playing by the fun rules and not the sweaty try-hard rules.
Yeah, it's one of those suburban legends that you can't win with your favorites or a quirky choice. You most certainly can, and when you get the opportunity to bring it, make sure that you do let it take center stage. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing what the leads are going to be coming out from these players. I wonder if they're going to play it safe and slow and steady at the beginning, or if they're just going to go bring out all those interesting choices that we want to see straight out of the blocks.
They've been on this side of the desk. They know that the first thing we want to do is dive into the cool things that they brought. So I think that we're about to have some content on the horizon for our casters as we get into our first game here. Of course, though, getting into our match, there is one huge question that I have going into this, and one huge thing we need to address. We need to start rating the outfits. Who has the better drip?
Who has the best fit? We can take a closer look. We're going to see the Rillaboom and the Iron Bundle come out first, and there's the Pheasantipity paired up with the Heatran. I can't see the players, though. Rillaboom's kind of almost blocking the way, but Rosemary's definitely rocking that hairstyle on her character.
Definitely is. Definitely a nice little match there. You see the two side by side. Maybe as the camera pans, we'll be able to have a look over here. No, we're trying our best. We're taking a scope at the team instead, but the Pheasantipity in the lead. Here we go. I like this matching, like the hair color. Oh, I think we had to use... Oh, no.
Oh, so Rosemary wins the fit challenge, but who's going to be able to win the battle itself? Pheasantipity looking primed to try and get some Toxic Chain action going down on the field. At the same time, the Rillaboom can apply some pressure with something like that Fake Out and stop Joe in his tracks.
All right, and at this point, too, Pheasantipity, it's not just the Icy Wind. You do have a couple of different options, and being able to slow down something that is so usually speedy, like the Iron Bundle, could fare well for the rest of the match. Of course, Rillaboom on the other end with access to something like a priority Grassy Glide. Well, that one won't matter quite as much, but Terrestrialization to kick things off, that is the Fire type.
Yep, Fire Rillaboom joining the field, bringing the heat here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Going to be able to potentially go for one of these Fake Outs, but Heatran not going to be able to give it room for this action, going straight for the Protector. As Rillaboom actually goes for the Fake Out into the Pheasantipity, Joe like, oh, rats, you were able to call me perfectly there. And now the Iron Bundle going into the Protector of the Heatran.
The Terrestrialization, though, baited out. That is offline for the rest of the battle. So the Heatran was left alone from the Rillaboom, at least with the Fake Out. So it did have the opportunity to maybe fire something off had the Iron Bundle missed that Hydro Pump trying to go into it. Now, we get to see what we want to lock in for realsies this time around, because Pheasantipity, yes, it's the Choice Scarf, but since it was faked out, not quite locked into that. No switch coming around, instead a Terrestrialization of Joe's own.
I mean, now that we don't talk about the accuracy of moves, because sometimes we do throw that commentator's curse on there, the Hydro Pump would have been a prime position to go into this Heatran, but Joe not wanting to roll those dice and going for the Terra Fairy on it. So this Hydro Pump that does manage to connect actually into the Pheasantipity isn't going to be doing too much damage. The special defense bolt of that Pheasantipity is incredible. As it does go for the Icy Wind, we'll of course be able to lower the speed of both the opposing Pokemon, but are we going to see the follow-up poison?
No poison from either Pokemon here, but it is going to be a Magma Storm connect onto the Iron Bundle. You're not trapped. You are going down. That is going to be a clean KO there. High horsepower into the Heatran is just going to be such a little amount of damage thanks to that Paratracelization.
I've honestly been waiting all weekend for an Iron Bundle, so I kind of want to say don't go to it, but it is down and out in that solid damage.
I'm having some bad memories of Iron Bundles, so I'm saying good riddance. Get out of here. Plus, you know, I help with the festival. I'm cheering for Joe here, but hey, now we get to see what Rosemary has in the back. So far, we haven't seen the fun, quirky Pokemon, and we're going to see another really common one out there. That is the Heart Flame Mask Ogerpon. It can start putting on some pressure onto the opposing end, though, especially too, since it can hit into the Heatran thanks to that Mold Breaker ability.
Exactly, that does give it a little bit of flexibility and something the Heatran has to watch out for. Yes, it has got that Fairy Terra typing up, so defensively it's looking kind of pretty at the moment, but like you mentioned, it doesn't have that flexibility to avoid any of those Fire type moves. So potentially Joe could make an adjustment here, switch up the ball position. I love to spy on that Flutter Mane in the back, waiting for Pheasantipity to do the work and throw some poison down.
You have to keep the Flutter Mane till last, because you don't want to lose the Flutter Mane. You don't want to be losing that whole core of this Icy Wind, Poison, and Hex combination. Second round, double connect. Are we going to get the poison this time around? That is going to be the key. You're not always guaranteed, but it will be that Toxic Chain onto the Ogerpon.
Yep, Ogerpon does get poisoned from that Icy Wind. It's going to be able to retaliate with the Ivy Cudgel and get Pheasantipity out of here. Says, how dare you poison me? Go back to your Pokeball for the rest of this game one.
Rosemary very smartly targeting down most terrifying Pokemon out there. Critical hit into the Iron Hands, though, is going to be able to just barely hold on through that hit.
She's back with a vengeance. Come on, Rosemary, let's get some more of these KOs. Massive critical hit being boosted up by the grassy terrain as well. That Wood Hammer was not messing around. Iron Hands now looking very, very vulnerable, but could this be the moment? You're on the back foot a little bit. How about we bring that Flutter Mane in now that it has the potential to go for one of those powerful hexes that will do a lot more damage once a Pokemon has got a status affliction.
That's going to be the key, but you have to make sure you can target down into just the poison type Pokemon, and at the same time there's still other threats out there.
Exactly, so much flexibility for these trainers, and it starts coming down to this endgame. It's been a very hyper-offensive match so far. Not a lot of defensive plays. They're just out to try and get KO after KO. The Ogerpon definitely looking mean with that angry mask. I heard you talking about it earlier, and I quite concur that it is a very aggressive stance they've got out on the battlefield.
100%. The spiky shield from the Ogerpon, though, just wanting to make sure it can live to see another day, or at least live to see the next turn, or just not get faked out. That targeted into the Rillaboom instead, though. Hex that would have been double damage targeted into that poisoned Ogerpon, but it's nothing this time around. But now over on Rose's end, still, this Flutter Mane can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I like how the grassy terrain is kind of counteracting the poison damage as well that's coming through. Just keeping Ogerpon a little bit healthier out there on the field, but it really has to watch out for this Hex. Although the pace was slowed down a little bit by the Rillaboom and then the Protect coming through from the opposing Ogerpon, now you're in that position where Flutter Mane's like, okay, you're a little bit more vulnerable. I can always try and go for the Hex here and try and knock up the KO.
100%. And I'm curious too, it will be the Ogerpon swapping out. So that would have been prime target number 1 for this Flutter Mane. You coming out. That'll be the little fish and a way to be dealing damage into the other end. The Beads of Ruin, though, this is going to make sure the special defense is dropped. But hitting a Hex into a Chi-Yu doesn't matter. The Drain Punch, though, that one will leave a mark.
The coverage, I love that from Joe Brown. Yes, Hex not going to deal too much to the Dark Fire type that switches in, but a Drain Punch on the other hand, really taking advantage of the super effective damage it can deal. I really love that adjustment there from Joe. Flutter Mane is going to have to take another critical hit, Wood Hammer, for its troubles, but I think it certainly was able to put in some work, applying some pressure out there on the field. The recoil is going to be hurting that Rillaboom, though, as well.
And now at this point, it's just going to be a couple of Pokemon on each end. The Heatran it led off the battle over on Joe's end. And it's going to be here to try and finish things up as the Ogerpon on the other side is coming back out.
Yep, Ogerpon is able to rejoin the field. That Mold Breaker ability is going to be in action once again, something Heatran does have to potentially watch out for. Of course, Joe does have a lot of pressure on the field at the moment. You can always go for something like the Earth Power into that Rillaboom that has got the Fire Terror at the moment. That's going to be able to deal some super effective damage. And then you also have the potential to go for the Heat Wave just as that little bit of coverage starts chipping away at the Ogerpon. Although Iron Hands can also help out with that.
Iron Hands, it definitely is something that sticks around, but it can be doing enough damage to be getting by, sometimes even more than that, like we saw in the case with the Chi-Yu. But being able to hit Drain Punches into things, that's going to be some longevity as well. The Wild Charge, that could definitely going to be dealing a lot of damage, but you are going to be taking that recoil. Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon, if the Iron Hands tried to hit into that, it would not be doing anything. You'd be taking damage back, but no, the Heatran, the Magma Storm into there. And now the Wild Charge into the Rillaboom. It will be the damage it needs to take it down.
Yep, you don't need the Heatran to KO the Rillaboom when the Iron Hands can do it just as well. I also like the play from the Magma Storm. Yes, it went into the Spiky Shield, but the fact that you could deal some decent neutral damage as well as get the residual chip from the Magma Storm piled up with that poison chip that is taking as well, in addition to the fact that the grassy terrain has ended, means that Joe would be able to apply a lot of pressure, and it is now Ogerpon versus Joe Brown.
And Ogerpon can do a lot. I don't think it can quite do enough here, but we'll have to see, considering the fact that the damage output over on Joe Brown's end isn't necessarily matching what this Pokemon can do. But even hitting into the Heatran, Heatran can definitely take a hit or two, and it's going to get that Citrus Berry recovery to make sure it can survive so much more, even in the face of a missed Magma Storm.
Is it over now for Ogerpon, though? It's going to have to take this Drain Punch damage, and although the Magma Storm did avoid this turn, you could see how little the Ivy Cudgel was really doing. It looks like the combination of either the Drain Punch of the Iron Hands or a landing Magma Storm in the next turn is going to be able to seal up the victory.
And at this point, too, the Ogerpon just badly poisoned on the other end. It could be a protect and a hit into it. But at this point, the Ogerpon doing what it can, just going out for some style points. But Heatran will take that final KO for Joe Brown to take the first game in this set.
Amazing. Congratulations to Joe Brown. And also, Sierra, got to throw some kudos your way as well, because I know you put some effort into this team with Joe.
Yeah, basically, someone would say something, I'm like, I don't know, but I want to make sure that it's all about this Pheasantipity. They're like, no, Sierra, you need other Pokemon too, which is where the Heatran and the Iron Hands came about. And I think they might have been pretty right on this, but I'll take whatever kudos I can.
Hey, Pheasantipity certainly put in some work, applied a lot of pressure, and Rosemi had to play around it. You saw how especially defensively bulky it was as well. Was able to take some good damage from that opposing Iron Bundle with the Hydro Pump. So definitely showcasing that it has some potential, but Rose is going to have to make some adaptations to come back into this if she wants to try and take it to a Game 3.
The adaptations I want to see is bringing the cool things that you have on your team. I like how this is the replay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna help you out here. Take a peek at your team.
Yeah, let's have a little look. So maybe some pre-game kind of strategy going down here. But we saw the terrestrialization as well, very classic. The Fairy Terror on that Heatran as the Hydro Pump comes through. And this is what I'm talking about, the defensive, special defensive bulk of this Pheasantipity, as well as the big damage on the Iron Bundle. That poor little penguin didn't stand a chance.
It tried its best.
It did. It tried.
It really did. But there's a reason in our normal regulation that Iron Bundle isn't quite the highest up there in usage like the other Pokemon that we get to see. But hey, I'm excited for this game too. I'm excited because I think we'll be able to play this one all the way until the bitter end.
Oh, that would be fantastic. I remember at OCIC last season, Rose and I were playing an Arcaster battle and it went to 1-1, but we didn't have time to go to a Game 3, which, not gonna lie, I was quite glad for. I didn't think I quite had the matchup, so it was quite nice to keep it at an even Stevens. But look, they're roaring and ready to go, focusing into this Game 2. I wonder if Rose is gonna shake things up and maybe bring that Alolan Ninetales. I think it would be nice to see an Aurora Veil go up to give her a little bit more defensive capability, as well as helping out that Iron Bundle. It needs to be able to hit a little harder, and something like a Blizzard that you're not going to have to worry about the accuracy check on could be advantageous.
And I I want to see the Dachshund goes back to, yes, there's going to be fire type attacks from this Heatran. The Heatran was firing off those Magma Storms. All of a sudden, if you had that Dachshund in the back that you swapped into one of those hits, not only is it going to do absolutely no damage, that is going to be a raise in its defense. And sure, there is special attackers that can be hitting into it, but when it is paired with the body press, that is a way to start getting some of that offensive pressure back and pressuring the Pokemon over onto Joe's end. Going into our game 2 though, let's see if Rose has enough in the tank to take us into a game 3. And yes, that'll be the Dachshund, the good little boy, to be starting us off in this match.
Yep, she's baking up something special for this game 2. It's going to be the Dachshund and the Iron Bundle out front and center for the Ogerpon, and Pheasantipity for Joe Brown. Once again, Pheasantipity going to be trying to get some damage on the board, but critically those poisons for what I'm hoping is a Flutter Mane in the back.
And it's going to be led next to the Ogerpon this time around. So there is going to be Follow Me, so you can make sure that you're not going to be hitting a powerful Hydro Pump into the Pheasantipity. Rose can also read into that, though, and target a super effective Freeze Dry into the Ogerpon and getting that Pokemon completely out of there. So if you think that, hey, maybe I could see this going this way, maybe I could start trying to deal some damage with it instead. And the Iron Bundle going on the offensive this time around, but not the only one. Spiky Shield on Joe's end too.
Yes, exactly. A couple of defensive plays coming around here. Dachshund as well going for the protect, and you can see it from these trainers as well. They're kind of like, oh, it's one of these slower turns. Pheasantipity actually just trying to get in on the action, going for the Icy Wind and slowing things down even more, but not going to be able to connect on either of Rosemary's Pokemon.
Pheasantipity marches to the beat of its own drum. When everyone else protects, it's firing off an Icy Wind. Not just because it doesn't have access to it. Hey, come on. It's because it is a cool Pokemon trying to do the cool things out on the turn. And now we'll have another opportunity to go for those Icy Winds. And now we have to play that Iron Bundle Ogerpon mind game all over again. There's the potential for the Follow Me, but the Hornleech can do so much damage, and you really want to make sure with this Pheasantipity that you can be getting those speed drops. Notably, no Flutter Mane in the back though, so the poisons are going to be nice, but not feeding into that Hex Flutter Mane strategy.
Yes, that's something that Rosemary, I'm sure, won't be necessarily anticipating, thinking, hey, the Flutter Mane pressure was so strong. Joe's surely going to go with it in this game too. But you're right here, Ciara, it's really all about the secondary effects that this Pheasantipity is able to go for, and I'm so happy to see it. The Alolan Ninetales is on the field, and the Blizzard combo, but oh my goodness, that is underwhelming damage. Icy Wind is going to be able to connect. There's Ice throwing left, right, and center on the stage. It is going to be lowering the speed of both these opposing Pokemon, and of course trying to follow up with a poison.
No poison. It's only a 30% chance per. Not the highest percentage out there, but in the wise words of Joe Brown, it's 50-50, and we are not flipping heads on these coin flips any time around. You are going to be dropping the speed of the Pokemon on the other end, though, and the Iron Hand swapping in can get the fake out onto the Ninetales. Now, this Iron Bundle, slower than this Pheasantipity, and it's going to be another round of the speed drops.
Yep, a little bit of shade being thrown across the two ice types, hitting them with these Icy Winds. And the Blizzards coming back. Yes, they're 100% accurate. They're not dealing too much. The flinch goes down onto that Ninetales as well. So we're not going to be able to see Rose maybe try and set up something like an Aurora Veil and boost the defenses on her side of the field. Instead, they're going to be a little bit more vulnerable going forward. The Iron Hands, I think, sitting in a great position. Is Joe running a Assault Vest on the Iron Hands?
Let me double check. Let me pull up the team sheet.
Wouldn't be surprised, seeing as, you know, Iron Hands is rocking that fit everywhere at the moment here at LAIC, so wouldn't be surprised to see it bring it in the caster battle. It's going to be another Icy Wind, so Slow and Steady wins the race here, and Rosemary's going to be trying to get that victory, even though the speed is not in her favor.
Well, I have some news for you about that Iron Hands item. Isn't in fact Assault Vest,
oh,
as
wow.
you can tell by the amount of damage that these Blizzards are doing through, and the Heavy Slam so much more impactful to make sure no more Blizzards are going to be happening during the course of the rest of the match.
Breaking news, it's an Assault Vest on the Iron Hands. So, nice to be able to see that item coming in clutch as well against two very special attackers. Ninetales down and out. I kind of hoped it would stay around a little bit longer. It looks like it is the light, is that the light clay on the opposing Alolan Ninetales? Have to check it out. Maybe trying to be able to get all of the extra turns of Aurora Veil up, but just unfortunately for Rosemary wasn't able to get that in play.
It's like clay. It definitely looks like a little ball of slime or a really weird grape, but still.
Looks like a siege, you know?
It's something. It is definitely something. But hey, at this point in the match, Rillaboom will be the last something over on Rosemary's side to be hitting the field. And this is a Pokemon that can definitely be doing damage to quite a few of the option over on Joe Brown's end.
Exactly, nice flexibility from both these trainers, but I like the way that Joe has just kept this Serendipity in from turn 0. It's really not threatened at the moment from all the special attacks coming its way, and that's why Rosemary making the adaptation to bring in the Rillaboom was a really nice play. We saw how much damage it was able to deal in game 1, so Serendipity is getting out of there, instead bringing in the Heatran that laughs in the face of any grass type moves that Rillaboom can throw its way.
And Iron Bundle swapping out as well, not feeling safe and wanting to make sure something else can happen. And Dash Bun hitting in. So sure, you can try and fire a fire type attack into the Rillaboom, but they know that there is Chastalization and a Heat Wave. That is just going to be helping the defensive. A big Wood Hammer though, and that's Iron Hands down. Now we can get a swap of Pokemon though. Ogerpon is at full health, and the Serendipity, you can lock it into a different move and bring it back in.
Judging by Joe's reactions, I don't think that was the turn he was expecting. Very surprised to see the Iron Bundle switch out at the beginning there, as well as the Wood Hammer coming down into the Iron Hand slot. I think thinking the Serendipity was going to be the target there. You do not have the Heatran on the field, but Rosemary also has the Dash Bun that's going to be stopping the Heatran from freely going for any of these Fire-type moves.
At this point, you can still at least target a Fire type into the Rillaboom. And Rose has to decide where she wants to be committing the Terra into this one. Not sure what one the dog is, but...
Steel, that one is.
Okay, oh, so then all of a sudden, you'll be so great. All of a sudden, a lot of these options won't be able to hit into you, and you could be able to resist a couple of the hits coming on out. Or you could resist everything with that Protect. Grassy Glide into the Serendipity. It was already so low on health, and it's not going to have the opportunity doing anything else in this match. Magma Storm targeted into the Rillaboom, though. This is going to be a super effective hit, bringing it down to a sliver of health, but this is going to be residual damage coming on through.
Exactly, and you have got the Grassy Terrain recovery coming up first. Here comes the Magma Storm encasing the Rillaboom to get the KO as well. Grassy Terrain not enough to be able to keep that Rillaboom safe.
And now it is Rosemary down to her final 2 Pokemon as the Iron Bundle going to be forced back out onto the field in front of this Ogerpon that's being brought out over on Joe Brown's side. Both down to their final 2. A chance to go to our game 3 here in our castle battle for Rose.
Yep, Rosemary here closing out game 2 with the 2 Pokemon she led in turn 0 of this match, as Joe is able to now bring the Ogerpon into play. This is an interesting position to be in. You have the potential to go for the Horn Leech into either of these Pokemon. It will deal some super effective damage into the opposing Iron Bundle, and then you can regain a little bit of health and keep that longevity on the field. But the speed interactions, I think, are going to be critical here to Terastallization to close out the game in style as well.
This could also be massive as the Terastallization from the Heatran, the same one as we saw in game 1, will be into that Terra Fairy. Make sure that a Hydro Pump coming from the opposing Iron Bundle won't be doing the most. But Icy Wind instead. You talked about the speeds that are going to be so critical, and that is the way to try and make sure that Rose is going to have an advantage in this endgame. Snarl as well. This is going to be mitigating the damage coming over the Heatran with that special attack drop going on forward. Though the only thing it's going to do to that Ogerpon, just a little bit of chip, and that is going to be chip fully recovered with that super effective Horn Leech into the Iron Bundle.
That's the thing, you can drop the speed and drop the special attack, but Ogerpon is not going to be worried about that at all, getting a very solid KO on that Iron Bundle. Heatran goes for the Magma Storm, but it is of course going to go into Dash Bun's well-baked body, going to be able to give it a boost.
I think at this point, the poor dog is in a rough spot. One of those sad little puppies you see on the internet. But, but at this point, I think it might be lights out for Dash. But it was really cool to see the well-baked body, but having other ways to hit into it. Of course, if you're just having only Fire-type moves on the Heatran, you can be put in so many bad positions. So Earth Power, a follow-up hit from the Ogerpon. I think it's done.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. There's not a lot that Dash Bun can do here. It can try and shake it off and try and regain itself a little bit more in this match. But unfortunately, I think it's a well-done job for the good dog. But there's just not a lot more that it can do.
Not too much. Left in the oven a little too long, unfortunately.
Overbaked.
Yeah, and just making sure everything's going to be safe this time around. It was the Follow Me, but the Snarl will hit into both and hitting into the more crucial option. I feel like this is going to be a slow end game, barring any critical hits, but it is an endgame nonetheless.
Exactly. Dashbun is going to be trying its best. You've also got the grassy terrain with the recovery as well, just trying to keep it on the field as well as the leftovers. So actually, Rose really trying to keep the Dashbun as bulky as possible in terms of her team building, but in a 2v1 situation, I think it's too much of a mountain for this dog to climb. It might like to go on walks, but this is one that it definitely wants to stay at home for.
Yeah, this is a little rough. It wasn't a fan of the snow out there, and it's not a fan of whatever's happening in front of it either. I think it's a rough situation all around. I feel like all it's going to take is this Ogerpon to start firing off hits into it to really do the most. The body press, that actually is a significant amount of damage, but now the Ivy Cudgel, that is going to be actually really little. Wait a second, did we call this lights out too early?
Is it just because we're kind of crazy cat people over here that we're underestimating the dog Pokemon? That body press did so much damage, and with the option to go for the grassy terrain and the leftovers recovery each turn, this could give Dashbun a little bit more longevity on the field. It also is running Protect, so Rosemary can always go for another turn to get a little bit more recovery, and one more of those body presses is going to KO the Ogerpon, and as we've seen, Heatran is really not doing a lot to it with the Earth Powers.
Yeah, this is definitely a little scarier of an endgame that I originally thought here. There is the option, of course, over on the Ogerpon to be going for the spiky shields, and that could be a little bit of damage back. But notably, the Iron Bundle, before it was KO'd, being able to get the speed drop. I don't know naturally how fast or slow Dashbun is, but at this moment, it is faster than the Ogerpon over on Joe's end. It's going to be Protect all around here. So if Joe Brown wants to go for the spiky shield on the next turn to try and bait the body press into it for that damage, it's only a 1 1/3.
Do you know what? I actually love that Protect by the Dashbun, not only for the reason that you've just said, that you're kind of burning out the Protect on the Ogerpon, but also you get that little bit more leftovers recovery, so it all kind of swings into Rosemary's favor there.
And we are going to see the attempt at the double spiky shield, and he is going to hit it. So this is going to be damage done to this Dashbun in not one, but 2 ways. First, the failed body press. That is a contact attack, so that is going to be some damage dealt in return. And when every little bit of health matters, that matters. Now, the Earth Power, still just a little, but doing enough. And this is now going to be such a tough situation because you can even fire off a hit into the Dashbun to force it into Protect, but then you have the Spiky Shield available next turn. And as long as the Ogerpon is still around, I think this game is pretty fine.
And also the grassy terrain has left the field, so you're not getting as much recovery each turn as well. You're just relying on the leftovers that, when it's a 2v1 situation, can be kind of underwhelming. I honestly think if this was a 1v1, then Dashman really would have a shout in order to try and close out this game for Rosemary. It's going to go for that Protect here. Ogerpon actually going for the Follow Me here. I like this, providing the support, saying I can take one more of these body presses potentially. I can then also support next turn by going for that spiky shield when you want to go for the body press into me.
And at this point too, the Dashbun is just getting so low on health. As long as it can take care of the Ogerpon at some point, then you can start playing the Protect, Snarl, drop the special attack game. But here it is, the spiky shield. Now, assumingly it's a body press into that slot, that'll be damage done. But no, instead it will be the Snarl. So now the Ogerpon doesn't get a chance to hit into it, and it will be dropping the special attack yet again onto the Heatran. Now, this is -3 special attack Heatran at this point. The Earth Power, that will be enough to keep this Dashbun around still just a little longer.
The mind games are unreal right now because in this next turn, Rosemary can go for a Protect again. Yes, Ogerpon can always go for the Follow Me, so you have the Spiky Shield on the next turn. However, if this Heatran keeps leaving herself vulnerable to the Snarls and Rosemary isn't going to waste any body presses into it, it is a Fairy type as well at this point, then you're going to be able to start gaining a bit more momentum. Ogerpon actually switching onto the offensive with the Ivy Cudgel here. And if I was honest, at this low HP of the Dashbun, I might want to just go all in on Joe's side and just go for double damage and see if you can get the KO.
Yeah, things start to get really tricky here, but I don't think the leftovers recovery that the Dashbun is getting at this point, it might barely be enough to hold on through another Earth Power. But if the Dashbun doesn't target into the Ogerpon and the Ogerpon targets into it, then it's lights out. But if it is the Spiky Shield, then you also lose the game on the spot. So this is the worst 50-50 to be playing for. That could still just be ended by this Earth Power.
That's the thing. Rosemary could go for the body press. Instead, she went for the Snarl. Joe's called this perfectly, being able to go for the Ivy Cudgel that should be able to secure the knockup. And even if it's not, then you know that the Heatran can follow up. But there we go. Dashbun has been felt. It's a good little dog, though. It put in a whole shift of work. But congratulations to Joe Brown, the winner of the caster battle 2-0.
It definitely was a lot closer at the end than we originally thought. As soon as it was just that dash button, we were just called it done. No, there's no chance. But Dashbun actually having a lot more capabilities than we thought. Of course, being able to drop the special attack on the Heatran, having that defense boost, and it just naturally built to be defensive. It actually was putting in quite a bit of work, and that was just 150-50 away from being I think, really different result.
Yeah, honestly, the way that Rosemary also played that dash run towards the end, I think was really, really high level, identifying all those mind games and positions that you need. And we were both shook by the damage that it did with that body press. You can see here the trades that were going about, the icy winds from Joe, really trying to slow down the pace of the game and stop Rosemary from being able to move fast and furiously at the beginning of this game. But the KOs were definitely on Joe's side, being able to KO that Ninetales nice and early, get rid of the Rillaboom a little bit later on as well as the Iron Bundle being fell, so the Dash Fun was the last remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, and at that point, there was no chance going on forward when it was just the Dash Fun up against the world.
Did you just say snow chance? It sounded like it.
No, that's exactly it. I thought I was playing it off cool.
I wasn't sure if I just misheard, and I wanted to applaud it. That was good fun. I love these puns today, Sierra.
Thank you. You know, it was a good match. I would have been curious in a game 3, but also, I feel like if the Pheasantipity at any point got more than just that one toxic from that toxic chain,
yeah,
we would have been out sitting and eating lunch a long time ago.
Yeah, Pheasantipity definitely could have tried to get a couple more poisons there, maybe close out the game a little early, but you also need Dashbun to have its moment in the spotlight too, so it could be showcased to its full potential.
That's true. We got to see the cool things. Maybe not in game 1 coming out from Rose. Maybe we would have been in a game 3 had we seen it. Where Rose has lost her Terra.
She lost her terrestrialization. She's not happy. Apparently she was going to terrestrialize the Rillaboom, and that could have completely changed things up, but it wasn't to be. Dashbun tried its best, though. Huge congratulations to Joe, and Dashbun, you put in some good work, boy.
He tried.
He definitely tried.
Rose tried, you know. She tried her best, but hey, the caster battles are for fun. It's only stuff that we're going to be bringing up for the next few months, few years, rest of our lives.
Yeah, it's one of those bragging rights, ultimate glory that our players go through. But huge congratulations to both of our players. They will now retire and come back to the casting desk for the rest of the weekend.
I was going to say where they belong. Does that really mean? I mean because they're really good at casting, not because they're bad at Pokemon.
Just because we're biased. We can't carry the show by ourselves the rest of the weekend, right? It's too hot. We need a break too, so we got to have them back, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so we're going to send to a quick break so we can do a caster swap, so we can hear some clutch casting coming out.
Hi there, I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. It is a fantastic day 2 here on the video game side of things at the Pokemon Latin America International Championships. I have a very special segment for you. We just had a phenomenal caster battle between Rosemary Kelly and Joe Brown, and I now have a runners-up interview with Rosemary. You know, before I steal you away for some commentating on the main show, I want to get your insights to that caster battle. First of all, how are you feeling at the end of it?
Well, I'm pretty upset. I feel like I didn't do the team justice that I could have. This team was actually the team that won recent MSS on the East Coast, and that was by Lucky Wolf. She ended up winning like a super stacked MSS. I think Justin Tang was there, Eric Bartlett was there. She ended up winning the whole thing with all of these stacked players, and it was with this team. So she was kind enough to give it to me to try it out on the caster battle, and I'm honestly just disappointed that I couldn't pilot it to be able to show off everything that it's capable of. But Joe's team was tricky.
Honestly, I think you're doing yourself a disservice there. If we kind of go into game 1, Pheasantipity is a little bit hard to play around, but your Rillaboom was insane. Critical hit after critical hit with the Wood Hammer. I mean, looking at Pheasantipity, what were you thinking there?
I was thinking that there's probably a Fluttermane in the back because Joe did tell me about that and that it was probably going to hit me with Hex. And so if this Pheasantipity is going to act as speed control, there's a huge chance that there's multiple Pokemon on my team that would get poisoned by the Toxic Chain. So just got to get it out of there as quickly as possible. And also hope to the RNG, Arceus, that I don't get poisoned by the Toxic Chain. It's only 30%.
I mean, your prayers paid off. There was only, I think, 1 Toxic that came through in the end.
1 out of 4.
Throughout the whole set, so that was pretty good. That was good to see, and despite all the Icy Wind connects, I want to talk as well about the power of the Ice types. I appreciate you trying to bring a little bit of chill to San Paulo because it's very, very hot
We need
here.
it right now.
Yeah, so, you know, the Iron Bundle of Pokemon I've been looking forward to seeing, I think was putting in a huge amount of work, but it was a shame you couldn't get the Aurora Veil off on the Alolan Ninetales, right?
Yeah, so I was thinking about it, but one of the things that I thought would be really difficult about getting the Aurora Veil in is I wasn't actually sure how long I wanted the Alolan Ninetales around. I also, just for everybody at home, we don't share team sheets with with each other.
Yeah.
So we're both going in blind to this matchup in terms of the movesets that are on these Pokemon, the Terra types that are on these Pokemon, two very important key pieces on top of the fact that we didn't know items either. So it's like closed team sheet, Scarlet and Violet, it's a little difficult. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of credit there.
Definitely.
But there's a lot to play around when you think about the fact that, well, I feel like there's probably a heavy slam on this Iron Hands, so maybe I just want to get the Ninetales out of the way, and if I Terra to Water, which is what the Water Terra type was on the Ninetales, then I'm weak to the Wild Charge anyway.
Yeah, so you have to go on instinct a little bit. Like,
I know.
for Sierra and I, it was kind of similar, but we kind of felt like we had an eye patch on because I had your team list and Sierra had Joe's team list, but we, you know,
together.
It was only on a small device, so kind of every time Sierra made a judgment on your team, you know, I wonder what the Dashbound's Terra type is. I was quickly like, oh, it's the Steel type, and we were kind of doing the same with each other. But Dashbun, I think you definitely did it justice in that end game. You know, I'll be honest, we had written it off, and we were kind of, you know, saying goodbye to little Dashbun, and then it went for that body press and nearly took, you know, I think it was going to be a 2-hit on the Ogerpon, right?
It was
so
2-hit.
yeah, I think you piloted it incredibly well towards that end game.
Well, thank you. I know Joe is really worried about the basically 4 fire types that I had on the team, so Fluttermane didn't feel as safe of a bring, just looking at the fairy type moves that it has, because I'm going to count Rillaboom in this one, even though I didn't tear it in the second game, so that's why I ran in here.
Yeah, talk us through that, because I'll be honest, when I heard Rose, I can't hear properly over this when it's outside. I originally thought she was saying that she forgot the Terra Orb, and I was like, I thought I saw Terrestrialization, but it's been a long day, maybe I'm confused.
I did Terra in the first game.
Talk us through that reaction.
Okay, so this was the turn where I wanted to go for the Grassy Glide into the Pheasantipity.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to get some damage down onto the partner. So I was thinking through what that second Pokemon was going to do, and I went back to the Rillaboom to lock into the Grassy Glide, because I'm like, yeah, this thing hits like a truck. You know what that Wood Hammer can do.
Yeah.
It's trained to be pretty offensive. I'm fairly certain that this Grassy Glide is going to pick up the knockout, even if it's not very effective.
It'll do damage.
It's going to do damage. That Pheasantipity was already so low. So I go for the Grassy Glide. When I go back to fix it, it undoes the Terra. No. So it was gonna Terra Fire. I'm expecting the Magma Storm out of this Heatran.
Yeah.
And if I'm a fire type, it doesn't really matter anymore. I get to switch out if I need to.
You'd be able to take easily that Magma Storm.
And I knew that Heatran had Earth Power. So it's like, I know it's kind of a double-edged sword, but I would rather keep the Rillaboom around so I get a quick pivot, or like I can preserve it for later if I need to. And just having a Pokemon advantage is always nice. So
it's the fact you made the correct call. And then
I was so upset. I was like, I think that actually helps me in this situation. And then it just kind of fell apart. So.
100%. And when you then don't see that animation come through and you're like, wait, where's the crystal chandelier on its head? Like, Rillaboom, what are you doing? Like, that's unfortunate for sure. But huge congratulations. It was a really fun match for us to cast.
Seriously, congrats to Joe. I think that is a very cool team. I know Joe and Sierra were talking about it before, and I think they shared a rental code of this. And so go check it out. It's a really great one. I'm once again very sorry that I could not do this Lucky Wolf team justice. She's an incredibly great player, and I am really looking forward to seeing what she can do in the Pokemon space. And it's a very cool team that I am glad I got a chance to play.
Yeah, and honestly, I think you still did great with it. So
thank you.
Well done. Of course, the Pokemon action will be continuing here at LAIC. We'll be carrying on with our remaining Swiss rounds very, very soon. But you need to get involved as well. Follow our channels with the community choices that we can see, and also engage with all of our YouTube and Twitch actions so that we can really feel your presence here in the venue from home.
Yeah, you guys should use that hashtag to also tell us maybe what Pokemon teams you might want to see for future caster battles. I'm down to use literally anything as long as it's something that is slightly competitively viable. Let's just put it that way. I'll take it. I'll take on the challenge and hopefully actually get the win. Well, you and I still have to finish our battle too, by the way.
I am going to leave it unresolved for the benefit of our friendship forever. I think I remember there was a Sylveon and a Gastrodon mixed in there somewhere, and I think it's better if they just stay equal friends.
You're right. Okay, so Senior world champion winning team. Got it.
Definitely. And
the
there
best of friends.
Speaking of juniors and seniors, I actually had a look. There are no Gastrodon in juniors and seniors today,
Aww.
but there are 2 Sylveon in juniors. I'm sure you'll be delighted to know.
I am very happy to hear that. That is very exciting.
Yeah, but jumping back to the Masters division, we can show you a little bit of an insight to how things are shaping up in the Masters Swiss rankings. 11-1 records, Joshua Lorsi and Thiago Latanzi. I mean, Joshua Lorsi, one of these players I talked about yesterday, he was one of my inspirations when I first started learning competitive Pokemon in 2016, 2017. We featured him on the broadcast yesterday. He did lose his match and he was very downcast about it. I think kind of putting a lot of pressure on himself, but he actually has taken that drive, turned it around, and that was his only loss so far in the competition, was the one we had on the broadcast. Everything unseen on the broadcast has been phenomenal to get that 11-1 win.
And he has had to beat some incredibly tough opponents to even get this record. I think he ended up beating 2 former world champions in the process, and Edu and also Paul Ruiz. And now he's sitting here right on the cusp of being able to make it into that top 8. We only have a few more Swiss rounds left to go, and so we're looking at the final 2 matches for all of our trainers to be able to really turn things around. So on the left hand of your screen, all of our players that are at 10-2 and 11-1, they're really close. I think if Joshua or Thiago get a win in this final round, they are locked in for that top 8 spot, and it's really all eyes drawn to the X and 3s at 9 and 3 that are going to have to be battling it out for some of those top 8 spots. There's still a chance if they're able to win out these last 2 rounds.
Exactly, there's still so much to play for, and you never want to drop your guard at the International Championships. But speaking of phenomenal match pairings, let's take a look. I'm going to go from the bottom up, work our way up to the stream match. We have got Marco Hamanta Caldura Silva versus Andrew Ding. That's going to be an incredible match, as well as Esteban Molina versus Yuga Tada, Thiago Latanzi versus Joshua Lawson, we were just talking about. But what an amazing stream match we've got, Rosemary.
We do. We have Victor Medina versus Leonardo Chinchilla, and these are 2 players that I'm really excited to see more of. Victor Medina has just been such a behemoth in the European scene, and Leonardo Chinchilla has a really great opportunity here to show everybody what he is made of. I'm almost a little sad that we don't get a chance to see Marco Silva versus Andrew Ding, because Andrew did something that was unprecedented in the North America scene. He went 14-0 in his Swiss rounds during a North American regional, and we have never seen a player accomplish that ever before. So that was really phenomenal to see from him. But on the other side too, like Marco Silva hadn't dropped a single game by the time we had actually talked to him on the interview, and I don't actually know if he even dropped a single game yesterday at all. So it's just kind of really great to see all these players like still holding their own right now in these top 8 spots.
This is the amazing caliber of players we've got here at the International Championships. You are seeing all these incredible names from all over the world, from all these different regions, coming together to be able to battle it out and proving why they are the best of the best. At the end of the day, in order to get that #1 spot, you have to take down some of the best names in the competition, and it's going to be a fight for all these trainers to get through to that elusive top 8 later this evening. But the competition is being whittled down. There are some trainers who are out of contention with those kind of X and 4, X and 5 records, so on and so forth, but these are the ones we're going to be focusing on for the rest of the broadcast. And Victor Medina versus Leonardo Chinchilla is one I am super excited for.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I think, like, especially looking at how Victor Medina has performed in like the last 8 months, I think he has had like a season of a lifetime.
Yeah.
Victor Medina has had so many top cuts at internationals, at the regional championships that he competes in, and I am a little less familiar with Leonardo Chinchilla, but he's sitting at 10-2 right now, and he's also sitting at 10-2 with an incredibly unique team. So that's why I'm like so eager to get a chance to dive into the specifics of the matchup, because it's not an easy team to pilot.
It's definitely not, and I'm looking forward to, like you say, being able to kick it over to the stage at some point soon and being able to dive into these teams a little bit more. But although we don't necessarily know on the international stage Leonardo as strongly, this is what I love about these types of events, because we cannot say that after today. Once you've been able to showcase a player, they already start to make their name in Pokemon history. This match will be forever cemented on our broadcast through our YouTube VODs, for example. You're able to go back and watch these incredible games from LAIC, and you can see the players ready on the stage are Victor Medina on your left-hand side there, Leonardo on your right. This is going to be an absolute showcase of amazing Pokemon play.
Yeah, I want to be able to dive into as soon as they are getting set up on the stage. But, you know, when we look at how all of these Pokemon have performed, I think we could talk about Victor's team just a little bit, right? Because we did get a chance to see him yesterday, and it's really kind of some of the usual suspects that we have come to expect out of the streams that we have seen so far. You got the Urshifu, the Arcanine, and the Rillaboom, as well as the Fluttermane, Tornadus, and Chien-Pao. And these are just strong combinations of Pokemon, kind of no matter how you slice it, that really work well in tandem with each other to cover all of the bases. You got the kind of strong Fire, Water, Grass core in the Arcanine, the Rillaboom, and the Urshifu, as well as Tailwind support from the Tornadus, and even just help with the offensive damage from the Chien-Pao and the Fluttermane, of course. How could you forget to have Fairy-type coverage on your team?
Exactly. If you're not running some kind of Fairy-type coverage, you're kind of missing out. It's so dominant at the minute, particularly when you have so many Dark types running around and so many Dragon types. This was something we kept kind of clicking into yesterday. There were not only so many Dragons out there on the field, but a lot of Dragon Terra types coming through as well, most notably on Golden Go. And so making sure that you have some way to hit these Dragon and Dark types with whether a natural Fairy move, for example, in the form of what we see coming out from Fluttermane, or also from something like a Terra Fairy move, like on a Terra Blast from like Arcanine, for example, or even maybe a Heatran. It does give you that nice flexibility. Another Pokemon I really want to highlight, though, is Chien-Pao. Generally speaking, Ice types have always been, I suppose, a little bit difficult to pilot, but we saw yesterday how important they currently are in the meta. A lot of Landorus running around, of course, then a lot of flying Terras on Pokemon like the Roaring Moon. We're also just seeing it across the board on other Landorus as well as all the grass types running around, and Mungus and Rillaboom. And Chien-Pao is one of these Pokemon that obviously, because it is an Ice type, doesn't rely on going for Ice Terra. And I didn't get to see it much yesterday, but today we've already featured it on the broadcast, going for big damage and being able to get critical hits into a Mungus, let's say. So I wonder if, you know, we know Victor is running a Chien-Pao, whether it has a potential in this matchup.
And on top of that too, Chien-Pao has access to Sucker Punch on most builds, so having that priority damage is just so nice to have when you are kind of looking at how Chien-Pao can really help optimize your team, especially against all of the different speed control options that are available in the metagame right now. And so I wonder how, you know, Victor Medina is gonna kind of navigate this matchup, because while his team is relatively familiar, I think what Leonardo is running on the other side is way more of an unknown. And even just Leonardo as a player, he ended up getting top 8 at the Bogota special event in 2023, and he did win the Costa Rica special event in 2017. So he's been a part of the competition for a little while, but this is really like one of his best performances to date already, making day 2 at a huge LAIC, and also just being able to contend with the best players in VGC right now.
That's the thing, the international championships are a level up from regional and special event titles. Again, both of these players well known within their respective regions, having a very strong presence, we can clearly see from their results, but you want to be able to try and take an international record as a way to add to that roster when asked about your previous accomplishments. Victor Medina's team here as well. We've spoken a little bit about the Fire, Water, Grass core that we've seen so dominantly between Urshifu, Arcanine, and Rillaboom, and with the combination of that Chien-Pao as well, being able to use that sort of Ruin ability to boost up the offensive capability of the physical attackers that all 3 of those core Pokemon are, does give Victor a lot of immediate pressure out there on the field, because with the ability of Chien-Pao, it doesn't even have to lead out straight away. You can switch it in from the back and capitalize on that ability, activating immediately.
Yeah, I want to know how Victor's going to kind of play around that sort of aspect of things. I think when you take a look at this matchup, I think it's really easy to identify that there's some really great Pokemon on Leonardo's side that are going to be able to put on some pressure in more of that offensive situation, also in the higher speeds here. But let's also take a look at kind of the bottom end of things.
Yeah, I mean, the question you asked me yesterday, Rosemary, was where is the Trick Room? Now, this team isn't necessarily a hard Trick Room team by any mode, but I do see the move on there. Let's take a closer look at their 6 Pokemon. On Leonardo's side, we've got the Chi-Yu, the Iron Hands, the Farigiraf, which I apologize in advance, I will probably pronounce about 8 different ways in this match, compared up with the Iron Bundle, the Landorus, and the Ursaluna. Now, the combination between the Ursaluna and the Farigiraf allow for this Trick Room capability. You can set up the reverse speed of using the Trick Room and now allow Ursaluna with the Flame Orb and the Guts to boost up its attack and just start sweeping through the competition.
It's not going to do a lot, especially when you look at that Chanpao being available on the other side. Maybe it does become a detriment to Victor's team if he wants to lean into that option. It does lower the defense of every single Pokemon on the field outside of itself with that Sword of Ruin ability. But I think what makes this matchup even more complicated is that Tornadus has Taunt. And now that's really kind of a Pokemon that you normally look at and you go, yeah, that's going to be really good. But one of the reasons why people are using Farigiraf is because of the Armor Tail ability. That is going to help keep this Farigiraf safe from any priority attacks that are going to be heading its way. And sadly for Tornadus, it's got the Prankster ability, which gives inherent priority to those status moves.
That's a great observation, and it really is, I suppose, the selling point of that Farigiraf as well, because it doesn't really overwhelm on the kind of offensive bits, but being able to have that ability, stopping all of that priority, is really nice to be able to see.
Yeah, I think that might play a role if for some reason Leonardo wants to lean into the Trick Room, then he does have that available to really help get that Trick Room up and make sure that it is going to be active for something like the Ursaluna. The other thing to consider is that Iron Hands is a pretty good Trick Room user, so if you want to shut down Victor's kind of stronger, more speedier options, since he has just a more naturally faster team than what we see on Leonardo's side, then you could lean into that and maybe you can find out if your Iron Hands is in fact slower than the one that is on Victor's side.
Exactly, and speaking of the slow Pokemon, the Farigiraf...
He doesn't have one, never mind, ignore me.
He doesn't have one, but the Farigiraf is definitely the kind of Pokemon that can benefit from that slow and steady pace. The one thing I love though is the Ursaluna that it has paired with it, because yes, you could bring it onto the field, maybe use that turn to get the Flame Orb activation to boost up your guts, or you could always try and go for the Protect on there as well. The question, however, Rose, is Trick Room going to actually be viable in this matchup? That is something that these trainers will have to ascertain, and Victor may have to play around that strategy. These trainers are getting ready. Remember, they are both at X and 2. They do not want to drop down to X and 3. They want to make sure they can find a way to guarantee their place into that top 8 at the Latin America International Championships. Let's kick it over to the match. The leads are out. Leonardo is going to be bringing that Chi-Yu and the Iron Bundle, and for Victor Medina, it is the Rillaboom and the Fluttermane.
All right, let's get right into it. I mean, the Iron Bundle and the Chi-Yu work in tandem so nicely together because Iron Bundle is that special attacker, so it can make advantage of that Beads of Ruin ability that Chi-Yu is going to be bringing. But Victor seems to have already kind of locked into a game plan for this where he sees the leads on the other side, and I don't know if he's too threatened by the fact that the Trick Room could be in the back.
Exactly, that Fluttermane can go full on the offensive here now, able to go for that Terra Fairy as well to boost up the damage you can deal with something like the Moonblast to try and deal with this opposing Chi-Yu, because particularly with Chi-Yu on the field with the Beads of Ruin ability, that's going to help out the Fluttermane as well, and it can capitalize on that and try and get the KO into this fish before it's able to deal big damage in return. The Rillaboom, for example, yes, it is running the Assault Vest, but it sure does not want to take one of these heat waves coming its way. We are going to see an early terrestrialization here. Rosemary is going to be on that Fluttermane, of course, boosting itself up with the Fairy Terra.
Oh, that Fairy Terra is going to be so nice here, especially when you have that Chi-Yu on the other side. You just want to see if you can get even just a little bit more damage. And the Iron Bundle going to end up actually falling victim to this fake out right now. But Victor's going to have to be careful. The Iron Bundle does have access to Encore, so you want to make sure that you might not be able to deal with that in the next turn. But Chi-Yu is going to go for the Overheat because it does end up surviving that Moonblast, and that is a huge amount of damage with the Overheat. Chi-Yu packs a huge punch.
In the showdown of the special attackers there, Fluttermane not quite able to get the KO, and Chi-Yu showing Fluttermane how it's done, able to get the one-hit KO there. Brilliant play from the Chi-Yu.
Such a good play there, and I think when you take a look at how Leonardo has to kind of navigate this matchup, the Trick Room is going to be so risky to try to get online. Farigiraf is not necessarily one of the best attackers in the meta, and so you kind of might suffer a little bit from bringing it, just to have to rely on that. You don't know where the damage is really going to come from, and Victor has such hyper-offensive options that you just might not be able to slow that game down enough. So the Chi-Yu and the Iron Bundle is a really great lead to put on the pressure, and Victor is sadly going to lose that Fluttermane for all of his troubles.
Of course, the Iron Bundle not in the safest position either, considering the fact that Rillaboom has access to that priority Grassy Glide. That's still going to be able to deal some good damage into it. Iron Bundle also on Leonardo's side running that booster energy, so it doesn't have a focus dash Dash to be able to contend with. And even if it did, it's been broken by the fake out previously anyway. So it's certainly sitting in a very vulnerable position, whereas Arcanine can possibly capitalize on this, maybe go for something like the extreme speed to try and pick up the KO against Chi Yu. So I think it's a wise adjustment here from Leonardo to get it out of here.
And it's not a bad brain to have the Arcanine in it either, because this Iron Bundle does not have the Hydro Pump. So there's no worry really that Arcanine is actually going to be taking any significant damage this turn from the Iron Bundle. And the Rillaboom also doesn't want to stick around, because that Iron Bundle still does have that Encore, so may as well get that Rillaboom out of the way so it doesn't lock itself into the fake out. But the Protect is also just as good, because you know what's coming your way. There's an Arcanine on the other side, and you had 2 juicy targets there for the Rock Slide.
Exactly, and the Rock Slide's going to come through. It will connect onto that Landorus, but a great adjustment here by Leonardo. It's going to be able to take that really well. It is a choice band on that Arcanine, so it still does maybe just about a quarter of damage there, but Landorus can take a couple more of these. And again, Victor doesn't have the utility to go for terrestrialization on the Arcanine. Anything ground orientated like a Stomping Tantrum that this Landorus is able to fire into the Arcanine is going to be able to get the KO. It is 4 times super effective.
Arcanine is in a really good position right now. I think it's going to suffer a little bit on the damage output, just given that the Landorus did drop its attack stat, but you still have the choice band, which is one of the reasons why we do have that item choice on these Arcanines, because you're still able to dish out enough damage. But I think that this Arcanine is saying, maybe I want to lock into something different. I also see the Landorus on the other side, so Rillaboom is going to make a reappearance, which really opens the door here, because we're actually going to see a terrestrialization.
Yes, exactly, and particularly as a Choice Scarf Landorus, Arcanine knows it's not going to be outspeeding it in this situation. It's locked into the Rock Slide, can't even go for an extreme speed, and even that wouldn't get the KO. So I think a good adjustment by Victor to reset what that Arcanine is going to be able to do. Urshifu wisely going for a Detect here in the face of the Landorus that could easily be going for a Flying Terror Blast here. Actually was coming into the Freeze Dry as well. That would deal some amazing damage into the Water-type Urshifu, and the Terror Blast is coming through, but actually going into the Rillaboom that has come in here. Fantastic call by Leonardo. Rillaboom is down and out for the count.
There's a huge knockout here too, because that's already going to give Leonardo a 2 Pokemon advantage in this very first game. That Fluttermane got taken out of commission so early on when that overheat hit, and now that the Rillaboom had to switch into a super effective attack, it is also going to be out of here. So the Arcanine comes back in, it does get the Intimidate, but now Victor's back is against a wall. He can only choose to lock into one move for the rest of this game number 1.
I mean, who needs Trick Room when you got speed on your side? This Iron Bundle, very, very speedy. It is running Booster Energy, and I believe it did get a Spoo Boost. I'm not 100% sure as I couldn't quite see, but we also have the Choice Scarf on the Landorus, so a lot of offensive pressure, and it is moving first here instead of the Landorus. So again, a Nulla Detect coming through on that Urshifu. A nice defensive play by Victor, particularly with the double up from Leonardo. That's what the Urshifu needs, and of course the Arcanine is then able to get this Rock Slide off. It is going to be able to get the knockout on the Landorus, but Iron Bundle hanging around.
That is a ton of damage, and that double protect, that is a very low chance that can come through. I learned that the hard way, but it is definitely the play that Victor had to go for here, because you're banking on this Arcanine staying up long enough to be able to get these big KOs, and the Rock Slide is definitely the way. You have the Iron Hands on the other side now, so Leonardo could very much go for some type of fake out play, but the other thing too is that Victor is actually going to have the ability here to just maybe just try to go for some damage. I think the Urshifu is still a very strong option to have, and if you're able to get the Iron Bundle out of the way, then this Urshifu is going to hurt. But I think you have to start to consider your options, that this Urshifu still has yet to do any damage.
The thing is, Urshifu's pinned in now. It's gone for the double detect. It really can't go for a triple. The Iron Hands can easily go for the fake out into that slot. We've seen how speedy the Iron Bundle is. Arcanine's locked into Rock Slide, so it cannot go for a priority extreme speed here. So Iron Bundle will be safe to be able to go straight for that Freeze Dry into the opposing Urshifu here. There's the fake out. Now Freeze Dry following up. Is it going to be able to get the KO?
It's not quite. It's not quite, but Urshifu gets frozen. So even if the Urshifu was going to be able to get that attack up this turn, it now can't. So the Rock Slide comes into the Iron Bundle. It does get the knockout there, but it's all down to this Iron Hands for Leonardo's side, and Victor still has not been able to actually get the attack up, but it's just going to thaw, and it's going to flinch. What a series of events.
Do you know, there's something I've just learned there. Even though it's going to flinch, it's guaranteed there from the fake out, it still has the opportunity to go for that thaw. So a sigh of relief going into this next turn. Victor already knows that his Pokemon is back and on action. I think it is the Brazilian sun here. It's been able to shake that off very, very quickly. And now the turtles have changed a little bit here. Victor, I think, in a commanding position. Chi Yu and the Iron Hands not known for their speed either.
No, they're really not. And I think the problem in this match is that you want to try to get the Arcanine's damage down onto the Chi-Yu and hope that the Urshifu is able to stick around enough to be able to actually get the attack off next turn. So smart here for Victor to just go for the detect, and even though he's able to get the thaw out, like he still has to kind of play through these next few turns. So you can go for the Dark Pulse, and it's just going to be a one-hit knockout. I was wondering if Leonardo was trying to fish for a flinch.
Honestly, Chi-Yu just took the words out of my mouth. I was about to say, what can the fish do to the Arcanine? The only option he has is to go for that Dark Pulse, but I was not expecting it to be able to get the KO, and I don't think Victor Medina was either, judging by his reaction.
Yeah, that's a huge piece of knowledge to be able to take away. Xiu is usually kind of expected to be able to get the knockout with something like the Overheat into a fairly frail Flutter Mane, but at this point too, you kind of expect that Arcanine might have been able to withstand something like that.
Do you know one thing to consider? That is, I mean, that's a Choice Specs Dark Pulse as well. Something that will give it that little bit of extra oomph, but the Arcanine was so healthy that, you know, particularly with the speed advantage on the Chi-Yu, being able to outspeed the Arcanine, which I'll be honest, I wasn't necessarily sure was going to happen. I think obviously just swung that momentum straight into Leonardo's favor. Taking a little bit of a recap of the match, this was also a critical moment, absolutely felling the Rillaboom before Victor was able to capitalize on it. Although Arcanine definitely put in a amount of work here, getting some KOs, putting the Iron Bundle into a precarious situation. The Chi-Yu was nice and toasty in the back, able to come out and get the victory in this game one.
Yeah, Leonardo made some intense calls that paid off in dividends. Just like so many times that Victor was trying to switch something in, I feel like Leonardo was just several steps ahead. So great lead there coming out from the Chi-Yu in the Iron Bundle, and Victor's going to have to figure out a way to get around this time, and I think it's going to be coming in the form of just not losing that Flutter Mane so early, but it's such a tough call to make, because do you expect that it's going to get knocked out there? Are you going to commit the terrestrialization once again, or do you try to go for a different play that you feel like you might be able to get a little bit more out of, because you do have other options available besides something like just the single target?
It's a good question, and I think the Flutter Mane's actually a critical piece of the puzzle, so I would like to see Victor bring it again, but the early bench onto the early banking onto the terrestrialization just left it so vulnerable. I would possibly like to see the Tornadus come, if I'm being honest, although there is the potential for the Farigiraf to come, and there it is, it's front and center. Just being able to still go for something like the Rain Dance will negate some of the offensive pressure with the Fire-type moves that the Chi-Yu can do. But we have got the Giraffe and Landorus on the field for Leonardo, and on Victor's side, once again, it's that Rillaboom and the Flutter Mane. But Rillaboom is in a bit of a difficult spot thanks to the Armor Tail ability. It cannot go for Fake Out or Grassy Glide.
No, it can't, but it still packs a punch, given that the fact that it does have the Wood Hammer, and so that is going to be on the grassy terrain. You also have access to the U-turn just to be able to help pivot out into a bit of a safer play, but the Landorus and the Farigiraf here from Leonardo, I feel like this does lend itself into some flexibility where maybe you do have some of that Trick Room mode available in the back, and this is just Leonardo just reading into the room and saying maybe there's an adjustment to the Chi-Yu and the Iron Bundle lead that I led. This is a huge switch up from him.
Honestly, I love this about Pokemon play. Leonardo has that one game advantage, so has the potential to shake things up a little bit, and now seeing the Farigiraf in the field, you know that potentially the Ursaluna is going to be in the back and able to come through. Again, the U-turn coming through here is going to deal some huge damage into that Rillaboom, allowing the Landorus to pivot in off the field. I would love to be able to see the Ursaluna come in here, maybe try and obviously get that burn set up, allowing its Guts ability to be activated as the Farigiraf is able to set up that Trick Room.
Oh, the Dazzling Gleam comes through first, so Ursaluna does take a bit of chip damage, and it's the read of the Wood Hammer into the Ursaluna just to get the knockout with that super effective damage. As soon as that Ursaluna moves in, Victor is staying super cool as a cucumber in this situation, because he was expecting and hoping to see that slot get switched.
I'm blown away by that play. A fantastic observation by Victor to see that very likely the Trick Room is going to be set up, and actually it was one of those very standard plays. When you go for Trick Room, you just want to be able to set it up and then bring your Trick Room sweeper in from the back. And sometimes as the opponent, you have to identify, is your opponent going to play conservatively here? Are they going to go for the obvious play, or are they going to go for something different and punish you for it? And Victor identified that Leonardo was going to go for the very telegraph play and was able to capitalize on it. Yes, you now have Iron Hands on the field. That could always go for something like a fake out into the opposing side. However, it's definitely not the powerhouse that Ursaluna is. Now you have the potential to go for something a little stronger with the Flutter Mane. You know that fake out cannot come into that slot because it is a Ghost type.
It is, but let's also consider that Iron Hands has Heavy Slam. So this is going to be a super effective attack no matter what. So if the Iron Hands wants to read this is where we always see this kind of play out, right? There's a Flutter Mane on one side, a Fake Outer on the other. Do you expect that that Flutter Mane is going to Terra? Then it becomes vulnerable to the Fake Out, but Iron Hands is still able to hit it with a super effective attack. So Victor still has to think twice about what he wants to lock in here too.
That's the thing, you don't really need to go for the Fake Out. You have the speed advantage being in Trick Room, but in a way, if you're Leonardo, you almost want to kind of stall out your own Trick Room here, so maybe do slow things down a pace. It is actually just going to be the Wild Charge going down into the Arcanine, only doing about 1/3 of damage, and the Dazzling Gleam is going to be followed up by the Farigiraf that can do just a little bit of chip damage to both of these opponents. In contrast to chip damage, though, it's going to be the powerful Moonblast coming into that Pokemon and giving it its Citrus Berry recovery.
The recovery is really nice here because maybe the Farigiraf is able to stay around and take a little bit more advantage of the Trick Room, but things are quickly starting to get out of Leonardo's hands. Victor has secured such a critical knockout onto the Ursaluna, and you understand that you might have wanted to just make sure that you set the pace there, but what about this Flutter Mane? You still have to figure out a way to be able to best it, and you can just continue to weave through some of these attacks. You have the Protects, and there's only so many turns of Trick Room left.
To be honest, I think you identified the best way to best it with that Heavy Slam. It's a very frail Pokemon on the physical side. Obviously, the Iron Hands has a lot of weight behind it to benefit from that Heavy Slam as well. So if you're Victor, I would probably get the Flutter Mane out of here now, start stalling through those remaining turns of Trick Room and allow Flutter Mane to be back in the speed tier that it wants to be. And the one thing I also have to appreciate from Victor here is the preservation of terrestrialization. We've seen him hover over that Fairy Terror on the Flutter Mane a couple of times here, but actually has identified he doesn't need it at this point and now has the flexibility going forward. The Rillaboom is going to be able to join the field, again, maybe slowing things down a little bit more, a powerful Wood Hammer here or there, as the terrestrialization on the Iron Hands on Leonardo's side actually comes through. I love this adjustment. It's going to be that Fire Terror type. That means that it's not going to be affected by those Fairy type moves as strongly as it would have been done previously, and when stacked up with something like the Assault Vest, it really doesn't have to worry about the Flutter Mane that's choosing to stay on the field.
Yeah, I mean, this Flutter Mane is not scared of anything, I feel like, and that's going to be a Drain Punch into what was the Arcanine slot, so that Rillaboom taking that very comfortably and even able to hang on with just a sliver of HP. The Psychic as well, just going into the Protect of the Flutter Mane, trying to get it down into a much more manageable health range, but this Farigiraf is, again, not known for its special attack capabilities. It's really there to try to help be a little bit bulky and also try to get that Trick Room active, and it's not really well known for its bulk as much either.
It's certainly not, but with the low HP remaining on that Rillaboom, maybe the Farigiraf is able to get some damage off with something like the Dazzling Gleam, maybe just to pick up the KO on the Rillaboom, chip the Flutter Mane, and then allow the Iron Hands to follow up with that Heavy Slam to be able to get the KO. But actually, it's getting out of there. These Trick Room turns are whittling away. It's time to bring Landorus back into the action. That can throw the Intimidate down onto the opposing Rillaboom and stop it from maybe going for one of those powerful Wood Hammers that we've seen. Then again, if it does go for that Wood Hammer, it's going to be able to KO itself in recoil.
Yeah, that's true. So I think Victor is going to say, maybe later. Save it for later, bring the Arcanine back out, and it's going to catch the exact two Pokemon. You can see Leonardo kind of shaking his head here. He wanted to get the board position just right so that the Landers would be able to help keep that physical attack in check. But now that it's time, Trick Room is gone. It's time for this Flutter Mane to go show off what it's got. So it's time for that offensive Terra into that Fairy type to really help boost up these attacks.
Flutter Mane's time to shine. It's all beautiful and bejeweled here on center stage, and the Drain Punch going to be able to come through into the Flutter Mane. They're calling that it's going to be the terrestrialization, not going to be able to be felled by its Ghost typing, but Flutter Mane now can go for that Moonblast into the Landorus. It's not going to be able to pick up the KO though.
Yeah, not quite yet, but what a smart Terra there. Even just for the defensive capabilities, like you said, that Drain Punch just doing absolutely nothing, and Leonardo really not wanting to go for the Heavy Slam in this situation. And so still kind of whittling the HP away from the Pokemon that are on Leonardo's side. But I feel like Victor is in a really nice position right now.
Yes, the Arcanine can apply some pressure as well with something like the Rock Slide, particularly considering the Iron Hands has now turned into a Fire type. It's certainly not going to be able to appreciate that. And the Farigiraf able to come back in as well, maybe trying to preserve the Landorus for a little bit later on. Look at how much that Intimidate paid off though. The Heavy Slam does not manage to get the KO on the Flutter Mane that's able to go for this Dazzling Gleam. It's going to be able to get the KO on the Farigiraf and do a little bit more damage to that opposing Iron Hands.
Yeah, the Iron Hands is now just on a short-lived life at this point. You do have a lot of different HP to be able to chew through, and you also still have a Pokemon in the back there for Victor that has yet to be revealed here to Leonardo. Now we get a chance to see the Trick Room expire, so that is just a lot of work that the Farigiraf was able to put in that regard. And the Landorus at this point also gets to come in with that Choice Scarf intact and outside of those Trick Room conditions.
I mean, talk about board positions. It's the perfect time to get that Landorus in on action and throw an Intimidate down onto that Arcanine. The Arcanine as well on Victor's side, we know is going to be locked into that Rock Slide with the Choice Band. So I think in a great position to possibly even get 2 KOs here if it is able to survive whatever the Landorus with its Choice Scarf is going to be able to throw its way.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Stomping Tantrum right now. That would end up being kind of problematic, but your options at this point are trying to actually get through this speedy Flutter Mane. The Stomping Tantrum does land its mark into the Arcanine, so that is going to be a knockout there, and Victor has to bring something else into that slot, but it's still going to be the Heavy Slam that Leonardo relies upon to try to take out this Flutter Mane. If you can get the speed control in your favor in that sense, then you're in a pretty good position. But Leonardo is locked into the Stomping Tantrum, and you have the Rillaboom now coming back in.
Yes, you know, I almost would have liked to have seen the Rillaboom join that previous turn as well, just to be able to preserve the Arcanine a little bit more. And obviously, with hindsight, you could always have gone for some good damage with that Flutter Mane as well, maybe trying to get the KO onto both the Landorus and the opposing Iron Hands. But Rillaboom is now in play. The one question, however, is it going to be able to get some damage on the board? With the Fake Out must be so tempting to go down into this Landorus.
It is the speediest Pokemon on the field at this point, so it does feel like that is the prime target to hit with that Fake Out. But this is the last 2 Pokemon here for Leonardo in this game, and there you go, the Fake Out into the Landorus. That is just going to be a clean knockout, and it's all down to this Iron Hands, which is going to take a single target Dazzling Gleam, and even though it is that Terrifier, it is going to take just that chip damage that puts it in range, potentially, of him being picked up here by what's in the back, as well as the Rillaboom that's going to have priority Grassy Glide.
That's the thing, the Iron Hands might fall victim to its own attack here with that recoil
That's
from the
true
Wild
too.
Charge as well. It's still got a little bit left in the tank, but the Rillaboom is now very happy to be unleashed with this priority once again. We already saw the Fake Out into the Landorus, and now, like you said, Rosemary can easily follow up with a Grassy Glide and close out this match. And if it needs a little bit more help, considering it is now going down into a Fire type, let's bring your Water type into the match, and that will be able to certainly close out the game.
Yep, and we're just going to go for the heavy hitting moves as well. You just want to go for as much damage as possible. Don't even give the Iron Hands a chance, and that is going to be this series tied up. It's 1-1, Victor versus Leonardo, and we are going to a game number 3.
Look at that, us and a game number 3 once again.
Name a more iconic trio.
Exactly, the 3 sets all needed together to make it happen. That's what we're seeing here at LAAC. Of course, one of the things that was so dominant in that game was the amazing Woodhammer call by Victor Medina in turn 1 when we saw the Ursaluna join, maybe it was turn 1, turn 2, I think it was turn 1, being able to absolutely destroy the Ursaluna. Here we go with the Woodhammer, stopping Leonardo from capitalizing on the Trick Room that he was able to successfully set up. That just meant that Victor already had so much dominance in that game too.
Yeah, I think just knocking out that big physical threat also saved that Rillaboom for just a little bit more. You could see that Victor was a little bit upset about how much damage he took from the U-turn, and quite honestly, that was a lot. I think it was also that critical hit on top of that, so you're just taking kind of a big chunk there. And just going back to kind of those ends of those Trick Room turns, I definitely miscounted the number of turns that were left, and a part of it was just that Victor had again, kind of thought about the end game. You had 2 turns left, you go for the Terra, you expect the Drain Punch, but it doesn't really matter because you're going to be kept safe either way, and you're still getting more damage down regardless by having that Terra Fairy available. So he made a really good call there, and it paid off by that Flutter Mane being able to take advantage of the turns that were left outside of that Trick Room.
Exactly, and actually it doesn't matter with the remaining Trick Room turns that were there because the Intimidate came through from the Arcanine as well.
He definitely planned that.
Oh yeah, it definitely gave the Flutter Mane the breathing room it needed for it still to have that time to shine and go into the Terrestrialization and start dealing out that big damage. And it is one of those things, sometimes you can stall out a Trick Room game and then put yourself in a position to be like, oh, okay, the speeds are back in my favor. But actually, if you can use those last couple of turns to already get an edge in, it does just swing the momentum into your favor a little bit more. Game 3, do you think we're still going to see Trick Room? Because I'll be honest, I don't think it's going to be the safest strategy at this point.
I think it's a really tough call because you do have sort of this split 50-50 team. You have that fast mode with the Iron Bundle and the Chi-Yu, as we saw in that game number 1, and you have that slower Trick Room option that we ended up seeing in that game number 2. So why not split the difference a little bit as we get into this game 3? We've got the Chi-Yu and the Landorus here for Leonardo, and a big switch up here from Victor with that Qianpao now making an appearance for this match.
Honestly, what I love most about this is the cross synergy we've got. We have got the Beast of Ruin from the Chi-Yu, lowering the special defense, and that's actually going to help itself and the opposing Flutter Mane out. And at the same time, you've got the Qianpao with the Sword of Ruin ability, lowering the defenses, helping out itself and the opposing Landorus. So it's actually a pretty even Steven at the moment, but it just means that the offensive pressure is so monumental from all 4 of these attackers.
And now this is where you have to kind of play that 50-50. What do you protect? You know that Landorus can't, and actually Chi-Yu can't either, because both of the Pokemon on Leonardo's side are holding those choice items. So what you could do here is just go for a double protect if you want. You can start to fish out what is going to be coming in that direction, or you read that Leonardo does not want either of these Pokemon in and may make a swap as well. So that's a lot of information to have to take in on this first turn, and that's something that Leonardo's team is really good at.
Yeah, Victor could go for that double protect, but Leonardo could also punish that, like you said, by making some adjustments. We're actually going to see the switch come from the Qianpao first of all, so we know that Landorus is going to be staying in. Toy Scarf would have kept it in the field. As Arcanine joins the field to throw down the Intimidate, this is obviously only really going to be detrimental against that Landorus, but also its typing means that the Chi-Yu isn't going to have as much of a party as it would have had previously. I'm sure the temptation to go for Fire type moves into what was previously an Ice type will be strong, but as we've seen, the Choice Spec Dark Pulse can throw a spanner in the works as well, so I wonder if that's a read Leonardo has made.
It sure is, and Leonardo just opting to go for the attacks in this turn 1 could spell disaster if he does get these reads right. It's going to be the Terra Blast flying type into the Flutter Mane. It does bring it down to a pretty low amount, but you've got the Dazzling Flame in response. It's not going to be doing nearly as much as what this Dark Pulse is going to end up doing in response, which is just a KO onto this Flutter Mane. So Leonardo just leaning into the offensive options that he has, and it pays off in a big way.
Yep, just like game 1, able to remove that Flutter Mane very early from play. The key difference, however, is Victor did not go for the Terrestrialization on that Flutter Mane, so he still has access to that and the flexibility as the rest of this game 3 progresses. Of course, now the information you have is you know what these Pokemon are locked into. It's going to be the Dark Pulse for the Chi-Yu and the Terra Blast for that Landorus, and that's something that these Pokemon do have to play around. The speed advantage will definitely be with that Landorus, but the Qianpao has the utility to always go for a Sucker Punch here as well.
I think the Sucker Punch is a really juicy option, but then what if there is a possibility of Leonardo kind of switching something into that slot? Ooh. You still have to think about those decisions of if the Chi-Yu even wants to stick around in these scenarios. It's looking pretty good right now. You're like, yeah, okay, I can hit the Qianpao, but I don't think like the Arcanine takes a whole lot of damage here either, unless you really want to kind of play that gamble again of if the Arcanine does fall like it did the first game.
The other thing is that Qianpao is running Sacred Sword. That's something that will deal incredible damage to the opposing Chi-Yu. And if something switched in, maybe like, like the Farigiraf, I got it there, or even something like the Ursaluna, then that's not going to appreciate taking one of those either. It is indeed going to be the Farigiraf. We have now seen all 4 Pokemon. There is no Ursaluna here, but it is going to be the Sacred Sword into that Pokemon, doing about a third of damage. As Arcanine follows up with the Rock Slide, it's not going to be able to do the double up, but to do a little bit of chip onto that Iron Hands instead.
And Victor was actually kind of hovering over whether or not he wanted to commit into that Terra normal extreme speed from the Arcanine, and had he done that, he would have been locked into it, and it would have set him back a few turns, having to get it out and try to deal with the Farigiraf in the meantime. So very nice to be able to just lean into the Rock Slide, just get some of that spread damage down, and a nice chunk of damage into that Farigiraf. But the Urshifu is now going to end up taking its place. The Icicle Crash was trying to land into the Farigiraf to be able to pick up the knockout, but it is sadly unable to hit its mark, as it is not 100% accurate. And we're going to see the Iron Hands get a little bit of that recovery back from what it ended up taking on the Rock Slide while the Trick Room goes up.
Honestly, Farigiraf is putting in some work at this point. It's able to dodge out of 2 attacks, able to stop any potential priority, and now is able to set up the Trick Room. And I really like the way Leonardo has brought it here without the Ursaluna, because its main job is to have that ability on the field. There is so much priority on Victor's side, whether it's coming from the Urshifu, the Qianpao, the Arcanine, then you can stop your opponent from going for this. And now Victor, once again, has to play through these 5 turns of Trick Room to be able to put himself back into a position where the speed is in his favor. You can see him shaking his head. Is definitely an uphill struggle, but he has the capability to be able to do it.
you are going to end up committing the Terra here, and the Ghost could help out. I don't know what Leonardo's reaction is to this specific game moment. Maybe he's feeling a little relieved, maybe he's not, as it's just going to be that Terra Ghost and the Detect from Victor. Hoping that this defensive play is going to work out, as that Protect is going to negate this Wild Charge. And then is the Xianpao going to be able to actually get its move off? Well, Dazzling Gleam comes out first because we are in the Trick Room, and it does end up hitting into the Xianpao, who is just teared away from its Dark type. But the Icicle Crash finally lands its mark into the Farigiraf. But now we get a chance to reveal that it wasn't going to be enough.
Yeah, was not going to be enough to be able to get the KO, but I really like the Ghost Terrestrialization here on the Xianpao as well. Not only does it stop the Dazzling Gleam from being able to deal super effective damage, but something like the Drain Punch as well that's awfully tempting into the Xianpao would be null and void by the Ghost typing. So Victor is starting to slow down this Trick Room a little bit. He has utility to go for Protects and Detects as well, and we have seen a couple of double of those thrown out in the course of the match. So he does have the potential to be able to start piloting around this. You don't really have to worry about the Farigiraf anyway. It doesn't deal a huge amount of damage. The issue is going to be that Iron Hands, however, because it has the capability to go for those Wild Charges into the Urshifu and also just slow and steadily chip away at this opposing Xianpao, particularly when the Farigiraf is able to go for a Helping Hand.
Helping Hand, that is going to be that Detect, so you're going to go ahead and get that Protect once again, but the Drain Punch into the Urshifu, you were hoping that the Helping Hand was going to boost it up enough to be able to get the knockout, but it can't even hit the target as the Icicle Crash comes through to finally pick off this Farigiraf, and so that is another Pokemon down here for Leonardo, and he has no choice except to bring in two of the more fast Pokemon that are on his team, and that's going to be the Chi-Yu for now.
My favorite thing about that turn was as soon as the Detect went off, you just saw the stare from Victor across at his opponent. Have you read into this? And you just saw the desperation in Leonardo's face, being like, oh no, that's where the Protect went. So a fantastic call by Victor here. Once again, the Xianpao is really focused, landing these Icicle Crashes now and finally being able to get the KOs. But the Chi-Yu in such a dominant position, it has those choice specs. It's going to be able to deal like huge amount of damage to something like the Xianpao. And particularly with the Iron Hands able to go for something like a Wild Charge into the Urshifu, that means that it's not going to be able to capitalize on possibly a Surging Strikes into Chi-Yu. The one benefit, however, is you have finally got rid of the Armor Tail, though, so priority is back on the table. Something like a Sucker Punch, something like an Aqua Jet could shut down this opposing Chi-Yu. Aqua Jet is enough to be able to get the KO against it, so you don't have to worry about the little fish at all.
Yeah, it's going to be out of here, and you also couldn't even tear it away because I believe the Landorus ended up being on the receiving end of that one. The Wild Charge does get a KO in response, but Victor still has that Arcanine in the back to be able to land this Intimidate down onto this Iron Hands, and you're still taking so much recoil, and the Icicle Crash is yet to come through. That is going to take this Iron Hounds down to half HP.
And because these are the last two remaining Pokemon on Leonardo's side, the Arcanine's Intimidate is going to stick around. That is going to be affecting the Landorus and the Iron Hands on Leonardo's side. Both of them physical attackers.
But wait, the Landorus can also do the same.
That's true.
So it does even the playing field just a little bit, but this Xianpao is still able to use its Sword of Ruin ability to drop the defense of everything else around it. There's also one more turn of Trick Room. Victor is counting those turns because he wants to capitalize on the fact that this Landorus is holding a Choice Scarf.
That's the thing. You almost want to go for the Protect to stall it out around the Iron Hands, but then you know that the Landorus is going to be speedy as soon as that Trick Room is over. So this is your one opportunity to be able to remove it from the field. The same for this Arcanine, the fact that it's locked into something from the Choice Band, so you have to choose your move choice carefully, because that is how this set is going to finish out with all of these locked in choices. It's going to be the Drain Punch. It doesn't get the KO though, but that is a lot of health regenerated on that Iron Hands.
Yeah, the Iron Hands does capitalize off of this final turn of Trick Room, but it's going to be the Arcanine that moves next. It lands into the Landorus, and we saw Victor cover for it to double into the Landorus, just in case the Arcanine couldn't get the knockout here. And so Victor gets to hopefully land some extra damage into this Iron Hands. It's going to be the Icicle Crash. It does connect. It's not going to miss, and that Iron Hands does get whittled down to that half HP once again, but it's going to be those Twisted Dimensions returning to normal as Xianpao and Arcanine, they're happy about this.
Oh, certainly. They're back on top form here as the Iron Hands is now going to be the slowest thing on the field. Xianpao once again finds his mark with the Icicle Crash, taking it down into the red zone, and Arcanine again with the accuracy going down into the Iron Hands. It is not going to be enough to be able to get the KO. Once again, Drain Punch is going to come through, but as long as this Xianpao is able to find its mark in the following turn, it is going to be the victory for Victor Medina.
Yeah, Victor was even just just kind of fishing for a flinch. You could have gotten that with the icicle crash or the rock slide there, and at this point you can just go for a 100% accurate move, just go for the Sacred Sword. It's going to be neutral damage, get the knockout onto the Iron Hands, and that's going to seal the deal. Victor Medina with a 2-1 victory over Leonardo Chinchilla, and well on his way to the top 8 here at LAIC.
That was honestly one of the hardest fought best of threes I have watched all weekend. You can see the relief in this trader's face. He's done it. He knows that he has been able to go through with that X2 record, but it was definitely not an easy battle, particularly from that game 1 that Leonardo was able to win. Then Victor suddenly had to make sure that you win back those games 2 and 3. Game 2, Leonardo shook it up a little bit, bringing that trick room move, but Victor with that amazing call into the Ursaluna just meant that he took control. I was worried when trick room went up in this particular game, but once again, Victor showing the high caliber of player he is, being able to stall around, eliminate the Farigiraf with that armor tail, so that finally the priority potential could be back on the field.
And it was amazing that he did that with a Qianpao too, a Pokemon that is considered to be pretty frail, especially against the Pokemon that he saw on the other side. But that Ghost Terra, so smart as a defensive tool to help navigate those Trick Room turns so that he could prepare for the endgame where he had locked down this Iron Hands.
And it was nice to see the Ghost Terra used a little differently, because we often used to see it on Qianpao in order to avoid maybe a fake out to break the focus sash, but actually here it wasn't about the focus sash at all, it was just about the longevity on the field, and you can see that key Pokemon getting the victory here, the final KO on the Iron Hands, meaning that Victor Medina has gone through with an X2 record.
Yeah, that's a kind of incredible, and this is going to be another top finish here for Victor Medina to add onto his resume of all these impressive finishes that he has had over the last few seasons, I think, of just Scarlet and Violet in general.
Exactly, and I think he's definitely well on his way. You can hear the crowd cheering as well. There's a huge amount of support here in the audience, and I'm sure at home for both these players. Commiserations, of course, to Leonardo. Played incredibly well, and I really have to respect the adaptations and flexibility of the team, that you have this amazing fast mode, but also that slow mode with Trick Room, and particularly in the Game 3, I love the way that you brought the Giraffe without the Ursaluna. I think that was really nice, because you could just use the ability to put so much pressure, or I suppose put Victor on the back foot, stop him from going for all this priority, particularly when you do the Rillaboom could potentially be there with Fake Out and Grassy Glide. It really neutralizes its threat.
It does, and it's a heavy investment to bring in something like the Ursaluna, because either you do fall to something like that Woodhammer that did best in that game 2, or you have to invest your Terra in order to keep it up, and then you just are vulnerable to the Sucker Punch there from the Qianpao. Even if the Trick Room is up, to still get the priority to activate under those conditions, and it is going to be a tough break, but super commiserations to Leonardo. He's also not out of it just yet. He could win out this final round and still have a good shot to make it into the top 8 if all the cards fall right. And he put on a great display, especially in that game number 1. I thought he brought the best leads that he could for that first game, and he ran away with it.
Oh, fantastic, and it came very, very close to the end game of that game 3, but of course, there can only be one winner from that best of 3 set, and in this one it was Victor Medina, so let's go over to the stage for our winners interview.
Thanks, Rose. Thanks, Lou. I am here with the winner of round 13 at LAIC, Victor Medina. Congratulations. What a set. You looked so relieved afterwards. Tell me what's going through your head.
I'm so grateful for the set. It was an amazing set, and I think I'm locked to top 8, so I'm feeling very, very relieved. And yeah, it's been an amazing set.
As well, you were down that first game in the set, and second game we saw a hard pivot coming out into Trick Room. Were you nervous at that point? How are you feeling then?
Trick Room was his strongest option into my team. I have a Tornadoes team, so I can't taunt him. So the 3 games, I had to be ready for that Trick Room mode. He needed to be ready too for my options, so he leaded very good Chiyu bundle the first game. But I needed to lead with Claramain and another slow Pokemon to try to counter that Trick Room, because it was the strongest against my team, so yeah.
And as mentioned, that should be top 8 now locked. How are you feeling about the competition here in Sao Paulo?
It's been amazing. It's been an amazing competition. I'm feeling great. I actually reached Brazil at 5 a.m. yesterday because my flight got canceled, so I didn't even know if I was playing this event. It's been amazing so far. I think I'm in top 8. Now just let's see what happens. I hope I can win it all. It's very, very difficult. There are very strong players here. but I'm very grateful for this whole experience.
It's been a great event, and I'm sure people out there cheering you on. So before I let you go and get rested for your last Swiss match, do you have any words or shout-outs?
Shout-outs to all the Spanish community who is supporting me. Shout-outs to Antonio, who made the team with me, also to Miguel and Sufi, and also to my family that is always very supportive.
Well, congratulations yet again on this win. Best of luck for the final round of Swiss. As for now, as we get that ready, time to head back over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Sierra, and congratulations once again to Victor Medina for that amazing victory in that second to last round of Swiss. We still have one more to go, and we are going to let all of our players get ready for that one because this is where everything is on the line. You're playing for a top 32 finish. You're playing for a top 16 finish. Let's not forget that we have several $1,000 of prize money available for those players that are able to make it into those top 32 spots.
That's the thing, it's not just about saying I made top 32 at LAIC. There's actual prize money and those elusive championship points, of course, on the line, all working towards that World Championship invite in Honolulu, Hawaii next year. I mean, that's really what these players' end games are. For a lot of them out there, they're taking this road to Worlds incredibly seriously, and they want to be able to get as many championship points, particularly early on in the season, I think can kind of take the pressure off you a little bit.
Oh, it really does, especially if you're able to secure something like a travel award or travel stipend. Yeah. It does help to make sure that you can get to that next step of competition. And when we look down the road for the rest of the international championships that are left for our season, we still have the European International Championships as well as the North America International Championships, which will be our two big stops before we get to that final destination of Worlds.
Yep, EUIC, always a highlight on my, calendar coming from the European region. I'm sure it's also the same for you with LAIC as well, seeing your kind of local communities come forward, and that's been one of the joys that we've had here at LAIC, being able to have the privilege of a front row seat to the amazing LATAM community and seeing their players really have a stage and time to shine.
I absolutely agree with you, and we are going to see some even more battles as we just look forward to the rest of the day, because the fun doesn't stop at round 14. We also still have our top 8 matches, and we aim to try to show you every single one. So all top 8, all top 4, and then of course we are looking forward to that championship Sunday where we'll be able to actually crown our LAIC champion. So it's a lot to still look forward to as we just look ahead.
Exactly, we're going to try and keep the ball rolling with all the Pokemon action. But first of all, let's check in what you guys have been engaging on social medias with. We've got a couple of tweets to show you and some fantastic art as well.
Aww.
This was a repurposed art piece I painted. The Easter egg is that there's one Pokemon from each of the 9 generations in it. Okay, Sparky Sizzle TCG, let's take a look. Right, Magikarp Generation 1.
Psyduck Generation 1.
Psyduck, yes.
Oh, so is Dratini.
Yeah, we've got a Dratini in there. We've then got Ho-Oh from Generation 2.
Yep. Feels 3?
I'm going to say it's 3. Maybe the little Bonsly as well, or is that later?
I think that's 4. Because I think it comes after Sudowoodo.
I'm going to blame my maths. We then also have, of course, Rowlet from the
Alola
region. We've got the little Tatsugiri that we've got most recently from Paldea. Can I just please credit how angry that Tatsugiri looks? That is a mood. I love it. I would be pretty angry too if Dondozo kept trying to eat me every match.
I know. I think I would also be just a little bit miffed about that one. Yeah. But I also really love the call out there to the shiny Psyduck that we've got with the blue little guy at the front.
I'm pretty sure Vivillon as well from Kalos in Generation 6. And then Snom was Generation 8, I believe. In
so
Sword and Shield,
I think
right?
7 was Electros?
Tynamo.
The little,
So I love that. We've probably got some of those numbers wrong, but I love the fact that you've given us that challenge. So thank you so much, Sparky, for sharing that with us on social media.
Yeah, that was amazing. Let's see another piece of art here. It is going to be waiting to open my own Pokemon Cafe. I would be here in a heartbeat. I would really be here in a heartbeat. You can get all Lucario themed or Riolu themed. You've got like the little cake pops here with the little Mega Tree. That's so cute. You've got the cute little like whoopie pies, the chocolate bar with the wrapper. You've got the croissant. I'm hungry now.
I want that ice cream right now. We've been talking a lot throughout the weekend about how hot it is here in Sao Paulo, and that ice cream looks absolutely delicious. Almost too good to eat, though, I have to say.
I know. I'm looking at that tea personally.
Yeah, the little bubble tea with the little paw prints for the boba. I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Aura. Thank you.
All right, we've got another one, a beautiful graphite drawing here. We've got this one. Thank you so much, Roger Lee, for sharing this with us. You got the Miraidon, you have the flying Pikachu, the Flappy, the Raichu, and the Squawkabilly. This looks like maybe kind of a cross between like a TCG and a VGC team, doesn't it?
Yeah, particularly with the Miraidon and the flying Pikachu as well.
Yes.
You know, a very key Pokemon we've seen in the TCG meta. I also love the Honedge as well. I think one of my favorite Pokemon that came out through Kalos. I think being able to see EG Slash in previous formats has always been one of my favorites, as well as, of course, your best buddy, Raichu. He's always a happy chappy. Good to see him alongside Pikachu in this art as well.
I missed both of those. Yeah, the Squawkabilly actually is so funny because I kind of forgot that it was a Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah.
There's so many birds.
There are a lot of birds. Sierra and I were kind of revisiting very briefly the best bird debate that I know you've had previously in the North American regionals. We agreed that Pheasantipity doesn't quite make the cut, but Squawkability, you know, maybe there could be a conversation had there in the future. Thank you so much for sharing this art piece with us.
Yeah, super beautiful here too. We've got the Milotic that was drawn by Leaf. True beauty lies in the heart. That's so cute too because it's like the heart scale.
Yes,
that ends up helping the
poetic.
Milo evolve.
Love that, and I love the color contrast on the tail as well. Really, really vibrant. And we've seen a Milotic on the LAIC broadcast as well. So really, really fitting to have it here, and it's looking adoringly at its trainer. Thank you so much, Lee, for sharing this. I love the sunset in the background as well. Very beautiful, very vibrant.
Yeah, that's really gorgeous. Thank you so much for sharing this. And we've got another one here, Fuecoco, Sprigatito, and Quaxley by MS Sky. This little Gen 9 said, I did make me smile. Well, it made me smile too. This is beautiful.
I love this. We were talking about the little angry Tatsugiri, but Fuecoco is giving it a run for his money, as well as Quaxley, who's looking ready to battle. I'm so happy that my little baby Sprigatito is like, I don't need to throw an intimidating stare down.
Prancing.
I'm perfect. And honestly, the Gen 9 starters, I think, have caused so much controversy amongst friends and communities about which is the best first partner Pokemon. And I do not understand how you look at these three and don't pick little baby Sprigatito in the middle. Which was your choice, Rosemary?
Oh. This is tough. I went with Sprigatito for my in-game playthrough because I feel like that is the objectively correct opinion and also the only option that you can take. But I'm also on the Fuecoco train as long as it doesn't fully evolve.
Maybe that's why Quaxley and Fuecoco are staring angrily at us because we didn't pick those.
I understand why Quaxley's mad.
Yeah.
I think Quaxley might have the least amount of love out of the three Gen 9 starters. Not that it doesn't still have some. There's some diehard Quaxley fans out there, but I'm not like I don't know, that line doesn't do it for me.
We're not convinced, but what is convincing is how beautiful this art is, MS Sky. Thank you so much for sharing it. It's lovely to have a trio of these first partner Pokemon on our broadcast. One more message to show you guys. I love seeing the atmosphere and the energy. I would try and speak the Spanish. Maybe I'll pass over the translation part for you. You're more well-versed than I am.
Oh, goodness. You're putting me on the spot here.
I am.
I am happy to... wait, yeah. Oh, I hate that you had to point that out to me.
I was going for the translation.
No, I actually could do that though.
Go for it.
Yeah, but yeah, I am very happy to be here with everybody and with everything that I've experienced in Sao Paulo. Is basically what I would have translated that to. So
it was more the pronunciation I was going for. We know it would be tragic if I tried to do it.
Que feliz estoy de todo lo que he vivido en Sao Paulo.
Absolutely sublime. Thank you so much, Rosemary. I'm glad you're here this side.
Thank you.
And look at all the amazing faces we see in this picture. They're enjoying the fantastic experience. Thank you, Garrus, for sharing this with us.
Yeah, oh, that's so nice. That's such a nice, like, kind of family photo.
Yeah, and I've loved that. Going outside as well, just walking around the arena a little bit, you've been able to really soak up that atmosphere because, of course, it's not just the Masters division that is in action right now. The Juniors and Seniors division as well kicked off earlier this morning. And going around and seeing the future generations of top Pokemon play really battling out, making some fantastic reads, seeing the intensity in their faces, I think is always incredibly inspiring no matter what age division you're playing at.
I know. They are so good at the game too. A lot of those juniors get a lot of training and coaching coming through from like their parents or their older siblings that have also gone through the circuit and aged up. And it is just really neat to be able to see like family helping each other out. We have a lot of like brothers that are competing in the competitions, whether in the same division or not. And just overall, it is like a really neat experience to be able to see all of that kind of come to fruition. And I'm excited to see what happens on Championship Sunday. I know we don't get a chance to feature all of the juniors and the senior matches, but we do get a chance to see the champion crown there, and of course the finalists on Sunday.
And of course, we don't just give you a champion at the end of this, we also have some awesome giveaways that you can get involved with as well on the broadcast. The Dragapult that Alex Gomez-Berna was able to use to victory at last year's NAIC is up for grabs. You can only redeem once per account via Mystery Gift in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, and you must use the passcode by the 20th of November 2023 at 1 minute before midnight UTC.
I love this Dragapult too.
It's
like,
great.
I still think back to just how dominant Alex Gomez was with this Dragapult. Like, it caught so many people off guard. Phantom Force still hits like a truck if you are going to also give it that extra boost to it with the Terra Ghost. And you see that, like, how many times have you seen a Mungus get knocked out to one hit by something that is neutral damage?
Some people do have vendettas against Amoonguss, though. That is to be seen. I mean, one Pokemon that we haven't been able to feature in video game, but the TCG is certainly rocking out about, is the Iron Valiant, and that is a card that you are able to get in Pokemon TCG Live. You can receive this special illustration rare Iron Valiant EX. Once again, you can only redeem once per account on TCG Live, and you must use the passcode Paradox LAIC by 27th of November 2023 at 6 a.m. UTC.
It's a beautiful card art too, but of course we have more drops to be able to share with everybody in the form of Twitch drops on Pokemon TCG as well as Pokemon Go. You can get these in-game item bundles for Pokemon Live as well as Pokemon Go. So make sure you tune into those streams as well as of course the VGC action that we have going on here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We have one more round of Swiss to go for everybody. Then we get a chance to prepare for our top cut, where we'll see our top 8 matches, our top 4s, and figure out our finalists to compete tomorrow. So much to look forward to, and that's going to do it for now, as we're going to take a short break to get ready for that final round of Swiss today. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Latin America International Championships.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG Live all the time, and I spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着く takes to win.
Where we have the Latin American International Championships happening right now. We're so close to getting to our top 8, and this is trainers' final opportunity to try and make their way into our top cut, one step further to maybe becoming an international champion. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined here by Joe Brown. It's been great, but this is always the most grueling, the most stressful of rounds.
Oh, absolutely. This is the round that you're least excited for as a player, but us as spectators, the most anticipated round for sure. Because even going into it, we're looking at the pairings and you're like, there's not too many clear-cut winning in scenarios, right? I think there's going to be a lot of broken hearts based off of resistance that are going to happen. So we'll see what happens.
That's always the tough part in it. So if you've been fortunate enough to be winning out today, like looking at our notable pairings, Thiago has been with that 12-1. Regardless of what happens in this match, even if you lose it, you are going to be good going into things. Looking at our 10-3 records though, like our featured match of Andrew Ding and David Rodriguez, this is where things get a little bit sticky because you can win and still not quite make it into that top 8. And it's really, really hard to predict sometimes exactly whereabouts people are going to be lying on that chart. So you got to be playing it out right until the end, just for that last opportunity, regardless.
That's right. The only person you can trust in life and in Pokemon is yourself. And if you take care of business on your team, you just let the cards fall where they may.
100%. So looking at these two trainers, it looks like for David Rodriguez, this is going to be more pivotal for him. If he wins this should hopefully be into that top 8. For Andrew Ding, it might be a little prayers. It might be a little prayer to those genies. Double up on his team.
Double genies. It's so funny. Golden goes there. Like, bro thinks he's on the team. Like, look at him. He's almost doing a similar pose to Tornadus and to Landorus. But I think this is really cool. We hardly ever see Landorus incarnate in VGC. Maybe some other fan-made formats, it's a little stronger, but in VGC, it's easier to take advantage of.
There was definitely a moment where I thought, hey, maybe it's just the wrong pitcher. This cannot be right. Looking at the moveset it has, it's a little bit more confirmation, especially to seeing that signature move with that Sandsear Storm, 30% chance to burn. Considering the amount of physical attackers out there, fantastic. But over on David's end, there's actually a lot of these Pokemon that like to hit on the special attacks end of things as well. Looking at that double ghost with that Golden Go and that Fluttermane.
Yeah, and the Fluttermane is going to be really important if Landorus Incarnate plays a factor in the series, because we saw Andrew has Terra Poison in that slot, so you'd be able to resist those Moonblasts from David's Fluttermane. So I think this is going to be really important. Tornadus and Landorus inherently synergize with each other, because if Tornadus sets up the rain, then Sandsear Storm is 100% accurate, just like Bleakwind Storm.
Which it's supposed to burn, so it doesn't. We'll get into that later. Right now, we have to get into game 1 here, round 14 of Swiss here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And it's going to be the Double Genie rocky start, but the Tornadoes, one on each side of the field, as we're going to see the Ghost types facing off, the Golden Go versus the Fluttermane.
And the first thing to figure out for both David and Andrew is which Tornadoes, if they are not both trained all the way into their speed, which one would win this speed tag going for a taunt or a tailwind or rain dance, whatever you want to know. You're going to have to learn this turn 1.
And right away, we're getting the Terastallization, Steel type coming out from the Golden Go. A lot have adapted into this Terra Dragon set, considering how well it faces off against quite a few attackers. It doesn't fare well against the Fluttermane, or at least you're going to get yourself in a nasty 50-50. So having the Steel type instead, all of a sudden, you're not going to have to worry about Terastallizing into a type that does even more damage. Protect on the Fluttermane and a traded Tailwind. It is only going to be the Golden Go left to try and make an impact, and this isn't the Nasty Plot set. Instead, this is a Choice Specs offensive set, and Make It Rain targeted just into the Tornadoes. That is going to be gone.
That's a full one-hit KO from Choice Specs to Make It Rain. And sure, you lose a special attack stat, you lower your stage or your special attack by 1 stage, but you will absolutely take that trade every time. Now Tailwind is up for both of these teams, so we are essentially back at a neutral speed state. So you have to wonder, how do these speeds interact? Typically, Urshifu and Fluttermane would be able to outspeed the Golden Go. However, Golden Go is no longer a ghost type, so Fluttermane doesn't threaten it with super effective Shadow Balls. And if Urshifu wants to go for a close combat into the Steel typing, you can get really punished with having a -1 special defense from a Bleak Wind Storm on Andrew's Tornadoes. So I think that knockout is really huge, because even though Tornadoes doesn't do a lot of damage, it's better to be on the field and actually providing some value compared to David's, which is just straight up gone.
Sometimes those Bleak Wind Storms, they can be stacking up. That could be the difference between a KO or potentially a speed drop. That could be really, really important here when you're already looking at something that has matched speed theoretically on both sides with the Tailwind. Terastallization, the Terra Water Urshifu, no surprise. This is going to be damage coming out with powerful surging strikes. The Bleak Wind Storm, that will be the first to act. Double connect, does it get a speed drop? No! Fluttermane with the Dazzling Gleam will be firing off into the Tornadoes, but now it'll be the surging strikes to fire off. That will be the hit. Make sure both Tornadoes are out of the equation.
Yeah, so each of these genies for Andrew and David are gone. That would have been huge if a Bleak Wind Storm got a speed drop, because this Golden Go could have moved before the other two went for their attacks.
At this point, though, it is locked into that Make It Rain, and the special attack drop that you get after using this powerful move is going to make sure it does less and less. Fluttermane didn't get that memo, though, as it's still going to be taken out easily, as that is a super effective hit. The Urshifu is going to be seen quite okay at this point, and now this is -2 stages of special attack over on Andrew's end.
Hey, you'll absolutely take -2 for 2 KOs that Golden Go is able to produce. You still have some pivot flexibility. Brambleghast gets to come in right now, and since the Tailwind has been active, that's going to boost up that Wind Rider ability. So if Andrew does want to take a turn to swap the Golden Go out so he can reset its both special attack stat and its attack of choice because of the choice specs, that's important. I just do want to credit David on that turn, for he had to decide between Fluttermane and Urshifu. If I don't Terastallize Urshifu, it goes down to Bleak Wind Storm, and if I do Terastallize it, then Fluttermane goes down to Make It Rain. So I think that's a really difficult play to make, or to choose which one I prioritize more. But when you see a Steel type Golden Go, I can understand why Urshifu is more valuable.
Well, at this point, it'll be the priority Aqua Jet to start dealing some damage with the Golden Go, but no priority from the Rillaboom to be following it up. And Assault Vest, it will be hitting its own Pokemon thanks to that Poltergeist coming out from Brambleghast. Now Make It Rain. This is -2 special attack. It's got to be more than enough to get that job done. That is a double KO over on Andrew Ding's end.
Golden Go collecting all of the knockouts here in this game from 3 Make It Rains. Technically they're spread attacks, but he clicked one button 3 times and got 4 KOs.
Incredible. There is a reason why Golden Go has never truly died down in the meta and has been back with a vengeance. And the Nasty Plot set, sure, it is fun. Sure, it could be absolutely chaotic, but just the sheer force that choice Beck's Golden Go can have to this battle, especially paired with something like the Tornadus, is absolutely incredible. And we got to see it fully on display there.
Well, speaking of sheer force, we actually have Sheer Force Landers on the team, and it wasn't even needed because Golden Go stole its ability, stole all that sheer force necessary. Look at that one-hit KO into the Tornadus, and then Fluttermane was a sitting duck, like we said. You can only Terrasilize Urshifu or the Fluttermane. David opts to keep the Urshifu around, but does not Surging Strikes into the Golden Go slot. Instead, kind of wastes his attack into the Tornadus slot there and gets punished for it.
What's really tough when you're looking at these matching Tailwind teams is how fast the momentum can swap into one person's favor. That first turn and where the momentum is going to be taking is absolutely massive. And if you can just keep putting on that pressure, that's what this is all about. And the Golden Go never really let up. And with that Steel Terastallization, never really felt too threatened either. So I feel like looking into this game 2, that is going to be the question that David has to answer, is how can I actually put some proper offensive pressure onto this Golden Go to make sure it's not taking another 4 KOs and, I mean, signing that letter, sending your destiny, right?
Yeah, and the only way you do it is, let's say you can try to fake out once it terastallizes into a steel type, but that's the beauty of Andrew and his Golden Go, is you're able to play those mind games. We're in the same spot on this turn, Tornadus, Fluttermane versus Tornadus and Golden Go again. If both these teams want to opt for a Tailwind, we might just have a similar scenario play out.
100%, and when you have these powerful Tailwind teams, especially when you're looking at Andrew's end, I feel like it's a situation you don't really need to be switching up too much, though we are going to see there is going to be a different lock in the move going on forward. So as long as there is no Protect in that slot, like we got to see in that game 1, this Fluttermane could be good and done for. But of course, the Terastallization to make sure the Fluttermane can deal with the Golden Go before it gets the opportunity to attack. It is going to go for the Protect now. So now that is going to be this Golden Go locked into the Shadow Ball, and the Tornadus pivotally on David's side is not going to be KO'd this turn because it's just going to be a Tailwind traded.
That is 2 consecutive turn 1s that Andrew's Tornadus has went first with the Tailwind. So if there is a game 3, keep track of that.
At this point, we are locked into the Shadow Ball, but David has to be in a position to be responding now because you know that is their pressure on to this Fluttermane, and the Shadow Ball is surely going to be KOing it. But now that you have the information on how Andrew is switching up this battle, there's the opportunity to get the Terastallization onto something else other than the Urshifu. This will be the Fluttermane.
David has no Shadow Ball resist in the back or at all on his team, so the best option is to Terastallize Fluttermane out of that Ghost typing, and now that's just a Fairy type. Shadow Ball is a neutral hit.
Bleak Wind Storm, that's the miss on the Fluttermane, hitting only into the Tornadus this time around. It's not the most accurate moves, no speed drop either, though you already outsped there, so you're good. But now the Moonblast into the Tornadus, onto the opposing end. David, the first one to be taking one of the Genies out.
That's a clean one-hit KO, kind of a reverse situation. Now this is single target, resisted into the Steel type, but does it get a speed decrease? No. Here's a Shadow Ball, and we'll see just how much less damage it does. If that was a Ghost typing still on the Fluttermane, it would have been a one-hit KO.
We'll get the special defense drop, but already bringing it down below half. This was already dealing so much damage. Brambleghast now is going to be joining the battle. Of course, that Wind Rider, that is going to be an increase over onto its attack.
And you can kind of ignore the Tornadus right now, especially if you're Brambleghast with its Wind Rider ability. You're going to be so strong. David essentially forced to switch it out because there is nothing it can press.
Well, Arcanine, that'll be hitting the battle. One of the things in this game to try to maybe put some pressure on, and going to be lowering the attack of the Brambleghast just that little bit, and that will be that difference between the Fluttermane sticking around another turn and being KO'd. Now firing off the Shadow Ball, that'll be Brambleghast brought all the way down to its Focus Sash.
That is huge, that Intimidate, letting the Fluttermane stick around at such low HP. Shadow Ball is going to be really strong into Arcanine, but as you can see, it's just barely looking like a 2-hit KO, and it won't be anymore thanks to the Citrus Berry activating here. So David still feels really healthy because you have a still confident, I should say, 1 HP Brambleghast who has been intimidated. Fluttermane has done its job. Let it go down. Get it to a point that if you can trade Fluttermane for Brambleghast, then Tornadus is safe to come back onto the field.
And you still have yours, so you can get a late tailwind once both of them expires and be able to put on some more pressure with the Bleak Windstorms from there on out. As long as you can make it to this point, as there is still some offensive pressure coming out from Andrew's end. First starting off with the Shadow Sneak, just to make sure this low health Flutter Mane is finally going to be dealt with. It is not a Pokemon to be disrespected at all out here. The Shadow Ball, that'll be first from the Golden Go, but with that Citrus Berry recovery, will be fine to take that hit and fire off this Flare Blitz in return. This is why people have turned away from that Terra Steel, the super effective hit to take the KO.
Right, if Golden Go was Terra Dragon in some other scenarios, like many other trainers have opted for in Regulation E, the Flare Blitz would have been resisted. And of course, as a Steel type, it doesn't, or as Terra Steel, that's not boosting your Shadow Ball damage. It helped him a lot in Game 1, however, and I'm sure it has helped Andrew in many of his matches throughout this weekend. But now that Tornadus is able to come back onto the field for David, you still have to be worried about this 1 HP Brambleghast, but obviously, Urshifu, you're hoping could be able to deal with that.
Thankfully, over on your end, with that Urshifu, you have that Aqua Jet, so you can have some priority going back. And that Brambleghast, it's only on the 1 HP. It doesn't matter if it's resisted. It doesn't matter anything else. It's all the damage that you need to be doing at this point. So that Aqua Jet, that'll be moving first, and Brambleghast is gone. Andrew Ding down to his final Pokemon here in Game 2 of round 14. Bleak Windstorm, that will be the connect, and that will be enough for that one-hit KO to take us into our Game 3.
We are moving fast and furious right now in round 14 of LAIC between David and Andrew. So much fun to see high-octane, hyper-offensive teams just going at it. They're both clicking Tailwind, they're locking in Terrasalizations turn 1, and trying to have maximum damage output. And I think it makes a lot of sense, especially on David's end, when you look at the team construction. Besides Hisuian Arcanine, there's not a lot of defensive positioning and pivoting, and it was actually crucial when Arcanine switched in for that Intimidate against Brambleghast. So that might be the one area that Andrew might want to secure a better matchup into Hisuian Arcanine.
Well, we talked about before with these Tailwind matchups that first turn and that line of play that you decide to take, how important it could be to the momentum for the rest of the match. And I think the most crucial play was on that turn 1, where Andrew made an adjustment here and David stuck to the same game plan. Normally when you lose that Game 1, you're kind of feeling like you have the pressure to need to swap, especially if it'll put you on the back foot. But yet again, protecting the Flutter Mane. Had that been a make it rain yet again from Andrew, repeating the same turn 1 in Game 1 to take out the KO onto the Tornadus, I think this is where we would start celebrating Andrew for that victory. But instead, now we have this Game 3 where Andrew has a huge decision to make.
And what I'm so curious about on Andrew's end here, 2 games in a row, his Tornadus has outsped the opposing one. Do you opt for a taunt into the other side instead, or do you just match Tailwind so that everything stays at an even speed tier?
It all comes down to this Game 3, and already an adjustment coming out from David. It's not going to be the Flutter Mane, instead the Arcanine. The Intimidates don't mean anything, but the offensive pressure that can come out is huge. And already you see a quick lock-in into that taunt. As long as it wasn't a speed tie all along, we might see David's Tornadus completely shut down.
But I do love this lead adjustment for David here, because he realized, oh wow, Arcanine was really strong and really effective, especially into this Terra Steel Golden Go, so I might as well bring it from the jump and hope to live 1 Choice Specs, make it rain, and punish it with the Flare Blitz.
And the Terrasalization, this will be a lot of damage coming out. This isn't a defensive day, this is going to be offensive all this time around. 3rd time in a row, that will be taunt onto the Tornadus. And you can see that's exactly when it went for. Now the Golden Go and everything on Andrew's side is going to be speedier than David for the next few turns. That will be enough to pick up the KO on the Tornadus, not onto the Arcanine. No, there is going to be this opportunity for it to respawn. What did it go for, though? This could be a powerful Flare Blitz to try and get this KO into the Golden Go, and that is going to be surely enough damage to take it out. Or the Rock Slide to try and deal with the Tornadus, the Flare Blitz. And now going into the Golden Go, no chance. We're going to be trading KOs, not just 1, but 2, because that recoil is going to be huge.
The recoil is going to make it really close, but the Citrus Berry might just be enough. We're not sure. Let's see how close it goes down. It just barely hangs on in the red. So now, technically, David is feeling strong strong with his Arcanine. He can switch it out for later for more Intimidate pressure if he wants, or just let it go down. But you saw David's expression once the taunt landed into Tornadus. He felt as if there might have been a gentleman's agreement. We're just going to Tailwind turn 1 all 3 games. But it'd be great play by Andrew to go for taunt, because now you can click Tailwind on this turn, and then you'll get 4 turns of Wind Rider for Brambleghast instead of the usual 2 or 3.
And it'll be up to David to weather that tailwindy storm ahead, as you are not going to be able to move faster than anything else that Andrew has going on forward. And Andrew definitely has some heavy hitters as well. You do have this opportunity to hit a priority into that Arcanine that, even though this Flare Blitz wasn't enough to self-KO and recoil, it can just get the KO then and try and bring David down to his final 2.
And last game, David decided to Terrasilize his Flutter Mane, Terra Fairy, and it worked out well because he got the 1-hit KO onto the Tornadus. It looks like he's going off for the same strategy here with Terra Flutter Mane, with his tournament against the line. He locks in Terra Fairy.
Make sure that you're not going to be taking a super effective hit from the Brambleghast on the other side, and make sure that the moves that you do hit once it's your turn are going to be doing the most, as the Tailwind coming on through will be the Wind Rider and the attack boost for the Brambleghast. I don't think it needed it to be taking down the Arcanine, but of course, as long as this Brambleghast doesn't swap out, that will be an attack boost that sticks around. Dazzling Gleam, double target going into this. It will be a lot of damage, but not enough to bring either down. And Brambleghast, it would have been good with its sash anyways, but now you know that wasn't even going to be enough for that KO.
Yeah, so it doesn't get a KO into either slot where, say, a Moonblast into Tornadus would have knocked it out. And now your Urshifu cannot Terrasilize out of this fighting type that it is weak to the Bleakwind Storm on Tornadus' end. So I think Andrew is really comfortable right now thanks to the Tailwind. Of course, you have Aqua Jet to try to target Brambleghast down, but what does that do? How does that stop a Bleakwind Storm as long as they connect onto both targets?
Well, if the Flutter Mane doesn't get KO'd this turn, and that's only going to be hit coming out from the Tornadus at this point, this is the potential for the double KO.
Does it miss?
It doesn't. I don't think it matters at this point. It'll only be hitting into the Flun, and the Flutter Mane at full health. Now we'll get the opportunity to respond with this Dazzling Gleam. Speed drop, I don't even think matters at this point. You're already going up against the speed. All that matters is the KOs that you're going to get in response.
And the Brambleghast is down, one of the best answers left because he had so much boosted power from Wind Rider. He's been knocked out. Andrew down to his last Pokemon is Justin Urshifu, who is weak to the fairy typing, obviously. So that protect from David, that's a game-winning protect.
Was fantastic, especially too. Both of those moves are priority, but since Andrew does have that speed over on his side, his priority would end up being able to go first. So that was one of the calls to really make sure David could cement this. I think the call coming out, but of course, you have to hit that idle couple of things, and Andrew having the speed, that'll be the Surging Strikes into the Flutter Mane to bring this to an Urshifu versus Urshifu battle.
Are we gonna have a wet noodle fight of like Surging Strikes back and forth at each other? Because obviously you don't want to get close combat and lower your defensive stats, so might be here for a while. The extra time the critical hit animation takes every time, this could be exciting.
It'll be something. It'll definitely be. I feel like this is where the anticipation really comes alive at this point. One final turn of Tailwind, and then of course beyond that, it will be down to how these Urshifu are trained. And if you go for the close combat and you miss that KO, that could be that game-losing play.
Yeah, I don't think you go for a close combat until the opposing Urshifu is under half HP. I don't know from full HP, a neutral close combat. It also depends on how these are trained, if this is, say, an Adamant or a Jolly Urshifu.
This is the moment, but no, nowhere near enough. And the fence drop now coming out onto the Urshifu that's already been chunked from the Surging Strikes this time around is going to be taking a barrage of hits, doing just more and more damage into the Urshifu. I don't think it's going to get the KO this time around, but things are not looking great for next turn, and the Tailwind is gone.
So this is so scary. It comes down to one more turn. We're back at neutral speed. We knew the whole time Tornadus on Andrew's end was faster. Will his Urshifu Rapid Strike also be naturally faster than David's, or is it time to flip a coin?
And if that close combat did more, then you could feel so confident going for this Aqua Jet, but you can see the hesitation. This could be a barely missed KO.
It doesn't have a defense drop. There's no defense drop on there.
But you gotta go for it. Not gonna be enough. Fishing for a critical hit. Anything left in this battle, but the close combat coming out from David Rodriguez is gonna be enough to take this set. Swiss here in Sao Paulo.
Andrew must have not been confident that his Urshifu would outspeed under the neutral speed state. So congratulations to David playing it out. We talked about once you use close combat, you kind of lose the mirror because your defenses will be dropped. And David maintained his composure, did not go for the more damage up front because he understood there was a chance just keep my defenses up and then be able to win in the last second.
That was so tough though, especially without knowing fully with the speed tiers how they were trained, because sure, you could go for the surging strikes and not take that defense drop, but all of a sudden if you're just taking the 3 hits and David's going to be outspeeding on his end, you would never be in the position to try and be fishing for that Aqua Jet to try and be finishing this out, which would have been a sure way to try and be cleaning up this battle. So close, and for a match that sometimes can go so fast, coming down to this end game, I've seen over and over with these Urshifu was just incredible.
Yeah, I think there's probably a world, and it might have been Andrew's Adamant Urshifu versus David's Jolly, since that close combat did so much damage for the first one, and that's why you go for Aqua Jet. You can crit Aqua Jet, right? It's not as common as Surging Strikes, but if you are certain that you're slower and you lose that Adamant versus Jolly speed matchup between the two, I can understand David saying, hey, I got to get a crit either way, might as well go for it.
What an incredible match. And of course, it will come down to the resistances with this record. I think more importantly, it was David that needed to win to make sure that he could get into top 8, as I think the resistance was better. I don't know if a win over on Andrew's end would have been enough. Of course, you always want to get that win to do everything within your power, but for David, now he just has to cross his fingers to see if he's made it.
Yeah, for sure. That's always a scary scenario because you feel this elation, like, yes, I've won my quote-unquote winning in, and you're high-fiving your friends, and you're so proud. You made it through 14 rounds of Swiss, and then you bubble at 9th place. It unfortunately happens, you know, very commonly at these events, and somebody has to finish 9th. Fingers crossed, David gets into that top 8 slot, but, you know, if it ends up at 9th, we appreciate the exciting match we had here.
The 9th place bubble is always the most, there's always the things that we talk about that are heartbreaking at a tournament. That one person that goes to check that sheet just to see that despite all their hard work got that 9th place and don't get to compete further. That one gets me every single time, so it has to be somebody, so I'm just gonna look away and I can't bear it.
But honestly, shout out to Andrew he didn't bring Landers and Karna in this set, but obviously through 14 rounds of Swiss, he definitely brought it. You can understand the synergy that Tornadus and Landers have together because you have 100% accurate Bleak Wind Storms and Sandseer Storms if you can get the Rain Dance set up. Just looks like probably not the best scenario in this matchup. I mean, maybe there was a world, since it is Terra Poison and Fluttermane kind of swept through his team in games 2 and 3 for David's end. Maybe that Terra Poison might have changed some things around. It would have been nice to see, but overall, great job, Andrew, flying down here to Sao Paulo, and should be happy with how you performed this weekend.
100%. It was a really, really good set all around too, because I feel like, especially in that game 3, it came down to a couple of really key turns coming out from David, a key protect over onto the Urshifu, and just being able to take momentum in that way where Andrew would have been able to find that space. And you look back at the set, and that whole series was filled with those moments, because this is the type of match that this is when you have these tailwinds facing off against each other.
Yeah, you really have no wiggle room whatsoever in a type of matchup like this where it's hyper offense, and every single turn, let's say all 3 games total, let's say there were maybe 12 turns, 13 turns in total at the most. I don't even know what we were at. Maybe 14 at the absolute most in 3 total games. That's like, it shows just how fast-paced VGC can get.
And it's so incredible too to see how David was able to maneuver around the fact that he has this tailwind team. You are meant to be fast and not have things like that Fluttermane, which we've seen Fluttermanes get one-hit KO'd all the time. They're not meant to be taking damage at a lot of points. And Andrew so smartly shutting things down in that first turn, but unfortunately past there was just unable to find those key KOs to really take advantage of that. So sure, he had the speed, but if the Pokemon is still surviving at the end of the turn when it finally gets to act, what does that really speak for it? Especially too, since I feel like the Bleak Wind Storms that we got to see coming out from the Tornadus a little earlier on were able to all of a sudden put things in key KO ranges.
Yeah, that was a really fun set between David and Andrew, but we're hearing now that Rosemary is ready on the stage to talk to our round 14 winner. So Rosemary, take it away.
Sportscasters. I am here with the winner of our round 14. We've got David Rodriguez here to join us in celebrating this amazing accomplishment. You are now 12-3, looking ahead towards top cut. How are you feeling after this win over such a strong opponent?
¿Cómo te sientes después de esta victoria, sobre un oponente tan fuerte?
Me siento muy contento, feliz, porque es algo que he trabajado mucho tiempo. Entonces se refleja el esfuerzo en lo que he trabajado. Entonces eso me hace feliz a mí y por mi hijo también.
He's very happy because he have reflected the work, and he is also very happy because of his son.
That's amazing, especially after that game number 1. It felt like you were in a very tough position. So what was your game plan heading into that second game to really turn things around?
Después de esa primera ronda que fue como difícil, ¿cómo te sentiste después en la ronda 2?
El Game 1, yo no sabía, nunca he jugado con Andrés Dink, entonces no sé cómo juega él. Entonces, ya en Game 1 él me enseñó cómo juega, cómo era su game plan. Entonces, yo empecé a trabajar alrededor de eso. Entonces, gracias a eso, pude tener una remontada.
He saw in round 1, he have never played the opponent. So he tried to create a strategy against him.
So you used that game 1 to really think things out. Were you nervous to play against a Bramblegast? Was that a Pokemon that you expected to see here?
Si es que estuviste nervioso por estar con un Pokémon. No, el Bramblegast.
No tuve nervios porque en el suizo jugué con James Back. Él tenía Granbullgas también, entonces tenía un game plan alrededor de eso para poder jugar contra Granbullgas. Aparte que es un Pokémon que yo sí lo conozco.
Okay, so he had a plan against that Pokémon, and also he already knew that Pokémon.
So familiarity with Bramblegast really paid off. But let's also talk about the fact that you had that Urshifu versus Urshifu endgame at the very end of this set. Were you confident that your Urshifu would be faster and that you'd be able to win in that scenario?
En ese último ronda contra Urshifu, ¿tú pensabas que iba a ser más rápido tu Urshifu?
Efectivamente, en Game 2 yo me di la speed del Urshifu con mi Tornadus. Entonces, al saber que mi Tornadus era más rápido que el Urshifu, yo estaba seguro que mi Urshifu era más rápido que él. Entonces, siempre tiré el Surging Strike para que terminara el Tailwind. Yo no podía tirar Close Combat porque él me mataba de Close Combat y yo no. Entonces, empecé a hacer Surging hasta que estuviera en un rango y se fuera el Tailwind. Ya nada de Tailwind, yo Close Combat.
He played Surging... What is the attack? Surging Strike, because he was like very fast in order to end with close combat.
Make sure you don't get those defense drops, right? Yes, of course. I wanted to give you some time to especially say what it means to you to be here at the LAIC and to have this amazing accomplishment. What would you like to say to the people supporting you?
¿Qué significa para ti estar en este primer Intercontinental y si es que puede enviar algún saludo?
Para mí significa mucho porque es algo que siempre he querido hacer top 8. He ganado special events, he topeado en regionales, tengo muchos logros, pero no tenía este. Igual como todo jugador de Pokémon persigue un top cap en un internacional, en un mundial. Yo soy uno de esos también y hoy he logrado top 8 en un internacional por primera vez. Y un saludo a Tito Mens en Costa Rica y a toda la comunidad tica que me apoya desde casa.
He had played in a lot of tournaments, and this is the first time in a league, and he's very happy because of his team and your son, tu hijo, his son that is over there. So he's top 8 of Worlds in London. So, yeah.
Amazing. What a great accomplishment for you and your family. So glad that you have the support here. Muchas gracias para tu tiempo y felicidades, David Rodriguez. Casters, back to you.
Amazing. Just amazing stuff all around. Being able to celebrate with players after getting accomplishments like this, absolutely fantastic. Such a well-deserved win from David coming out in our round 14.
Yeah, I love the excitement. I love seeing the passion. Obviously, like, you know, even if your day's done, I don't know how it's going to work out. You fingers crossed it's not for David, but even if it is, you can feel accomplished that you came on stream in the last round when a lot of people are the most stressed out they can possibly be all weekend, and you performed, you know, up to your potential.
100%. And it's going to be the crunch time now for the trainers because everybody coming out here to try and live up to the potential they have, but only 8 will be able to move on into our top cut for a chance to try and make it to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. It's there will be more than 8 people with the same record, right? So we'll see what happens in there, and that's how resistance works. It's always funny, like when some of your friends are like, I have the worst resistance known to human history, and then they end up bubbling in, they bubble into the 8th slot. It's like, oh, I guess it wasn't as terrible as you doomed it like it was.
I feel like that was a little pointed, I'm not gonna lie. But hey, it's always right down to the wire for the matches too, because sometimes it is that last table finishing, one of the last couple of tables finishing, that the entire run, everything that you've worked so hard for during the weekend is all riding on. So really, really stressful times all around for players. And we still got a couple of tables and a little bit more of those stressy moments for our players out there happening right now.
Well, yeah, like, so to me, there are so many permutations of the outcomes to like just worry like, oh, I think I'm likely to not get in even if I win. It's like, it doesn't even matter. Just play it out and control what you can control, because there might be a 2% scenario. It's like if this guy, this person at table 1 and then table 2 goes this way, table 3 goes this way, you just never know how the cards are going to unfold for you. So like we say, the only thing you control, the only destiny you control is yourself. So if you are, you know, kind of sad going into round 14, you know, just pick your spirits up. It's all right.
It's hard not to look at the resistance though, and you know, it's stressful.
No, you have, your destiny is in your hands and yours alone.
Until it's not.
Don't worry about what's happening at table 14. Because it doesn't matter what happens at table 14 if you lose your match anyway. It only matters if you win yours. So focus on what you can control and then cry later.
Easier said than done. Easier said than Unjo, all right?
Listen, while we're here, I'd like to defend myself for a hot second, okay? Because I hear there were conversations about my avatar in the caster battle. I was using a production switch. I don't know what I was doing wrong. My switch was not working, so we was like, all right, let's fix it. We'll use the production switch. And I hear everyone's like, wow, that's the worst outfit of all time. It's the base avatar outfit. My avatar looked super cool. I spent a lot of money on it. I had the Kitakami DLC outfit on too, with matching gloves and a backpack. I showed you the other day. I was really proud of my avatar, but unfortunately my Switch wasn't connecting. So to get the dogs off me in Twitch chat. That was not a conscious decision to look like that in the caster battle.
Just tweet your outfits in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet at Joe Brown.
Oh, I would actually love that.
And make fun of the fact that you have a really cool one and he has the default one. That's all I can say.
No.
But I don't know if anybody's tweeted at you yet. Maybe you've been spared from that. But a couple of other people that have been tweeting, of course, about the event, we want to make sure we can showcase that. Just took my first steps at Pokemon TCG, awesome side event at Pokemon LASC. Welcome to the wonderful world of Pokemon TCG. It is really, really cool. Multiple events, they do have this first steps place where you can go and start learning how to play the TCG, because if you don't play it all, maybe it does seem a little bit daunting, but once you actually get the fundamentals, it's actually really, really easy, and those first steps they take you through can really put you on the right path.
Yeah, I've had friends that have come to regionals and stuff that they've never played Pokemon. I'd say, I'm in town, you want to come by? And you know, they sit at the first steps and they learn about it and they have so much fun. There's judges and volunteers that are really energetic and excited to teach you about the game. And then by the end of the tutorial, when you're playing yourself, I've had multiple friends be like, hey, let's go buy some starter decks. Let's take this home. Let's start to learn the game better. And I think that's a great, it's a great first stepping stone here.
especially too, since of course at these events we showcase these top trainers that are vying off to try and become champions. But there's a lot more that can be done in the Pokemon TCG as well. There's great starter decks. You can be making for fun decks with your friends. It doesn't have to be all about the competitive all the time. There's so much that can be done. So definitely recommend that you join in. And if you join us at an event later on, whether it is as a more casual player or a competitive player, we still welcome you wholeheartedly. Our next tweet coming out. Oh my goodness, it is a pet watching the stream. Watching the Landorus though. Is it named there? Is this Midnight?
That's Midnight. Mama Midnight watching Landorus. This is not Midnight's first rodeo watching Landorus in VGC.
Midnight is a Paul Ruiz fan. You can see how intently.
It's like Midnight's like sitting up in the chair, like when it gets more intense. You know, he was sitting back at the beginning, but it's like, oh, now we're getting down to the wire. We're literally coming down to the timer in the series. Like, Midnight, let me sit up. Let me get closer to the screen.
I'm glad Midnight has been enjoying the LAIC stream because it has been a lot of fun. We have definitely been enjoying it, and anyone else who has pets out there that have been enjoying the broadcast with them, make sure hashtag Pokemon LAIC because we just want to see pet pictures. We're just here for Pokemon and pet pictures, honestly.
That's the two things you can really bond over. It doesn't matter what language barriers we have in the International Championship. We all appreciate Pokemon and we all appreciate pets.
All right, our next tweet, if it's not a cat, I don't want to see it. Actually, no, this is a really sick
We'll
cosplay.
take it.
I do want to see it. This is the Iono cosplay. Fantastic.
Best character from Paldea confirmed. That's a hot take. I know Sierra would say Penny, but Iono's got competition.
Yeah, there's definitely... All right, I'm waiting for next Halloween when you dress up as Iono, all right?
Oh, don't tempt me with a good time.
That pink hair, the pink and blue hair with the little Magnemites, I think it's going to be a good vibe.
Honestly, I love Iona. I'm terrified of her because of her card in the trading card game. Absolutely massive card, game-changing card. But I like that because of this in the internet culture we live in, there are streamers and stuff that Iono is like representing, and it's like I can kind of see some streamers I watch in Iono. Some of these shiny hunters, or maybe even competitive Twitch streamers that play Pokemon every day. I'm like, Iono is not that far fetched. Maybe her catchphrases are a little out there. I don't know if people would be streaming with those catchphrases, but I could definitely see some friends that act like Iono.
Well, this is the real time to use that hashtag Pokemon LAIC to tweet at Joe Brown asking when you're going to see the Joe Ono cosplay happening. So hopefully, he's already said it on stream. I feel like you have to do that for next Halloween now. But hey, it's for the people.
Yeah, I guess I could throw a thing or two together. We'll see.
All right, well, we're waiting for our matches to be firing back up, of course. We have our top 8 ahead of us, and we have to make sure everything is good. I figured this is the time for all of our heart rates to settle a little bit, or to rise if you're a trivia person and you get into that, because we have a couple of more Pokedex entries.
You took me on a roller coaster there. I was settling, and then I was rising.
That's how the day has been with the matches.
That's fair.
Like, it's been a roller coaster sort of day, all right? Here's our first Pokedex entry. That's a tough word. It's only 6 letters. That's a tough word. Imbues?
Imbues.
Imbues its fist with the power of the rage that it kept hidden in its heart. That line goes hard.
Is this a Pokedex entry or slam poetry? What's going on?
Right? Opponents struck by these imbued fists. All right, we used that word twice already. It's too much. Will be shattered to their core. I'm
trying to put 2 and 2 together, and I'm seeing rage fist. And is that an annihilate conversation? Is that what we're leaning towards?
I thought maybe, but I thought the annihilate one was primate that got so angry they died.
No, they were too angry to die. I thought is what it was. It was too mad and they wouldn't die.
Because this definitely does look like an annihilate.
I think in rage, I see fist, you know?
It keeps saying imbued fist. It's really keen on that.
And the imbued, it gets stronger the more it gets hit, right? So like you're taking in that extra power and putting it into the punch.
Yeah, and it was like, since annihilate, maybe, I don't know. I feel confident saying annihilate.
All right. Lock emoji, annihilate's our answer.
Yeah. I feel like this should be a good one. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, there's too many times that it said the word fist for it to not be a punchy Pokemon, right? So
yeah.
Annihilate was kind of annoying to play against.
Very
with that
annoying.
Rage Fist. So
Very difficult. The mouse hold annihilate strats, I'm happy they've fallen off.
a little bit, right? Someone's watching this, making their Annihilate team right now. This is their villain arc. I'm going to make sure I beat Joe Brown and Sierra Dawn in any battle here on forward with my Annihilate, but...
They got good odds, I'll tell them that much.
Yeah, that is 100% true. Our next Pokedex entry, though, we got one right. From the forces of lightning and wind, it creates energy to give nutrients to the soil and make the land abundant.
Lightning and wind, that's interesting. Because at first I'm thinking like, is there an electric flying type? There is Thunderous is electric flying. Kilowattrol is electric flying. And we just had a Paldea answer, so maybe these are some Paldea Pokedex entries.
Yeah, it's actually...
And it has the wind, it's the same thing as Brambleghast, right?
The Wind Rider?
Yeah.
See, my thing is, like, it's like the forces of lightning. That screams like a force of nature, like a thunderous type thing. But then seeing the energy, nutrient, soil,
it makes the land abundant. I don't think Thunderous is helping them.
No, I think it like more so destroys the land.
Yeah.
Not abundanting the land.
Good vocabulary. Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have a better option than Kilowattrol? Are we thinking out loud here?
I just don't think it's Kilowattrol.
But Lightning Wind Rider, electric type Wind Rider.
Creates energy. I just don't see it.
Because it sets its own tailwind. It's bringing its own energy source.
See, I don't know what else it could be, but I don't think it's Kilowattrol, so I think I'm going to stick with my guess of Thunderous and just feel bad about myself.
I think that's fair.
I think that's valid. I think that's fair. You're locking in Kilowattrol?
All right, I'm Kilowattrol. She's Thunderous.
All right, make sure you're getting in the chat as well what it is. Landorus?
Lightning and wind, and it's Landorus? Not the electric type Genie or the flying, the wind Genie and Tornadus? I am thoroughly shocked right now.
Pokemon, explain?
Landorus, foiled by our own friend Landorus, our old buddy.
I know, right? You're about to let her spin today. You're a big fan.
I was, yeah.
Big fan. All right, that one was kind of unfair. I said do I get half a point? Because the force of nature I knew was a Genie. Is that?
No, I don't think so.
Production, can I get half a point on that one? Because it was just basically a 1 out of 3 at that point. Yay, nay? I would say it's a yay. They didn't answer back.
Oh, no, they did give it to her.
Let's go.
I was hoping they would just ghost her. There's no answer. But no, they said Sierra gets half a point.
Production is too good to us, or to me at least.
Yeah.
Now you're losing in this competition that
That's
we're
fine.
actually competing in as a team. All right, they normally inhabit rocky seashores, but in times of continuous rain, they can sometimes be found in the mountains, far from the sea.
Okay, rocky seashores. That's a tough one. Say that 5 times fast. That's a challenge for you at home.
Rocky seashores, rocky seashores, rocky seashores, rocky seashores, rocky seashores.
There you go. Great job. You're a professional. Everyone at home is not a professional like you are, Sierra.
My bad.
All right, so what are we thinking? I'm still on a... Like, is this a Paldea theme? What are we thinking? Or should I expand my brain more? Should I expand my horizon some more than Paldea?
See, if this was the other way around, I would say like Wiglet.
I'm thinking Wiglet too. So that's what I'm thinking. My question is, do you ever find Wiglets in the mountains? And I want to say you do, because isn't there Wiglets by the King Gambit or the what's his name, the Bisharp stuff? You know, like you put a picnic down for all the Bisharps. Isn't there Wiglets in that area?
I didn't think there was, but I still think it's fair to say Wiglets, because in times of continuous rain, if they don't flee from the sea, it's not going to be a great time. So I feel like this is actually a pretty fair Wiglet guess.
We might sound silly, but we're locking in Wiglet.
Yeah, or the evolution, whatever.
Wug Trio.
Trio. Oh.
What? Oh, Lou was never going to talk to us again.
We're going to leave the caster booth, and she's going to be standing there like...
The rocky seashore should have got it to us, because the East Sea and the Blue Sea. When does Gastrodon have time to get to a mountain? He's a slug. Look how slow he is.
He's trying, all right? By the time he gets to the mountain, he has to turn around again, or he just doesn't make it. That's why they can only sometimes be found in the mountains.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh, rainstorm's over, boys. Trying to go back.
Yeah, that makes sense, though, because obviously in Sinnoh, you got the mountain in the middle.
Yes, yeah. Well, we apologize to Lou in advance. Please forgive us for our grievances. So.
I only half apologize because she thinks blue Gastro is better than pink Gastro.
I'm not far. I'm not following the sword on that one. So.
All right. Okay. Next one. It's dangerous for this Pokemon to travel alone.
Take this.
Okay, I was about to say, is this the main character that you play in any Pokemon game? Like, it's dangerous for you to go in tall grass. All right. They line up in groups of 3 or 4 and help each other as they walk around the wetlands.
3 or 4? Well, we had Mousehold yesterday, me and Rose, so this is not a Mousehold thing, right?
I wouldn't think so. The groups of 3 or 4 is definitely intriguing because there is the 3-form Mousehold and the 4-form. But it's not that they travel up because it's dangerous to travel alone. They travel along because they're a family. Maybe it's dangerous for the little one to travel alone.
Right, they travel for tax benefits.
Yeah,
That's why they're together.
So they can make sure that they can get a big combo meal at a restaurant and be able to split it as opposed to having to pay more for an individual portion.
Meal? Yeah.
Exactly. They can get that family plan for their phones, split that data.
They line up in groups of 3 or 4 and help each other as they walk around the wetlands. Is there something? Because it's not Phalanx, because there's like 6 of those dudes.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking like maybe that would work, but it's not 3 or 4 of them. Wow, I'm kind of stuck on this because the Mousehold is still stuck in my head.
Yeah, if you want to go Mousehold, that's fine. I think it's still better than my answer than, I don't know. Because I just can't imagine.
That is my least favorite Pokemon. I don't know. Not a fan of that Pokemon.
I don't know. Sometimes it's like, it can do things. I don't.
Can we come up with a better alternative? What's a group that like, is it like, the Tauros in Paldea are always grouped up together?
They're always grouped up. But then what if it's not a Pokemon that's currently in Scarlet and Violet? Can we call a friend?
Can we phone a friend? Is this Pokemon currently available in Scarlet and Violet? We're asking our production team right now, so hopefully they can get back to us in a second. They're trying to think. Okay, so even they don't know.
Well, no,
So
we got a yes from our other producer, but I think that was a bad question.
Why?
Because there's still like 600 Pokemon.
No, there's like 450 or something, and then the Kitakami decks overlapped a lot. I think it's is it like, did Rose and I get like the Scarlet Mousehold entry, and then today we have the Violet Mousehold entry? Like, what is going on?
It's not like, okay, we got another hint. It's not like Mousehold where it's multiple Mons grouped together. So an individual Mon. We also got...
Oh, they're individual Pokemon.
We also got someone else saying, you know who it is. Come on. I don't know if he's trolling us or if it's actually something we genuinely should know.
That is a prime troll spot to put it in. Like, oh, you know what it is.
I know. All right. One more hint before we give this up, I think. Because this is a tough one.
I didn't know we were allowed to get hints. I would have been asking for hints for the last 2 days. This is news to me.
You just gotta, yes, nicely. They can always say no, but they've been 10 seconds to guess. You're not gonna give us a hint.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna say that weird Toadscruel or like the pre-evolution of it.
Okay, I'm going Paldean Tauros. I don't know.
The wetlands?
I don't know. Oh. Okay. I respect it, production team. I respect the Paldean Wooper strat. I don't know why it took you a second to figure out if that was a Paldean Pokemon when it's called Paldean Wooper, but I feel like that was a team effort on this one.
I just have to call out the same person going, you know this, come on. Also just into go, whoop, there it is. So, yeah.
They are by the waters. That makes sense.
There's the wetlands.
Yeah, I can see it.
We're not doing good at this today, are we?
Did you use Clodsire in your playthrough, by the way? Like when you first played Scarlet and Violet?
No.
Because like Paldean Wooper is so good. I used Clodsire for a bit just out of respect for Paldean Wooper.
Yeah, but there's also other cool Pokemon.
Like the next one. Do you like that segue?
Oh, nice. But we don't know what the next one is next. We don't know the next century. So maybe it is a cool Pokemon, maybe not so much. Okay. Entire body is made of a single organ that generates electrical energy. This Pokemon is capable of creating all of Galar's electricity.
Okay, Galar's a big hint. That's a big hint that it's Sword and Shield related. So, electric Galar.
And we have your hint is Lou.
The Pikachu?
Lou, like the caster, but I think that's supposed to be a Galar reference. But it's in the Pokedex entry.
As in Sonia, Lou's cosplay, Sonia, the professor.
Is it the little bumper? No.
No, like Yamper can't generate all the electricity, right?
No.
By itself.
No.
Huh.
Lou is a fan of this Pokemon.
Well,
Gastrodon?
Yeah, right. It's Gastrodon and Pikachu. That's like Lou's big thing there. Like the first thing I thought of was Eternatus because of, if you remember the whole Galar storyline, they're trying to store that. But Eternatus had the maximum Dynamax power, not the electric power. So, what about Regieleki? Because that was introduced.
Yes, it is Regieleki. It is
Shield?
100% Regieleki. She loves that.
Lou's a big Reggie fan?
Lou loves Regieleki. It's Regieleki.
All right, lock emoji, Regieleki.
It is Regieleki.
Let's go!
we got there.
From the top rope, baby.
You didn't know that Regieleki is Lou's baby?
No, because she's not Lou the Regieleki on Twitter. She's Lou the Pikachu.
That's all she talked about in Sword and Shield. If it wasn't Gastrodon, it was Regieleki.
She took her time to talk about Gastrodon as well.
It's fair. That's fair. But hey, okay, that was a good hit. That was teamwork on that one too.
That was teamwork does make the dream work.
100% does. All right, I'm feeling more back on track with our Pokedex entries. So we got this one. Scatters poisonous spores and throws powerful punches while its foes is hampered by inhaled spores. Breloom?
Well, we know it's not a Amoonguss because Amoonguss doesn't have hands, so it can't
Unless
be
it
that
does.
Unless it does, but it doesn't appear to have hands.
I don't know. It's
poisonous spores.
I think Breloom, right?
Does it get Effect Spore? Like I know it has Technician, obviously, but is that its other thing? Like,
well, it can just. I don't think it's that deep. I think it can Sleep Powder or Poison Powder, and it also has Mach Punch, and it does actually confirm to have hands or some variation of hands.
Because have you seen Breloom's hands recently? They're kind of.
But it has Mach Punch, right? So. It does still, like, theoretically in the Pokemon world, they consider those two stubs, claws, whatever they are, as hands enough that it does throw punches. And it doesn't actually say anything here about hands. It just kind of assumes.
No, but our producer said it has hands.
No, our producer said catch these Amoonguss hands.
Oh, I thought
so I think we can ignore that one. I think that just goes out the window.
Is there like a Toxicroak angle here with the poisonous, but it doesn't spore, it only poisons. Oh, this is tough.
Does Brute Bonnet have enough hands?
Brute Bonnet does like to scrap. If you've seen its animation when it attacks in game, it does like to attack there.
Does Brute Bonnet have hands?
Well, if Amoonguss doesn't have hands, which jury's still out on if Amoonguss has hands or not.
That's fair. I'm still going with Breloom. First thought, best thought.
We could go with it. We'll talk in the Breloom.
You can do whatever you want. I feel good about this.
I don't have a better answer. I can't think.
All right, give me Breloom. Dun dun dun.
Nice. Good job.
First thought, best thought.
Look at those hands. What are we mock punching with this?
Enough, apparently.
I guess that's where the Technician comes in. Really, all the damage is from the Technician boost.
Wouldn't that be the scariest punch though? Because like a normal fist, like that's kind of soft. That's stabbing. You get the punch and the stab.
Yeah, I mean.
So.
I give you all the credit for that one. That was all you.
Thank you. All right, next one. Clean up. To avoid being attacked, it does nothing but mimic a tree. It hates water, flees from rain.
Well, it's got to be our boy, right?
It's Sirowudo.
Yeah, I think it's got to be, right? Unless there's like a weird regional variant we're not thinking of that they're tricking us with. But like mimic a tree and hates water and flees from rain. Like you dump the water on it in Gold and Silver. And no, it's around. Did you see Sudowoodo in the what was it, the Zeraora movie? Like the Zeraora Lugia movie? He had a pretty good character arc, honestly.
I didn't watch that movie.
Oh, it's a good one. You should watch it.
That's
Maybe you should stop watching the first Pokemon movie for once and start catching up with the other ones.
I vote that we pull up that movie right now and watch it live. we've watched the Pokemon TCG. We watched Pokemon Go. Let's watch one of the Pokemon movies.
That's a great idea, honestly.
They do broadcast the movies and like the show on the channel.
Yeah, I love it. I've watched the Darkrai movie on Twitch like 4 times. I think it's a great movie.
I'm putting this out as my official suggestion, but yeah, this is Sudowoodo. We can go and lock this one in, so I think we're good. The most unenthusiastic drum roll of all times is the Sudowoodo. How it runs away in game, though, it might be one of the silliest animations out there. It runs. He's got legs.
Yeah, he sure does. He's got hands too, apparently.
He's got something. I don't know if that would be, I guess if like we consider the Breloom having hands, we can consider the Sudowoodo kind of having hands. It kind of has more finger leaf things than the Breloom. I don't know. This conversation, it can go so, I don't know. That is a debate for another time. We have Pokédex entries to answer, all right? So that's the real thing.
I'd just like to say I'm thoroughly enjoying myself right now. I'm having a wonderful time.
Yeah, it's been fun. Especially, it's more fun when we get them right, but the losses have also been okay. All right, it's flickering spores, lure and prey, and puts them to sleep. Once its Pokemon has its prey snoozing, it drains their vitality with its fingertips. Oh.
So the first thing I thought of was like Dream Eater and Darkrai, but it doesn't spore. It doesn't put you to sleep. Dream Eater, Dark Void puts you to sleep, and then it uses that. So I don't know if it's Darkrai. It's flickering spores, lure.
Does Darkrai have fingertips?
Bro, I don't want to get into this philosophical debate at this point. Once this Pokemon has its prey snoozing, it drains their vitality from its fingertips.
So I can be completely off base here. I don't remember the Pokemon, but there is a red alarm in my head that this Pokemon comes from Galar. I feel like I read something, saw something. I'm thinking of that city that has the lights.
The whatever, like where Grimmsnarl and Impidimp and Morgrim.
Yeah, that is what I'm thinking of. But that's kind of where the thinking stops.
Well, we got to think about spores, right? So is spores, like, okay, my dictionary skills are not as strong as they can be. Like, when they say spores lure in prey, that doesn't necessarily mean the grass attack spore, right? Because you could have a toxic spore, like in the air that provides toxic effects. So, like, could this be a Morgrim situation? Like, could this be a Grimmsnarl?
I don't think. I thought the
like
Morgrim
it poisons stuff and then, drains its HP. It's in that scary forest.
What else is in that forest?
Galarian Rapidash.
All right, well, I'm pretty sure that one doesn't have fingertips, so I think we can rule it out. I don't know. I don't know what to lock in, so we can go with Morgrim. I frankly don't have an answer, and I could be completely off base. This could be the biggest misdirection of all time.
It's flickering spores, lure in prey, and put them to sleep. Oh man, this is so tough because at one half makes you feel toxic, like poison type, but then the other half makes you feel grass type with the spore and the sleep. So
I'm willing to bet it's neither, because whoever made these Pokédex entries hates us.
I'm trying to think of oh gosh, what's Vileplume, right? That has spores and it does have Strength Sap. That's known for kind of that strategy. That's poisonous. All right. You're gonna go with like the Grimmsnarl line. I'll go with the Vileplume line. Let's lock it in.
Sure. Then it's like we're trying to cover as many bases out of.
I was so close. I had a plant-based poisonous thing. Ugh.
I told you it was one of those things from the forest.
It is from that forest. You're right.
I was thinking of Mungus, but obviously that was wrong because we already determined a Mungus doesn't quite have hands, so therefore it doesn't have fingertips. Man.
Bro, look, yo, speaking of fingertips, check out Shinotic's fingertips. Those things are...
How do I see this Pokédex entry and know that it's a Pokemon in this very specific forest, and then that's just where my brain cuts?
Yeah.
You would think, like, I could at least figure out what Pokemon it is, and it was like, nah. You haven't actually, like, downloaded that DLC yet. Like, this is where your thought process ends, so that's disappointing.
Yeah, it was deep in the back of your membrane there. You just couldn't reach it, couldn't get it.
Wow, that's so bad. All right. Hopefully this next one's a little kinder to us. That one was rough. The 3 horns that extend from its beak attest to its power. The leader has the biggest horns.
Wait, well, I'm trying to visualize this.
Yeah.
3 horns that extend from its beak attest to its power. The leader has the biggest horns?
Because I was thinking like the
From
Palde
its
and
beak?
Tauros, but that doesn't have a beak.
Who has a beak nowadays? You know what I'm saying? Like,
With 3 horns that extend from it.
we're gonna look so silly for not getting this one because this is such a bizarre depiction of a Pokemon that once we see it, we're gonna be like, ah, of course. Is this like Iron Bundle has a beak, right?
Oh yeah, with the horns coming out of its beak.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the backup. Yeah.
No, they're not horns, they're teeth. I was gonna say Brute Bonnet, but those are teeth coming out from the
We
beak.
really want Brute Bonnet to be an answer. We just want it to happen.
I feel like it's so close. We got the other mushroom thing.
Like, the Hydreigon has 3 heads. I just have 3 horns.
Wow, what? Extending from the beak
Like,
too?
is this like
yes,
is this a
please, Katie, we do want a hint.
Is this a Dodrio thing? Like with the beak? No, they have 3 beaks. They don't have 1 beak that has 3 horns. Hold on.
Yeah, they don't
I was thinking of Dodrio at first.
Yeah.
To extend from its beak, attest to its power. What do we got? What do we got over there?
It likes the colds.
Iron Bundle or the cold or something? No, I'm just kidding. I know it's not that.
It go like Mamoswine has 2 horns, no beak, so like we're getting closer. I think we need another hint. I think this is a really hard one.
This is a toughie for sure. 3. I'm just trying to visualize what 3 horns from a beak even looks like.
Right? It's gonna show up and we're gonna feel so silly.
That's like it's like my nightmare fuel. It's like if I saw somebody had a beak with 3 horns.
One of its relatives was in the saddest movie ever. You're the movie person.
Well, let's clarify it. You know, the saddest. What would people call the saddest Pokemon movie ever?
Okay, so the first movie is pretty sad.
Right, but then I think they would have just said that.
But the fact that the hint was one of its relatives makes me feel like it has to then be a regional form or a convergent species or a paradox. So it has to be kind of within that wheelhouse of Pokemon. Not a Pokemon movie. Oh, just saddest movie ever.
Oh, wait, we have Pokemon in non-Pokemon movies?
There's only Pokemon movies exist here.
Yeah, bet where I come from.
These are terrible hints, guys. These are terrible hints. It starts with a vowel. I think that has been the best hint that has come out here.
Well,
man.
let's run through them. We got A, we got E.
All right, what is a sad, without saying the name of the movie, a sad, uplifting movie that has that looks like there could be a relative of Pokemon in it? Animated kids movie.
Oh man. I mean, everybody cried in Toy Story 3, right? But like, what would look like a Pokemon in that setup?
Haven't seen it, wouldn't know. I don't know. Okay.
You haven't seen Another day.
Movies don't exist outside of Pokemon.
Add it to the list.
Movies don't exist outside of the Pokemon realm of movies, and furthermore, they don't exist outside of like the first 3.
We are going to look downright silly for not getting this.
All right, I feel like they got to give us one more hint, or we got to roll the answer because I could. Oh, it's okay. I got such happy feet right now. I could dip. Is that a penguin thing?
Like Iron Bundle?
Empoleon?
Oh, he does have the 3. Yeah, he's at the Trident.
Stop saying penguins. That make me look bad for not being it.
Yeah, that's right. You didn't get Piplup yesterday.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Okay, I got to come clean this whole time. When they said horns, I thought like the musical instrument horn this entire time. I can understand the horns now, but I'm like, who has 3 trumpets out of their mouth? Like, that's what I've been trying to think of this whole time.
Those look like tridents, not really like horns. I don't know.
Oh, man.
All right, if it comes across this Viper, its fur bristles and it assumes its battle pose. Its sharp claws are its best weapons. It's the one in Gen 3, the Zangoose.
Zangoose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for throwing us a bone, team.
Yeah, let's
Lock
go.
emoji, Zangoose. Are you a Zangoose or a Viper fan? You can't be both.
I think I'd have to say Viper because the shiny is really clutch.
I'm a Zangoose kind of guy.
That's fine. That just means like I get one version of the game, you get the other version,
fair.
and then we can trade Pokemon.
That's fair. That's fair.
Perfect. That's how it works out, right? So okay, we got that one. Back on track. They're doing one easy, one hard one, which is
Okay,
difficult.
I respect it. I respect it.
But here's festive music. It begins moving in rhythm to order to amplify its power.
Are
This
these
makes
the
me-
the Oricorio birds?
Yeah, because they have Dancer for their ability, and
Right.
it amplifies their power. And that's also if anything else has a dancing move going on.
And there's a lot of festive music in Sun and Moon, right? So.
Yeah. So I feel confident with Oricorio.
Okay, but now we got to hit the 25%er. Which graphic? Which
They're
Oricorio?
gonna show us the
did they
purple
pick?
one. Purple.
All right, I'm going yellow Oricorio.
All right, show us which Oricorio it is. Watch it not be Oricorio.
Oh no, another dancer. I've been betrayed by my old friend Ludicolo. I'm sorry.
We went into that with way too much confidence.
I have some yellow on Ludicolo, on my yellow Oricorio.
Confidence is key till you go to the wrong door, because that was brutal.
I have betrayed my friend Ludicolo. That hurts.
That does hurt. All right, 4 more. We can go 4 for 4 here, and then I won't feel so bad here.
Okay.
When a storm approaches, this Pokemon gets restless. Once it hears the sound of thunder, it gets full-on rowdy.
Whoa. When a storm approaches, this Pokemon gets restless. Once it hears the sound of thunder, it gets full-on rowdy.
So this kind of makes me offhand think it has to be an electric type. Also,
yeah.
animals, especially cats, like they get restless when a storm's coming because they can sense it.
I'm feeling like a Luxray angle here.
Or
That's
maybe
an
even
electric
like
cat.
a Shinx. We can get like the little.
Yeah, but full-on rowdy feels like we're ready to go. You know what I mean? Like,
Do you not
Shinx is
own a
still
cat? They get rowdy and they rip around the house.
I do not own a cat.
All right. Yeah, they go. So I feel that I would rather lock in Shinx. I don't know. It could be the Manectric line.
All right, what if one of us takes the Manectric line and one of us takes the Luxray line?
All right.
All right, I'm taking Manectric. I'm taking the Manectric.
And I'll take the Luxray line because I kind of have a Shinx vibe.
All right.
But all right, we're locking those in.
Cool.
That's
Definitely
great.
right on my
Awesome.
head. You know,
Love that.
my favorite cat.
My
Kid.
favorite cat. It kind of has the cat little face, you know? If you just copy paste that face onto a cat, you can even get a picture of a real life cat and copy and paste that face onto it. Hashtag Pokemon LAIC. I think it would fit.
Only one way to find out.
Only one way to find out. All right, next question. We are 0 for 4 so far with 3 questions left, but we can still go 4 for 4, I believe.
Okay, the math is mathing.
All right, hidden beneath a cluster of vines that grows nonstop, even if the vines are torn off, this Pokemon's true appearance remains a mystery. This is like a Tangela or Tangrowth angle.
Yeah, because it's like pitch black on the inside, even where you see the eyeballs.
Yeah. Do you see a face on Tangrowth? Or, because I know Tangela you don't. I can't remember for
No,
Tangrowth.
there's no face on Tangrowth.
Okay.
He does have some solid kicks, though. If you've ever seen Tangle and Tangrowth, they got some solid shoe game.
Yep.
I don't know where they get it in the forest, but, you know.
You just, I don't know. There could be sometimes forests near your houses. They can go and just steal a pair of shoes. I mean, eventually they have to be close enough to get new shoes when their feet outgrow the shoes they have, right? So,
There it is.
there we go. There's the Tangela. That was okay.
It's got cool shoes. I didn't lie.
1 out of 4. It's always vacantly lost in thought, but no one knows what it's thinking about. It's good at fishing with its tail. Slowpoke.
It's got to be Slowpoke, right? 'Cause it's like-
Slowpoke.
yeah.
Lock it. We're speed running these. We're speed running these.
baby.
Let's go.
We got
Last
this.
one. Final one. We've got this. With nerves of steel, nothing can perturb it. It's more agile and active than it appears.
Okay, so we have some important things here. Steel, maybe an inner focus or something, or like can't be a status or something. It's more agile. Does it run, what's the move? Agility, +2 speed? A steel type that runs agility?
I wouldn't maybe go that far. I would just say more so it's more agile and active than it appears. So it looks like it'll be slow and burdensome, but it's not actually. Isn't
Okay.
Duraludon pretty light, but it looks like it'd be heavy?
Because one of its abilities is the light metal or whatever that halves its damage. That's not a bad guess.
I'm gonna say Duraludon.
Give me a second. Give me
Yeah.
a second here. With nerves of steel, nothing can perturb it, and nothing can perturb it because its other ability is the lock-on thing. That remember, it avoids redirection. so you're not perturbing it, you're not rage powdering it.
I believe you. So
All
yes.
right, all right. For the last time, we're locking in Duraludon.
Show us Duraludon. I think that's a good place to take a break. I think that is a great place. Great time to get out of here. It is the bane of our existence, and production will not let us off until we say this. It is the Pokemon God Bidoof. Thank you everybody so much for playing Pokedex entries with us. We will be back here soon with Top 8 at LAIC.
Welcome everybody, my name is Amy and we are here at LAIC 2024. We're on the amazing floor, it's bustling, but we have a special guest. I am here with, please tell everybody what your name is.
Hi, Mariana, e eu sou de São Paulo.
Incredible, so you're from Sao Paulo. Did it take you long to travel to the event today?
Não, eu até que moro perto, mas eu estou me programando há muito tempo para o evento.
That's incredible. It's so good that you don't have to go too far. Are there any players that you're interested to see on stage today or anyone you're looking to run into?
Eu conheço mais as pessoas que jogam TCG, então Gustavo Ada e os júniors e sêniors também são... Conheço bastante, então estou animada para ver todo mundo ganhando.
Oh, fantastic. Have you got any friends attending the event?
Muitos amigos eu já fiz. E como eu também produzo conteúdo de Pokémon, eu já tenho meus conhecidos aqui que também vão jogar Pokémon GO, alguns vão jogar TCG. E eu jogo Pokémon GO desde 2017, desde que lançou. E nunca tinha me aventurado no PVP, é a terceira vez. E eu tô gostando bastante, porque são poucas mulheres, né, que estão no jogo. E eu acho interessante levar para o público feminino que a gente pode jogar também, então eu acho isso muito legal.
I absolutely adore that. I'm so glad that you are clearly set up for a fun-filled day. I have one last question for you though, and it's a very important one to my heart. What is your favorite Pokemon?
É uma pergunta difícil, mas eu tenho a minha favorita, e é a Chikorita.
Chikorita is a great choice. That is a fantastic Pokemon and I think very underrated. Well, thank you so much for talking to us today. It's been a delight. And welcome to everybody who is here at the event. I hope you all have the most fantastic day. Whether you're watching at home or you're here with us in the hall, absolutely make the most of it because these events are absolutely spectacular. Thank you so much for being with us today and we'll catch you soon with another interview, I'm sure.
Hello everyone, we're here at Sao Paulo LAIC 2024 and I'm here with competitor
Juan Espinola.
How's your day going, Juan? What's your record so far?
My record was 2-1-0 and I have fun, I play very well and be confident to get to next step.
And what deck are you playing today?
I play Gardevoir. Gardevoir is the best deck for me in this format, and we'll see.
And what have you played against so far?
I play against Roaring Moon in round 1, in round 2 versus Lost Box, and in the round 3 against Lost Box Giratina.
And were you expecting these decks? Did you learn anything new from them today?
Yeah, I expect that decks and be prepared for this this tournament, and I play very well.
I'm glad you're playing well. Are you having a lot of fun here?
Yeah, I have a lot of fun. I love this game. I love Pokemon. It's the best.
Thank you very much, Juan. And everyone watching, let's get back to more Pokemon.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with My friends play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Comecei a jogar Pokémon GO em 2019, antes de começar o PVP. O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon GO, no PVP, foi a Medicham. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte, só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce. O cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, e assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro necessariamente em uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores. Eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional. Mas se eu para citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Occasion, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos Pokémons de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que pode se cobrir. Então acho que o melhor ginásio para defender seria o ginásio tipo água. Meu Pokémon favorito no Pokémon GO é o Lickitung, porque assim como a Medicham, ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a banoffee. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce de leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémons é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas você curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal, é bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado bem.
and welcome back to the Latin American International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It has been a long day of competition, but slowly becoming closer and closer to finding out who our two finalists are going to be heading into Championships Sunday. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined here yet again by Joe Brown. Not gonna lie, after the Pokedex entries, I had to go for a walk. I had to think about a couple of life choices, but I could not miss this top 8 for anything.
Yeah, Bidoof absolutely shattered my mental state with that trivia question. So hopefully we've had a little bit of time to recuperate and drink some water, stay hydrated, because the day is still young, Sierra. We've had a lot of action, but the most important matches are still yet to come.
We have to go through our entire top 8 and our top 4 to finding out which two trainers are not going to be able to rest easy tonight, and we'll be back here tomorrow to see who is going to be crowned their LAIC champion. And looking at the Swiss standings, how things we're ending off. Some great names making it, leading the charge. Marco was undefeated coming into day 2, but on the leaderboard now, tied with a couple of people for that 36. Also, Joshua Lorsi, we got to see him yesterday, but 12-2 record for him, very impressive, tied along with Victor Mendina and Thiago Latanti.
Yeah, Lorsi actually been on a tear, taking down some big powerhouse names on his way to that 12-2 record. And say it ain't so, Joe Ugarte bubbling at 9th, the 1-11-3 player that does not make it into cut. Definitely has to sting a little bit. Of course, you get championship points, which helps you towards your travel awards and things like that, where these top trainers are really trying to get to that level. So still getting an accomplishment there, but definitely sad to see.
The fact too that only one individual at that 11-3 record bubbles out, and you're that bubble. It's always heartbreaking, that 9th spot, but it has to be somebody. But still, being able to just have your name on the screen in the first place out of all the competitors that we had here this weekend is definitely something to be proud of.
2 North Americans I see in the top 8 there with Lorsi and Riley. So for any of our North American viewership at home, that might be the rooting interest you have. And unfortunately, look at 1 and 8. There's only going to be 1 after this round.
If we're talking about invested interest, though, you know that the heart of Brazil is going to be with Thiago Latanti at this point on. And with such a cool team, this is the opportunity to keep the title of championship here and not flying out once the weekend is done.
And of course, David does get into cut after that round 14 victory over Andrew Ding, so that's really exciting to see as well.
100%. Being able to have that pivotal win in and have it pay off and not be on that second half of the screen there, definitely a huge moment.
Yeah, so this is where the heavy hitters have come to play, right? Just 8 trainers remaining, very well spread around the globe, which is really cool to see. It's fun to go to an international event and you don't want just want 7 North Americans and 1 European player. We like to get into top 8 feeling as if every region has a chance still.
100%. So that's the best part about the international championships. Sure, some people do travel internationally to come out to regionals and try and take that title for themselves, but the internationals, we want to be able to see representation from all over to try and make their way to bring that spice, bring that team, bring what they got into that finals. And already, without even getting to our top 8, what we've gotten to see throughout the duration of today, I feel like has already hit that criteria.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun throughout our, starting in round 10 today, the start of the day with a heavy hitter matchup. The reigning NAIC champion and then the most recent North American champion facing off with Alex Gomez and Chupa Cross.
Both such accomplished players, and this was a really, really cool match to be seen, especially too since both teams were special to them, but in different ways. Of course, looking over on Alex Gomez's end, this was a team that was a variation of the team that he won NAIC with. And over on Chupa's end, a team that he's been running throughout quite a few wins now that he's gotten in a very recent time span. And overall, in the end, Chupa showing that comfort was going to be the wave.
Yeah, Chupa taking down Don Dozo, which I'm sure he had a little sad heart, or a little sad tear, I should say, as he is such a big Don Dozo fan. We've talked about it with him. So, but great job by him. We saw he finished 10th, so he was the highest placing 10-4 player in the tournament, and that's because of such a great resistance that he had.
And not every match that we feature today does have people that made it to top 8, that we definitely still got to see some action gameplay. Looking at our next round of Swiss that we got to have, Dylan Salvanera versus Hugo Nascimento, and this was a really, really fun match to be witnessing. It's always unfortunate when you winning earlier on in the day and you can't quite be making your way into that top cut, but sometimes that's how it is, and you still matter on whether you get that top 32 or that top 16, because that is different to championship points as well as money.
Yeah, there is a lot of money on the line on those spots. So Hugo played this set really well against Dylan. Dylan had a fun core there, revolved a lot around his Ogerpon Hearthflame, but Hugo in that last slot, crucial turn, Rock Slide does not flinch, gets the Oko onto Landers, and he wins the set. And, you know, just remember, Ironbundle won that set at the beginning, but his Urshifu single strike was a massive problem.
100%, showing that, hey, both of these Urshifus can in fact be threats, and it's not all about that rapid strike. And so it's really, really cool to see that Urshifu take the damage that it did. On to our next match. Yet again, this is heartbreaking even going through the recap. It's been a wonderful day, I promise you. These matches have been insane. And Eric Rios going up against Oliver Ruiz is so much fun. Of course, Oliver Ruiz having this team that had options like this Volcarona that we did get to see earlier on. Unfortunately, neither making their way into the top 8.
This match went as down to the wire as it can possibly go, since it went the entire duration of the clock in game 2 with these two incredible trainers. This felt like, I talked with Eric on the stage, this felt like a world championship match. Obviously, ICs are one peg down below it, but having an EUIC champion and the world champion in Paul Ruiz facing off against each other in that situation, what was at the time, obviously neither of them made it into top cut, but definitely the loser of that match didn't have a chance at remaining in the top cut scenario. So there was so much on the line, and for it to go literally 20 minutes in that game 2 we were sweating just watching.
100%. Our later Swiss rounds, though, this is where we start to see names that are in our top 8 reappear in the past matches that we had featured, especially looking at Victor Mendina versus Leo Chichia. Victor making his way into top 8. The only one out of this match, though, is, of course, you get to see once you get into 3 match points, it's just one more loss in Lights Out.
Yeah, Victor can't help himself but continue to top cut international championship. So great job from him. It was nice to see Fergarev making an appearance this weekend at LAIC, but just sometimes the matchups don't work out in your favor. And Leonardo brought this one back to a really close state, making it to the game 3. Landers just getting knocked out by the Rock Slide there, giving Victor the confidence.
And that is confidence to take forward into the top cut, as of course the matches don't just stop there. So really, really exciting to see, especially too after being down that one game. You can see just how much that meant to him. And of course, last but not least, our final round of Swiss on the day, our winning in. This was between Andrew Ding and David Rodriguez, and David managing to take this win out. This was a high-octane set. You had the Tailwind versus Tailwind, and you're talking about roller coasters. This match was one. Yeah, neither trainer took their foot off the gas pedal in this matchup. All 3 games, Tailwind from the jump, Terra Steel, Make It Rain, Terra Fairy, Moonblast, just claiming knockouts after knockouts. And what it really came down to was an Urshifu mirror, where it appears as if maybe they were trained a little bit differently from each other. Ding went for the crit, didn't get it, and Dave is the one that moved on to top cut. You can see just how much it meant, of course, in that match. With in 11-3 going out, it looked like maybe had there been a win, maybe Andrew might have been that ninth, but we never quite know. Of course, you always have to play it out till the end, but still, it was still so well done by David. There was a couple of key reads in that match that, regardless, I think it would have been the bag secured. And it was still a really exciting match. Obviously, David's really passionate and excited to be in the top 8. So we know the local crowd is going to be cheering him on, as well as some of the other Latin American representatives that have made it into top 8. But Andrew Ding is a player that we really cannot overestimate how great they are. The first player to go 14-0, right, at the regional level, getting very close to a top cut here at LASC, and who knows
but the sky's the limit for the rest of the season for Andrew.
This is just the first international championship.
Absolutely.
There's 2 more after this, as well as so many regionals just around the world. We got so many in NA, so there'll definitely be more opportunities going on forward. But I think this is the opportunity where we start talking about the top 8 and the players that have made their way there, because these are the players that we're going to be focusing on here on out, and we'll be able to stream all of these top 8 matches. And of course, first seed will be going up against 8th. So Riley, just sneaking into the 8th spot right away, is going to be going up against the top dog, Joshua Lorsi.
Riley finds himself in a similar point on the graphic, but in the opposite part, because usually Riley's been ending up through Swiss as the #1 seed in many tournaments. This time around, he's the #8 seed, facing off against Joshua Lorsi, and Lorsi has been, doing so much work in the background, dedicated with his stream, with his friends, with playing at locals, and just trying to get as much practice in best of 3s as he can, and it's paying off.
He definitely has been putting in the work, and I know there's been a little bit of heartbreak along the way, feeling like he has had the call going into the event, but falling a little short, whereas Riley Factura started the season out on a high, of course, taking down the Pittsburgh Regional Championships. We got a top 8, we got a second. It hasn't really ended from there, but of course, that'll be the 2 U.S. representatives right off the bat. One of them is going to be knocking out the other, and I love how the rest of the bracket has been going as well, because we are getting people from all around. We have Spain, we have Australia, we have Brazil, we have Italy. This is amazing.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to get even tighter. What's exciting that, if I'm doing my math correctly, unless Victor loses in the top 8, we will have still 4 countries or regions represented, I should say, going into the top 4. So even after this round, there still is a lot of diversity and a lot of different players that the fans can really be rooting for.
Which is amazing. And this is such a stacked list of individuals as well. So getting into the matches will be really exciting. And we're going to be going from the top to bottom order here. So that means the first match that we will be focusing on will be Joshua Lorsi and Riley Factura.
Oh, that should be so exciting. #1 and #8, 2 great trainers from North America. And, we try to have some representation through the world and the top players throughout the entire globe, and specifically LAIC. But sometimes it is fun, Sierra, to just go right back home to a matchup we feel like we would see in potentially like round 9 of a regional. It feels comforting.
And it feels like it's been every NA event that we've seen Riley at some point, because it has been every NA event that we've seen Riley at some point. So it'll be really interesting to see if he can continue that dominance going on forward, or if it'll be someone else to be taking that crown in Lorsi this time around. And the fact that he already has a win for Riley, it's more than just the invite. He's already gotten the invite. He is leading the charge in the championship point leaderboard. At this point, this is all about that trophy, and it's all about that title.
And Riley's been using a team consistently over the last few regionals that he has also brought here to Sao Paulo. So this is something that if Lorsi has not only maybe faced off in a prior regional, he could have experience against it, or even in his preparation with while team building with his friends, you have to be definitely concerned about this Dragonite, Chien-Pao, Ogerpon, Heartflame team that Riley has really become synonymous with over the last couple months.
It'll definitely be a great time. I'm curious now, though, looking ahead at our top 8, any bold predictions? Any thoughts? Not even just this next match, but in general.
I mean, obviously, as a North American, I would love for if Lorsi or Riley were to come out victorious. But this weekend, my rooting interest, my heart has been with Latin America for them to get their first international championship in the Masters division. So my prediction will be one of the 3 Latin American players will walk away with the title.
I always love to see the fun pick, and I feel like every chance I get, I talk about that Terra Ice Regieleki. But seeing that it is such a cool Pokemon, and the fact that it is being piloted by someone who is from Brazil here, that's always just a really nice story. Of course, same thing from NA, there is going to be that, we could see Riley Factura after taking this get an international title here this season. We could see Joshua Lorsi, who has put in all of this work, but there's so many great stories from other regions that maybe don't get told as often as they could be. So being able to see that there is this potential for a new story to be written, a new person for us to be talking about constantly at these events, is just really, really exciting. There is that opportunity still with Iago here.
Yeah, for sure. And then the 2 Costa Rican trainers as well that have made it into top 8. So, I'm not good at math, but that's 3 out of 8. That's almost half of the field. You got to feel confident if you're if you are an LAIC fan here watching at home, watching the stream. You got to feel good about your chances moving on into the next round.
100%. And that'll be really fun going on forward too, the fact that we can get people cheering from all around the world. So make sure to let us know that hashtag Pokemon LASE, who you are rooting for with that top head cut ahead of us, and where you're cheering for them from. Are you cheering for people that are from your country, or is there invested interest in anyone else? We want to know, and this is the opportune time to cheer for those players, because the battles that we're about to see coming ahead are going to be grueling.
It's so fun to see players. There's kind of like, obviously we have a lot of time, Sierra, to hype up our matchup here with Joshua Lorsi and Riley Factura as they're trying to get set up on stage. And I'm just thinking about it. They're players that have gone through ebbs and flows throughout the history of VGC. Like Lorsi, like as a tri-state representative going to PCs, going to MSSs every month, I can attest that Joshua Lorsi in 2017 was easily one of the best players in North America, hands down, just an incredible player at Sun and Moon VGC, and it showed by getting top cuts at the, I believe it's the European International Championship. He got a top 8 in it, and then he takes some ebbs and flows, comes in and out of playing the game, comes back after a couple years and top cuts a regional in San Diego, right? So now this is kind of a redemption story of like a formerly great player that is fully invested his time into the game yet again and reaping the benefits from it. And Riley, what can you say? He's won 5 different regionals over the course of, I think, a 9-year stretch or 8-year stretch. So Riley is the epitome of a player that goes into those ebbs and flows, taking breaks when he needs it and coming back on top whenever he does decide to come back and hit the circuit.
Well, I think it's definitely a common misconception that if somebody is not constantly top-cutting events, that they maybe aren't that skilled of a player as somebody else. But I don't think that necessarily holds true, because, of course, we've gotten to see so many great players play. But you're looking back at Eric Rios and Paul Ruiz. We know they're skilled players. Neither of them made it into this top cut. Sometimes with the tournaments, it's the Pokemon VGC. Sometimes it's luck. Sometimes it's the matchups. And maybe Lorsi hasn't gotten to have that run, but there could be so many different factors in the way. It's why we don't see people who have won worlds in the past keep winning the same worlds over and over in every event along the way. Why Riley, he won one event, but then the next 2 took some losses. Sometimes it just happens like that. So the fact that we're seeing a player that we have been following around, have been hyping up as such a strong player, I don't want people to sleep on Lorsi whatsoever, and I feel like that all the same has to go for everyone else in this top 8.
Well, Lorsi is the 1 seed as of right now,
Yeah.
so I know once you get into cut, it's irrelevant. It just places you in a spot, and all that matters is you and your opponent. Your resistance doesn't, matter anymore. But to feel confident, I talked with Lorsi just for a quick second yesterday out in the field, and he was feeling great. I think he was through 8 rounds. At that point, he was into day 2. It was like, all right, great job, keep it up. And you can see the confidence just gleaming from him in those moments. Like, I've worked hard for this moment. I deserve to be here, and I'm proud that I'm able to live up to my expectations.
What's funny about Lorsi is, of course, when you go out for an interview, both the winner and the loser of the match are on stage. So you have to say congratulations to one and I'm sorry, get him next time to the other. And it was right after Lorsi had taken his loss. I was just like, hey, bud, just win out. It's easy.
It's that easy, and that is what he did.
He did. Sometimes it's just that easy. So way to go. And, of course, being able to make it to the top 8 as the top seed. I mean, the top seed is definitely impressive, but you're definitely not going up against, say, a bottom seed in this bracket that is going to be any easier than any of the other competition you would have faced.
Now, I'm just thinking about, we're not going to go over the teams yet or anything like that, but just conversationally looking at Riley's team, and it is a publicly known team. He's been using for multiple events. You and I had a conversation many times at regionals about risk versus reward of power whip instead of something that's more accurate, because you play rough instead of something that's more accurate, right? And Riley has consistently been through these last couple of months in VGC running 100% accurate moves. And if you look through on his team here, I'm looking, there doesn't appear to be any attacks that can naturally miss.
There is not ever going to be any attacks that can miss.
And I think that is so awesome that he has stuck steadfast to this philosophy of it is better to click flamethrower than heat wave. It is better better to click Horn Leech instead of Power Whip because yes, it does less damage, but it always does damage.
Well, we told our funny Lorcy story ahead of our top 8 match featuring these two players, so I'll tell our funny Riley Factura one. For a event that was not in the official circuit, someone gave Riley a team, he's like, I just need a team. Someone's like, oh, here, use this one. Only an accurate move was Icicle Crash over in Champao. He's like,
I'd rather not.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Everything else on the team is fully. Nope, sorry, Icicle Crash just isn't good enough. I respect it because consistency, it definitely pays off. If you're a top consistent player and you have consistent moves, limiting the amount of RNG in the game as much as possible, because we have seen the games that have hinged on the heat wave misses, the rock slides, anything like that. You don't have to worry about that from your own end. I feel like that's also just very, not calming, because I don't think anything about this is calming, but you don't have to worry about those moments of, I win unless I don't miss.
Yeah, exactly. It's risk mitigation in this sense, and Riley is certainly the king of this philosophy right now because he's top cutting every event he's going to with moves that are less damaging but more consistent.
Hey, I mean, it's better to two-hit a Pokemon than to miss and just get KO'd in return. So it works out. I respect it. I don't know if I could bring myself for some of those more powerful moves and not run them, because sometimes it feels like you have to go for that risk, but...
Well, that's kind of the exact opposite philosophy. We've talked with James Beck about it before when he won the Peoria Regional Championships. He had Power Whip on Ogerpon Wellspring, where many people don't have that. They'll have the Ivy Cudgel and Horn Leech and maybe even another attack, another grass attack, Grassy Glide if you have a Rillaboom, right? He's like, no, I'm willing to risk Power Whip missing because the times that it misses are way less significant than the time that it hits and does the amount of damage. He was also known for his Origin Pulse plays on Kyogre with those Torn Ogre teams, right? He's like, I'm not clicking Water Spout, I'm not clicking Scald or whatever, I'm going to click Origin Pulse because when it works in my favor, it's more beneficial than when it doesn't.
It was just crazy to me still that he was still running Power Whip after we watched him almost lose a match on stream because he missed 3 of them in a row, and still proving that, hey, as long as you can hit one eventually, maybe it's all going to work out. Glutton for punishment. We saw it on Brambleghast, the Ogerpon, back on the Brambleghast. I don't know. My heart couldn't bear.
No, definitely not. It was so funny when we saw the team sheet and saw that James Beck had the Brambleghast back with the Power Whip. Like, oh, here we go again. And then obviously he made day 2 in that exhilarating matchup against Carson yesterday. So it clearly worked out to some effect. But could you imagine if he was like round 14? I just have to hit Power Whip to win.
That's how it is, though. And I feel like, too, the Brambleghast team is one of those teams that you can also just, it's not even just in the game with something like a Power Whip, it's also kind of outside where what you just get paired into, it could be really good, it could be really bad. And that's kind of one of the reasons that not everyone has quite adopted the Brambleghast.
Yeah, the Brambleghast is, it's in a league of its own, let's say. There's some people that like it, Andrew Ding and James Beck and Emilio Ofamezi, like that whole crew that have really been optimizing the Brambleghast have had a great time. But enough Brambleghast conversation for right now. We can save it for later. We are going to take a quick break as we try to get prepared for the start of our top rate coverage of the Latin American International Championships. So we'll be right back.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest you will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Amy. I'm on the floor of LAIC 2024, and today we are here with, what's your name?
Clara.
That is a beautiful name. And who are you dressed as, Clara?
Misty.
Incredible. You look amazing. I can't. Are you local? Did you have to travel far to get here?
I'm from here, São Paulo.
Does that mean you have more energy to get ready in the morning?
Mais ou menos.
What game are you here to spectate, if any?
Eu tô mais pra acompanhar o evento mesmo e ver o meu irmão que tá jogando hoje aqui.
What game does your brother play?
Ele tá jogando no Master.
Incredible. Oh, are you rooting for them today?
Muito.
Yeah, they're gonna win, yeah?
Vai ganhar, com certeza.
Brilliant. What's your favorite Pokemon, I must ask?
Meow.
Meow! Oh my goodness! And as Misty, answer as Misty, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Togepi e Psyduck, né?
Yeah! Togepi or Psyduck. Or Staryu. Yes, good choices. Are you looking forward to seeing anybody else here? Have you got any other friends?
Sim, vão chegar mais tarde.
Oh, that's fantastic. And are you here for more than one day or just today?
Todos os dias.
Are we going to see more fantastic costumes from you?
Eu vou vir de Jessie amanhã e de novo no domingo eu venho de Misty de novo.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible. Well, we'll have to keep a really close eye out for you as well, Clara. Thank you so much for coming and speaking with us today. I hope you have so much fun and the best of luck to your friends.
Obrigada.
We're going to head back now, but thank you so much for joining us as well, whether you're at home or in the hall today. I hope you have a most fantastic event.
Hi, I'm Sarah Dawn. I'm here at the Latin America International Championships and talking with some of the people here spectating the event. First off, hey, introduce yourself. Where are you from?
Awesome. Hey, I'm Katie Byrne. I'm from Tampa, Florida.
And how long did you spend traveling to the event?
Oh gosh, it was a good day. We had a nice long layover in Bogota, Colombia, but we made it and we're here.
The most important part at all. It has been so much fun so far. How have you been enjoying the event?
We've had a great time. Really good food. We just had crepes and waffles, so we're happy.
Getting all the cuisine. I love that. And who are you cheering on at the event today?
So my junior, he is playing. He's actually playing tomorrow, so today we're just spectating. He's super excited. So his name is Ryder Byrne. He plays the video games. He loves watching you.
Oh, that's so sweet. And how are you feeling about this event? This is a huge event for him to be competing at.
It is. We've never been to any of the LAICs. We've been to other internationals, but this is the first time to the Latin America International, so we're really excited. We've had a great time so far in Brazil and really enjoying our time here.
We'll definitely be cheering him on. And last but not least, gotta ask, who's your favorite Pokemon?
Man, riders, we would have to say Squirtle. We are a big Gyarados family, so that's my husband's favorite, so I'm gonna go with that. We're gonna go with Gyarados today.
Good answer. Thank you so much. Best of luck to Ryder. As for us, we gotta head back to the competition. top 8 here at the Latin American International Championships. It all comes down to the next couple of matches for trainers to try and have an opportunity to play on Championship Sunday. I'm Sierra Dawn, yet again joined here by Joe Brown. Before we get too far into anything else, we do need to update everybody up on the bracket situation. All of the players, all of these matchups are correct. Just a little bit of an issue with the ordering, but this is going to be our 100% confirmed bracket moving on forward.
And this is so exciting to look at because obviously there are 7 potential new first-time international champions. The only one that would be Marco, who's already won OCIC 2020. He would be joining that rarefied air of a fellow LAIC champion in Ashton Cox that has come away with 2 IC titles. So I think that's going to be an interesting storyline to focus on.
I feel like there's so many different stories here just waiting to be told. But of course, on our end of things, we are going to be starting with the top of that bracket. And during our top 8, we will be able to stream all of these matches and it will be in the order. So make sure that you tune in for all of them because they're all going to be amazing matches. But if there's anyone you're cheering for, you definitely want to make sure you're watching that live.
Oh, absolutely. Let us know along at home, like you said, hashtag Pokemon LAIC all weekend. We've been showing so many tweets, so many posts, a lot of fun has been had interacting with our communities during the stream. And so Joshua and Riley are getting set up on stage right now. So hopefully it shouldn't be too long before we get back into the action.
I know, I am so excited to see these matches. It all comes down to this, and with our first match, these are 2 players that have been so much fun to watch throughout their Pokemon journeys. The journeys have looked a little bit differently, but still so skilled that really should make this first matchup of the American talent, all the way over to Brazil, a banger.
Yeah, this should be such a fun match. Usually you'll see the 1 versus 8 seed. You say, okay, the #1 player, they had the best tournament. They're clearly the favorite. However, when the 8 seed is a 5-time regional champion, Joshua has a lot to do in this matchup to prove that he can take home the title.
Yeah, this is definitely somebody looking over on Riley's end that is no stranger to sitting in this chair in these top 8s and making that run. The pressure, no matter how high it is, not necessarily getting to him and going up against the top seed that we have here at LAIC. I think despite that, it's still on Lorcy to show us what he's got. And that, all right, bud.
Also, I don't know if he knows what he's got, but what I did just see, fun fact, he's got the purple shirt, reminding me, both these trainers have Pokemon Violet. Is that the key to success? I have Violet, I won on stage today. Is that the difference maker? Is it Violet over Scarlet?
I don't know, man. That's something. Hey, if we see a Lorcy win here, this is something that you can maybe try and conspiracy theory of later, but I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves at that point. I think right now it's all about focusing on the match ahead of you.
Well, as the teams are getting set up, we're not really going to have too much of a conversation about the specifics of the matchup, but we can just look at some of the Pokemon, and just one in specific I'd love to talk about is Roaring Moon for Joshua's end, because Roaring Moon has definitely felt like an archetype, at least in North America, that not many people are really appreciating throughout most of these regulations that we've had. And that was one of the conversations I had with Lorcy yesterday. He was like, Roaring Moon is so good, I don't get why people aren't using it. And I believe it did crack onto the top 12 usage for this weekend for the first time in a long time. But if Joshua Lorcy and some other trainers can really prove to you anything this weekend, it's that the Roaring Moon is a really big threat in the metagame.
It's been interesting to see how many trainers have been adopting Roaring Moon onto their teams, and how even going into the event, there were some trainers that actually swapped out their 6th Pokemon instead and bringing in this Roaring Moon because of the way it was able to match up into some of the matchups out there in the utility that it offers. Even in a match earlier on, we got to see that it was burnt, but still being able to offer some pressure. But now we got the headsets on. This is where we really start to deep dive into the teams. We got to deep dive a little bit more into Riley's beforehand, talking about the accurate moves, but we never necessarily touched on the Pokemon here. And this is such a physically attack-heavy team that he's got.
Yeah, there's a lot of physical attackers, as you are mentioning, which could be really important for this matchup because the Chien Pao, with its Sword of Ruin ability, is going to enable all of Riley's physical attackers to do more damage by the Sword of Ruin, decreasing the defense of the rest of the Pokemon on the field. So you can look at these accomplishments. 2017, quite a number of years ago, getting a top 8 at a regional here in Brazil. So Lorsi feeling at home right now.
Looking to break that. Yeah, you got top 8 last time. Let's go for top 4. Let's go for finalists. Let's go for champion. One of the achievements that is missing from this list so far. We're at Riley Fatura's end. We've got 5 of those championship titles, like you said. He's been trying to get that 6th, trying to get closer to history here, but meaningfully lacking that international title. So this could be absolutely massive going on forward.
Yeah, and there is Lorsi's Roaring Moon that we were talking about so much in the break. And we've actually seen just a lot of rounds overall this weekend where it's been used, but it's not the meta adaptation that we've seen early on yesterday, which was a lot of Terra Poison Roaring Moons to be able to counter the fairy types out there. It's actually the conventional Terra Flying Roaring Moon, where you're able to just terrestrialize, acrobatics, do double damage since your booster energy has already been taken. And on the other side, you have to look at what Riley's options are to stopping that. One of the best things he has is an Amoonguss to redirect attacks away from his crucial target. So let's say Riley's Urshifu Rapid Strike, or possibly even the Ogerpon Hearth Flame. Those can be protected by Amoonguss. However, at the cost of Amoonguss rage powdering away a pretty strong acrobatics from Roaring Moon.
Looking over on Riley's team, though, all the moves are accurate, and this team has been something that he has been working on for a little bit. We got to see this in the Sacramento finals there, but where we found issues because of the fact that it could be neutralized with things like lowering the attack over onto his end, and Landorus over on Lorsi's end could be a great way to do that. But there's a King Gambit over on his end. So there is definitely ways to make sure that this answer that Lorsi could have into his team can maybe just be pushed aside and make him think of maybe a different game plan to move on forward.
Yeah, the Landorus is going to be pretty crucial for Joshua here because it's so strong into, for example, the 2 grass types, Amoonguss and Ogerpon Hearth Flame on the other end. But you look at some of the other options that Lorsi has access to, and Life Orb Heatran, if you fully invest into that special attack stat, the additional 30% damage that you can output at the cost of 10% of your HP every attack really puts things into the chip position, let's say, that maybe a Choice Specs Dazzling Leap from Fluttermane can finish off, or say in acrobatics, if it's only gonna do 85% to it, that additional Life Orb damage from Heatran might be able to let Roaring Moon finish things off.
And that's something that's so dangerous about this Roaring Moon set that is built for the damage. Riley's end, if you didn't believe us about the 100% moves, you can check for yourself here. But of course, this team, there's a lot of things that really synergize with this, specifically because of the Chien Pao that's being ran, and the fact that the King Gambit with the Defiant ability is something that can go next to a lot of these different Pokemon to make sure that the attack isn't dropped. And you're not forced to bring it either, because if you want to be dealing that damage with the Dragonite, that is also an option there. And we know how much Dragonite can do on the field next to a Chien Pao.
Yeah, just the presence of a King Gambit on the roster makes it a difficult position for Joshua to bring Landorus in general, because you'd be activating the Defiant boost, as well as Dragonite, one of the key physical attackers, not being deterred thanks to its inner focus ability. So if you can have Chien Pao next to either of those 2 slots, it's going to be pretty important for Riley's success. However, it's important to note we've seen King Gambits do a bunch of different Terra types this weekend. Riley's is Terra Dragon, which we have not anticipated.
I'm so intrigued to see how that is going to be playing out, but it's time to get underway with our first top 8 match here in Sao Paulo, the Latin American International Championships. This is humongous. The first trainer to get into the semifinals, right away, Intimidate led over on Ursi's end. Had there been a King Gambit on the other end, this could have been Defiant immediately activated and pressure, but no, it's left either in the back or at home.
Yep, Josh can take a sigh of relief as at least he has called turn 1 or turn 0, the lead, correctly. No King Gambit on the other side and 2 grass types on the other side that do not want to face down against a potential Terra Blast from the Landorus. Might be a little too early in this set since it is turn 1 to try to go for that read right away, but you do have follow-up damage from the Iron Hands with either access to fake out an Ogre Pond and then hit it with the Terra Blast, or if Amoonguss wants to Terastallize to lose that grass typing, you'd be able to cover that up with a Wild Charge Terra Blast.
We got to see the lock into the first terrestrialization of the battle into the Landorus. This will be the flying type. This coupled up with strong Terra Blast can make sure you're taking away 4 times weakness to some things, and you can be doing the most damage in return. But not the only Terra going down. Riley going to go for the Hearthflame Mask Ogre Pond to put on some pressure.
This is huge because it raises its attack back up to neutral, so it's mitigating the Landorus Intimidate, and it loses that grass typing, so Terra Blast is no longer super effective.
Normally when you see that attack raise, it's something to be feared. But now the Terra Blast into this slot. This still can deal so much damage, but targeted into the Amoonguss is going to be bringing it almost down. Citrus Berry recovery will be bringing it up to almost just below half here at this point. But now in Ivy Cudgel, we've seen that these can do some damage in return, but targeted into the Iron Hand, it is bulky, just below half.
And that's a 2-hit KO to keep note of in following turns. This Wild Charge does hardly any damage because of Amoonguss resisting it. So if it wasn't for the Citrus Berry, it would not be around to spore the Landorus.
Maybe if that was a more powerful attack into the Amoonguss, since the original Terra Blast had done so much damage, this could have been a spore that was avoided. But being able to get so much recovery from that Citrus Berry here, all of a sudden, this Landorus has been put to sleep. And that is a powerful Pokemon to be losing access to this early on in the match.
And if you're looking in the back, I was wondering, we have the benefit of Joshua's POV. He does not have Heatran. This would have been a good spot to have Heatran since Ogre Pond has lost its Mold Breaker ability since it Terastallized. But since you don't have that anymore, you don't have a free, quote-unquote, free switch into these Fire Ivy Cudgels that it's representing a lot of damage on the field. Iron Hand's already at well under half HP. Another Ivy Cudgel into that slot would be enough to knock it out.
Looking at the state now, first turn of sleep gone for that Landorus as Ivy Cudgels. These can be fired off almost freely, bringing this Landorus down so low. In Drain Punch, that is a lot of damage into the Ogre Pond coming out from this Iron Hand, and a good chance to get some recovery here, bringing it to just above half. But of course, now the Amoonguss, there's not too many answers to it in terms of sleep resist over on Lorsi's end of the field, only having it with his own Amoonguss, so the Iron Hand's also forced to sleep.
Really nice play from Riley there, understanding Landorus is not going to attack whatsoever, and either Iron Hands swaps out or it's going to get put to sleep here. So, you know, really nice of Riley understanding this positioning, because now Joshua has 2 sleeping Pokemon on the field. As long as Landorus doesn't wake up, this gives Amoonguss a potential to either switch out to give Regenerator health back to itself, or even stay in and Pollen Puff the Ogre Pond to remain in and get it close up to full HP, because Riley is really showing that Ogre Pond is so crucial in this matchup.
What's really dangerous about this, though, going on forward, is Landorus has now taken the first turn of sleep, and it can be waking up at any time. So the Amoonguss, knowing that it might not be safe to necessarily go for a side Pollen Puff, is going to go for that Follow Me to make sure the Pokemon stays safe this time around. It is going to be a second turn of sleep, though, and that means that this Horned Leech is going to be picking up the KO.
And every little bit of recovery helps out. Sure, Landorus had such a low hit point total to begin with on that turn, so you're not recovering too much off of it, but who knows, you could maybe there'll be a hit later on in this match that Ogre Pond hangs on with 2 or 3 hit points.
Well, it won't be hit this time around from the Iron Hand, because that'll be the first turn of sleep. And now to look at what is in the back, Roaring Moon and Amoonguss. So there is the Amoonguss to maybe try and wreak havoc over on Riley's own end of the field, but Roaring Moon to hit the field first. Booster energy, that is going to be the attack boost. Of course, now we're seeing a set that is more geared towards powerful attacks.
Crucially, the Roaring Moon is not able to Terastallize, so you can't get a same type attack bonus out of Acrobatics. Luckily, Amoonguss is already such low HP anyway that even a non-boosted Acrobatics would be able to knock it out. So does Riley value Regenerator health on Amoonguss and letting something else switch in and take that damage? Or has Amoonguss done its job? It's 4-2 Pokemon. You can redirect attacks away to keep Ogerpon safe. Roaring Moon does have the benefit of being a dragon type in front of this Ivy Cudgel clicking Ogerpon for this moment, but I'm sure there's something in the back that Riley has to deal with the Roaring Moon.
Well, we haven't seen it yet, and we're not going to get the opportunity on this turn, as sticking with the Pokemon that can deal so much damage is going to take the KO on to the Iron Hands, bringing Lorsy down to his final 2 Pokemon in this game 1. Knockoff, that'll be finally enough damage to make sure that the Amoonguss that has been so problematic for Lorsy's end of the field has been taken care of.
It would have been really, really risky if Joshua tried to predict a Rage Powder on that turn and maybe went for Dragon Dance. So smart of him to play it safe, understanding you're in a difficult position right now. You can't take those turns to try to pull a fast one on your opponent, especially when they are such a great trainer like Riley. Chien-Pao now hits the field on Riley's end, and it has the Focus Sash, meaning it'll need at minimum 2 attacks to knock it out.
And at this point in the match, sure, the Amoonguss can go and redirect a hit, especially since the Roaring Moon facing down this Chien-Pao would not appreciate an Ice Spinner at all. But this could also then be a hit if the Amoonguss does redirect to maybe hit into that Rocky Helmet to get that sash broken. But it's still pressure from so many Pokemon at this point, and even redirecting the hits on Amoonguss's end, the Amoonguss won't make it through the turn.
No, the Amoonguss is very much threatened by both the Ice attack and Fire attack towards its direction, so smartly protecting.
That'll make it through the turn this time around, but the Ice Spinner into the Roaring Moon is going to be damaged. It is gone in the Amoonguss all by its lonesome. Sure, it's safe, but at what cost?
And you can see Lorsy already immediately looking into the team sheet at what Riley has available, understanding that this game 1 is wrapped up with the full health Ogerpon and Chien-Pao on the other side. Amoonguss never stands a chance, and you're going to have to go back to the drawing board, because on turn 1, you locked Terra Blast so quickly on Landorus, but then got punished by being put to sleep immediately with your Iron Hands and Landorus.
I understand why he went for the play, though, because the Terra on the Landorus and that powerful Terra Blast into that Amoonguss is so powerful, and it feels like a lot of the time with the Landorus, especially when you're wanting to deal damage, that is maybe the way to be going. But of course, falling to sleep to start things off was in a tough position, and we talked about the Amoonguss as the Spore Resist over on Joshua's end, but considering Riley had that Heartflame Mask Ogerpon, anything that was pressured in and brought in to maybe take that Spore, if it was the Amoonguss, could have been hit. That turn where the Iron Hands went to sleep because there was no swap, that was also a target with the Ivy Cudgel. So it kind of seemed like from the get-go, even from lead, Riley kind of just had him pinned, since that KO did not happen from the Terra Blast into Amoonguss.
And if Josh was so interested in terrestrializing Landorus as his big win condition, a lot of times it's really tough to bring both Landorus and Roaring Moon into the same match, because they both want that Terra flying access, and of course you can only give it to one. So one thing, if we anticipate Riley is not going to bring King Gambit into this match, and Landorus is safe to be on the field and intimidate and not activate Defiance or anything like that, I would love to see a Heatran in the back for Lorsy. Wait until Riley terrestrializes the Ogerpon Heartflame out of its Mold Breaker ability into the Embody aspect, and your Heatran essentially becomes a wall to specifically the Amoonguss and the Ogerpon that gave you so much trouble in that game.
Especially too, since it can be dealing and hitting into either that or the Amoonguss quite well. It has great coverage into that, and something where we saw the Amoonguss fall was it got to have so much fun out on the field, putting everything to sleep before it was finally taken care of, considering how well it could take hits and how well the resistances it have in the meta kind of matches up. And now everything is on Lorsy to find a win condition here in this game 2 to try and stay in this top 8, try and make sure he still has a chance to fight another day here in this battle in Sao Paulo. And getting into it, already adjustments coming out from both inners.
Yeah, that's a really interesting moment to see Urshifu in the lead next to Chien-Pao for Riley. You'd anticipate if game 1 went so well for you, you might want to bring back the same strategy, but since Riley's such a great trainer, he understands I can catch my opponent off guard, and I think he might have right now, because the Landorus Choice Scarf which target do you want to go into? Even if you stay as a flying type, of course the Ice Spinner can still be really tough. So you can try to pin Riley and force out a Terra, because the fake out would break Chien Pao's Focus Sash, but I think that's a trade that Urshifu would be willing to take. I would lose Chien Pao's Focus Sash for a full strong Surging Strikes into your Landorus.
And that's what's a little tough when the lead isn't quite chosen, though we did get to see an adjustment in the back, that heat trend that you were talking about. Landorus at this point in the battle be swapping not into that, but instead the Amoonguss. If there is going to be a target like something that Surging Strikes into that Pokemon, that is going to be a lot of damage dealt now, and Terastallization into the water type coming out, the poison type actually, sorry, from the Urshifu.
Yeah, that would have been able to just get rid of its flying weakness, or potentially its electric weakness if Iron Hands went for a wild charge.
Not too often you get to see that defensive Terra types, but even if you aren't going to be taking a super effective hit, you are still going to be riddled with damage on this turn, as that is Surging Strikes into this Amoonguss, and the Rocky Helmet damage going to be dealing more to yourself than it would be damage dealt to the Amoonguss.
Lorcy going back to basics on that turn. I've got a Pokemon weak to water. I've got the strongest water attacker in the format with Chien Pao sitting next to it. I'm just going to switch my grass type into it. No, not much of an overthinking position there. And what he does have an access for later, since Landorus can come back, Urshifu as a poison type, you might be able to lock into Stomping Tantrum instead of a Terra Blast. Save that Terastallization for Heatran potentially later. So I like that Landorus has more options, more avenues to defeating Urshifu this time around than the immediate turn one Terra Blast and, you know, just kind of trading with Chien Pao. Lorcy, since he's playing it a little bit closer on this turn, has an advantage, especially as we see him hovering Volt Switch. This gives him switch potential as well.
Urshifu swapping out, though, the Surging Strikes firing off into the other end, especially as it is locked into the Choice Scarf, could have been something that would have been its downfall. So swapping into the Amoonguss, make sure that you're not going to fall victim to a Rage Powder and hitting into that Amoonguss quite again. As that Amoonguss, equipped with that Rocky Helmet, going to be gaining a little fountain as well as Terastallizing into the Water type. Great defensive typing here, making sure if it was more hits into it, that all of a sudden it would have been fine, especially an Ice Spinner from Chien Pao, which you won't have to worry about now.
Yeah, the Volt Switch does go off, so even though it won't do damage, it does allow Lorcy to get a switch into either his Landorus or Heatran in the back. But Lorcy really went for that big play there, wasting his, or activating his Terra, I should say, because it might still be beneficial now that Chien Pao can no longer Ice Spinner into that slot for strong damage. He was really anticipating an Ice Spinner there to get that Spore, but Chien Pao is still awake and ready to attack.
The thing is, too, this Amoonguss was one of the only answers to just not getting spored straight up over on Riley's end of the field. Now that you've gotten rid of your grass typing, you actually can be spored and put to sleep, which is the funniest thing to see in these matches. So you have no resist at this point. If you can be dealing enough damage to the Amoonguss, the Heatran can definitely pressure it in this turn, then maybe not something that you have to worry about, but still a little bit rough with the Terastallization.
That'd be a bit of karmic justice if an Amoonguss, after all these years, gets put to sleep since it's no longer a grass type. That's one of its best beneficial moments. And now you kind of have to keep Amoonguss on the field right now to redirect attacks towards that slot to keep this Heatran safe and letting it click Heat Wave or whatever attacker wants to go for it.
Chien Pao in Dragonite, a duel that has ended people's runs, a duel that I'm sure there's nightmares about coming out onto the field. But the Chien Pao, since it can't hit a super effective moon into the Amoonguss and the Heatran with the amount of pressure it can put on, Sacred Sword will be just hitting into a Protect. And now this Amoonguss, that'll be putting Riley's Pokemon to sleep.
Yep, Chien Pao will be forced to be asleep, to stay asleep this following turn. But a full health Dragonite with the Assault Vest. This is not that Choice Band, you know, Terra Normal version that many people have seen throughout Scarlet and Violet. It's still Terra Normal, but it is an Assault Vest to help against some special attackers. Specifically, Heatran here is going to have most of its damage mitigated thanks to its Assault Vest. If he wants to do damage into Dragonite, it would have to be through Flash Cannon, which is just a neutral hit. Hitting neutrally through a V, really not going to be too beneficial. So I think a lot of the pressure should be on Chien Pao right now.
The Amoonguss going to be taking any sort of pressure off of the Heatran in this turn with the Rage Powder, as Chien Pao will be taking its first turn of sleep on this turn. Now Heat Wave coming out, super effective damage into the Chien Pao, and since Sash already broken, will be getting that KO with a critical hit.
Critical hit definitely not mattering, but a burn from a Heat Wave would have been huge there. You see the Life Orb recall, so you know it doesn't happen. That's a pretty strong Thunder Punch.
It's not going to be strong enough coming out, and just a bit of damage done back with the Rocky Helmet. Definitely really, really nice to see that there is moves that can be trying to deal with this Amoonguss in some sort of way. But now Urshifu coming back out. We go right into this Escher, and the Thunder Punch, you can't get the KO here. This could be disastrous.
Lorsi is in such a difficult position right now because Amoonguss is essentially screaming to be taken off the field to regenerate some of its HP. But the question is, what do you put into that slot? And if Amoonguss leaves the field, it does not redirect attacks away from the Urshifu, then the Heatran is in a really tough spot facing down against both a Stomping Tantrum or a Surging Strikes from the Urshifu.
I think it comes down to if you think that this play, this swap is going to be a little too obvious into things, as it looks like over on Joshua's end, something has to give, something has to be swapping out here. The Amoonguss, though, will not be it. The Heatran instead, so if a Surging Strikes does come into this, actually, that's still going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, either way, as long as the Rage Powder was not selected, that wouldn't deter Urshifu's Surging Strikes to either of these slots. But no, it's into Amoonguss!
Instead of a Surging Strikes into the opposing slot, since this Urshifu is going to be moving faster, it will just be prioritizing that KO onto the Amoonguss with that close combat.
I think Riley did anticipate a Rage Powder, so the close combat would make sense, because you're only taking 1 tick of Rocky Helmet damage instead of 3 Surging Strikes.
Landorus coming in means that this Heatran won't be taking his Stomping Tantrum, and considering Terrestrialization been spent on the KO'd Amoonguss, definitely a wise switch there. But now you're going to be falling still in a tough position, as you need to be making a decision on what hits the field at this point. Iron Hands would bring some Fake-Out pressure and an opportunity to get a move down, but Heatran will be that final selection.
You did just Stomping Tantrum, miss on Dragonite, and both Heatran and Iron Hands do not appreciate ground attacks, either if it's from a Dragonite who is not a ground type. But this Urshifu has been brought down very low. That's to the point that I don't think Landorus would need to lock in a ground attack anymore to hit it super effectively, because once you do that, you are no longer able to attack Dragonite as a flying type. So I think it's more imperative for Lorsi to lock into something more neutral, say a Rock Slide. You have those really fast Rock Slides as a Choice Scarf user right now. Maybe fish for some flinches in this scenario. Poison typing would be neutral. Rock Slide there, and depending on how Urshifu is trained, might be pretty solid.
It looks like it was no Protect to go through this next turn, but a chance for a reposition. Not the only one, though, as Riley, the Urshifu, swapping out to bring the Amoonguss into play. Full health, and we got to see just how much it got to do in that game 1. And now Heatran swapping out. Iron Hands would definitely not appreciate a hit either. This slot potentially be in a lot of trouble. U-turn, this could be repositioned out into the other slot, and since you know a Stomping Tantrum wasn't targeted into that Landorus, at least the Heatran will be safe for 1 turn.
Yeah, Lorsi kind of shaking his head. He doesn't know where this attack from Dragonite's going to target.
Of course, it's going to target into something that it can get huge damage on, bringing the Iron Hands down so low in this match. With this Dragonite, it can deal so much damage, and it kind of seems like as the turns go on, especially with the Amoonguss joining onto the field, that things are just looking more and more rough.
The Iron Hands can't fake out Dragonite with the inner focus, so there's nothing stopping Dragonite from going for a Stomping Tantrum into the Heatran slot, because even if Landorus switches in, you can still cover your bases with a Spore potentially, and if you miss, you'll still just be stronger the next time you go for it. So Lorsi's in a really difficult position because he opted to Terrestrialize Amoonguss so early on in this matchup. You don't have a Terra Fairy available for Heatran to get rid of that 4x weak ground weakness, or the Terra Flying available to hit Amoonguss super effectively.
Just to add a little insult to injury, a Heat Wave miss onto the Amoonguss, only hitting into that Dragonite, no burn in sight. The Stomping Tantrum will take the KO down onto the Iron Hands. Now just only 2 Pokemon remain for Lorsi.
And yeah, Riley is in such a strong spot as Amoonguss will land that spore. Heatran might not even get to see the end of this battle if it takes too long on a nap, because the Dragonite has its job set. I'm just going to Stomping Tantrum this slot. You are asleep this next turn. Sure, I've been in, you know, the Landorus can try to lock into a Rock Slide to stop that, but eventually the flinch will not come through, and Dragonite can click the Stomping Tantrum.
It's been such a rough match here over on Lurcy's end, but so well played over on Riley's. And you can see even with the last couple of turns, the swapping around of Pokemon, trying to find any window of opportunity. And Riley, such a consistent player, such a safe player, making choices to make sure there was never a chance for Lurcy to start to feel comfortable, and little things like the Heat Wave miss, just making sure nothing can happen. That is going to be the first turn of sleep over on this end. Probably going to be the last one as well, and not for the reasons you would think.
Rage Powder will redirect this Rock Tomb. It's not Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, lowering its speed, although obviously Amoonguss is not going to care about that. Stomping Tantrum 4 times super effective.
Yeah, that is going to be the KO. And down to the Landorus. I think this one is the all but done as a well-crafted battle coming out from Riley Fakshura. It's time to run. It is time for Riley to claim his spot here in top 4, one step closer to adding that title of international champion to his list.
The number 8 seed knocks out the number 1 seed in the tournament. Riley Fakshura is the lone North American trainer in the Masters Division remaining here in Sao Paulo.
He is one of the people that gets talked about so much for such a good reason, and making top 8 here at the Latin American International Championships on Lurcy's end, such a great accomplishment. There is nothing to feel bad about being taken down by one of the top trainers that we have and making it this far over all of the accomplished players out there. You still have to be so proud of himself that top 8 curse here in Brazil is not going to be broken today.
And I do love that sportsmanship that both players are showcasing, going through the lines, talking with each other, what happens if we do this. So great that this experience can help Lurcy in future matchups as well. But when we look through these replays, that Terra Water selection on Amoonguss ended up being crucial. You're no longer weak to close combat, right? So by opting for Terrestrializing there, you didn't have it to save one of your Pokemon later on, and Lurcy kind of just understood what was going to go down.
It was funny how we had talked about that Amoonguss had been popping up more, but necessarily wasn't making the impact, at least on broadcast, that maybe we would have been expected to see. And I feel like that was the match that really turned that thought on its head, because we got to see coming out from both trainers how humongous that Amoonguss was. And I believe too, really in that game too, the fact there was the Terastallization on the Amoonguss that also ended up getting it felled by that Dragonite Thunder Punch. It was a Pokemon he didn't have access to for the rest of the match. And we got to see that when Riley brought his Amoonguss out, that was so problematic for Lurcy to play around. And I feel like even one Rage Powder there in that end game where he was desperately repositioning could have been that difference, and it's tough.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of how Riley played so well, because Lurcy was put into so many difficult and uncomfortable situations of, I need to switch out to get Regenerator health, but I can't because I need to Rage Powder at the same time. But I need to also put him to sleep, and obviously Amoonguss cannot do all 3 of those things at once. So it was just really difficult for Joshua to deal with Riley's offensive pressure. He spent a couple of turns getting rid of the Chien-Pao, because Chien-Pao is just like a big glaring red button. It's like, take this Pokemon out, get rid of Sword of Ruin. But even when you spend all those resources taking it down, then you don't have the available stuff to take out the Dragonite or the Amoonguss.
Well, Riley Fakshura, our first semifinalist here in Brazil, and we have 3 more to decide. We're going to be taking a short break before we're back with our next top 8 match.
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Amy. I'm on the floor of LAIC 2024, and today we are here with, what's your name?
Clara.
That is a beautiful name. And who are you dressed as, Clara?
Misty.
Incredible. You look amazing. I can't. Are you local? Did you have to travel far to get here?
I'm from here, São Paulo.
Does that mean you have more energy to get ready in the morning?
Mais ou menos.
What game are you here to spectate, if any?
Eu tô mais pra acompanhar o evento mesmo e ver o meu irmão que tá jogando hoje aqui.
What game does your brother play?
Ele tá jogando no Master.
Incredible. Oh, Are you rooting for them today?
Muito.
Yeah, they're gonna win, yeah?
Vai ganhar.
Brilliant. What's your favorite Pokemon, I must ask?
Meow.
Meowth! Oh my goodness! And as Misty, answer as Misty. What's your favorite Pokemon?
Togepi e Psyduck, né?
Yeah, Togepi or Psyduck. Or Staryu. Yes, good choices. Are you looking forward to seeing anybody else here? Have you got any other friends?
Sim, vão chegar mais tarde.
Oh, that's fantastic. And are you here for more than one day or just today?
Todos os dias.
Are we going to see more fantastic costumes from you?
Eu vou vir de Jessie amanhã e de novo no domingo eu venho de Misty de novo.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible. Well, we'll have to keep a really close eye out for you as well, Clara. Thank you so much for coming and speaking with us today. I hope you have so much fun and the best of luck to your friends.
Obrigada.
We're going to head back now, but thank you so much for joining us as well, whether you're at home or in the hall today. I hope you have a most fantastic event.
Hi, I'm Sierra Dawn. I'm here at the Latin America International Championships and talking with some of the people here spectating the event. First off, hey, introduce yourself. Where are you from?
Awesome. Hey, I'm Katie Byrne. I'm from Tampa, Florida.
And how long did you spend traveling to the event?
Oh gosh, it was a good day. We had a nice long layover in Bogota, Colombia, but we made it and we're here.
The most important part at all. It has been so much fun so far. How have you been enjoying the event?
We've had a great time. Really good food. We just had crepes and waffles, so we're happy.
Getting all the cuisine. I love that. And who are you cheering on at the event today?
So my junior, he is playing. He's actually playing tomorrow, so today we're just spectating. He's super excited. So his name is Ryder Byrne. He plays the video games. He loves watching you.
Oh, that's so sweet. And how are you feeling about this event? This is a huge event for him to be competing at.
It is. We've never been to any of the LAICs. We've been to other internationals, but this is the first time to the Latin America International, so we're really excited. We've had a great time so far in Brazil and really enjoying our time here.
We'll definitely be cheering him on. And last but not least, gotta ask, who's your favorite Pokemon?
Man, riders, we would have to say Squirtle. We are a big Gyarados family, so that's my husband's favorite, so I'm gonna go with that. We're gonna go with Gyarados today.
Good answer. Thank you so much. Best of luck to Ryder. As for us, we gotta head back to the competition. Welcome back, everybody, as we continue our coverage of the top 8 at the 2024 Latin America International Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by LaBoisa actress Chromie to take you through these next 2 top 8 matches.
I can't believe we're already in the top 8 stage of the competition. We've been able to show you 1 of the 4 matches so far, and Rose and I are here to guide you through the 2nd and the 3rd one. I mean, what a phenomenal match we were able to see just now between Joshua and Riley, and the action is just going to keep carrying on. Who is going to be facing Riley in top 4? That's the question.
And it's going to be either Thiago Latanzi or Esteban Molina as we take a look at that Latin American matchup there for top 8. And of course, we have the other side of the bracket with Victor Medina and David Rodriguez and Marco Silva versus Yuya Tada on the other side. This is going to be a star-studded top 8. It already was so intense watching all of those incredible matches for day 2 of Swiss, and now we've just whittled it down to the top 8. This is an incredible field.
It certainly is. You honestly couldn't ask for a better treat of a top 8 as this. And honestly, for it to be the first international championship of the current 2024 season, it really has set the tone for the way the rest of these internationals are going to shape out. I'm really looking forward to seeing our next top 8 game. Thiago is that player running the elusive Regieleki. I am super excited to see in action. Other than my beautiful boy Gastrodon, Regieleki is one of my favorite Pokemon to see in action. And I'm so looking forward to potentially seeing it in this match.
Yes, me too. I wonder if it will be brought to the table, but Esteban Molina is certain to be a very tough opponent. We didn't really get a chance to see too much of what this team is capable of just yet, but that's why I am eager to get into this next match, because I feel like there is so much that we get a chance to break down when we are able to talk about these teams.
Exactly, there's a lot of different synergies that can be formed within the core teams, but also the way that they're going to match up. I honestly think in this particular setup, the leads are going to be incredibly important. So I'm looking forward to be able to dive into them a little bit more when we can kick it over to the stage. But for now, Rosemary, obviously we've been able to sit back and watch a little bit of the final Swiss rounds. Out of the top 8 players, is there someone you are particularly looking forward to seeing?
Oh boy, I think that's such a tough question, because I feel
know.
like as especially behind the scenes, you're kind of rooting for everybody.
Yeah,
you want them to be able to have that moment, to be able to get that victory. Maybe I'm showing a little bit of bias by being here at LAIC, but I'm particularly excited to be able to cast Thiago.
Yeah.
I think like Thiago is one of those players. Not only was I excited about the Regieleki, but there are so many amazing things that have been said about him in the Brazilian community, and I feel like they are all behind him right now, rooting for him to be able to make it through this bracket and be able to get the title. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that are going to be rooting for him in this next match as well.
Exactly, the atmosphere out there is electric right now, not just because of the potential Regieleki presence, but because everyone is so excited to see this. We've never had such a big LAIC before for the video game, and the players who knocked out the competition, or even just the spectators who are here along to support their friends, are now out there front row, being able to root on our trainers in the top 8 and also be able to learn from them. At the end of the day, being able to look at a team that's going to come away from this event in one of those top spots is very likely to be picked up in usage, as it is going to be an inspiration point for the future regionals that we have coming up.
And I know you were out there on the floor too, looking at the juniors and seniors competition, so fill me in on that. How has the competition been out there?
I mean, the seniors competition was very intense. I saw some incredible games, managed to catch a little bit of the top 8, saw a lot of incredible victories. I'm not sure how top 4 has gone, but one player I want to highlight is Teddy from the UK, who was undefeated in games, had gone 12-0 to advance into top 4. Who knows how that match is going to go, but definitely a name to keep an eye on, as well as so many incredible players out there. Robbie as well, who've been able to see on the world stage. Also, I got to see advance into top 4, so amazing to see these old faces coming back into fruition.
I'll be so interested to see if maybe it's going to be a Teddy versus Robbie finals.
Who knows? Who knows? I can't remember how the bracket shaped up, but that could very well be the case.
Yeah, I want to have to go take a look at that one a little bit later, but I know that the juniors have been having a great amount of competition as well. You can see some of the players that are playing at the side events as well as in those competitions still competing on the floor right now. As we get set up on stage, we do have our judges taking their places as well as our players, and we are going to get into this match very, very shortly. I've also got word that Teddy and Robbie are actually playing right this second.
Oh
so
my goodness.
That is a match for the ages.
Wow, oh my goodness. It's a shame sometimes we can't always showcase the juniors and seniors until that grand finals, because if you're out there maybe listening in the arena while we're waiting for the Masters game to get set up, go and maybe see if you can get a sneak peek at that, because that is going to be some high caliber play. Amazing.
Yeah, I am very eager to get into this next one though. Now that we have our players situated on stage, let's go ahead and talk about our fantastic players that we have that are sitting here right now. I feel like a lot of eyes are on Thiago Latanzi, especially representing the Brazilian region in this top 8 of competition. He's one of those players that has been so consistent across all of the regionals so far, and this is only his 4th major that he's competed in. And that fills out not only the entirety of the accomplishments that he has on this page, but he is now 4 for 4 for a top 16 at every single major event that he has played in.
That's an incredible record, and something that you don't ever want to be broken, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of success for Thiago as the season progresses. I mean, taking a look at these already, the newcomer coming straight out into these top 16 finishes. We've spoken a lot about how the veterans from the competition have kind of had a lot of consistency, but Thiago showing the newcomers can also hold that same title. On the opposing side, Esteban, who's been around a little bit longer, 2016, being a regional champion in Costa Rica, knows what it takes to be able to get the #1 spot and is now here in top 8. Only a couple more wins away from getting that #1 again, but this time at an international championship.
And look at these teams. The diversity amongst them is something that's so refreshing. Taking a look at some of the other matches that we have had on stream, I think these are some of the most creative. You've got Thiago Lattanzi. We've talked a little bit about the Regieleki that does have that Terra Ice as its typing, but you also have so many other ways to help support some of these Pokemon. You've got the Indeedee. You also have the Tornadus just to provide the supportive roles. But on the flip side of things too, there's a Trick Room mode option available. You've got a Cresselia here as well as this Heatran.
The thing for me with the Cresselia isn't just the Trick Room flexibility it has, but that new move it gets access to, Lunar Blessing, being able to give yourself and your partner that recovery and potentially heal any status afflictions as well, just gives you so much flexibility on the field, particularly if you're paired up with maybe a bulky Pokemon that likes to use Trick Room, let's say the Iron Hands, for example. Yes, it can take a hit or two, but then you're able to heal it right back up, and it's a very difficult wall to break through. Regieleki, however, is a Pokemon I've got to talk about. It's one that is going to be trying to break through all the rules of defense that Esteban is able to put back up. Having access to that Ice Terra Blast does really give Regieleki a time to shine because it doesn't have the most diverse move pool. It really, I believe in Sword and Shield, it was really limited to just electric type moves plus, Hyper Beam maybe. That was kind of the only one we really saw around. And so now being able to switch things up to have a move of Terra Blast that could be any type of choice gives it a little bit more flexibility. But it's not the only superstar on here. Some old favorites as well. Fluttermane, the Chi-Yu, we've seen that synergy combination as well. And I want to mention as well, this Fluttermane is holding the Focus Sash. That's not something we've seen in a while on that Pokemon.
It's usually the choice specs to be able to lock into some of the more aggressive options that the Fluttermane can have, as well as those coverage moves, and just give it a little bit of a boost to that special attack. But on the flip side of things, when we get a chance to dissect Esteban's team, we talked about the Cresselia that does have Lunar Blessing, the Trick Room, but there's so many other threats on this team that you can't count out of this. You got the Landorus, Fluttermane, of course the Iron Hands as well to help synergize alongside that Cresselia, but it's also Wellspring, Ogerpon on both sides. How does that play a role in this match?
Honestly, that's a very interesting mirror. We've talked a little bit about how sometimes the Ogerpons that are different shape up against each other, and you often have obviously a type advantage from time to time. But actually, I think looking at both these Pokemon, it's going to come down to how the trainers have invested that additional training in. Is there potentially going to be a speed advantage, or is there going to be some extra bulk? You can potentially get even the offensive variant on Terrago's side with that Swords Dance. So maybe it's going to be particularly bulky and then has the option to switch to the offensive mode with a Swords Dance. That's something Esteban has to watch out for.
Exactly, because he's got the Follow Me on his side, and so that is a great way to be able to redirect away any attacks, and so that could mean that it's a little bit more defensively trained to help withstand some of those hits that it would be redirecting away. But that's going to be, where are the fingers pointing? That's where we got to figure it out, because Indeedee can do it too. And we are about to get into this top 8 match between Thiago Lattanzi and Esteban Molina.
Get excited, just like Regieleki, it's out here paired up with the Ogerpon against the opposing Cresselia and the Iron Hands. Of course, Iron Hands has the potential to go for a fake out here and slow Regieleki down a little bit in pace. At the same time, it's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure with something like the Electro Egg to maybe lower the speeds, but that's not something you want when there is a potential Trick Room coming through. So Regieleki maybe identifying the writings on the wall with the speed tiers. Trick Room's very likely to go up, so I'm going to try and pivot my fast Pokemon out and bring in a Pokemon like Indeedee.
I really like the Indeedee switch in here too, because something that the Iron Hands pressures is going to be that fake out. And now that you have the Psychic Terrain active, that's actually not something that can come in either direction for the Indeedee. And of course, you're trying to preserve that Ogerpon to go for that damage. And now that the Psychic Terrain is out, it can't get affected, and that Swords Dance is going to be able to get off.
Ogerpon very, very safe to be able to go for that. Cresselia does get the Trick Room up now, so Iron Hands might be in a position where it can go for some damage, but the Indeedee in prime position to be able to provide the support to that Ogerpon. It could always go for that Follow Me, redirect anything that Iron Hands wants to throw its way, but at the same time, it could also give a little helping hand and boost up the offensive pressure off that Ogerpon even more.
But I think what's really nice about the position that Thiago is in is that he has 2 Pokemon on the field right now that can help stall out those Trick Room turns. Both of them have the option to go for some type of protect. Maybe you get a little lucky there with the Ogerpon, and then the Spiky Shield gets to get a little bit of chip damage down, but Cresselia is out of here. Esteban wants to show his own Ogerpon off.
Yes, so Ogerpon going to enjoy the Trick Room environment here, as Indeedee actually just goes straight for a protect, maybe scouting out a little bit what Esteban wants to be going for, as does the Ogerpon going for the Spiky Shield. A nice way to start stalling out some of these Trick Room turns as well, playing a little bit defensively and allowing Iron Hands to go for the Wild Charge. It doesn't go into the Spiky Shield, so not going to take any additional chip damage here, but no damage on the board.
No, and that means a fresh start as Tiago looks to navigate this next turn, as well as Esteban, because you now have your own Ogerpon on the field. This is the one that can go for the follow me, so maybe the Iron Hands is a bit safer to try to go for something like the Wild Charge in response to the Ogerpon on Tiago's side. That Sword Stance is now available to really let loose with that +2 attack.
Exactly, you can start capitalize on it and trying to get some big damage on the board. I think it was nice from Esteban to bring the Cresselia out because it can be a very difficult Pokemon to KO. So possibly Tiago was trying to get as much attack pressure on the field to be able to whittle away at it a little bit more. Another Pokemon like the Ogerpon on the opposing side is going to be able to take those Ivy Cudgels much better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're okay with that when you're a water type and also a
True.
grass type. I think the typing works out just great for you, but it is time for terrestrialization, and this is really where we can start to see the pace of this game change. It's going to be the Indeedee, though, so a very defensive Terra type coming through here when it is going to be that Dragon Terra.
We honestly don't often see terrestrialization being banked onto an Indeedee, so interesting to see this Dragon Terra type coming out. It is going to go for the Follow Me, just to provide the redirectional support to the Ogerpon. As the Wild Charge comes through, that was definitely trying to land itself into the water type of the Ogerpon, as Iron Hands takes a little bit of recoil. It is going to be the Ogerpon on Esteban's side moving first with the Ivy Cudgel, but as you can see, it's not very effective, doing minimal damage. And the Ogerpon on Tiago's side goes, I can throw another Soul's Dance in the mix. Let's get my attack super boosted.
And at this point, you've whittled away so many turns of Trick Room. There's only 2 left, and that means that Tiago is starting to buy some time to be able to make use of these Sword Stance boosts. That Dragon Terra is so effective, and you can see why a lot of trainers are still opting to use that terrestrialization over something else that might be a bit more defensive in this meta, like a Steel or a Poison Terra type.
Exactly, and that is, you called it perfectly, where we have seen that change into the Terra Dragon archetype coming through. Tiago can now play relatively safely if he wants to. You can always go for that double kind of protect and the Spiky Shield as well, stall out another turn, and in the next turn go for that redirectional support again, so that the Trick Room ends and then your faster Ogerpon can be able to shine. Esteban, however, can of course punish this play by making some board adjustments, and the Heatran is going to come into effect. Again, a Pokemon that isn't necessarily going to be able to hit the opposing Indeedee for super effective damage, and Indeedee not going on the defensive here once again, just going for the Follow Me and drawing in all these single target attacks from the Iron Hands. Going to be going for the Drain Punch, getting a little bit of recovery, but critically the Indeedee is still on the field.
Yeah, then Indeedee is still around to provide maybe in one more Follow Me, but it's the Horn Leech into the Iron Hands. It's been a long time since I've seen an Iron Hands take that much damage, and the Assault Vest is not going to save you from that physical grass type attack. So Ogerpon is going to be able to heal up anything if it had taken any damage, but Indeedee is protecting it very well.
Yep, Indeedee really preserving the Ogerpon, and this is the last turn of Trick Room as well, so Tiago only has to stall this one out to then allow his faster Ogerpon to shine, and Regieleki in the back as well might be able to rejoin the field. Esteban again making some adjustments here, knowing that it might be in his interest to try and get the Trick Room set back up again, so that's why Cresselia is in prime position for the next turn to be able to try and get that rolling. We are going to see a terrestrialization happening though again here, and it's going to be on that Heatran, dropping its Steel and Fire typing and instead embracing the grassier side of life.
And that's a great choice for Esteban to make here, because you are getting rid of that fire typing, which would be vulnerable to an incoming attack from that Wellspring Ogerpon. And it protects here just to make things a little bit tricky. Maybe you look at that Indeedee and say that could be a really easy target to pick off, but it is the final turn of Trick Room. You may as well stall it out. And you can see what this Heatran is trying to go for, which is going to be that Heat Wave this turn.
Yep, just trying to maybe get a little bit of double coverage on here and try and chip away at this Indeedee, because it's definitely being a bit frustrating for Esteban to play around. You want to be able to get the big damage onto the attacking Pokemon, and Indeedee's just kind of absorbing all of those attacks. Trick Room is indeed now over, and
I am a little curious if Ogerpon has enough oomph in it at the moment with all of those Swords Dance moves to be able to get rid of the Cresselia from the field. Wouldn't be surprised to see a helping hand come into effect in order to boost that even more to try and guarantee the KO.
If this gets a one-hit knockout, I would be absolutely surprised. And we're not going to get a chance to see that, though, because Esteban thinks twice about it. Does not want to be able to invest into the Cresselia there to get the Trick Room back up, but this just might come back to bite him. You see the helping hand come through, Lou.
It's going to be big damage. Hornleech gets the one-hit KO with the cheeky critical hit on the opposing Ogerpon. So in the Battle of the Ogerpons, Thiago does come out on top.
And now that means that the Cresselia can come back in, or the Iron Hands, but the Heat Wave here to finally finish the job onto the Ndidi. Esteban has worked so hard to remove that supportive force from the field.
Exactly, and now you have the potential on Thiago's side to bring in a Pokemon like that Regieleki. It can then apply pressure once again with its very powerful electric type attacks. We're not going to be able to see any Terra Ice on there because we have already seen the Terastallization on the Ndidi, but it can still definitely hit hard. The question, however, is going to be on this Heatran. Like you've already mentioned, Rose, there's not a lot that the Ogerpon on Thiago's side can necessarily do to it now that it is a grass type, but there are still plenty of attack boost onto that Ogerpon, and that's going to be the threat for the Cresselia. But speaking of threats, there's a Flutter Mane.
And that's why this Terra into the grass type on the Heatran is actually so valuable for Thiago, because now you get rid of the resist that you have versus all of these fairy type attacks that this Flutter Mane could be pressuring out. And we're going to see yet another switch here. Esteban removes that Cresselia, brings back in the Iron Hands. It has the Assault Vest, but it's so low HP that the Shadow Ball hitting in that direction meant for the Cresselia is plenty to knock it out.
Yep, the Flutter Mane just going for the Shadow Ball here. It is running the Focus Sash, but does have the utility to be able to switch up moves between turns as the Ogerpon goes for the Horn Leech. Oh my goodness, that does over 50% to the Heatran. I was not expecting that.
I wasn't either. That is so much damage, and that is just the power of a +4 Horn Leech. The Flutter Mane even hangs on from that Flash Cannon. I can't believe it.
I mean, Flutter Mane is very specially defensively bulky, but to be able to take a super effective attack like that, incredible on such a little amount of HP. Now the Cresselia is really in a difficult position. It is a prime target for the double up here, and we've seen it jumping in and out of the battle the whole time, but now as there are only 2 Pokemon remaining on Esteban's side, there is no way for it to escape. Flutter Mane going for the Shadow Ball. This is already going to do a significant amount of damage, but due to the defensive Cresselia, it is going to be able to hang on. But with the double up of Ivy Cudgel, it doesn't matter how much bulk you've got, you are out of here.
That Protect on the Heatran, hoping that the Cresselia would be able to set up something like the Trick Room for it to thrive in, is unfortunately not going to come to fruition. And Esteban is just down to this Heatran in this game number 1 that's sitting at that half health.
It definitely is, and we know how much damage the Ogerpon can do. Flutter Mane together is going to be able to pick up the KO. But first of all, we have the disconnection. Our judges will now handle the situation going forward, and we will keep you updated as we go on. But one thing I just want to talk about is the incredible prowess of the Ndidi in that match. Yes, it wasn't able to deal out a lot of damage, but the way that it was able to strategically stall out the Trick Room turns for Thiago to enable the Ogerpon to thrive outside of the Trick Room was critical, because sometimes when you're in a Trick Room position, you have to spend the time playing very defensively, making a couple of adjustments here and there, but actually Thiago was like, no, you're buying me some time to set up the Swords Dance, and he was able to get 2 of those off in the game thanks to the support that Ndidi was able to give.
Yes, exactly. And that was so valuable, not only because of just how many turns of Trick Room that stalled out, but I think that at the end of the day, when you get the +4 online, it's really difficult to try to get past that. And I think Esteban was really banking on being able to remove it with something like his own Ogerpon, and was not able to find that attack damage.
To be honest, I love seeing the Ogerpon being used in Trick Room for Esteban. That's not something we see every day. There's often a few more traditional Trick Room users, let's say, that will often come into the fray there. Pokemon like Ursaluna, a cheeky Torkoal from time to time. But it was nice to see a very bulky Pokemon come into that spot. The Ivy Cudgel was able to deal a huge amount of damage and apply pressure with something like the Horn Leech as well. But ultimately, when it came to damage, Thiago's Ogerpon stole the show.
It really did. And that's the difference that we were discussing between the two, right? You have the offensive capability of the Ogerpon on Thiago's side, but you do have the follow me redirection, which is so important for some of the other attackers that Esteban has on his side. But it just wasn't able to sit on the field long enough to be able to provide that type of support.
Exactly, and the Flutter Mane as well, I think, was very interesting to see come through as the 4th Pokemon for Thiago there. You didn't even need the Regieleki to close out that endgame. Flutter Mane is in a prime position to be able to apply super effective damage threat with that Shadow Ball. And as you can see, we have confirmation Thiago Latanzi was able to win that game 1 we will now be advancing into the game 2.
Yes, and that's where we can look forward to what Esteban can do in terms of adjustments. What do you feel about the Trick Room in this matchup? I feel like that was a little bit difficult to find value from.
Do you know what? I think it was an excellent strategy coming out, looking at team preview, let's say. You see things like the Regieleki, the Ogerpon, Fluttermane, and you think, hey, these are Pokemon that can benefit from being in a faster speed, so I'm going to be able to bring that Trick Room up. But Indeedee was just so disruptive and so bulky, particularly. I mean, these are both physical attackers, but you did get that special defense boost as well from the Psychic Seed. That's going to be a bit detrimental to the Heatran, and because it was so difficult then for Esteban to KO, it meant that Tiago could actually capitalize on the time being bought with that Trick Room. So I think if I was Esteban, I couldn't rely on Heatran going into this next game. Your tournament is on the line here at the end of the day. This is top 8. You have to go with something you think is going to be able to take you all the way.
Yeah, I think maybe you need to also reconsider if the Cresselia is putting on enough offensive pressure, because that is one thing that we've highlighted its supportive capabilities with something like the Lunar Blessing, but it just wasn't in a nice position to be able to actually make use of something like that. And when you look at the attacks it has available, it's going to be Psychic and Ice Beam. Those do look kind of nice in this matchup if you're looking at something like the Tornadus, or even if you just kind of look at just like the Fluttermane, Regieleki, you just get a little bit of damage down to either one. But it's tough when you do see some of these other Pokemon like the Chi-Yu on the other side, and just in general, just how many weaknesses that Cresselia does have.
Exactly, and you know, Cresselia wasn't in a position to do anything in that game 1. It set up Trick Room and then switched out, and then when we saw it come back in, it literally switched in, switched out, switched in, switched out. We didn't get to see it really click any moves, and the fact that Tiago was able to exert that amount of pressure on that critical Pokemon at Esteban's side meant that ultimately, in a way, Esteban was only playing with one Pokemon towards that end game because Cresselia just wasn't doing anything. It just left that spot incredibly vulnerable.
I kind of wonder if then you switch things up. You do have a Choice Specs Fluttermane on your side, so is there potential that you can lean into a little bit more of that investment in terms of special attack? It is a little tough because you do have that Dragon Terra and Indeedee on the other side. It might not be as easy to be able to land that special attack damage, but it's kind of nice if you're able to force out the Dragon Terra and then go in and try to hit with something like a Dazzling Gleam.
That's the thing. I think if I was Esteban, I would bring the Fluttermane and try and capitalize on that a little bit more, just for the reasons you said. The Indeedee was so disruptive, and if it doesn't go for Terrestrialization, let's be honest, Fluttermane can hit incredibly hard with something like a Moonblast, and if it does go for the Dragon Terror, then you have your Fairy-type moves to be able to counter it. The one issue, I think, will be the fact that it's holding that Psychic Seed and will get the special defense boost, but the Fluttermane on Esteban's side is running that Choice Specs. If you maybe double up with a physical attacker, something like the Ogerpon, for example, or even the Iron Hands, I think a double up should be enough to be able to get rid of that Indeedee.
Yeah, and I think Esteban had a very safe game plan for that game 1 too. And something that was so disruptive was that Psychic terrain. You wanted to go for that turn 1 fake out, and that's where I also have questions about how much pressure Iron Hands in that situation was really putting onto the other side. I think Esteban has ways to play this matchup, but it has to be from kind of like, I don't think he needs to speed control. His team's super bulky.
Yeah, I completely agree. It can take a lot of hits, and I think particularly from that turn 1, you see that classic time and time again where there's an Indeedee in team preview. It doesn't come in the lead, but it is in the back, able to switch in order to support the partner Pokemon or just stop any priority from running around. There isn't any Rillaboom on Esteban's side either, so there isn't a way to be able to override that terrain. That said, other than the fake out, that isn't exactly priority across the rest of the board. So Psychic terrain isn't the worst thing in the world to be able to be set up. You don't have to worry about any, side spam going down on Tiago's side with any, expanding force, for example. But what you do have to contend with is the back foot you get put on if you try to go for that fake out. Possibly in that situation, you might think, hey, Indeedee could come in at any minute. It's not worth the risk to be null and void this turn with the fake out. What if I try and go for the Drain Punch? Maybe try and catch a Pokemon switching in, go for the Heavy Slam and try and deal some damage into something like the Fluttermane, for example. So I think if you're bringing Iron Hands again, you have to utilize it in a stronger position than you did in game 1.
Yes, I agree with you, and maybe that just means trying to just go for some damage right away. I think like Iron Hands is one of those Pokemon that is so incredibly bulky, and we only didn't really see it take that damage until that Ogerpon was at like +2, +4. So Iron Hands absolutely has some staying power, and if you're able to lead with it, maybe you do switch things up to just go, I don't know, go for a little cheeky Wild Charge or Drain Punch and just see if you are able to land some damage.
Exactly, I mean, Wild Charge is still going to hurt a Pokemon like Fluttermane. It's not physically bulky at all. And then again, going into something like the Ogerpon, you can deal some decent damage, and if Tiago decides to shake things up and bring Tornadus, it has the option to do it there as well. Focusing a little bit more into game 2. Regieleki for Tiago, as much as we've talked about it and it's been really strong, it kind of wasn't needed in this match. Particularly when you see straight away that Esteban has the utility to go for Trick Room, it means that Regieleki isn't going to have a fun time there. So Tiago was forced to make the adjustment very, very quickly. I wonder if it's still going to come into this match. It doesn't threaten a lot of things necessarily, particularly if the Landorus is on the field and it's not able to go for that Terra Flying, your Electric Time moves aren't going to hit it. And I think Tiago has a lot of Pokemon that will benefit from the terrestrialization more. Obviously we saw the Indeedee with the Dragon, but then even Ogerpon going for the water to be able to get the boost that it gets from a body aspect as well could put it in a very strong position.
I agree with that, and Esteban does have his work cut out for him in terms of trying to force out a Terra on Tiago's side. Once that Dragon Terra came out from the Indeedee, I think that was something that Esteban just had just didn't have enough utility to be able to get through, and he has the options to get around that. I think if you're able to force something out, let's say you see like the Chi-Yu or even like the Tornadus or something, then maybe you're able to get a Terra out that way, and you can bring in your own Ogerpon and try to make some work out of more offensive Terra type. So let's get into this game number 2. Tiago Latanzi in this best of 3 for top 8 is going to be leading with 1-0, and hey, wait a minute, this is a big adjustment here from both sides. Esteban's got the Flutter Mane and the Landorus, and we do see the Tornadus and Chi-Yu here for Tiago.
Lots of adjustments coming out of the blocks. I like from Tiago that you have got the Tornadus in play. You can always go for something like the Tailwind, gain a little bit more momentum, or also you could set up that Rain Dance. I feel like you wouldn't want to set up though because your Chi-Yu wants to be able to go for some amazing action here and apply some pressure to the opposing Pokemon. The critical thing for me is going to be the speed of that opposing Landorus. It has the Choice Scarf, so if you're Tiago, I would click that Tailwind in order to give yourself an advantage against a Choice Scarf Pokemon.
Yeah, I think there's also some maybe really fun synergy there if you just want to go for something like a Bleak Wind Storm and also just the Heat Wave, just go for some of that just spread damage. But you also don't really just kind of lack the benefit from even just going for a Snarl. Sadly, the Landorus didn't get the lead that it would have wanted to see in the front, so you bring in the Iron Hands to be able to take its place.
Yep, Iron Hands may be feeling a little bit safer about this. It can do super effective damage to both of these opposing Pokemon, and doesn't even have to risk the fake out in that next turn, can go straight on the offensive like you were saying. And speaking of straight on the offensive, we are going to add a little bit more fuel to the fire on this Chi-Yu, able to be able to deal out some big damage with something like a Heat Wave here. Tornadus is going to be able to go for that Tailwind, boost up the speed by double on Tiago's side of the field, as Chi-Yu connects the Heat Wave on both the opposing Pokemon.
That means that Flutter Mane's going to be taking some substantial damage. It is able to hang on, though, which means that it's going to be able to fire back a move of its own. And it is a single target Moonblast into the Tornadus. The critical hit is going to remove it.
Do you know what? That's unfortunate. You can see Tiago is not happy about it, but the Tailwind is set up on your side of the field, taking a sneak peek into the Pokemon in the back. This is where you can bring in that Indeedee. You then set the Psychic Terrain. You don't have to worry about the Iron Hands that's coming, going for that fake out at all. And now you have that redirectional support once again. Yes, you're not going to go for your Terrorization, but you don't really want it when you're facing down against an opposing Flutter Mane anyway.
Yeah, and the nice thing here for Tiago too is that Flutter Mane is choice specs on Esteban's side. So you know that it's going to be locked into the Moonblast, so a Follow Me here would ensure that that attack is not going to be going away to that Chi-Yu. I think Esteban here, especially after that first knockout, I think he can feel that there might be another one coming as long as he plays his cards right.
Exactly, and you know the Ogerpon's in the back for Tiago as well. You know that there's a Landorus on Esteban's side. That's something that he's going to need in order to KO the Landorus a little bit later on. Chi-Yu in a prime position to capitalize on the Tailwind, connects the Heat Wave once again, KOs the Flutter Mane, does a significant amount to the Iron Hands, and I don't feel like Iron Hands is in a position where it will necessarily be able to get the KO against this opposing Indeedee. Obviously a Drain Punch is still going to be able to hurt, but hey, it's not going to be able to move anyway. Indeedee Speedy 2 in the Tailwind, it gets a KO as well.
That's going to be a double knockout here. And now Esteban is down to his final 2 Pokemon. You're going to hope for him that Landorus and that fourth and final in the back is going to be able to get through this hyper offense that Tiago has set up. It is the Ogerpon that's going to be sitting right beside that Landorus. And while Landorus is not going to be able to land that Intimidate attack drop onto either of these Pokemon, this Ogerpon is still a huge threat.
Yes, the Ogerpon has the potential to obviously go for the Terrestrialization as well and just become a full Terra Water type. That will give it a little bit of stead in front of something like the Chi-Yu. Not going to have to worry so much about these fire type moves coming through. And again, the Chi-Yu doesn't really have anything to hit it. It's not running a Dark Pulse, for example. It can only really hit it well for that Snarl, which is going to be null and void, to be honest. Indeedee going for the Follow Me, just going to provide a little bit of support for the Chi-Yu. That's going for a Null Heat Wave. Obviously not going to be able to connect on the Ogerpon, but is going to try and start whittling away at this opposing Landorus. As you can see, the crowd is celebrating. We can see the connection, and it does a one-hit KO KO on the Landorus. I'm sorry, little fish, I said you needed Ogerpon to get the job done. This is an incredible run for Tiago here.
And Esteban played what he needed to do, that spiky shield, just to try to bypass some of these turns of Tailwind, stall it out, so hopefully that this Landorus could survive and also be able to hit back with something really hard. But this is going to be Esteban's last hope. It's all riding on top of this Ogerpon Wellspring. It's going to take the Terraform as well, get that Embody Aspect boost, and hope to be able to take out this Chi-Yu or Ndidi.
That's the thing, the Embody Aspect is going to be able to boost up the special defense. That's something that you need in the face of both of these special attackers, particularly with the Beads of Ruin ability on the field, lowering those special defenses even further for Chi-Yu to capitalize on. But it's going to go for the overheat, manages to connect it down onto its target, and Chi-Yu gets a Nulla knockout. Was that 4 for 4?
That's a 4 for 4 and a critical hit!
Wow, oh my goodness. I know Tailwind's supposed to boost the speed on his side of the field, but it completely ran through that match. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think it just got something even bigger out of that Embody Aspect. I think it just felt all of that just love and support for Tiago in the audience too. That was an incredible showing from the Chi-Yu. Holy moly. We saw Golden Go take knockout after knockout in some of these previous matches, but just switching it up there was such a big deal for Tiago to be able to take this matchup. Huge commiserations though to Esteban. He made it this far into the top 8, and what a performance from him for this event. But it is Tiago that is going to be moving on.
Honestly, Esteban tried his best in that, and again, huge congratulations for making it this far into the top 8.
Yes.
But Tiago was in complete control. I should have said Chi-Yu had commanded all of the presence in this game. You can see that first heat wave wasn't enough to be able to get the KO, but it then came back with a vengeance, able to secure knockout after knockout after knockout after knockout, going 4 for 4. Here you can see it getting down onto the opposing Flutter Mane, and once again, Ndidi. Oh, actually, we have to say, Ndidi got the follow-up there, but it
did get a KO.
It wouldn't have been able to do it without Chi-Yu, let's be honest. And honestly, I have to say the synergy between these Pokemon have been outstanding as well. The Psychic being able to be boosted by the Beads of Ruin ability. Although the Ogerpon tried its best, look at that, it's gone.
That critical hit on top of it, like that's not an attack that you ever expect that Ogerpon Wellspring to be able to take in that instance, especially not after it got that special defense boost from that Embody Aspect, and Chi-Yu still able to overpower that. That was just some very clean execution by that Chi-Yu, and definitely was it did something right this morning to hit all those heat waves too.
Honestly, I'm still a little tongue-tied from it. I'm a little in shock. It's been a long day, and I think I need a little tailwind to be able to keep me on track here, because that Chi-Yu brought the heat. Like, honestly, being able to see it go for that Terrifier as well, and that the fact it's running the Life Orb just gave it so much momentum in that match. And I wasn't expecting to see it, to be honest. My eyes definitely been on the Regieleki, particularly from that game 1. Yes, it wasn't able to be brought as well, and then seeing the adaptations from both of our trainers coming out of the blocks in that game too, you could tell it was going to be an exciting game, but it was Tiago's to call. That Chi-Yu just was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it did a great job there, and the Tailwind, as you called out very early on in that game number 2, just swung so much momentum in his favor, and Tiago was just able to run with the wind in his sails and be able to get the job done. So that is going to do it for that side of the bracket. We have determined which 2 players will be battling it out in our top 4. It's going to be Riley Factura versus Tiago Latanzi. That is going to be such a hype matchup. We have to wait to get to that though, because we still have 2 more top 4 players that we have to determine from these matches that we have next. Next up will be Victor Medina versus David Rodriguez, and then we have Marco Silva versus Yuya Tara.
Yes, we're only halfway through Masters top 8 here. We've still got half the show to carry on to find out who our remaining 2 top 4 contestants will be. I mean, this is just incredible. Riley and Tiago have already put on such strong, dominant performances in their top 8 matches. This top 4 is going to be very exciting, I can guarantee it. I mean, I'm still just completely blown away by the Chi. I'm going to just keep probably talking about this the rest of the day, because we've spoken a little bit about the Treasures of Ruin Pokemon coming through, and the fact that Chi and Pao has been very strong. We saw Riley go for, Chi and Pao Dragonite combinations, and now the other Treasure of Ruin Pokemon, the Chi-Yu, is kind of saying that I have a very viable place here too, picking up in usage with all of the special attackers it can be paired with. And if you take a deeper dive on the team, you've got the Regieleki, the Ndidi, the Flutter Mane. There's a lot of utility for it on that team.
It's so funny to see the Chi-Yu and the Flutter Mane just even as a combo is really stepped back in terms of usage, and now it is still showing that it can be a force to be reckoned with here. But Whew. Yeah, we gotta take just a second to be able to recompose ourselves from the end of that matchup. So while we do that, we want to make sure that you also are able to get in on the action. So check out all these amazing giveaways that we have for you. Go get your own Dragapult in game. We got some stuff to show you for TCG2. There's just a lot to be able to get here from enjoying LAIC.
Exactly, we've been telling you about the Dragapult all weekend long. If you haven't got one yet, why not? Go get yourself Alex Gomez-Burner's Dragapult. Again, you can only redeem it once per account via the mystery gift in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, and you must use the passcode by the 20th November 2023, 1 minute before midnight UTC. That's not a lot of time, guys. You got to get in on this.
Yeah, get in on this one while the going is good, and also get in on this TCG that you can grab there in TCG Live. Iron Valiant EX, that beautiful card art. If you play the TCG, I think this is one to be sure that you will want to add to your collection. And we also have Twitch drops, so check out the other games that we have featured here at the Latin America International Championships. We've got Pokemon TCG as well as Pokemon Go that you can earn these in-game rewards for.
Exactly, and I really love the Roaring Moon that you get to see on the deck box as well for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live deck box you can get in there, but it's really not been the Pokemon highlight right now. Roaring Moon has definitely been a key part of the LAIC experience so far this weekend, but I'm all about the Chi-Yu right now.
I'm also all about the Chi-Yu. Is it going to be the dragon or the little fish?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Who is going to come out on top at this event?
Or the dragon and Didi?
That's the thing. It could either way. There's kind of a dragon apiece, right? That could potentially work. And you can let us know who you think is going to be victorious here at LAIC. Engaging with all of our social medias. Use that hashtag Pokemon LAIC. Have I got that one right? It's been a long day. And
yes.
Also hashtag Play Pokemon as well. But particularly that hashtag Pokemon LAIC means that we will be able to spot all of your messages. We very much enjoyed looking at all of your art, all your cats watching the broadcast as well, and just being able to kind of get a little bit of your viewing experience here as well.
Yeah, make sure you follow all of our channels as well. If you've been enjoying the action for Pokemon LAIC, then you will also hopefully enjoy the next few tournaments that we're going to be having here as we close out the rest of the Regulation E rule set, as well as just look forward on our road to the World Championships. So much coverage, and in case you missed any of the events, yeah, you know, they're on YouTube as well. But we got to look forward to our next top 8 match, because this is really where we get to see yet another huge matchup in this top 8, and it is going to be Victor Medina versus David Rodriguez. Both of them have so much love and support for themselves too when it comes down to playing on this international stage. Even talking to David, he's got his family in the audience right now, and Victor, of course, has such a strong network of friends there in the European region.
Yes, let's recap some of their teams as well. Looking very similar, I've got to say. We've got for Victor Medina, the Urshifu, Hisuian Arcanine, Rillaboom, Fluttermane, Tornadus, and the Chi-Pao. And on David Rodriguez's side, the Urshifu, Rillaboom, Golden Go, Tornadus, Arcanine, and the Fluttermane. I think the only change there is going to be the Chi-Pao and the Golden Go.
Yeah, that does make this such a unique matchup, right? Because one is going to lean in a little bit more into the physical offense of the team, and on David's side, he's going to be leaning a little bit more into that special attack. And as you take a look at these accomplishments too, these are two very well-established players. Victor Medina, though, having the season of a lifetime, honestly, when you take a look at his performances in Scarlet and Violet. But David, like, continuing to show up for the Latin American region, and also just showing that he's a big contender here on the international stage.
Yeah, Victor Medina having such consistency in top 8 finishes at the World Championships across senior and Masters divisions, and now here in the top 8 at the Latin America International Championships. He's going to be wanting to go one better and go into that top 4, just like NAIC last year, and then try and get into the grand finals. But David Rodriguez, a very formidable opponent.
Yeah, I think that he has also really shown that as well when the match that we ended up seeing from him in those final rounds of Swiss. And he brought a lot to the table. I think one of the things that he was really able to show off there is honestly just his adaptation. He had a little bit of a rough go of things in that very first game of that set, but he was able to turn things around and end up getting the wins in that game 2 and that game 3. Victor Medina is also one of those types of players, though, that really is able to work under that pressure. He's no stranger to being on the stage and on the official stream, and that can be a lot to have to kind of mentally take in.
Oh yeah, he's super resilient, and taking a look at his team as well, there's an amount of bulk on here as well in the form of that Rillaboom with the Assault Vest, going to be able to take a lot of those special attacks. And there's something you have to watch out for, considering the fact that David has that Golden Go with the Choice Specs. Make It Rain is going to be very disruptive here for Victor. Taking a look at the Pokemon Chi-Pao, Fluttermane, even the Hisuian Arcanine and the Tornadus don't necessarily want to be taking a Choice Specs Make It Rain at all.
Yeah, and so what are the ways that maybe Victor can actually limit that? You look at something like the Shadow Ball on the Flutter main side, and that's like a speedy option to be able to help try to control that Golden Go. But as you can see here, it is that Terra Steel. So not only are you going to be hit by all of that damage, but you also end up having that extra boost to it, of course, alongside the Tailwind. But it's time to get into this next Masters Top 8 match between David Rodriguez and Victor Medina. And you can see the leads right now. It's all about the offense.
It certainly is. Arcanane's also been able to throw an Intimidate down against two perfect physical attackers in the form of the Urshifu and the Rillaboom. And now Victor in a position where you have the potential to be hit with a Fake Out, and your Tornadus having that Rocky Helmet, not Covert Cloak, means that you are going to have to go for that Terra Ghost if you want to be able to avoid it. At the same time, Xavier's going to know that going into that Tornadus is going to give you that little bit of recoil. But I love the adjustments being made here. Arcanine's done its job throwing down the Intimidate, so you can now bring a Rillaboom in to apply pressure to that opposing Urshifu with something like a Grassy Glide in the next turn.
Yeah, and you're hoping here too that it's going to be the Rillaboom that's going to be on the receiving end of maybe a Surging Strikes coming through from the Urshifu. Much safer to go for that. You know that's not going to actually be affected by those Intimidate drops, and you're also going to resist them. And so Victor too also investing into this terrestrialization on that Tornadus' side. You want that Ghost Terra to hopefully soak up that Fake Out.
Exactly, and the Urshifu on David's side going for that Terra Water, going to give a boost to all of those water-type moves in the form of Aqua Jet and Surging Strikes, as well as the fact that it is holding that Mystic Water. The Fake Out was going into the Tornado, so that's going to have no effect, and it is now a Ghost-type. Bleakwind Storm able to connect on both these opponents, does a sizable amount of damage, over a third, as Urshifu was able to retaliate with the Surging Strikes. It was going down into this Tornadus, however, going to be guaranteed 3 critical hits. It is going to take the Rocky Helmet damage, however. This is something Urshifu has seen time and time again on Pokemon like the Amoonguss, but now it's going to see on the Tornadus this time.
Yeah, and look at how much damage that it's taking. That's going to be 3 hits, which means 3 sets of recoil going into that Urshifu. It's now already on just a sliver of HP, even just after getting hit by that Bleakwind Storm. The Tornadus is out of here, but it's set the Tailwind. That is a free swap on the board here for Victor to go for.
Exactly. The one issue I have to say is, was the risk or was the investment of the Ghost Terra gonna be worth it? Because yes, it meant that you were able to go for the Bleakwind Storm, but you then aren't able to capitalize on anything like a Tailwind to set up for your Pokemon in the back. We have obviously got the Arcanine. We can see as well the 4th Pokemon now revealed is going to be that Flutter Mane. The Flutter Mane on Victor's side is running the booster energy, so it is going to be able to activate its Photosynthesis and give itself a special attack boost, but we almost need it to kind of have a speed boost at this point.
Maybe, but at least you have the Tailwind behind it, right? And so that is something that can really help to try to overcome some of those things. And as I say that, I'm totally remembering now there was no Tailwind because it went for the Bleakwind Storm, and I literally just said that. So thank you for looking at me like that.
It's okay, I was thinking I might miss a turn here as well. Flutter Mane, doesn't have to worry about speed tiers anyway when priority moves are used here. Going to be doubling down into it, but Flutter Mane able to hang on actually and go for that Dazzling Gleam. It is going to KO the Urshifu, so both the Terrestrialized Pokemon are out here in the top 8. And of course, on David's side, the Assault Vest on the Rillaboom going to be able to take that attack incredibly well.
Yeah, and now the Rillaboom gets to use U-turn as well, and that's just a double knockout. So both the Urshifu and the Rillaboom here for David do have to go back to their Pokeballs as it's going to be down to these final 2. And you can see Victor actually looking at this U-turn as an opportunity as well to try to bring in that Arcanine.
Exactly, giving him a little bit of pivoting on the field. The Arcanine can come back here. The Pokemon on the opposing side obviously being felled means that David is now going to be forced to bring out those last 2 remaining Pokemon. They're going to have to take the Intimidate, and if they are any of the other physical attackers in the form of the Arcanine, that's not going to be ideal, because yes, the Arcanine is now going to be able to throw an Intimidate against Victor's one, but it's at least able to swap out. Tornadus is an interesting choice, though. I was not expecting that necessarily.
Yeah, I was really interested to see why the Tornadus is in the back here. Usually when we see the Tornadus, just like on Victor's side, it does go in the front, so it has that opportunity to go for either the damage or just try to go for one of those supportive options. But now that it's in the back, maybe there's something else up this Arcanine sleeve, or even just the Tornadus for what it could go for.
Yep, this Arcanine is the Citrus Berry variant, so it's not going to be able to hit as hard as, say, something like the Choice Band. But it can still always go for something like the Flare Blitz, try and deal with the Pokemon on the opposing side, like the Rillaboom, for example. Tornadus is going to go for the Tailwind here, try and boost up the speed to swing a little bit momentum back into David's favor.
And because it's a Citrus Berry as well, it's not locking itself into anything, so you can go for something like this Rock Slide, but it's not going to get the flinch, so the Shadow Ball in response into this Suian Arcanine is going to bring it down to about half HP.
Yeah, the Flutter Mane not falling for the flinch here, going to be able to not only survive the rock slide, but get a little bit more damage on the board against the Arcanine. This now does put the Arcanine in a very vulnerable position as well. Rillaboom has the capability to go for something like the Grassy Glide just to try and get more damage on the board, and particularly if Fluttermane's able to follow it up, then it's going to be able to get the KO. The key thing, however, is David's side is currently faster with that Tailwind.
Yeah, and that was, I mean, honestly, one of the reasons why you might have wanted to preserve this Tornadus for later. Some trainers have opted to leave it in the back only for some of these moments where, okay, well, maybe I got the damage down that I wanted to with the 2 offensive threats in the front, and all I need right now is for this final Pokemon to sweep through the rest of the team. And so right now for David, it is going to be that Arcanine, and Tornadus can also pack a punch with that Bleakwind Storm.
And David used his Urshifu in order to get rid of the Tornadus on the opposing side, so you don't have to contend with any Tailwind wars necessarily. Rillaboom able to go for the fake out with a little critical hit to get a little extra damage on the board into the Arcanine, but that actually puts it into the proc range of the Berry. Victor, I think, not so happy with that critical hit. Now the Arcanine gets more health as a reward for the damage there. The Bleakwind Storm also going to be able to connect onto both the opposing Pokemon. KOs the Fluttermane, and Rillaboom looking very vulnerable.
Yeah, it also gets a speed drop with that as well. So even if you were looking at the Tailwind expiring at some point, now you also have a little bit more speed in your favor if this Rillaboom is not able to make advantage of this grassy terrain and of the priority it may provide to something like the Grassy Glide. But we've got this Arcanine in the back as well here for Victor, and now this is the one that gets to drop and Intimidate onto the Arcanine, and this is also going to be a Choice Band variant.
This is critical now. The Arcanine with the Choice Band is going to have to pick which move it wants to get locked into, and you are going to be able to hit incredibly hard trying to get a KO. With the speed advantage that David has, it's got to be tempting to go for that extreme speed. I feel like that would be good against the Tornadus. It's not always the bulkiest in the physical side of things, but with the Arcanine, it might be a little bit more difficult to break through. That said, the Arcanine on David's side, I don't know what it's going to be able to do to the Arcanine in retaliation. It's got a Rock Slide Flare, but it's extreme speed, and it can't really exactly go for the Will-O-Wisp.
No, it really can't here, and the Bleakwind Storm is going to miss the Rillaboom as well, so it gets to hang on. Maybe this Bleakwind Storm helps to make this a little bit easier for the Arcanine to handle, but you can see that that Rock Slide, especially without that Choice Band, isn't going to be enough, but the flinch comes through, as though Victor isn't even able to make use of the move that he locked into.
And it is, to be fair, dealing a significant amount of damage. I know that the Arcanine's able to take 1 or 2 of them, but that's why you don't need to flinch. You need to be able to deal back some damage in retaliation.
And the Grassy Terrain also just expired, so Grassy Glide priority no longer on the table, and that boost to those grass type moves is also going to go away. But the Rillaboom is going to end up avoiding the attack once again. The Bleakwind Storm not going to be able to miss, but this Arcanine doesn't miss. It's going to be able to get the knockout onto Victor's Arcanine, and it all comes down to his Rillaboom that is just barely hanging on. The Wood Hammer to be able to hit into the Arcanine to get the knockout, but it is going to take the recoil, and that will be game number 1, heading to David in this best of 3.
That's the thing, the Arcanine was the one that really needs to be the nimble dodger of the attacks as opposed to the Rillaboom, particularly with the Wood Hammer getting its KO with the recoil. A fantastic gameplay by David though, and I like how we both were a little surprised by the Tornadus coming into the late game, but it was exactly what he needed to swing that momentum. I think Victor going all in with the Ghost Terror just didn't actually pay off towards the end. You needed your Tornadus to hang around a turn or 2 to be able to go for a Tailwind of your own. Maybe he was thinking that the Arcanine was just too tempting for the Surging Strikes to come through, but David didn't fall for that. Maybe going, yes, Rillaboom is certain to come into that slot. I'm going to have to target down and remove this Tornadus from play, because if I'm able to do that, my own Tornadus is going to be able to shine later in the match.
Yeah, and look at that too. I mean, that Urshifu was taking the recoil from the Rocky Helmet, but it did exactly the job that you mentioned, which was get rid of the Tornadus and then leave it free for David's Tornadus to really help set up this Arcanine in the end game. The Bleakwind Storms were also so useful there, just to make sure that they were getting just a little bit of damage down to the point where the Arcanine could come in and really clean up that Arcanine on the opposing side.
Yep, in the Battle of the Arcanines, David's definitely came out on top, despite it not being the most traditionally used one. I really am interested to see the build of this with the fact that it's running that Citrus Berry, that we saw Victor proc, which was advantageous for David, but obviously that was not the intention of Victor in that set. But I like the fact it's running this more supportive variant in the form of that Will-O-Wisp. That's something that can apply a lot of pressure to Pokemon like the Urshifu and the Rillaboom on Victor's side of the field.
Now we're gonna get into this game number 2, and it is a huge adjustment from both. We've got Victor that's actually going to be bringing out the Urshifu just right away next to that Tornadus, and maybe be able to go for just a little bit more of that offense with something maybe like the Rain Dance. But David actually going to be bringing the Golden Go. That was a Pokemon that got left at home in that game 1.
Do you know what? I love to see the Golden Go here. I think it's going to go on an absolute rampage, and it's something that Victor cannot ignore. You have the Rillaboom once again applying fake out pressure, but are you going to commit to that Ghost Terror? I do not think it's worth it, particularly in the face of the Golden Go that can easily just lock into Shadow Ball, so it's not going to take any special attack drops from something like Make It Rain. At the same time, you don't want to necessarily go for a Make It Rain into a Pokemon like the Urshifu. It's going to be able to deal some decent damage. But for me, it's going to really come down to this Golden Go. It's going to go for that Steel Terror. It's going to, I think, go all in, potentially, on this Make It Rain, actually.
Yeah, what's really nice about this as well is that you're also going to stop yourself from something like maybe even just kind of looking at some of that priority coming through, but it's just a Detect. You don't really want to take any damage right now, and the fake out into that Tornadus is also going to stop it from being able to get an attack off this turn. It didn't go for that priority either, so Make It Rain is just going to connect.
Yeah, Make It Rain's going to follow up the fake out, and that is a Choice Spec Steel Terror. Golden Goes Make It Rain. That is going to be able to very comfortably get the knockout on the Tornadus. And once again, early doors, Victor Medina's Tornadus is out of here. This time it wasn't even able to get one move off.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, too, I think you were looking at that and maybe, okay, maybe I can get some damage down to the Rillaboom, or at this point, maybe it's just going to be a free switch once again. You have to decide what you want to bring into this slot. At the very least, for Victor here, you know that Terra was invested into the Golden Go. So if you want to, your Urshifu did protect itself. It is very possible that you could just go for something like that close combat into that slot now.
That's very true. It's no longer a Ghost type. You are able to connect with that close combat. And of course, the Golden Go, as much as we've just talked about all the boosts it's going to get to these Steel type moves, Make It Rain is going to lower the special attack. So I wouldn't be surprised, particularly in this situation where you've got an Arcanine that could go for a very powerful fire type move in the form of a Flare Blitz into either of these targets, to be honest. If Golden Go maybe wants to retreat off the field a little bit, Rillaboom's still in a prime position to use that Grassy Glide to go for some priority into the Urshifu. It has already gone for the Detect, so it will be a little bit more vulnerable, but actually Rillaboom leaving the field.
It is going to leave the field here, and it's going to be the Arcanine that comes in its place. And so if you were expecting something like that close combat to be coming in that Golden Ghost direction, it does actually help to mitigate some of that damage, and the Arcanine too. But this Arcanine for David is going to be switching right into a Rock Slide, and that's just going to be a clean one-hit knockout with that critical hit on top.
I think the Arcanine's out for revenge here after that game 1. It's definitely got its redemption, trying to say it's the best dog in town. We are going to see the Surging Strikes come through into the Golden Go as well, and this is doing significant damage. Is it going to be able to get the KO though?
Oh, just barely not. It's going to hang on even after all 3 hits go through, so the Make It Rain just be able to put the cherry on top of this turn for him, and Urshifu is able to hang on for Victor. What? It's a critical hit too.
But Urshifu absolutely holding on, saying, hey, if I can't KO you, can't KO me either. Able to hang on into this next turn, as the grassy terrain is also going to give a little bit of recovery to all 3 grounded Pokemon at the moment. DeVito has the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon from the back and switch with the ball position, and it is indeed going to be this Rillaboom. I love this position for him. You once again apply the fake out pressure or the priority damage. A Grassy Glide here on either of the targets on Victor's side is going to be able to get the knockout. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Victor make the adjustment to the Rillaboom in the back.
Yeah, that Rillaboom here too, you do have the option to just kind of, yeah, get out the Urshifu right away. I think the Arcanine here is really hopeful that it'll be able to do enough damage with this Golden Go too. That survival is so critical. That Urshifu is so low. That's so tough now for Victor to try to keep this Urshifu alive.
Exactly, Urshifu in a very vulnerable position, particularly with Rillaboom applying that fake out pressure. And Golden Go, yes, it's only on a little bit of HP remaining, but if you're Victor, you're kind of forced to target it, because it's going to be able to still get knockouts with those remaining Pokemon on the field. I think it's wise to make the adaptation here, bring the Arcanine back. You can reset what move you want to go, maybe towards the end game here, as Rillaboom was going into that target with the Grassy Glide. So a great read by Victor, knowing that was going to be the target, and you can then go for the close combat into the Rillaboom here, just maybe making it a bit more vulnerable for Arcanine to clean up towards the end.
Yeah, at this point too, if you keep the Golden Go on the field, or you're able to mitigate the amount of times that this Golden Go can reset itself, then you're just at -3 special attack, and you're hopeful that the Arcanine can hang on. You got the Rillaboom on the field too, so I think that does activate some sort of fake out pressure here if that's what Victor wants to go for.
That's the thing, it might have been a -2 special attack before that third Make It Rain, but this Rillaboom is Assault Vest and that still took a huge amount of damage.
That's
so
true.
the Golden Go with the Choice Specs and the Steel Terror is a very offensive pressure on the field, because you might think with all the special attack drops you can kind of afford to leave it alone, but maybe up until this turn now where it's at -3, I don't think you can afford to do so, and Arcanine certainly is still in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, Arcanine, especially when you have to lock into a choice band move.
Yeah.
I think that's what makes this really, really tough for Victor to navigate for the Rillaboom and the Golden Go, but let's also not forget that David still has that 4th Pokemon in the back that he is able to bring in at full health.
Exactly, and it's still unrevealed to Victor, and he's got to play around with that and make sure he has the utility to be able to have that flexibility. I wouldn't be surprised to see the extreme speed actually come through from the Arcanine. You're going to be able to pick up the KO, I think, on that opposing Golden Go, and then you still have that speed advantage going forward, particularly as you are running the Choice Band, Terra normal, kind of playing the Golden Go at its own game here, fully investing in the damage output potential that you have. That is a way to potentially deal with the Rillaboom a little bit later on as well, but let's see who Arcanine is targeting first of all.
Well, it's going to be a Quake Out into David's Rillaboom as the extreme speed now locking down into that Golden Go. That is a quick knockout there just to get that Golden Go out of the way. And David has forced to reveal that final Pokemon in the back. Does it pay off? What is back there? Is it a Flutter Mane? That would be devastating.
Oh yeah, if it's the Flutter Mane, then the Arcanine is feeling a little toasty at this point, because it's not going to be able to change out from the extreme speed, and it's not going to be able to connect onto a Ghost type. It's actually going to be the Tornadus, however. Again, a Pokemon that doesn't want to take any of these Choice Band extreme speeds. The critical thing as well, though, I think, is Rillaboom doesn't want to face down against the Tornadus. We saw the Bleakwind Storms come out and do significant damage, but that said, in Game 1, the Rillaboom on Victor's side was able to dodge out of the way of a couple of those.
Yeah, I don't think Victor's too happy to see the Tornadus in the back there either, though. And just kind of running back 3 of the 4 Pokemon here for David, and that pesky back Tornadus. You want to see this extreme speed be able to not pick up the Rillaboom here, which is going to be able to do. But Victor at this point is banking on something like a Bleakwind Storm missing these Pokemon. Until the Bleakwind Storm comes through, something is going to miss. It's going to be the Rillaboom. So Arcanine does get taken out, but Rillaboom is still free to be able to go for an attack.
Once again, we see one miss, but it's on the Rillaboom and not the Arcanine. That is not what Victor wants. He needed that Arcanine to stay in play to apply pressure with that extreme speed in that next turn. Rillaboom forced to go for the Wood Hammer. It does only about 1/3 of damage, and look at the recoil. That's incredibly significant. I think the only way out of this really is to get a couple of Bleakwind Storm misses onto that opposing Rillaboom, which, let's be honest, the way the Rillaboom's been acting at the moment is very possible.
Yeah, this is just not going to be a miss this time around. The Bleakwind Storm connects. That is going to be a 2-0 for David Rodriguez as he moves on to top 4 at the Latin America International Championships.
Huge congratulations. You can hear the crowd supporting him in dividends here. This means so much to our players. Congratulations to V. Commiserations to Victor Medina, making it all the way into top 8, putting on a phenomenal show. But at the end of the day, that late game Tornadus came through once again.
It's so exciting to see it in the back, because I think that is still a kind of underused strategy in a lot of these games. When you have that back Tornadus, as we saw in the game number 1, you can go for something like the Tailwind, but even just the Bleakwind Storm pressure was plenty, as we even saw from Victor in that very first game, did a ton of damage. But Victor Medina is a player that I expect to see at Top Cuts very near in the future once again, and this is a performance that is a great one to add to the rest of the list of his accolades.
Exactly, this is only the start of the 2024 season. There's still so much to see from our players as the year pans out. I mean, you can see the fingers crossed here, hoping that all of these Bleakwind Storms are going to be able to connect. It really was a tale of 2 Tornaduses for me. You can see the Tornadus on David's side able to get the connections on the opposing Arcanine with this Bleakwind Storms and have a lot more longevity on the field, applying pressure with things like Tailwind, applying damage potential with Bleakwind Storms, whereas the Tornadus on Victor's side in both games 1 and 2 was just not able to really capitalize on anything. In game 1 it went down turn 1, in game 2 it went down in turn 1, and in game 2 it didn't even get to do anything at all.
Yeah, that was definitely a rough go of things, I think, for Victor's Tornadus, but maybe it is just keeping it in the back, and I think that's something that a couple of the players will have to look at and take a page out of David's playbook. But that does mean that we have now determined the 3 out of our 4 top 4 players. We just have 1 more top 8 to see who David's opponent is going to be in that last top 4.
Exactly, we've got to round out that second half of the bracket. 1 more top 8 match to come through for you before we're able to move on to top 4. And the fact that we had over 300 players and we're now whittling it down to just 4, that's where I start getting goosebumps and get incredibly exciting, because one of these trainers will become the first international champion of the 2024 season.
That is, and there's not many of those.
No, definitely not. It's a very exclusive group, particularly at this international where we haven't had as many as, say, the European International Championships or North American International Championships. So LAIC is an incredibly prestigious one for sure.
It is a very prestigious one, and this tournament has been really, really tough too, I think. When you look at some of the runs that these players in Top Gun have had to make, I mean, you look at their schedules and you just go, you just played against like multiple IC champions and world champions, and in day 2, you also beat a bunch of regional champions. Like, that's the caliber of player that we have all gathered here at an international championship. So I can't wait to see what we have in store for us next when we look forward to the rest of our Top Cut matches, and also, of course, what's to come tomorrow. Juniors, seniors, Masters finals here from the video game, as well as, of course, crowning the rest of our champions for the other games.
That's the thing, yeah. Tomorrow, Championship Sunday, is where the action all comes to a pinnacle across all the games: Pokemon Go, Pokemon Trading Card Game, and, of course, the best or last, the Pokemon video game, of course. But we'll be crowning 3 champions: juniors, seniors, and masters. And I think it's always nice to be able to see how the juniors and seniors stories have shaped up, and that's a story we get to showcase tomorrow.
Yeah, and I want to see what's going to happen for all of those. We got a lot of different age divisions to celebrate the champions, even the finalists. Like, let's make sure that they also understand it. It's already a huge accomplishment to make it to this point and even be able to get to that Championship Sunday. But we also have other games that we are covering here at the Latin America International Championship. So make sure that you follow all of the Twitch channels, all of the YouTube channels for Pokemon VGC, as well as, of course, for Go and TCG.
I have to say, the Pokemon Go audience here have been incredible. They've been bringing the energy across the whole arena. And you can take a look as well at the Twitch schedule.
Yes, we have, of course, this weekend as the Latin America International Champions, but next week we do have some wonderful episodes coming through here from the Pokemon Indigo League. We also have a throwback stream on Wednesday of the 2015 US National Championships for the video game, and on Saturday and Sunday of next weekend, we're already going all the way back to Europe.
I quite literally will be. That's where I will be next weekend as well. So I'm looking forward to being able to go see what is happening in Gdansk back on the regional EU circuit. Again, across all the games, Pokemon Go, Pokemon Trading Card Game, and the Pokemon video game. So make sure to tune into the action, because we're going to have a lot of weekends to cruise out the rest of 2024 with Pokemon regionals across Europe and NA as well.
Yes, we have so many more events to be able to close out the calendar year, and then gotta look forward to the road to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii. So much more action that we've got to cover for you. So we're gonna take a short break as we get ready for the rest of our Top Cut. So don't go anywhere. We still have electrifying matches ahead of us.
He leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho'aku no.
Hello everyone, we're here at Sao Paulo LAIC 2024 and I'm here with competitor
Juan Espinola.
How's your day going, Juan? What's your record so far?
My record was 2-1-0 and I have fun. I play very well and be confident to get to next step.
And what deck are you playing today?
I play Gardevoir. Gardevoir is the best deck for me in this format and we'll see.
And what have you played against so far?
I play against Robin Moon in round 1, in round 2 versus Lost Bucks, and in the round 3 against Lost Bucks Giratina.
And were you expecting these decks? Did you learn anything new from them today?
Yeah, I expect that decks and be prepared for this tournament, and I play very well.
I'm glad you're playing well. Are you having a lot of fun here?
Yeah, I have a lot of fun. I love this game. I love Pokémon. It's the best.
Thank you very much, Juan. And everyone watching, let's get back to more Pokémon.
Comecei a jogar Pokémon GO em 2019, antes de começar o PVP. O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi o Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon GO, no PVP, foi a Americhan. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte. Só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce. O cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro necessariamente em uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores. Eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional. Mas se eu para citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Occasion, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos Pokémons de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que pode se cobrir. Então eu acho que o melhor ginásio para defender seria o ginásio tipo água. O meu Pokémon favorito do Pokémon GO é o Lickitung, porque assim como a Americhan, ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a banoffee. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce, leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémons é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas você curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal. É bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado bem.
Hello, trainers, and welcome back to the coverage of the Latin American International Championships. The tournament has been underway, and we're getting so close to find out who is going to be back here on Championship Sunday. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Joe Brown. Battles, what's up?
I think we've had a great weekend of Pokemon so far. Obviously, it's not over, and there's still some more excellent VGC matches to come, but overall, definitely a above satisfactory performance. If this was on a test, your teacher would be high-fiving you.
Yeah, the matches themselves have been so great. To update you about where we are in our tournament, we are underway with our top cut, and we do have a little bit to an update to one of the matches. So unfortunately, due to team issues, our last top 8 round is not going to be streamed due to a DQ. So we're going to be moving on into our top 4, which this is going to be a really exciting match. It's Riley Fakshira going up against Thiago Latanzi.
Yeah, this is Thiago, the hometown hero at this point, right? As a Brazilian VGC trainer versus Riley, the last hope for North America, the leader in championship points in North America as well, and definitely deserving of being in this position in top 4.
Both are, which is going to make this match so electric because only one can be moving on. And on the other half, we are going to see David Rodriguez be facing off against Marco Silva. So it's going to be so exciting to see who is going to be making their way to try and face off tomorrow. And we got to see Riley in the top 8 match. Riley, I feel like when he's in peak form, cannot be stopped. But Iago, I mean, the Regieleki, this team, everything about what we have gotten to see from this guy so far this weekend screams that he can be the one to take this entire competition down.
Yeah, Thiago's flipping everything upside down. All of our conventions that we thought VGC was known for, putting Ndidi on a fast offensive team compared to a Trick Room and slow team, having the Chi Yu in this spot with Terra Fire, where many people would rather opt for Terra Water, Terra Ghost, something more defensive. Thiago saying, no, I am all out going for offensive pressure, and it's brought him here to top 4.
Which will be really interesting to see how this fares off into a teams like Riley's, because when we're looking at the team side by side, Thiago's is quite unconventional, but of course the pieces that have been put together have such great synergy and been working out so well. And Riley, the Pokemon that he's been using, of course, these have been Pokemon that have made their way to multiple events, and this core has been so strong. But of course, there is options that do rely on something like that priority, which can be stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, certainly Ndidi female could be significant in this matchup, as we saw in Riley's previous matches on stream, that, and just with how this team operates, priority is so valuable for his either choice scarf on her Shifu or a sucker punch from a very strong King Gambit. So Thiago has options to stop that. And you look at the accomplishments between both of these trainers. Riley might have more on that list, but Thiago has the crowd in his favor.
Exactly. There is so many people there cheering on Brazil's hope in this competition to see if he can make his way into his finals, to try and make sure Brazil will be keeping that international championship title to themselves. Now it's an opportunity for Riley to stop that in its tracks.
Yeah, definitely. And Riley would be the player to do it. As you look at that team of 6 that he has become very well known for in the last couple of months with Regulation E, especially that patented Chien-Pao, Dragonite, and then I'll throw the Ogerpon Hearthflame into that to complete the trio that Riley has been doing so well with. It's a Salt Vest on Dragonite, which is different than most of the other teams where you see a Choice Band or something like that, or maybe even a Life Orb, so that does help him take special attacks better. I don't know how much the Salt Vest helps against the Terra Ice Terra Blast from Regieleki, since you're 4 times weak to the ice, but we can see what happens here.
Now count that versus Terra Ice Regieleki coming out here. Crazy stuff. But this team that Riley's got, it can be equipped to deal with so much. Of course, you have a variety of really powerful options, and Amoonguss, a great way to be slowing things down. But the last time that we got to see this team stopped was up against another unconventional team. Looking back at that Sacramento Regional Championships, going up against Michael Zhang with this incredibly unique Pokemon core of the Tyranitar and the Kommo-o, and that stomped Riley here. So going on into this, an unconventional team, we'll have to see if that is his true kryptonite in it all.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be an uphill battle for Riley, as it's an unconventional matchup into Thiago that you might not be having too much experience on, because there's a lot of Pokemon, for example, Chien-Pao and Ogerpon Hearthflame and some of these faster Pokemon on Riley's end. It doesn't matter how fast you want to make them. They are not reaching the speed tiers that Regieleki inherently gets to, and that's really the Pokemon of Thiago's run. Magnet as its held item, increasing the amount of damage its electric attacks do, so kind of getting rid of the transistor nerf that took place in this generation, because you're getting 20% from Magnet and 30% from Transistor. But Ogerpon Wellspring also matches up well, in theory, to the Ogerpon Hearthflame form, because if you bulk terrestrialize, obviously water beats fire.
And a way to be getting around the speed that your opponent might have that you maybe don't is to have those priority moves. But in DD Female, having the Psychic Surge, be setting the Psychic Range is a way to stop that, as well as Follow Me, to make sure that you can be keeping your strong attackers like this Chi-Yu that we even got to see with this very powerful Overheat. Make sure it is safe. So this will be really interesting to see what happens here, especially too when you have naturally fast Pokemon on this team. Yes, Tiago has options to be setting Tailwind, but Fluttermane is naturally fast. Regieleki is the zoomiest Pokemon out there. So there's ways to even not be forced to bring your Tornadus into the match and all of a sudden deal damage. And things like that Electro Web from the Regieleki, you can furthermore secure that speed control. Make sure no matter how they're trained, your Fluttermane can be outspeeding the Chien-Pao on the other side. You break the Focus Sash, you take a KO.
Yeah, I think that Chi-Yu can be so pivotal in this matchup for Tiago, and those speed control options that you are mentioning, Riley has to be aware of either Tornadus boosting Tiago's own teammate speeds or the Electroweb lowering Riley's Pokemon. It's going to be crucial.
And now headed into game one here in top four. Find out who is going to be making their way into the finals. That Regieleki that has done so much for Tiago is going to be teeing off to start things off next to the Chi-Yu.
Chi-Yu finds itself in a really precarious position for Tiago, as its terrestrialization type is fire. So even if you want a Terra to try to change something around, Surging Strikes will still hit you super effectively. Right now, depends how these speed tiers work out. Urshifu is choice Scarfed, but even with that Scarf, it's still not going to be enough to naturally outspeed Regieleki, who is by far and away the fastest Pokemon that has ever existed.
It's going to be the defensive terrestrialization type, though, into that poison type, making sure that the Regieleki cannot be hitting a super effective electric move into you, and that the Electroweb damage is negated. This Electroweb, though, that is so much thanks to the Beads of Ruin, but with the terrestrialization, the Urshifu is going to be able to fire off with the Surging Strikes before this Chi-Yu can even hit. So even after that speed drop, this Urshifu is going to be outspeeding. That is humongous.
That is gigantic, because the Chi-Yu goes down without ever getting an attack. Sure, Tiago gets the Electroweb off, but that's the only damage this turn for him.
An Ice Spinner into the Regieleki. It can do so much, but it is one of the frailest Pokemon around. It is going to be surviving now, and now the Fluttermane. This is going to be a little bit faster than the Chi-Yu, so we can see another turn of the Electroweb, but now you also have to worry. There is priority that can power into that slot.
Yeah, if Tiago does not have Indeedee Female in the back, Regieleki is in a lot of trouble, because Chien-Pao has access to a Sucker Punch, which has boosted priority. However, Urshifu, since it is choice locked into Surging Strikes right now and has a speed drop, that means that Fluttermane is naturally faster. This Fluttermane also has Focus Sash, which means it's not that booster energy version that would boost its speed. So if Riley can preserve his Urshifu for later on in this match to get rid of this Electroweb speed drop, it would eventually outspeed Fluttermane.
The ultimate game of chicken, and with a swap out, if this is the Indeedee swapping into the battle, this could be a double KO over onto Tiago's end as Indeedee hits the field. The Psychic Surge, any priority moves are not going to be doing anything from here on out.
The battlefield got weird, and Riley might get punished for it.
100%, and now with the lack of capability of the Sucker Punch trying to hit into that attack, Shadow Ball into the Urshifu. It's already so low, and that is going to be enough to pick up the KO.
I think Riley really wasn't anticipating Indeedee to be that final slot, because so many trainers, if they bring Indeedee Female to a match, it will very much be at the beginning to establish a strong board with the Psychic Terrain. So kudos to Tiago for keeping that information hidden until the last second, and now this Sucker Punch is never going to work from either of these two dark types.
And now this is a Flutter main that still can be dealing so much offensive pressure onto Riley's end of the board, especially now that your Terastallization option is gone. This Qian Pao, looking it down in particular, the speed has already been dropped and this Flutter main can easily take you out. So you have to make big decisions here. And even if you do get the opportunity to attack to try and hit into the Flutter main, Ndidi with that follow me can start to redirect it away. So Tiago's main attacking here with this Flutter main can really just start to run away with the match.
Tiago also, since he has not terrestrialized yet in this point, he has a lot more flexibility available to him than Riley, since he already used that on Terra, Poison, or Shifu. Opting in to the Flutter main, boosting its fairy attacks with that additional same type attack bonus you get when you terrestrialize into a type you already are.
The Flutter main not going to be locked into any moves since it is the Focus Sash variety, so freely able to switch moves around as we're going to see it protect from both sides of the field. Indeed, not opting to keep its partner safe, but itself as Dazzling Gleam comes out. The Qian Pao won't take the hit, but this is still going to be dealing a nice chunk of damage into that King Gambit, especially with that Airy Terra Terastallization.
The Iron Head in response, so that is super effective. Luckily, Flutter main hangs on because of its focus stats. This is such a cool adaptation. So many of the minute differences Tiago does on this team compared to the rest of the meta. In a world of triple hitting, surging strikes, or Shifus, Flutter main with a focus sash is currently in top 4.
And now we get to see one of the options that Riley has, mainly the only option Riley has to try and get rid of the train coming out. But it won't even get this opportunity to go for it. That Ice Spinner could have been huge, but the Qian Pao never going to be outspeeding this Flutter main after that speed drop and is going to be taken out. And all of a sudden, Riley down to his final 2 Pokemon, but evening up that Pokemon count with a huge one-hit KO onto the Ndidi.
No Sword of Ruin necessary for King Gambit there. That's still a one-hit KO, and you got to start counting the turns that remain in Psychic Terrain. I believe Ndidi was on the field for 3 turns here, so might be coming up close. You really are going to need it because Regieleki and Flutter main are both faster than both of Riley's Pokemon. But this is a 2-to-2 battle. Tiago has as minimal of health remaining as you possibly can compared to a Dragonite with full HP. You know, King Gambit's never getting another attack off either from a Dazzling Gleam or Electro Web. It's so low at this point that it will be knocked out. So it truly does come down to Riley and his Dragonite. If you can persevere through the Psychic Terrain turns, and Assault Vest will help right against this Flutter main and Regieleki, but the question is, how much can you take?
And you can't be protecting on the Dragonite because of that Assault Vest. The King Gambit can, and the Dragonite, now we gotta make the most of this time where you have to be attacking still. Electro Web, no protect on the King Gambit. The Dragonite has to do it all for itself, as King Gambit will be KO'd by that speed dropping move. And the Moon Blast now, this will be a super effective hit. Terra Fairy and the Dragonite not standing a chance. The Assault Vest not gonna matter. Tiago to take the first match in the set.
What a great job by Tiago, and you can see the crowd cheering him on right now. With those 2 remaining turns of Psychic Terrain, it was just too much for Riley to deal with. Even with an Assault Vest on the Dragonite, that does not help you against Terra, Fairy, Moonblast from this Flutter main. The other beauty about having Focus Sash on Flutter main, where so many people opt for defensive and HP investment on it because they want to keep it bulky, with Focus Sash, you can go right into speed and special attack, making that Moonblast as fast as possible.
And sometimes,
or strong, excuse me.
Yeah, and sometimes Focus Sash feels a little bad when there's all these priority moves running around, but with the help of that Psychic Terrain, you feel so comfortable going down to that 1 HP. We got to see that the Regieleki and the Flutter main looked like they were on their last legs, but they only need a sliver of health to keep battling, and with no way for Riley to touch these Pokemon, thanks to that Electro Web dropping the speed consistently, and the Flutter main being able to deal the damage to take those KOs. It was a difficult situation. Now, Riley, you have to figure out where you could be making that impact in this game too, because if you got that Ice Spinner off, you could have gotten the train, but there never was the opportunity. If you could have your priority moves, you could have won that game. You can't wait out the Psychic Terrain. There is a lot to consider here.
Qian Pao is a Pokemon that is really difficult to position, like how we say a lot of times, I just said Ndidi likes to be in the lead to set up a Psychic Terrain. Qian Pao in the back sometimes is very helpful because it lets the either Ogerpon or King Gambit or Dragonite clean up because you're having the Sword of Ruin active in the late game time and those priority attacks to adjust a little bit more damage. But Chien-Pao in the back, other times we've seen Sierra, it comes out too late. So it's one of those Goldilocks Pokemon of trying to come in at the perfect time to have access to the Ice Spinner to get rid of Psychic Terrain. And as long as Psychic Terrain is up, sure, Fluttermane might have a Focus Sash, only 1 HP remaining. That 1 HP might as well be a million HP because the priority attacks will never knock it out.
Well, I think in this, as long as the Regieleki is around, there is going to be an issue in this. As heading into this game 2, we're going to see the same lead coming out from the trainers. This is where Tiago lost the Chio on the first turn, but the Regieleki started setting the pace. Be interesting to see how Riley switches up this time. Already, huge change with the Pokemon in the back.
But he is still feeling Riley's confident enough to bring Urshifu and Chien-Pao in the lead again, understanding that maybe it wasn't a lead problem, it was the decisions he made on that turn, and not allowing the Regieleki to lower their speed first could be an option. It's Chi-Yu, hey, like I said last time around, 1, it can't protect in front of Urshifu thanks to Unseen Fist, that ability, and 2, its terrestrialization option is fire, meaning it would still be weak to Urshifu. It might feel bad to choice lock into a priority move on a choice Scarf Pokemon, but Riley needs to.
And going for the double priority into the Chi-Yu, the Aqua Punch, not quite enough, but the double into it is going to make sure the Chi-Yu goes down and no terrestrialization spent on this turn from the Urshifu. Now though, a Thunderbolt. Regieleki hitting into the Urshifu. It was already dealing so much damage, but now Riley has the terrestrialization saved for a later point.
That's a totally different play by Tiago here, allowing his Chi-Yu to go down, same as game 1, but Urshifu did not terrestrialize into a poison type this time around. There was no Beads of Ruin either active, so if he terrestrialized as a poison type, he probably is able to take that Thunderbolt, but he goes down. You trade 1 for 1. Chien-Pao still has its Focus Sash intact. Electro Web was not clicked. It was the T-Bolt that went into it. So now you have a full HP Focus Sash on both Fluttermane and Chien-Pao, naturally very close to each other. This Ogerpon does resist Fluttermane's Moonblast, and that might be the adjustment he needs, going for Terrifier, getting the attack boost, and then not caring about Fluttermane's Moonblast.
And that is such a great adjustment to be making into this. And Tiago now in the position where if you're prioritizing potentially that speed drop coming through the Electro Web with the Regieleki, that is a Pokemon that is forced to be staying around on the battlefield so long, which means we can see something like a Sucker Punch come out from that Chien-Pao to try and deal some sort of priority, but no swap. Instead, we're going to be keeping things almost the same here as the first terrestrialization, that Harflame Mask, and the out-of-body aspect to get that necessary attack boost.
Tiago is going to make us wait to reveal if his 4th Pokemon is indeed a female yet again.
And here we are, Thunderbolt yet again from the Regieleki. The Ogerpon, that is going to be the double up into the slot. Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, more than capable of taking this Pokemon down. It terrestrialized just to be fainting on that same turn. The Chien-Pao now, Ice Spinner. If there was a swap in, that could have been the terrain gone, but that is just going to be now Fluttermane brought down to its Sash. And if Tiago brought that Indeedee in the back, that could be a Fluttermane you can't deal with.
Tiago perfectly pins Riley's Ogerpon on that turn. Either you terrestrialize into Mono Fire and are no longer resisting the Thunderbolt, or you stay there to stay as the grass type to be resisting Thunderbolt and then eat the full brunt of a neutral Shadow Ball into that slot. A perfect play by Tiago as long as he didn't anticipate the Spiky Shield, which Riley didn't go for, and that aggression might cost him. Now that his terrestrialization has been used, he's down to an Amoonguss and Chien-Pao. Chien-Pao still has that Sash, and there is currently no Psychic Terrain, so you can try to go for a Sucker Punch.
At this point, though, Amoonguss, it cannot keep its partner Pokemon safe. Both of the Pokemon over on the other end have spread options, and the Fluttermane going to be stopping anything in its tracks this turn with a Protect and scouting out what option comes out. Sucker Punch will fail. No move ready, nothing happening as Electro Web. This is going to lower the speed to make sure, regardless of how the next turn goes down, this Chien-Pao cannot outspeed the Fluttermane, but Spore into that Regieleki, a way to try and slow things down.
Dazzlingly, as you're saying, Sierra does not care about Rage Powder. So Fluttermane can click a Dazzling Gleam, obviously super effective into Chien-Pao, and it would knock it out. The question is if Indeedee Female is that last slot. Regieleki's not doing anything this turn anyway, since it has to be that take that first mandatory turn of sleep. But if you swap Indeedee in at the right time, that will negate the Sucker Punch. If you don't, Fluttermane could potentially go down before knocking out Chien-Pao.
This Chien-Pao, that is the worst mind game to be playing, that the Sucker Punch might not be able to get that necessary KO. But Amoonguss can do a little bit more than just protect things. And with the Chien-Pao with the protect, this could be massive if you can target into that Fluttermane and take it down before it gets the opportunity to try and fire off a powerful move in return. Mandatory turn to sleep, but the Shadow Ball perfectly calling it into the Amoonguss, hitting a bunch of damage and a special defense drop going on forward.
And it will recover up some HP with the Citrus Berry, but that special defense drop is going to stay since Riley's down to his last two.
And Clear Smog doesn't do much, but it'll do more than enough in this case. Take down the Fluttermane, and now forcing Tiago into his final Pokemon. Not nearly out of the woods, though. This is still a very precarious situation for Riley.
Yes, Clear Smog, a move that many trainers have dropped over the last couple of regulations, but Amoonguss still having access to it on Riley's side. There is the Indeedee Female being revealed right now. You really need to rely on a third turn of sleep from Regieleki, because if we saw the Kowtow cleave, one-hit KO Indeedee, I would assume that Chien-Pao is going to be very close. But it wakes up!
First turn wake up, that is pivotal. The Thunderbolt into the Chien-Pao. The only way of attacking reliably coming out from Riley is eliminated, and Amoonguss by itself, Psychic, the follow-up from the Indeedee, is more than enough to secure the KO. And Tiago Latanzi to be our first finalist here at the Latin American International Championships.
Tiago believing in his Pokemon, knowing I've got a chance to win the game right now if I wake up from this Spore. On this turn, Thunderbolt goes off, Chien-Pao is down, and then Amoonguss never has a chance. You can hear the crowd, the passion behind this Latin American player base, so proud that they will have one of their own representing them in the finals.
The hope of Brazil all rests on Tiago's shoulders, and so far showing that he's more than capable of living up to it. He has been battling through thick and thin some of the top trainers that we have out there, and proving that he is among the best and has the chance of claiming that title for himself.
Yeah, you see, the first turn looked like it was going to go in Riley's favor, but once this happens, he pinned Ogerpon, double targeting it regardless of the terrestrialization decision it made. Tiago is playing out of his mind right now.
Tiago always knew what to be doing, and whenever Riley looked like he might have been in a situation to maybe try and get himself one step further, Tiago pushing him back. What a wonderfully played set. I mean, from both players, but Tiago, that was fantastic. Right down to the last call, and of course, Regieleki, that was a pivotal wake up. But when you put yourself in the position that if you get something going your way, like that first turn wake up, and you can win that game, you have to give all the credit in the world to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Tiago just has all the momentum in the world on his side. And Riley, it truly did feel like he found an answer in game 2. Leading the same two Pokemon, but going for the double target into Chi-Yu to knock it out. But credit to Tiago not feeling comfortable. I'm not just going to Electrolab for a second game in a row. I'm needing to make adjustments. I'm one win away from the finals here in my home international championship. So that Thunderbolt, getting rid of Urshifu, it's so important because the Urshifu was not there next to Chien-Pao to just pressure so much physical damage.
That turn, it was the protect on the Chien-Pao and the double up into the Ogerpon. Every step of the way, Tiago knew what to do to be securing his best chances going on forward. And if he keeps playing like he has been playing, I feel like it'd be safe to say that he will be the international champion.
Hey, they've got tough competition on the other side of the bracket, however, and we'll see how that turns out later here tonight. But definitely has an opportunity in that final spot. If you take down Riley Factura, who is statistically the strongest player in North America right now with the most amount of championship points and top cuts and a regional championship as well in this season, anything is possible.
100%. But of course, the crowd, they've been cheering so loud for Thiago, so let's get a couple words from him over on our main stage.
Thank you, casters. I am joined by our very first finalist. Give it up for Thiago! Oh my goodness, the crowd are going wild for you. What does it mean for you to be in the finals here in Brazil of LAIC?
O que significa para você estar na final aqui no Brasil do Like?
É indescritível, acho que não poderia ser melhor. É o meu primeiro IC, então não poderia ser melhor.
It's incredible. It could be better, but it's my first IC, so it's awesome.
I mean, what a way to go out in your first IC all the way to those grand finals. Let the players at home get to know you a little bit better as well. What are your season goals and how has your season gone so far?
I'm sorry, could you...
Oh, just how's the season gone so far and what are your goals for the future?
Como tem sido a sua temporada até aqui então e quais são os seus próximos objetivos?
Foi a primeira temporada que eu comecei a jogar o circuito oficial, então eu comecei com top 16 em Natal e fui a cada vez melhorando. Então peguei depois top 4 em São Paulo, top 8 em Curitiba, então essa consistência eu estou bem consistente nessa temporada, então é só isso que eu tenho que falar.
Yeah, it's my first official season. I get top 16 in Natal, top 8 in São Paulo, and top 4 in Curitiba, and inverted, so top 8, yes. And I'm getting better, so it's very nice.
What a fantastic breakout season. Now I want to talk about that top 4 match because the Pokemon on everybody's lips is Regieleki. Talk us through how it helped you win this top 4 match.
Todo mundo falando sobre o Regieleki, como que tem sido usar ele nesse top 4.
O Regieleki, eu achei que ele estava bom nessa matchup, ele conseguia fazer o speed control contra o Shifu Scarf, então eu não necessitava do Landros e ele foi muito útil, ele levou 3 Pokémons no G2.
Yeah, Regieleki is a good match, so I doesn't need a speed control and stuff with like a tornadoes and what did you say about the fighting one? Yeah, and killed all the Pokémons.
It's one of my favorite. I was so happy to see it now bring it all the way to the finals. Another Pokemon I want to talk about is the Fluttermane because you're running the Focus Sash. Was it a critical item for you in this match against Riley?
Outro Pokémon que se destacou bastante foi o Fluttermane, né, com o Sash, né, e como que foi utilizar ele.
Ela foi essencial, esse item, eu não sei como que as pessoas não usam esse item nela, é perfeito, ela já é fraca, então você garante pelo menos 2 hits, ainda mais com o NDD que garante o redirect e etc.
Fluttermane was essential with this item. I don't know how is anyone using this item because it's so essential for my team and just like with NDD and against it, and it worked. So.
Well, looking ahead to tomorrow, obviously you are in Championship Sunday tomorrow. How are you going to spend this evening in terms of preparation and getting rested ready for the big match tomorrow?
Essa vai ser uma grande noite. Como vai ser a sua preparação para a partida de amanhã? Como que vai estar a expectativa?
A expectativa vai estar alta, mas hoje eu vou sair para beber com a galera do Zero to Rio. E é isso.
High expectations. I have my crew here, and I am very glad, very happy.
They will be supporting you 100% of the way. Just before we let you leave, is there any more thanks and shout-outs you want to give to these amazing supporters here in front of you?
Pessoal aqui é maravilhoso. Você queria dar mais um shout-out para alguém ou mandar um salve para alguém?
Para todos do Zero to Rio aí, ó. Os brabos!
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me again. Best of luck tomorrow. I will be keeping my eye on Regieleki in those grand finals. Of course, that's only one top 4 down. We've got another one to go. We're going to find out who Thiago's opponent is going to be tomorrow. So let's kick it back to the casters.
What an exciting time for the Brazilian fans out there to see that there is the opportunity for Thiago to take down this competition and keep the title here. just one of 2 finalists, though. We still have to find out who is going to be joining him on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and of course that's going to be coming up. It should be very exciting, but of course the momentum is on Thiago's side with the home crowd cheering him on, and this is so cool, Sierra. In real time, we are seeing a star on the rise. In every event Thiago has participated in, getting top 16 or better. Only his 4th ever competition, and he's in the finals of his home international. This could be the beginnings of a wonderful VGC career.
It's really, really incredible to see, and it's really been fantastic to be here and be able to start telling the stories of trainers that maybe we wouldn't necessarily get to see, because this has been a great one to be following along so far. I think we need to take a smidge of a breather, though, after that match. That was so hype. We cannot have our heart rate too elevated before we hop into the top 4. So let's chill out and maybe give away a couple things.
Absolutely.
All right, well, first off, if you're a fan of the VGC here, we do have the Dragapult. Alex Gomez's Dragapult that he won NAIC with. I'm assuming if Thiago wins, it'll be the Regieleki. I don't really see what else at this point.
I don't know about Regieleki. That's a pretty strong legendary Pokemon where, you know, Dragapult seems a little more understandable, but you gotta get that last win first. But we know Alex was able to complete the gauntlet in North America last summer and get the victory over Raghav in the finals. Terra Dragon Choice Band Dragapult was just so incredibly strong. Of course, there was his buddy Jian Pao, who we just saw in the last match, lowering those defenses to make Dragapult even stronger.
100%, but of course it's not just in the video game where things are being given away. If you're a fan of the TCG or just want to get started or just like some really cool looking cards, Iron Valiant EX over on TCG. That is going to be the code ParadoxLAIC, and you got to make sure you can get it while you can.
There are statistically more Iron Bundle in the photo of Iron Valiant than there are Iron Valiant, and I appreciate that. I think that's neat.
It is pretty neat. There's the Iron Moth in the background too. I kind of didn't notice it.
It kind of looks like the sun a little bit. Yeah, I think they did that on purpose. These artists know what they're doing.
That's true. You can tell by the card. They definitely know what is up here. And of course, if you're watching the channel, there is opportunities to be getting a couple of more things through Twitch drops, whether that's in Pokemon TCG or in Pokemon Go. And if you're watching on Twitch or if you're on YouTube, make sure to be following the channel so you're notified any opportunity that Pokemon goes live with these events, especially to Championship Sunday is not one to miss.
Yeah, you're going to want to make sure you set up an early alarm clock tomorrow as well, because you want to make sure that you're up early enough to watch Pokemon Go finals, and then all arounds on the trading card game, and then all 3 of our age divisions for the video game here to close out Championship Sunday tomorrow. Should be an exciting time, and if you don't follow the channel, you're not going to know when it goes live.
That's the thing. You got to know when everything is happening, because there's so many cool things going on, especially too, if you're good at art, or even if you just want to see if you have good enough art to make it onto a Pokemon card, there is the Pokemon Art Contest. We got to see that all of us on the team, as you can tell by our drawing segments, our Pictionary segments, we are very skilled artists. I don't think good enough to be on Pokemon cards, but of course, you have the opportunity to join on in.
Yeah, fat chance your art's better than mine, but best of luck anyway. That's how I see it.
100%. But hey, it's fine. I feel like you could draw a Charizard like that.
I could draw a Charizard better than one other person that I know. I can confidently say that.
He's sitting there watching that right now like, wait a second. Why would Joe Brown do me dirty like that?
Hey, and I'm sure he can draw Koraidon better than I did yesterday. It's an equal exchange. But we know that there are artists out there that can draw both of those Pokemon better than either of us can.
100%. And of course, we want to see the art that you have, so hashtag PokemonLAIC to show us what you got. As well, let us know how you're enjoying the events in general and who you're cheering for. We have another exciting top 4 match around the corner, and I think it's time to start getting ready for that. So we're going to be taking a short break, but you're not going to want to miss it.
Oh.
We're here at Sao Paulo LAIC 2024, and I'm here with competitor
Juan Espinola.
How's your day going, Juan? What's your record so far?
My record was 2-1-0, and I have fun. I play very well, and be confident to get to next step.
And what deck are you playing today?
I play Gardevoir. Gardevoir is the best deck for me in this format, and we'll see.
And what have you played against so far?
I play against Roaring Moon in round 1, in round 2 versus Lost Bucks, and in the round 3 against Lost Bucks Giratina.
And were you expecting these decks? Did you learn anything new from them today?
Yeah, I expect that decks and be prepared for this this tournament, and I play very well.
I'm glad you're playing well. Are you having a lot of fun here?
Yeah, I have a lot of fun. I love this game. I love Pokemon. It's the best.
Thank you very much, Juan. And everyone watching, let's get back to more Pokemon.
Comecei a jogar Pokémon GO em 2019, antes de começar o PVP. Né? O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi o Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon GO, no PVP, foi a Americhan. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte, só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce. O cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, e assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro nessa mente em uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores. Eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional. Mas se eu para citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Location, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos Pokémon de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que pode se cobrir. Então eu acho que o melhor ginásio para defender seria o ginásio tipo água. O meu Pokémon favorito no Pokémon GO é o Lickitung, porque assim como a Americhan, ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a banoffee. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce, leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémon é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas você curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal. É bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado do bem.
It's the last match of day 2, the final top 4 to find out who our second finalist will be in Championship Sunday to face down against Thiago. What an incredible top 4 match we were just able to see with Reggie Alecki destroying the competition and getting all the way into tomorrow's part of the broadcast. But we still have to determine who Reggie Alecki will be facing.
That's true. We have 2 amazing players that are waiting on the other side of the bracket to play out that final top 4 match in our final match of Top Cut to see which will be joining Thiago in the finals tomorrow. We've got the David Rodriguez versus Marco Silva. One player that is from Latin America and one player from Europe. Is going to be a huge international showdown here for our final Top Cut match.
Yes, and our players are ready and seated on the stage already. David on your left-hand side and Marco on your right. Again, Marco, a player who has won in international championships before as well, being an OCIC champion, and he is going to be wanting to add LAIC to his roster. I believe in the Pokemon video game, we have never had someone who's able to win 2 different international championships, and you can see the accolades on the screen. He's also been able to top 16 the World Championships earlier this year in Yokohama, Japan, as well as NAIC top 8 finish there as well.
I mean, this is just an international superstar when you take a look at Marco Silva and David Rodriguez, though. He's having the tournament of a lifetime here when you look at his performance at the LAIC 2024. And this is off the back of being a special event champion, the NAIC Day 2 in 2018, and also being a special event champion in Salvador in 2018. But this is really the staple and like the mark that he is able to make here in Scarlet and Violet.
Exactly. Being able to break out here onto the international stage after a fantastic 2018. It's a different format, different Pokemon, and actually being able to take all that expertise you've been able to glean over the years and apply it to the LAIC stage is an incredible accomplishment. We've already got one Latin America player in the finals. Wouldn't it be incredible to see a double in tomorrow? But Marco is going to give David a run for his money.
Absolutely will. I think Marco is definitely, again, no stranger to being in this position where you can even see it in his accomplishments, just having that IC championship title. He has been here before. He knows that the pressure is on to be able to get this win and then also make it into the finals. But this is going to be a very interesting matchup. You can take a look on your screens what we have in store for us in terms of these teams, and they are the same across the board except for some of the item choices, as well as 2 Pokemon piece that are going to be different. It's the Rillaboom and the Fluttermane here that are standouts for David. And then on Marco's side, we've got the Amoonguss and the Iron Hands that is going to be a difference between these teams.
So there is a nice mix between the potential mirror strategies we're going to be able to see and the unique choices our trainers have made in terms of how they've invested in them, and also those item choices. For me, it's really about the Golden Goes. On David's side, we saw that incredible Golden Go previously, going for the Terra Steel choice specs, Make It Rain, absolutely battling his way out of top 8 into top 4. Whereas on Marco's side, it's a very different version. The Golden Go holding the leftovers, maybe running itself a little bit more bulky and having access to that nasty plot. So it already has the natural bulk, but if it wants to maybe switch up onto the offense mode, it can go for that nasty plot, get +2 special attack, and then make it rain all day long.
Yeah, I think that's really where we've seen a lot of that offense come out from. And I honestly wonder then, does the Fluttermane even actually like kind of come out here on David's side? You have so many different ways that you really could be able to deal with just the special attack damage. And I think too, you also have to look at where does that bulk come into play. You've got the Rillaboom here with the Assault Vest. I think that's a really nice counter to be able to have against the special attack that is on Marco's side. But then you also look at that Tailwind and that just speed control. This is going to be really different in terms of the way that these Tornadus are trained. We don't know how they match up together in terms of the speeds, and David's really importantly has access to Taunt.
Yes, I'm glad you called that out because the speed interactions will be critical there. If David is running a faster Tornadus, it's going to be able to go for that Prankster a little bit quicker, possibly throwing a Taunt down into the opposing Tornadus and shutting it down from going for Tailwinds, Protect, or Rain Dances. It is carrying the Rocky Helmet on Marco's side. None of these Mental Herbs to be able to shake off one of those taunts, so it will completely shut it down. That is some information these players might have to be able to observe from a Game 1 situation.
Yeah, so that is a lot to have to take away. And you can dive a little bit deeper into Marco's team where you can see that Rocky helmet choice. But on top of that, you also get a chance to look a little bit more at the Amoonguss. I think this was a really key Pokemon in a lot of these Tornadus versus Tornadus matchups we ended up seeing a little bit earlier on. If you're able to hang on through something like that defensive Terra, then you might be able to put some Pokemon to sleep and really start to slow down the pace of the game. Or you have the option to potentially match the speeds, and you can just go for some of the damage there too with the Urshifu Rapid Strike. And there aren't really a whole lot of ways that David can really get around that, except for something like the Rillaboom on his side. So ways to also keep that in check with your own Arcanine.
Yeah, exactly. The Arcanine on David's side as well is a Grass Terra, so that's one way to maybe try and counteract a Spore, but that's a lot of emphasis and pressure on that terrestrialization. And we saw in Riley and Joshua's game earlier in top 8 that if you leave the Amoonguss unchecked, it's just going to be able to run rampant with those Spores and put all your Pokemon to sleep, as Riley was able to demonstrate. So that is a trick that Marco potentially has up his sleeve for this game.
Yeah, I think that when you look at maybe just some of the checks and balances that both of these teams have, few things to keep in mind for this match. Where is the speed going to come out from, and how does the other opponent respond to that in terms of the Tornadus? Do you even feel like that is a safe bring? Where's the damage going to come out from? I think for David, you can look at both the Urshifu, the Golden Go, and honestly, you might even be able to look at something like the Flutter Mane if you feel like you can weave it in against some of the other threats that Marco has. Really, the big damage dealers on Marco's side are going to be that Golden Go and the Urshifu, but that Arcanine does have the Choice Band. Big key difference.
Yeah, I think the Urshifu is going to be a key Pokemon. If we cast our minds back to the match that we saw with Victor Medina and the Tornadus battle that went down, getting rid of the opposing Tornadus with something like the Surging Strikes from your Urshifu does give you some momentum. So I think both of these players are going to make sure that they're positioning their Tornadus in a position where they are not going to be able to be felled. Even with the terrestrialization options, we've got Dark on the Tornadus on David's side and then Steel on Marco's. That's actually pretty interesting. I wonder if the Steel defensive Terra on Tornadus might give it a little bit more breathing room in the face of Urshifu?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering that too, and just the Terra types in general are very different across the board. You got the Arcanines too that share a completely different Terra type, and you can look at the builds and think about it differently as well in terms of where you might see that defensive play, but only one way to find out, and that's to jump into this top 4 match between Marco Silva and David Rodriguez, where Marco has the Arcanine and the Tornadus out right away, and it's going to be the Golden Go and the Rillaboom here for David.
Yes, straight out of the blocks, you have the speed pressure with that Tornadus, able to potentially go for something like a Tailwind. You have to watch out for the fake out, though, from that Rillaboom. It's going to be able to stop it in the tracks. And it will have to take a little bit of damage from the Rocky Helmet, but it could be worth it to enable the partner Arcanine to go for the Golden Go to potentially go for a very powerful Make It Rain. Arcanine is going to get out of there. The Intimidate's gone down into the Rillaboom, and now it gives Marco the opportunity to bring in this Iron Hands.
And the Iron Hands is going to be able to take any attack coming through from that Golden Go way better. But the Terrestrialization commit onto the Golden Go means that these attacks are going to end up hurting this Choice Specs as well, just to help boost up that damage.
Yeah, we saw this in the top 8 game from David, really investing on the offensive pressure that Golden Go is capable of. I think Tornadus are quite wisely going for Protector. You get to burn out the Fake Out as well, and don't have to run the risk of taking any damage from the Golden Go. Rillaboom was actually targeting the partner slot, but that's okay. Iron Hands is going to make it in relatively safely as the Make It Rain comes off. And this is the nice thing about the Protect. The Make It Rain will still connect onto the opposing Iron Hands and then lower the special attack of the Golden Go by 1 stage. And really, that's not a lot of damage on the Iron Hands.
It's not, but I don't think that David was super concerned about that in his previous matches. You saw the special attack drops come through. Regardless of the commit from the Terrestrialization, you're just getting that damage down and forcing your opponent to think about how to respond. Make them be reactive to what you are putting down on the table. And then Iron Hands, now it's going to have to try to figure out a way to help out this Tornadus with these Bleak Wind Storms.
Yep, the Bleak Wind Storm's doing a little bit of underwhelming damage even to that opposing Rillaboom here, but Golden Go's saying, I'm going to try and get a knockout on that opposing Tornadus. Make It Rain is going to come through, does a significant chunk of damage, puts it in a very vulnerable position to maybe a potential follow-up from this Rillaboom.
Yeah, and the Wood Hammer just to be an insurance policy, but it's not quite enough. You can see there too why that special attack drop on the Golden Go was so important. Tornadus protecting itself means that it was able to stay around for yet another turn, and this Drain Punch as well from the Iron Hands is really going to help to keep itself just a little bit healthier. Golden Go now kind of on the back foot.
Yeah, that was an interesting turn. A lot of big damage dealing moves, but no KOs to be seen at this point. What I like about the Iron Hands is it's able to capitalize on the grassy terrain that the Rillaboom has set as well, getting a little bit of recovery, knowing it is not threatened by either of the Pokemon on David's side. There is the potential of the high horsepower coming out from the Rillaboom, but at the minute it seems fixated on removing this Tornadus from play.
Yeah, you definitely want to, because it's still going to go out with a bang. You've got the Tailwind now behind you, and even if it gets knocked out here, now Marco just gets some chance to bring something in that's going to take immediate advantage of that Tailwind.
Yes, the advantage of Prankster being able to get that priority and outspeeding the priority of the Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom as well to boot. Wild Charge is going to be able to get the KO on that Golden Go. Didn't want to go for maybe another Drain Punch and get a bit of recovery in case something in the back would benefit more from the damage that Wild Charge was able to deal, such as a potential Tornadus.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that one. And you also just want to make sure that you are not going to run the risk of potentially running into something that might actually not even be able to actually take that damage. So that is definitely another thing to consider, as both of our players now have to bring out a new Pokemon into those slots that they just lost. And so we will see Marco end up bringing out that Urshifu, and on David's side, it will be the Tornadus, that back Tornadus again.
Yep, that back Tornadus coming forward, being able to now apply pressure with something like a Tailwind to match the one that Marco was able to set up before the Tornadus went down. Now, of course, the Rillaboom on David's side is going to be wanting to try and get some big damage into the Water Urshifu on the opposing side, but it has taken Intimidate very early doors from that Arcanine.
Yeah, and that will really kind of limit the amount of output that we can see from this Rillaboom. And on top of that too, you don't want to take too much recoil from something like the Wood Hammer. So instead, David is going to bring out the Flutter Mane in that position, and now we get a chance to see that Flutter Mane kind of put the pressure on a little bit. We've seen this Booster Energy activate before, just to help out the Photosynthesis for the special attack now in front of both of these Pokemon that really don't want to take a Fairy type attack.
They certainly don't, and the Tailwind is now matched across the board. Marco's will be able to expire a little bit later on as the close combat comes into nothing, because Flutter Mane is a ghost and you cannot go for those fighting type moves into it. Wild Charge, however, is in contrast going to do some massive super effective damage to the opposing Tornadus, putting it in a very precarious situation going into this next turn.
It is, but this is where that back Tornadus comes in so handy for David. You've now staggered the Tailwind. Marco's is gone. He's not able to bring it back in to reset once his own expires. So David, for a few turns, will have that speed advantage. So now it's about navigating to make sure that he can preserve those turns to get the maximum potential out of them.
Exactly, and you have 3 Pokemon that you're able to rotate between here. The Flutter Mane, again, in a good position to start dealing out some big Fairy-type damage, trying to maybe get a KO on either of these opposing Pokemon, because it is going to have the capability to deal some super effective damage out there. Rillaboom switching in for David tonight like this because you can start applying the fake-up pressure in that following turn, as Flutter Mane just plays a little bit defensively, knowing there is a potential for some priority potentially from the Urshifu. And there's the Aqua Jet, but it was, oh, and of course it goes through because of the Unseen Fist. So not quite as safe as you thought you were there, Flutter Mane.
No, but at the very least, that Protect is going to help it negate the damage coming through from Marco's Iron Hand. So Wild Charge just not going to be able to land in this situation. You get a little bit of HP recovery across the field from that grassy terrain, but it's gone now. And David just switched in the Rillaboom. He no longer has access to be able to reset it unless he wants to have to go for a pivot here.
Yes, that's the thing. Rillaboom, I think, in a position where it obviously wants to have that priority Grassy Glide to target down the Urshifu, but at the same time switching would leave something like the Tornadus in a very vulnerable spot too, when that Wild Charging Iron Hands is just wreaking havoc on the field. Investing into the offensive pressure of this Urshifu as well, giving it that Water Terror is going to be able to guarantee that something like the Aqua Jet is going to be able to deal more damage to the very unphysically bulky Flutter Mane, for example. It is going to go first, however, get the Moonblast, even with the Assault Vest. That does a huge chunk of damage as the Urshifu goes, I don't need the priority, I'm going to go straight for the Surging Strike and just get rid of this Flutter Mane once and for all.
Wow, it almost looked like it always going to need one of those attacks in order to actually knock out this Flutter Mane. It's going to be 2 to finish the job, and now that is a significant source of damage removed from David's side. He still has that Tornadus in the back, but you're just looking at that Bleak Windstorms to really help kind of finish the job here for this game number 1. Marco now down to his final 2 Pokemon, just like David.
Yes, it's getting very even towards this end game here. The opposing Tailwind has now ended, so the Tailwind up on David's side is active, will have that fast priority. Plus, David has the Tornadus here, maybe potentially able to set up another one after these turns have expired. The Arcanine coming in though, this is going to be bad news for the Rillaboom. Not only will it have to take an Intimidate, but the Arcanine is going to be able to follow up with anything from this choice band situation. It could always go for an extreme speed as well. Both of these Pokemon do not have a lot of HP remaining, whereas Arcanine in contrast does. It's able to get the knockout on the Rillaboom, and depending on what the Urshifu is able to do, I think it can clean up this game.
Yeah, I think so too. You've got 2 priority options on the side of Marco, and so you can use the Aqua Jet just to be able to pick off the rest of this Tornadus' HP. And just like that, Marco Silva going up 1-0 in this best of 3 for the finalist spot in tomorrow.
Do you know what? I love that tried and tested steadiness that Marco went through in that game. Coming out of the beginning, the Golden Go was so strong for David, able to apply a lot of pressure, but Marco, I think, played so well defensively at the beginning, really stopping it from dealing overwhelming damage, bringing in the Iron Hands, for example, to take it, and playing a little conservatively with the Tornadus, going for those protects, maybe learning from some of the mistakes of some of the previous players as well, where they've left that Tornadus a bit vulnerable. Marco identified that he did need to keep it in that earlier stage of the game.
Yeah, and I think, too, you're also kind of playing a bit of a game of chicken. Like, if you wanted to, I think David could have invested into bringing in that Flutter Mane. There were some really nice targets on the side of Marco that you would have loved to have that Flutter Mane in front of. But it's the Golden Go that really has been such a good strategy for him to rely upon. But now you can walk away with that knowledge. You can understand kind of how to move forward for this game number 2. And it was still a valiant effort on his part. Marco, though, just several steps ahead and really looking forward to also just kind of navigating the differences of those tailwind turns.
Do you know, I think I would have liked to have seen David target the Iron Hands down a little bit more, particularly when you saw the fact it could go for those Rain Punches, deal super effective damage to the Golden Go. It was then going for all of the Wild Charges into Pokemon like the Urshifu and the Tornadus, and yeah, you've got the Rillaboom, but there's not a huge amount Rillaboom's doing back to it if it's targeting the partner Pokemon, and I would have liked to have seen Rillaboom going for maybe some of those high horsepowers, or even investing the Wood Hammers a little bit early on into the Iron Hands just to try and remove it from the field, because Iron Hands isn't taking a lot from some of the Pokemon on David's side, particularly not with that Assault Vest.
Exactly, and so the Assault Vest is going to help it keep it nice and safe, and maybe it is going to end up being in the back here for Marco again as we get into this game number 2 of this best of 3 series. David is going to be leading the charge here with the Urshifu and the Rillaboom, and there is an Urshifu on the other side with Marco next to the trusted Tornadus.
Yeah, once again, you've got this Rillaboom Tornadus situation. Is there going to be the fake out going down into it? We saw in the previous turn, Marco was able to just go straight for the protected, just burning out that fake out, but Urshifu actually switching on the offensive here, just chipping away at that opposing Urshifu, trying to get a little bit of damage with the Grassy Glide to follow up, but it is not enough. David, I think, a little frustrated with how underwhelming that damage was, and Bleak Wind Storm able to retaliate and get some good damage as well as a speed drop on that Rillaboom.
Yeah, and now the close combat just to follow it up, that Bleak Wind Storm able to put it into a range where you could get the knockout, and so that Rillaboom is now going to be down for the count. Didn't go for anything other than Grassy Glide. Still was a lot of damage, but at this point, I feel like David was really hoping to get the knockout there on that first turn with the Urshifu, and it just wasn't quite enough.
I think David was reading that the Tornadus was going to go for that Tailwind, so you had to go for the priority in order to find a way to get a KO or some damage down on the board, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough into that Urshifu, and now you've got Marco able to deal some big damage back with the Urshifu. This is where I think David's switch things up nicely, bringing in the Tornadus. You can go for a Tailwind of your own and then maybe have to roll the dice to see how the speed interactions of the Urshifu play out.
Yeah, especially if you can go ahead and set that Tailwind early. Maybe you are hoping that isn't going to come through from the other side, but it is just going to be the Surging Strike. So very nice play here just to remove that Urshifu from the field right away. But what is going to be happening here from this Tornadus?
Yep, nice to see on David's side that the Urshifu was a little bit speedier, able to get the knockout, but like you've mentioned, Tornadus able to go for a Bleak Wind Storm. It is going to be able to miss the opposing Tornadus, but Urshifu, not so lucky, will be knocked out from this. One thing this does give David the opportunity to breathe through, though, is bring a Pokemon in from the back. It's going to be his last, 4th and final Pokemon. He's going to be hoping that the synergy is enough to carry it through to a game 3.
Yeah, and that 4th and final is going to be a bit of a departure from what we saw from that game number 1, but Marco has to do the same in order to bring something into the slot that he just lost from the Urshifu. So there is a lot of hopes riding on David's final 2 Pokemon, as it is the Flutter Mane that is going to be joining the field on top of this Tornadus. But what about the Arcanine here?
Yep, Arcanine joining the field. The Intimidate not really going to be too important at this point in time, but I think the difficulty is definitely going to be on the Flutter Mane here. It is the boosted energy variant, so it is going to be able to go for the Photosynthesis and get a special attack boost. That will make it a little bit more formidable. But the issue is, does it have the fire to be able to knock out all the remaining Pokemon on Marco's side?
It depends on what's in the back. Because Marco still has that 4th that is going to be at full HP, and it's really going to be interesting to see what that's going to happen. What's going to happen there? The taunt though coming through. You got the tailwind into your back. You got the taunt faster than that Tornadus, and the Shadow Ball into the Arcanine is going to do a ton of damage. But the Bleak Wind Storm connects onto both Pokemon. But Marco there, you can see him kind of hoping that he would be able to get some type of attack off. But the Rock Slide into both. The Tornadus is going to be down, and David with that Flutter Mane only has just a few HP left.
Marco is so in control of this game, knowing the taunt was likely to come in from David's faster Tornadus here, and not playing into it, going straight for the Bleak Wind Storm, enabling its partner Arcanine to be able to get the KO with that Rock Slide follow-up. Now, I've seen Flutter Mane do a lot of amazing things, but this is an uphill struggle for this Ghost Fairy type. It's no longer a Ghost even, it's doubling down into the Terra Fairy.
Yeah, the Terra Fairy needs to be enough here, though, to amp up this Dazzling Gleam and get the knockout onto this Tornadus. It's of course going to be able to hit both targets. That Arcanine is so low, so it's actually not even be enough. Both of these Pokemon are going to be able to survive, and that was Flutter Mane's final stand, as Marco is going to be able to close out this series 2-0, moving on to the finals of the Latin America International Championships, just one step closer to getting a double under his belt.
And there you have it, Pokemon trainers. We have our two finalists, Tiago versus Marco, tomorrow in the Masters Division Championship Sunday. Huge commiserations to David there. What fantastic play. I loved seeing how hyper-offensive the Golden Go has been throughout this top cut, but just unfortunately for David, Marco was able to play around with some of his similar Pokemon in the form of that Tornadus and the Urshifu, and was able to get those knockouts where David unfortunately wasn't. You can see here at the beginning, the priority double into Urshifu wasn't enough. Yes, eventually you were able to get the KO on that opposing Urshifu, but the Tornadus on Marco's side with those Bleak Wind Storms, finding that accuracy as well, just meant all the HP momentum was going into Marco's favor.
And you can see how that item choice in the Arcanine 2 played such a big role in this matchup as well. That Arcanine was powerful. You saw how much that Rock Slide was able to do with that choice band attached, and it didn't really matter if you were locking yourself into something, if it was just going to be that good.
Exactly, and it's incredible to see Marco being so consistent as well. A previous international champion winning OCIC a couple of years ago. Also, you know, Marco's whole family is a very big, you know, incredible Pokemon orientated family, and his little brother Pietro is actually in his first year of seniors and was able to make it into top 8 this weekend as well.
Wow.
So Marco taking that and saying, I'm going to go all the way to the grand finals, as he has done.
Yes, he has made himself a finalist now alongside Tiago Latansi, and this is going to be a huge match for the H's. Going to be wrapping up tomorrow, of course, but this was honestly something that I feel like we now need to kind of dissect a little bit more.
Yeah.
We have two teams here that were relatively meta, right? You've got the Tornadus as well as the Urshifu. You've got the Rain Dance if you really wanted to be able to boost up those water type attacks. And this side of the bracket really has been just kind of the meta. It has been standard. It has been very well played out. On the other side of things, Tiago is running a team that I don't think anybody has thought about preparing for, and he also plays in such a way that I think makes it difficult for an opponent to get a good read on what he's even going to try to get up to.
Do you know what, that's a really exciting snapshot into what tomorrow might shape out with. Like you say, it's that tried and tested standard core against something a little bit more spicy with the Regieleki and the Indeedee.
Yeah, the Dragon Indeedee, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm sure something Marco hasn't prepped for before this tournament, but he's going to be able to fall back on all of his experience, and I'm sure we'll be prepping hard for tomorrow's match.
Yeah, I'm sure. There's so much that both of these players can really garner from these sets that they have watched play out for the top 8, and of course, their own individual experiences. This has been such a phenomenal event for both of them. They have had to get through a slew of just tough trainers to even get to this point where they are sitting in the finals of the Latin America International Championships, and that just makes things even more exciting, as this is the best display of Pokemon that we have had at the internationals.
Exactly, and looking ahead to tomorrow as well, let's hear some words from our second finalist, Marco Silva, on the stage with Joe.
All right. Thank you very much, Rosemary and Lou. We are here with Marco Silva. Congratulations on that top 4 win. You are one victory away from claiming a second international championship. How do you feel right now?
It feels so great because I haven't been in the finals since February of 2020. So yeah, I'm glad to finally able to reach the final again, since also in the last international NAC, I wasn't able to, since I just lost in top 8.
Yeah, but you do have a good string of strong performances throughout these last couple of seasons. So you've proven yourself as one of the best trainers in VGC across the globe. And we've talked about this matchup against David specifically. It was really aggressive. I think a lot of plays he was just going right for it, and you were matching that energy. So was the game plan going in to just try to stay as aggressive as David was?
So since he had Goldengo that was choice specs, I kind of knew that Iron Hands was kind of the key to the matchup since he was able to eat a lot of hits. And also by just leading Arcanine, I was able to just intimidate, for example, Rillaboom, that then wasn't able to do as much to Iron Hands. So the plan went accordingly, but I have to say that contrary, for example, to the matchup that David had with Victor, I think the Rocky Helmet really helped me with this because, for example, in the match against Victor, he went for Fake Out and Surge Strikes, and yeah, he couldn't really do that into like the Rocky Helmet Tornadoes because that basically does like 70% to 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, there's so many crossover Pokemon, right? So you understand your opponent's win condition because it's essentially the same as yours with their Shifu or Tornadus or whatever. And I saw in Game 2 when you doubled into Rillaboom right away, obviously that's one of the biggest threats into or against your Shifu, right? So going into that matchup, when you saw Rillaboom right there, we're like, this is my moment. This is the chance for me to win the match.
Yeah. In general, I thought that maybe like his only combination that was to kill my Tornadoes would have been like Terra Surge Strike plus something else like Fake Out and Grassy Glide. And if he does that, Urshifu gets chipped down a lot. And also Rillaboom, because then he also gets close combat and I'm in a really good spot. So I figured out that as long as I Blake win, that was basically like my best play possible in that particular scenario.
And then game 1 when the Torn like just barely hung on, were you confident or was that like a, ooh, thank goodness?
I was pretty sure that I was gonna live in that situation, but yeah, you never know because sometimes there's like rolls that you don't really know. But yeah, I was pretty confident that Tornadoes was gonna live there.
Now, this is really important because going into tomorrow against Thiago, this is Latin America versus the world. You're representing all the other regions right now against the hometown hero. So, you know, don't give me any plans or any game plans, anything like that. But you see Thiago has a pretty cool team, pretty interesting team with Regieleki and Focus Sash, Fluttermane, different strategies. How are you feeling just looking at the matchup right now for tomorrow against Thiago?
I think it's gonna be really interesting because I actually played against Thiago 2 times this weekend. Once was a last round of day 1, and I was able to win with a little bit of luck. And during, I think, round 12 of this day 2, he was able to beat me with a little bit of luck. So I think it's gonna be interesting because, we kind of didn't really have like a fair best of 3 until now, and it's gonna be cool that the last one is gonna be in the final, and also it's gonna be like the third one out of like, the other 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely exciting. Before we let you go celebrate, do you have any friends or family you'd like to give a shout out to here that are watching and supporting you?
So definitely shout out to my mom, my family, and all the friends that are supporting me. And especially the friend group of Il Server that helped me practice with this team, and particularly Fede Campo that actually built not exactly like the main core because of course it's very standard, but like the exact same 6 with these sets. I kind of worked with him in the last couple of weeks.
All right, well, congratulations, Marco. Best of luck to you in the finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to head back over to the Caster's desk. There are 2 players remaining in the Master Division, Thiago and Marco. Rosemary and Lou, it's going to be exciting.
Thank you so much, Joe, and congratulations once again to Marco Silva and Thiago Latanzi, your 2 Latin America international finalists here. This is going to be so exciting to see how it concludes tomorrow. And what an amazing day of competition we had just over today and also just yesterday.
Exactly, top 8 has been very exciting, and the one thing I have to say is Roaring Moon was the talk of the town yesterday, and today it's all been about Regieleki, and 2022 Lou is very happy to see Regieleki back on top, I have to say.
I am too. I honestly kind of miss Dynamax Regieleki.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit. That was really fun to play and also very fun to watch, but this is how our top 8 bracket played out today. We had Marco beating David in that top 4, and David beating Victor Medina. I think that was like a really standout performance for him. And on the other side of the bracket, Thiago and Riley battling it out, and Thiago coming on top with that 2-0.
What I kind of liked about David's run through top cut is it really was the tale of the Tornaduses. He was able to use his Tornadus to great success over Victor Medina's Tornadus, whereas in then top 4, as we just saw, Marco Silva's Tornadus was able to be the better of the two Tornaduses in that match.
I know, it is like Tornadus on Tornadus violence over here, and I don't know if that is really going to come into play tomorrow, but maybe it will in the juniors or the seniors division. But you know, it's been a great day of competition. It's also been great to talk to all of you throughout the course of yesterday and today. I know we still have one more day of action to look forward to, but keep following us on socials using that hashtag PokemonLAIC as well as the hashtag PlayPokemon. So maybe we do get a chance to feature a few more posts or even just kind of bank some into the memory for further down the line when we look ahead to some of the other competitions that we have later on this year.
Exactly. We know who our finalists are now. Let us know who you are rooting for, and don't forget to follow all the channels as well so that you can keep up to date on all the incredible Pokemon Go action.
Yeah, we got so much coming your way tomorrow with the Pokemon Go, the Pokemon trading card game, as well as, of course, the Pokemon video game, all concluding on Championship Sunday. But that's all starting at 9 a.m. Brazilian time, or that would be 7 a.m. Eastern, or 4 a.m. Pacific, I think, now.
PT
Great.
time, yeah.
Okay, that's production is saving me right there. But yeah, make sure you tune in to cheer on the Pokemon Go players that are going to be battling it out through that final piece of the bracket, followed by TCG and, of course, VGC.
Exactly, that's why I say carry on the action for Pokemon Go tomorrow, but of course all 3 games will be actionable. There's not the only thing you can get engaged with though as well, it's also the giveaways. If you haven't yet got your Dragapult, where have you been? Make sure to log in and get your Dragapult via Mystery Gift.
Got the Dragapult that you can get in-game for Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. That will be a callback to the Dragapult that Alex Gomez used to win the North America International Championships. And maybe get a chance to look forward to a new giveaway tomorrow. Who knows what's going to be coming your way for maybe LAIC's champion in the next IC. But you also can get a card in-game for TCG Live. That would be the Iron Valiant EX. You can get this beautiful Illustrator rare for that, and of course we still have Twitch drops.
Yes, of course, Twitch drops here for Pokemon Go and the Pokemon trading card game as well. Lots of amazing goodies to pick up if you have not yet. Make sure to be able to get all of these amazing things that we are offering on the broadcast. It's a nice way to kind of feel like you've picked something up as well from the weekend.
Yeah, and maybe you picked up some inspiration too to join us at one of the following official events that will be happening. But please make sure you tune in tomorrow to cheer on all of our amazing competitors as they vie for the title of 2024 Latin America International Champion. From all of us here at the broadcast, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow.